Chapter 1. How many times must I emphasize that daytime sword flying is strictly prohibited? Is the art of cultivation truly that remarkable? Do you treat the leader's words as mere nonsense? Especially you from Longhu Mountain, constantly requiring my assistance to clean up your mess. I have tolerated your antics for far too long. I will revoke your entire sex licenses, and tomorrow, all of you shall return to Kunlun Mountain to retake your exams. In a mysterious little black room somewhere in the magical city, a congregation of bizarre entities sat huddled together. At this moment, however, all individuals bowed their heads, resembling schoolchildren caught in wrongdoing. Only Zhang Qingxian, the master of Longhu Mountain, wore a grim expression, fixating his gaze on the young man reprimanding him. The young man's name was Su Yang, aged 22, a dual-flower red stick of the 749 Bureau, and a newly appointed director of the Civilian Power Management Office, with the identification number 9527. 22 years prior, Su Yang had traversed into this parallel world named Blue Water Star, becoming a newborn infant. Yet, upon opening his eyes, the first sight he beheld was not his parents, but rather a disheveled old man with a scruffy beard. From that moment onward, Su Yang was adopted by this old man, taking him as his master and learning some dubious skills. It was only after reaching adulthood that Su Yang discovered that this old man was, in fact, the current director of the 749 Bureau of the Great Xia Kingdom in Blue Water Star. The 749 Bureau, also known as the Bureau of Supernatural Phenomena Investigation, intervenes wherever there are phenomena that science cannot explain. Thus, having acquired 80% of the old man's skills, it was only natural for Su Yang to join the 749 Bureau. Moreover, due to his relationship with the old man, those in the underworld affectionately referred to Su Yang as Prince. After 4 years of navigating the intricacies of the 749 Bureau, Su Yang successfully ascended to the position of director. His jurisdiction, the Civilian Power Management Office, primarily entails regulating non-natural organizations to prevent unnecessary panic and disturbances to the lives of ordinary people. These organizations encompass, but are not limited to, Taoist sects, Buddhist orders, the Demon Realm, the Ghost Domain, the Academy of Abilities, and the Monster Association. Naturally, Su Yang also held some influence with the Heavenly Court and the Underworld. At this moment, Su Yang had just received a punishment notice when he noticed Zhang Qingxian, the master of Longhu Mountain, glaring at him. "Old watermelon, what are you staring at? Are you dissatisfied or something?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxian could no longer contain himself and abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Su Yang, even your master must show respect to me. You are merely a junior director, and yet you dare speak to me in such a manner? You must provide me with an explanation today." Su Yang let out a cold laugh, slowly approaching Zhang Qingxian and locking eyes with him. In the next instant, Su Yang's right hand crackled with lightning as he swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Qingxian's face. "An explanation for whom? I am merely living my life. Do I owe anyone an explanation?" The surrounding bizarre entities widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing a thunderous clash of wills. Indeed, as the Prince of 749, Su Yang's strikes were imbued with a unique power. Zhang Qingxian covered his electrified face, glaring as he said, "Su Yang, this thunder palm technique was taught to you by me." Su Yang scoffed. "What do you mean I learned it from you? This was clearly acquired through my dealings with the three-tank monkey brew business is business, so do not bring emotions into it." "You." In a fit of rage, Zhang Qingxian sat back down, lamenting, "It is true that we erred in flying swords during the day, but we were swift and were not caught, were we? Revoking all our licenses seems a tad excessive, does it not?" "Excessive? Use your pig brain to think. How many times has this happened this month? As a blossoming youth, I waste my prime years constantly cleaning up after you Longhu Mountain folks. What about your dignity? Not once have you thought to bring me some fruit during the holidays. At your age, you should learn some manners." After saying this, Su Yang disregarded Zhang Qingxian and began examining his notebook. "Let me see. Who is the next little darling to have violated the rules?" Upon hearing this, a 30-something beautiful woman immediately raised her white-furred paws, covering her head, silently praying, "Please don't see me. Please don't see me." But in the next moment, Su Yang appeared before her like a specter, seizing her furry paws. Yang, those gloves are quite lovely. Where did you acquire them? The beautiful woman let out a delicate whine, raising her head to gaze at Su Yang with a pitiful expression. Your Highness, I was merely jesting. These are my paws, made of genuine leather. Oh, so you do recognize their paws? As the current clan leader of the Qingqiu fox lineage, you can't even comprehend your own transformation. No wonder the little foxes in your clan are just as foolish. Two only revealed my form because I was nervous upon seeing you. With that, her two pristine white fox ears suddenly popped out, startling her into covering them with another paw. Su Yang coldly snorted, If you have nothing to hide, why be nervous? Are you afraid I might discover that your little fox revealed itself in front of tourists at the scenic area? Yes, yes. Yang nodded vigorously, then suddenly realized, You already knew? Of course. Su Yang slammed the table, bellowing. The tourists recorded videos and posted them online. Last night, I had to issue a statement claiming it was a special effect, and I spent the whole night deleting videos trending online. I barely got any sleep. Yang trembled in fear, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Su Yang. The younger generation is ignorant. Your Highness, please temper your anger. I can accompany you for a good night's sleep tonight. Nonsense. You think to test the officials with such antics? What official could withstand such testing? Such unruly little foxes must be severely punished, and there is nothing more to discuss. Su Yang took on a righteous demeanor. Let her come to my room tonight. I shall personally educate her. And as the responsible party, you must come too. Upon hearing this, Yang not only showed no resistance, but even exhibited a hint of eagerness in her eyes. Very well, I shall arrive punctually. Immediately afterward, Su Yang swiftly appeared before a burly dog-headed man, slapping his shoulder. The dog-headed man instantly shivered, unable to move an inch. Suddenly, Su Yang leaned down, pressing his head closely against the dog-headed man's. At that moment, the dog-headed man could even feel Su Yang's heated breath, causing his heart to race. Your Highness, it seems our Monster Protection Association hasn't committed any offenses, has it? Su Yang's gaze turned icy as he inquired, word by word. Did you eat my ham sausage from the office? No, of course not. Then what is this? Su Yang retrieved a morsel of sausage residue from the dog-headed man's mouth. That was my lunch meat from noon. The dog-headed man attempted to argue further, but sensing the murderous intent emanating from behind, he quickly changed his tune. I did eat it, but it had fallen to the ground, and I only consumed half a piece while adhering to human etiquette. The dog-headed man felt anxious. Wasn't it agreed that anything dropped on the ground was for dogs? Though I'm a dog-headed man, eating that half sausage shouldn't be illegal, right? Suddenly, the dog-headed man's heart sank. He had acted according to human etiquette, true, but he overlooked a critical issue. This fellow behind him was a notoriously impoverished official from the 749 Bureau, nearly destitute enough to scavenge food from the ground. Consuming even half of his sausage was tantamount to seeking his life. Indeed, in the next instant, the dog-headed man's head was forcefully slammed onto the table with a resounding thud, and Su Yang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Do you not realize I received over 70 complaints last month, and my salary has dwindled to a mere 133 yuan and 52 cents? That half sausage is my daily sustenance. I will kill you. As lightning crackled, the anguished howls of the dog-headed man echoed throughout the little black room. Your Highness, please stop. Ergo is foaming at the mouth. If you continue, you might actually kill him. Oh dear, Your Highness, it's just half a sausage. It isn't worth it. Please calm down. All of you get lost. Otherwise, I will beat you all. The dog-headed man, known as Ergo, was being pressed against the table, while the surrounding bizarre entities were utterly powerless to intervene. At that moment, the door to the little black room swung open, and a small dark-themed octopus girl with 8 tentacles appeared, joyfully exclaiming, Director, early salary disbursement. Such a stroke of good fortune. It was like a timely blessing. Su Yang was overjoyed, immediately releasing the dog-headed man and tossing out a casual meeting adjourned as he rushed toward the octopus girl, snatching the salary slip from her grasp. The others hurriedly rushed to check on the dog-headed man's injuries. Ergo, are you all right? Ergo, do you need us to take you to the hospital? Ergo slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with tears of joy, a satisfied expression on his face. "I'm fine, Your Highness. Strikes felt so good." Huh? Everyone was left dumbfounded, staring at Ergo in shock. Goodness, what a shameless creature, oh no, shameless dog. Seeing Ergo had no pressing matters, the crowd grumbled and vanished into thin air. Ergo cast a lingering glance at Su Yang before disappearing as well. 80 cents. Su Yang suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this a mistake? My salary for this month is only 80 cents? Beside him, the octopus monster adjusted his glasses. Director, you've misread it. It's not 80 cents, it's negative 80 cents. There's a minus sign in front. What do you mean, my dear? I haven't received any complaints recently, have I? Why such a hefty deduction? Did your finance department make an error? The octopus monster shook his head, pointing to a particular line on the payslip. No mistake, Director. You've only received 33 complaints this month, which is an improvement over last month. However, you shouldn't have crossed the financial deputy director. Su Yang was taken aback and looked at the area the octopus monster indicated. It clearly stated that the deputy director of the water abilities had been nicknamed Water Arrow Turtle, with a deduction of 10,000 for forcing the deputy director to spray water through his nose. Su Yang's eyes reddened. He had incurred only a deduction of 6,600 for his 33 complaints. Yet this old man had cost him 10,000 for a mere nickname? Where's the law? Where's the justice? Where does this old man stand? I shall go and take my vengeance. The octopus monster evidently sensed Su Yang's thoughts and quickly interjected. It's futile, Director. The director, along with Water Arrow Turtle, know. The deputy director has gone to Donghai and won't be back for at least 10 days to half a month. Su Yang snorted coldly. It didn't matter if he was in Donghai. When he returned, he would meet the same fate. Yet upon glancing at the negative sign on the payslip, Su Yang felt a jolt in his heart and cautiously inquired, "So what does this mean? I still owe you 80 cents, right?" "Exactly, Director, you are truly astute," exclaimed the octopus monster excitedly. "What on earth are you so thrilled about?" Noticing Su Yang's grim expression, the octopus monster immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Director brother, little 8 is just a working fish. Please don't make it difficult for me. I promise to inform you first when the next salary is issued. Little 8, I sincerely thank you for your notification. It's like sending dung in the snow. You've worked hard. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty." The octopus monster, little 8, mistakenly thought Su Yang was praising her, wearing an innocent and carefree expression. One cannot lose their temper with a fool. Su Yang suppressed his fury and pulled a handful of coins from his pocket, tearfully transferring the remaining 1.26 from his green bubble to little 8. Little 8 counted carefully. "Director, including what you just transferred, there are only 2.86 here. You still owe me 9.94. Su Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. "Well, little 8, could you cover the rest for me? I'll pay you back when my salary comes next month." "Ah, all right." Reluctantly, little 8 pulled out a crumpled 10 yuan note from her pocket and added it to the pile of coins. "Director, you must remember to pay me back." How humiliating. Su Yang could no longer bear to stay, covering his face as he dashed out of the little black room, quickly disappearing from sight. When Su Yang reappeared, he had returned to his rented room. Lying on the sofa, he rummaged through his pockets, which were cleaner than his face, displaying a look of utter despair. Regulations clearly state that one must not accept bribes or engage in private work, and any ill-gotten gains must be surrendered. Moreover, due to Su Yang's violent tendencies over the years, he had faced numerous complaints during missions, with each complaint resulting in a deduction of 200 from his salary, rendering his income painfully meager. Every month, Su Yang found himself living paycheck to paycheck, barely scraping by on his meager salary, having saved not a single penny in this city, where every inch of land is precious. Managing to survive on just 133 yuan last month was already a remarkable feat. Now, with not a single cent to his name, he certainly cannot resort to scavenging for food like a dog. Can he? Absolutely not. In this desperate moment, it is time to pay a visit to my adorable, yet charming item. My esteemed master. With this thought in mind, Su Yang took out his phone, opened the green bubble app, and initiated a video call to his master, Su Ziqiang, the one in charge of 749. After a brief moment of ringing, The call connected. Soon as the video call began, Su-young saw Su Ziqiang shoving aside a long-haired woman, his lewd face dominating the entire screen. My dear disciple, what brings you to call me today? Su-young immediately donned a sycophantic smile, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Master, today is payday. Before he could finish a sentence, Su Ziqiang's expression soured. You're after money, aren't you? In your 20s, and you don't even have 100 yuan to your name, yet you spend your days cavorting with fox spirits on Qingqiu Mountain. I find you insufferable. Leave. After delivering his tirade, Su Ziqiang abruptly hung up, leaving Su-young in a state of bewilderment. But I hadn't even said anything yet. Moments later, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Ziqiang. Su-young smirked. Muttering to himself, he says no, but here comes the red envelope. However, in the next instant, Su-young was stunned to discover that Su Ziqiang had not sent a red envelope, but rather a document. Upon opening it, he found the words boldly inscribed: The secrets of fasting. Survive 30 days without food, living solely on air. Su-young thought, now, that's an interesting proposition. Just then, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the window. The night market downstairs was opening for business. The intoxicating sense of various snacks and barbecued delicacies infiltrated his senses, much like a little fox from Qingqiu Mountain teasing his hunger. Having only consumed a fragment of sausage the night before, Su-young could hardly withstand such temptation. He decisively abandoned the idea of fasting and stepped outside in search of food. Upon reaching the ground floor, a delightful voice reached Su-young's ears. Grand opening special. Free cake roll tastings. Like a famished dog catching a whiff of something delectable, he spun around and dashed into the cake shop. There he spotted a sweet-looking young lady standing by the counter, with several freshly baked cake rolls displayed on a tray before her. Su-young rushed forward, his wolf-like gaze fixated on the cakes. Really, kind goddess? These cakes are free to eat. The shop owner, Chu Shui, was thrilled, as Su-young was her first customer. Of course. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su-young snatched a cake roll as thick as a bowl and long as his arm, shoving it into his mouth. Sir, I haven't even cut that cake yet. As he munched away, Su-young mumbled, No need for cutting. I'm not that particular. But sir, we're only offering tastings here. Chu Shui's heart bled at the sight. Such a cake was enough for several people, and he had devoured it in mere bites. I know. I've tried this flavor before. Can I sample the others? Su-young pointed eagerly at the other cake rolls. You want more? Chu Shui instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Su-young's eager expression, she reluctantly nodded. Thank you, kind goddess. Su-young was not shy. He quickly devoured 2 more cake rolls, then gave Chu Shui a thumbs up, declaring, Your cakes are truly delicious. I'm glad you like them, Chu Shui replied, her joy now replaced with awkwardness, since you enjoy them. Would you like to buy some to take home? Just as Su-young was about to explain that he had no money, he suddenly noticed a shadow lurking behind Chu Shui. He closed his eyes and reopened them, golden light gleaming from his eyes, allowing him to clearly see the shadowy figure behind her. It was a ghostly woman with disheveled hair, clad in white, with half of her face ruined, her mouth torn from ear to ear. At that moment, the ghastly figure leaned closer to Chu Shui, siphoning her vitality. You damned creature, stop right there. Su-young roared, furious. How dare you act so brazenly in my presence, preying upon the innocent? Chu Shui, unaware of the ghost's presence, and thinking Su-young was addressing her, felt her temper flare. You call me goddess before the cake, and now you insult me? Just as she was about to retort, a chill ran down her spine, freezing her in place. After hearing Su-young's words, the ghost slowly lifted her head, radiating a cold, eerie aura, her dark eyes fixated on him. Seeing that Su-young's gaze was truly locked onto her, the ghost passed through Chu Shui's body and stood before Su-young, knocking the cakes from the tray. In a raspy voice, she hissed, Boy, didn't your elders teach you not to meddle in others' affairs? Su-young watched in horror as the cake roll he had just knocked aside fell to the ground, splattered and ruined. In that moment, his fists clenched tightly. You're truly asking for it. As he spoke, his hand crackled with lightning as he struck the ghost's face. The ghost emitted a shrill scream, hurtling backward like a cannonball, her form becoming increasingly translucent amidst the billowing white smoke. Ah! Another shriek escaped Chu Shue's lips as she fainted at the sight of the ghost's true form. "Are you using lightning magic?" The ghost exclaimed incredulously, realizing she had encountered someone formidable and attempting to flee through the wall. In the blink of an eye, a golden talisman appeared before her, forcefully sending her back. Immediately, the doors and windows of the cake shop slammed shut, the curtains drawn, trapping them within a barrier that the outside world remained oblivious to. Panic surged through the ghost as she wondered how this barrier had appeared so suddenly. She had even seen Su Yang cast a spell. Did this person possess skills that required no preparation? Suddenly, the ghost seemed to recall something, her horror mounting as she turned to see Su Yang advancing menacingly toward her. "Don't come any closer." The ghost shrank into the corner, trembling in fear. Su Yang towered over her, looking down with a fierce demeanor. "Unauthorized consumption of human vitality violates the supernatural law. Article 210.I, representing Bureau 749, hereby pronounce your death sentence." The ghost was nearly in tears, quickly protesting. Consuming vitality merits at most a 100 to 300-year sentence. "It certainly does not warrant a death sentence. You're exceeding your authority. I'm reporting you to 749. At this, Su Yang's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, you understand the law." "Of course. I'm a disciple under the infamous Black Heart Ghost King of Magic City. I heard it from other ghosts during a robbery. Not only are you part of a criminal organization, but you also commit robbery. Multiple offenses warrant a death sentence." Thunder destruction formation, arise, pointing skyward, the heavens darkened, lightning crackling across the sky. Beneath the ghost's feet, a blue talisman appeared, buzzing with electric energy. The ghost was momentarily stunned. "Brother, look at me. I'm merely a minor vengeful spirit. That slap you gave me has already reverted me to a wandering soul." Ghosts are categorized into wandering souls, vengeful spirits, fierce spirits, ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost emperors, ghost lords, and ghost immortals, in ascending order of power. If you genuinely wish to kill me, give me another slap, and I'll be done for. There's no need to invoke such a grand formation. Even a ghost emperor would only be left half alive by this. Is Bureau 749 this ruthless now? In the next instant, thick bolts of lightning surged toward the ghost. "No, please," she wailed, tears streaming down her face, her mouth agape in despair. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany, throwing her arms around Su Yang's leg. "Oh, esteemed immortal, I realize my mistakes. Spare my life, and I can help you make money, ensuring you never go hungry." Instantly, the bolts of lightning halted just a centimeter from her, the ghost feeling a tingling sensation coursing through her body. "How did you know I'm out of money for food?" Su Yang inquired with a hint of confusion. The ghost, having relied on mere luck, was astonished that her guess was accurate. She quickly explained, "You possess not a shred of wealth. You must be utterly destitute. Furthermore, the way you devoured that cake resembled my brother, the starving ghost." Su Yang retorted, "Damn, you're quite perceptive." Seeing that she had struck a chord, the ghost chuckled and said, "Oh, esteemed one, you must be famished and unable to afford a meal. As long as you spare my life, I can assist you in making money, ensuring that you feast on sumptuous delicacies at every meal." Su Yang regarded her with skepticism. "You wouldn't resort to some unscrupulous means to swindle me, would you? Rest assured, it shall be entirely legitimate. May I borrow your phone for a moment?" With a mix of belief and doubt, Su Yang produced a spare phone and handed it to the ghost. She swiftly opened a live streaming application, created a room titled Newbie Loli, sweetly singing, and noted 10,000 followers for a face reveal. She promptly turned off the camera, selected a suggestive anime-themed background, and played some upbeat music. Before long, a dozen viewers entered the live stream. The ghost, now serious, cleared her throat and activated the microphone. Instantly, her raspy, terrifying voice transformed into a sweet, girlish tone. "Are the giegie ready? Let us embark together," she sang. Little windmill, great west, hungry dragon roaring. Watching the ghost make such adorable expressions left Su Yang in a state of bewilderment. What in the world was this? Could this truly generate income? He felt as though he had been duped. Suddenly, he noticed an airplane icon fluttering across the screen, followed by a message in the corner. Sunshine Fatty has sent an airplane X1. The ghost's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed. Thank you, Gigi, for the grand airplane. Oh, how splendid. Thank you, Gigi. Instantly, a barrage of comments flooded the stream. Bro, are you seriously donating to this pathetic act? You must be starving. The ghost, feeling wronged, replied, Oh, Gigi, I truly have no act. This is my genuine voice. How could you say such things? It hurts my feelings. Upon hearing her plight, the comments poured in. Oh dear, don't cry, sweetheart. Uncle will give you a hug. The streamer's voice is so adorable. If you don't understand, don't speak out. If you don't like it, then leave. I adore such cute and charming girls. Do you have a problem with that? Streamer, give me a kiss and I'll send you more. Without hesitation, the ghost leaned toward the phone, saying, Mwamua, Fatty Gigi Mua. Suyong nearly felt nauseous. Sunshine Fatty has sent an airplane X3. The monkey god has sent an airplane X1. Can we see your face, dear lady? The ghost replied, Oh dear, I'm so shy. I must wait for 10,000 followers to reveal my face. Gigi, please follow. As Suyong stared in disbelief, his eyes widened as he knew that each airplane represented 1,000 yuan. And after the platform's cut, half would be left. This meant the ghost had already earned 2,500 yuan in such a short time. Good heavens, that was nearly equivalent to a year's salary. Who knew ghosts could be utilized in such a manner? Perhaps instead of exterminating the law-breaking ghosts and monsters, he could employ them instead. Wait, what employment? That would be called labor reform. He was merely aiding in their societal rehabilitation, allowing them to become useful beings. With this thought, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. He felt he had discovered a path to wealth, remembering the more than 100 monsters he had dispatched last month. He was struck with regret for missing out on a fortune. Silently, he retrieved his work communicator from his pocket. Hello, I've finished here. Send someone to clean up. With that, he seized the ghost and vanished from the spot. Moments later, a teleportation array appeared in the cake shop, from which emerged a creature with large wings and a head resembling that of a rat doe. Has the director already left? Nothing was broken. How peculiar. The bat creature glanced around before noticing Chu Shui lying on the ground. It hurried over and gently tapped her cheek. Hey, miss, wake up. Chu Shui was in the midst of a deep slumber. After much shaking, she finally opened her eyes, only to be met by a large brown head. Before she could scream, the bat creature waggled a finger in front of her, chanting, You are dreaming, you are dreaming. Go back to sleep, go back to sleep. Everything tonight is but a dream. Chu Shui drifted back into slumber, allowing the bat creature to clean up the shattered cake. IT then procured a few freshly baked cake rolls and placed them on a tray before returning to the teleportation array, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Suyong had returned to his rented apartment with the ghost. She continued her live stream, her repeated giegie captivating the few viewers in the room. Suyong, uninterested, reclined on the sofa, scrolling through videos on another phone. The ghost hesitated, reflecting on the earlier encounter, and could not contain her curiosity. Finding an excuse, she muted her microphone and asked Suyong, Esteemed one, are you truly a member of the 749? What is it to you? Do you wish to see my identification? Of course. What if you are impersonating 749? I must report you. The ghost, summoning her courage, sought to uncover Su Yang's identity, wondering if he was the man she had envisioned. But she trembled as she spoke. In the next moment, an identification card was thrust into her face. After struggling for some time, she managed to peel it away, and her previously dark eyes sparkled with clarity. Do you see clearly now? Yes, I see. Will you still report me? No. Suyong reclaimed his identification card and, without the usual enhancements, slapped her cheek. Then be diligent in your labor reform and work earnestly. The ghost dared not utter a word and silently activated the microphone again. However, this time, her singing was laced with tremors, for she had just realized that Su Yang's identification card bore the title of Director of the 749 Bureau's Department of Civilian Power Management. Indeed, he was the illustrious man known as the Crown Prince of the 749, the infamous twin flower red sticks Suyong. No wonder he had been able to activate the barrier in an instant. It was well known that Suyong had been adopted by Su Ziqiang since childhood, acquiring most of his skills, and he himself was a once-in-a-millennium genius. Not only did he cast spells without incantations, but with merely a thought, he could trigger them at will. He also possessed an extraordinary memory. Regardless of the complexity of the spells, a single glance was all it took for him to memorize them and master them in a short time. No one knew the true extent of Su Yang's abilities, as thus far, no one had forced him to reveal his full strength. Most importantly, Su Yang was inherently brutal, always either fighting or on the path to fighting, with a survival rate for his opponents of less than 10%. How did the twin flower red sticks earn their fearsome reputation? It was entirely by Su Yang's own might. Of course, his position as director was also earned, though not by battling monsters. The mere thought of having disrupted Su Yang's cake made the ghost's legs tremble. Was she not seeking trouble? Who would have imagined that the esteemed crown prince would stoop to partake in a tasting? Oh dear, does the streamer's quivering voice suggest she is trained for this? Quite professional. Enough with the guessing. I am beneath the host's table. The female ghost, taken aback by her own terror, emitted a quivering sound that inadvertently sparked a wave of excitement in the live stream, drawing in a substantial influx of viewers. Why heartfelt gratitude to the generous Gigi for their gifts. Those who have yet to follow, please do so, as I will reveal my face once we reach 100,000 followers. Ding dong, at that moment, the doorbell rang. Su Yang rose to answer the door, only to find Main Yang standing outside alongside a fully transformed little fox, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with an alluring figure and a sweet countenance. Upon seeing Su Yang, Main Yang smiled warmly and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I have brought my junior, Hu Xiaoshuang, to receive your punishment." In the western suburbs, Deputy Director Wang Xiaojie of the Operations Department had just hung up a call when a burst of flames sent him flying. "Ouch, that's hot!" Wang Xiaojie cried out in agony as he rolled on the ground, attempting to pat out the flames on his trousers. That moment, a figure clad in a red cloak, obscured by shadows, began to approach him slowly. "Humph! A mere ability user dares to obstruct me. Prepare to face the judgment of the Holy Master." With that, the red cloak unfurled a tattered Bible and began to chant incantations. In the blink of an eye, a colossal black sword descended from the heavens at an alarming speed. What the? Wang Xiaojie had no time to dodge. With a surge of thought, his body suddenly transformed into a shield, colliding with the immense sword. Boom! Wang Xiaojie was violently slammed into the ground, reverting to his original form and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The red cloak, witnessing this, erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Hee, is this the famed 749 bureau?" Pathetically weak, Wang Xiaojie spat on the ground, retorting, "You arrogant fool. I call for reinforcements. Prepare to meet your end." Reinforcements? You think I would summon useless trash like you? Just then, a voice resonated from the skies. "You, a cultivator, dare to bully a mutated being. Are you truly so proud?" In the next instant, a massive golden staff, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, materialized in the air and came crashing down upon the red cloak. The red cloak's pupils constricted, and he hastily raised the Bible high in an attempt to defend himself. "Kneel before me." The golden staff struck with tremendous force, accompanied by a resounding crash, sending dust flying as the Bible was shattered into fragments, scattering in the wind as the dust settled. Su Yang appeared before Wang Xiaojie, hands casually inserted in his pockets, just as he intended to retrieve a cigarette to enhance his demeanor. He instead pulled out an empty cigarette pack. Su Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, while Wang Xiaojie, ever resourceful, produced a cigarette and lit it for him, saying, "Your Highness, smoke mine." Su Yang took a deep drag, savoring the moment, then glanced toward the center of the massive crater. That moment, the red cloak lay prostrate, trembling and drenched in blood. He gazed at the debris scattered around him, his eyes bloodshot, lamenting, "The Holy Master gifted me that Bible." Suddenly, he jerked his head up to glare at Su Yang, his face streaked with tears, exclaiming, "It was you! You destroyed my Bible!" Su Yang's face bore an amused expression as he replied, "Oh, who would have thought you were a scholar? Stop crying. I'll buy you a dictionary later. It'll serve just as well that I will kill you." The red cloak roared, thrusting his hand into his chest. Observing this, Wang Xiaojie admonished fiercely, I warn you, do not attempt to resist the law with self-harm. Meanwhile, Su Yang's expression turned grave. Are you forcibly enhancing your cultivation with your own life essence? This generation's holy master cultivators are rather intriguing. In the next moment, the red cloak radiated a fierce bloodlight, and 2 pairs of crimson horns sprouted from his head. And, wise servants, arise! The red cloak bellowed to the heavens. His mouth agape as corpses began to crawl forth from the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang flicked his finger, and the cigarette but shot forth, piercing the red cloak's mouth. Gulp, cough, cough. The red cloak swallowed the cigarette butt, clutching his throat as he erupted into violent coughs, his face turning a deep shade of red, while the half-emerged corpses struggled in vain. You! How dare you act unethically? The red cloak glared at Su Yang, his voice hoarse and raspy. That it had taken him 20 years of life to summon those corpses, only to be interrupted by Su Yang. Although the corpses had managed to crawl partially out, they were now incapacitated, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. If you're weak, practice more. Seeing the half-emerged corpses rushing toward him, Su Yang sneered, "Sword, come!" Wang Xiaojia stepped forward, instantly transforming into a long sword that soared into Su Yang's hand. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 2 large eyes blinking on the sword's blade. The moment Su Yang grasped the hilt, the sword blazed with golden light, as if infused with some mysterious power, causing the 2 eyes to become entranced. Countless sword shadows. Su Yang pointed the sword skyward, and in an instant, thousands of sword shadows materialized around him. Go. In the next heartbeat, the myriad sword shadows shot forth, piercing through the approaching corpses. With a thunderous explosion, several corpses detonated mid-air, their remnants falling as solid swords, embedding themselves into the ground. Meanwhile, the red cloak was not idle. As the corpses exploded, his entire form swelled, sprouting massive bat-like wings, his skin turning crimson, and a black steel fork materializing in his grasp. You brat, die! The red cloak surged forward, a streak of crimson light racing towards Su Yang. 1,000 sword formation. Su Yang remained unfazed as the long sword transformed from Wang Xiaojia's sword into the sky. The 1,000 solid swords quivered, then all ascended, converging around Wang Xiaojia. With righteous might, let the divine sword vanquish evil. The multitude of swords launched simultaneously, merging with Wang Xiaojia's sword, forming a colossal blade that collided with the crimson light. Swish! The void was cleaved open, blood spilling across the ground as the red cloak crashed down heavily. Now missing an ARM.in a flash of golden light, Wang Xiaojia reverted to his original form, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Your Highness, we remain as formidable as ever." Just as Wang Xiaojia intended to approach the defenseless red cloak to apprehend him, Su Yang's thoughts shifted. This red cloak possesses considerable abilities. Could he be taken to work, or perhaps for reformation? With that notion, Su Yang stepped forward, but Wang Xiaojia quickly interjected, "Your Highness, he is a serious offender. We must interrogate him first. You cannot simply execute him." "Fear not. I am far too benevolent to slay him," Su Yang replied, sporting a self-satisfied grin as he noted Wang Xiaojia's lingering presence. He promptly shoved Wang Xiaojia aside, then seized the red cloak by the hair, yanking his face upward, and promptly slapped a bill against it, demanding, "Now, what are your special skills?" The red cloak, now barely clinging to life, gazed up at the menacing Su Yang, contemplating for 2.5 minutes before finally responding, "I excel in." Su Yang's expression darkened, and he swiftly slapped the red cloak on the head, causing a watermelon to burst open. Wang Xiaojia stared in disbelief at Su Yang's electrified hand, utterly stunned. "Wait, you promised not to kill him. Why are you using the thunder palm technique? You didn't even leave a soul behind." At the 749 headquarters, having concluded the scene, Su Yang and Wang Xiaojia emerged from the teleportation array. Just then, Su Yang's phone rang. It was Wu Xiaoshuang calling, but when he answered, it was the voice of the slit-mouthed female ghost. "Hello, Your Highness. This is the slit-mouthed ghost. I've transferred over 30,000 from last night's live stream into your account. Did you receive it?" Su Yang checked the message and confirmed a deposit of 38,600 yuan. His hands trembled with excitement. "Does anyone understand? I have never had that much money in my account throughout my life. If this keeps up, driving luxury cars and living in mansions isn't just a dream anymore. I received it. You did well. Su Yang praised the slit-mouthed ghost over the phone. Hee, does this mean I can leave now? The slit-mouthed ghost asked with a grin. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Are you unaware of the magnitude of your actions? Such a malevolent specter as yourself, even with a contrite attitude, deserves nothing less than a life sentence. But I know buts, you money tree. Oh no. The slit-mouthed woman. I warn you, accept your labor reform obediently and abandon those futile thoughts. Upon concluding his words, Su Yang hung up the phone. The slit-mouthed woman was left bewildered. Did that mean she would have to toil for Su Yang for a lifetime? Escape? Not that she dared, for the array he had set up around the house would prevent her from fleeing. The mere thought of enduring endless labor reform made her sob quietly. Meanwhile, just after Su Yang hung up, he noticed the octopus monster, Xiaoba, passing by not far away. Xiaoba spotted Su Yang and immediately approached him with a greeting. Good day, Director Su. Tell me, do I look like the $10 you owe me? Su Yang, did we not agree that you would repay me next month? Why the eagerness? Yet Su Yang paid little mind, for he was now a man of means. He promptly transferred a substantial sum of 100 yuan to Xiaoba. Upon opening the green bubble on her phone, Xiaoba's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the 100 yuan Su Yang had sent. Cautiously, she leaned closer to Su Yang, glancing around suspiciously, and whispered, Director, have you embezzled funds? Su Yang, exasperated, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to ask you to procure some items for me. Consider the remainder a token of appreciation for your efforts. As he spoke, he transferred an additional 20,000 yuan to Xiaoba. Good heavens, Director, you've struck it rich! Xiaoba exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, clearly thrilled by this unexpected fortune. She patted her non-existent chest and declared, Just tell me what you need. I'll handle it. Being part of the logistics department, procurement was her forte. With this 20,000, please acquire some mobile phones. The specifications need not be extravagant, just capable of live streaming. The slit-mouthed woman earned over 30,000 in a single night of streaming. We must capitalize on this opportunity and expand our operations. Countless rogue spirits and monsters abound. It would be a pity not to bring them in for labor reform. Unfortunately, with one computer occupied by Hu Xiaoshuang and a spare already given to the slit-mouthed woman, Su Yang needed to acquire a new batch of devices to grow his enterprise. Without hesitation, Xiaoba agreed. Rest assured, Director, I'll take care of it. I happen to be going to procure office supplies shortly, so I'll buy them for you then. After Xiaoba departed, Wang Shaojie approached, glancing enviously at her retreating figure. Your Highness, I truly envy you. Whether it's the female monsters or female colleagues, you seem to get along splendidly with them. Perhaps you could impart some wisdom on how to pursue women. He had not heard Su Yang's earlier conversation with Xiaoba, but seeing her so delighted sparked an urge in him to seek Su Yang as a mentor. Raising an eyebrow, Su Yang inquired, What is this? Have you developed an interest in someone? At this, Wang Shaojie's face flushed crimson. That I shan't hide it from you. Your Highness, I've been pursuing a girl for quite some time, but her family vehemently opposes our union, especially her husband, who has threatened to kill me. Could you not find someone without a husband? Su Yang suggested, but I truly like her. Wang Shaojie protested. Then you must first deal with her husband. At this proclamation, Wang Shaojie's eyes lit up as if a door to a new world had swung open. Indeed, he could first confront her husband. Just then, a thought struck Su Yang, prompting him to ask, By the way, why are you on a mission alone today? Where are the others from the operations division? Typically, the operations division consisted of a dozen individuals undertaking missions together, with a balance of cultivators, superhumans, and monsters working in tandem. Were you unaware, Your Highness? 90% of our division is with the director at Donghai on a mission. We're short-staffed. Has Hua Luoxi also gone? Indeed, our section chief has gone as well. That Su Yang was now utterly perplexed. What kind of mission required such a multitude of experts from 749? Were they to invade Neon Country? Moreover, what was the old man thinking? Taking away so many deputy directors, including Hua Luoxi, yet leaving him, Su Yang, behind. Shouldn't he be recognized as 749's strongest? Yet he had received no word of this endeavor. This was nothing short of workplace bullying. The old man was orchestrating his isolation. Noticing Su Yong's grim expression, Wang Xiaojie immediately realized he had let something slip and hurriedly covered his mouth as Su Yang pulled out his phone. Attempting to video call the old man, but no one answered, he then tried to contact the operations division chief, Hua Luoshi, only to find he couldn't get through. Whatever this mission to Donghai entailed, with so many people involved, it was surely a grand affair. How could such a prime opportunity to catch laborers pass him by? Fuming, Su Yang kicked over a stone line at the entrance and strode up to the third floor, where the office of the Department of Civilian Power Management was located. Inside one room, a row of 749 members sat at a table, each reviewing a stack of evaluation forms that in front of them stood a peculiar array of monsters. Some half-human, half-beast, yet not classified as demons and lacking any cultivation. These half-beasts were deemed a type of monster, bound by the constraints of the Monster Protection Association. Many of these creatures were inherently ferocious and posed a threat to humans. Those monsters that harmed humans were captured by 749 for minor infractions. After undergoing rehabilitation assessments, they could be relocated to designated isolation zones. For severe cases, they faced dissection or immediate termination, of course, alongside the malevolent monsters. There existed benevolent ones. 749 would occasionally provide public service positions for these good monsters to earn a living. Xiao Ba, the octopus monster, and the previously rehabilitated bat monster were among them. Aside from their distinct appearances, their lifestyles and diets mirrored those of humans. Monsters like Xiao Ba, who could conceal their monstrous traits while possessing a human-like exterior, did not require isolation and could fully integrate into human society. At that moment, the bat monster, with a serious expression, addressed the bound black bear monster before him. Today marks the 7th day of your rehabilitation. We shall conduct a test. Before you lies a jar of honey and a portion of human flesh. Which will you choose to consume? The black bear monster chuckled. I choose the human flesh wrapped in honey. The bat monster sighed in exasperation. After 7 days, the black bear had proven utterly unyielding. Unfortunately, it had only attempted to attack without causing any human casualties, failing to meet the criteria for severe offense. Thus, 749 was left to devise ways to rehabilitate it so that it could be transferred to an isolation area. Should they fail to reform this black bear monster, their commission for the month would be jeopardized. These thoughts crossed the bat monster's mind. The room's door was suddenly kicked open, startling everyone inside. They turned to see Su Yang standing in the doorway, coldly fixated on the black bear monster. It shuddered, its fur bristling instinctively, and it contemplated fleeing. But Su Yang was upon it in an instant. Your Highness, the black bear monster stammered, but Su Yang swiftly delivered a powerful strike, sending it crashing against the wall. Before it could slide down, Su Yang seized its head and slammed it repeatedly against the wall. You enjoy consuming humans, do you? Have you transformed into something more? You thief of garments. With each impact, dust and debris fell from the wall. Blood streamed from the black bear monster's head as it weakly protested. I didn't steal anything. Still talking back, are we? Lightning, thunder fist. 2.5 minutes later, the black bear monster lay twitching on the ground, scorched and smoldering, while other monsters cowered in the corners. Trembling in fear at the sight of Su Yang, Su Yang retrieved a cigarette from Wang Xiaojie and lit it, gesturing to 2 underlings outside. Take it to the incineration facility next door for immediate cremation. Once the black bear monster was removed, Su Yang exhaled a plume of smoke and addressed his subordinates. Rehabilitation is not merely a matter of words. From now on, only 3 days will be allotted. Monsters that fail to pass the assessment will be sent directly to the incineration facility. This declaration sent shivers down the spines of the monsters, causing one slime to burst into tears. Su Yang glanced at the green, gelatinous creature and muttered, "What in the world is happening? Even snot has evolved." After venting his frustrations, Su Yang turned and returned to his office. It was not that Su Yang was unwilling to take these monsters back for re-education through labor, but rather that once they entered 749, they were officially registered, and if Su Yang were to take them away, it would be considered an act of personal justice, which would lead to considerable trouble if discovered. And the higher-ups would certainly pursue the matter. It would be far better to capture the wild monsters that roamed freely. By noon, Xiao Ba delivered the phones that Su Yang had requested. A total of 40 units costing 19,000, which averaged to less than 500 per device. These phones were from a discontinued model, yet all were brand new and unopened, each originally priced at 2,000 to 3,000. Xiao Ba intended to return the remaining few hundred, but Su Yang insisted on not taking anything. Ordinary individuals could hardly procure such phones. This was Xiao Ba's rightful reward for his efforts. Elated at receiving his compensation, Xiao Ba bowed repeatedly in gratitude, leaving Su Yang feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a day of idly passing time in the office, Su Yang finally awaited the end of his shift. He stored the phones in a storage bag, then went outside to pack a portion of crayfish and skewers before returning to his rental apartment. Meanwhile, the slit-mouthed woman sat on the balcony, gazing at the darkening sky as 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. Once a fearsome specter under the command of the malevolent Ghost King, she now found herself reduced to a wandering spirit, condemned to toil in this place for eternity. Overwhelmed by sorrow, her eyes brimmed with resentment as she softly sang in Cantonese. The bright moon sheds light on the wronged spirits, swaying in the chilling night mist. Wandering souls traverse the desolate paths in search of substitutes, while the cold winds blow beneath the moonlight. Smack! Su Yang delivered a sharp slap to the slit-mouthed woman's head. What on earth are you singing about? You're giving me the chills. Instead of slacking off here, get to your live stream. I'll do it right away. The slit-mouthed woman dared not argue further and hurried to the living room to start her broadcast. Su Yang then glanced at Hu Xiaoshuang's stream. Thank you, big brother, for the sports car. Thank you for your protection. Love you to bits. My tale is real. You don't believe me? Well, it's definitely not tucked away. If you give me some attention, a big plane can enter the fan group. Business seemed to be thriving. Su Yang chuckled and returned to the living room, delightfully opening his dinner. But yes, the slit-mouthed woman began her live stream. The enticing aroma wafted over, causing her to lift her head. Seeing Su Yang enjoying his meal, she inched closer, desperately sniffing the delicious scent of the barbecue. However, as Su Yang continued to eat, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The skewers had no flavor at all. Puzzled, he examined the skewers in his hand, which were generously seasoned, yet tasted rather bland. Just then, a pale face leaned in closer, and with his keen insight, Su Yang realized that the essence of the skewers had been completely absorbed by the slit-mouthed woman. Smack! What are you doing? You've sucked all the flavor out. How am I supposed to eat this? It turned out that the ghost's insufficient power prevented them from consuming food directly. They could only rely on the aroma. However, food that had been inhaled by a ghost was akin to being consumed, rendering it tasteless. Covering her face, the slit-mouthed woman sat back down, feeling wronged as she silently resumed her live stream. Su Yang snorted, switched to a new skewer, and continued eating while browsing the stream. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a popular eating show host feasting voraciously on 100 large pig trotters, showcasing them with great flair, which made Su Yang's appetite surge. Just then, the slit-mouthed woman suddenly asked, Prince, if I report someone, can I get a reduced sentence? Without looking up, Su Yang replied, that depends on who you're reporting. Without hesitation, the slit-mouthed woman exclaimed, I report my brother. He is a starving ghost at the ghost general level. What has he done? He sneaks into restaurant kitchens every day to smell the food, just like I did earlier. His actions are extremely detrimental. Over 100 restaurants on that street have gone out of business because of him. A ghost like him is a scourge to society, a pest, a disgrace. He must be captured and made to undergo labor re-education. Initially dismissive, Su Yang suddenly realized the gravity of her words. Did you say he is a starving ghost at the ghost general level? The slit-mouthed woman nodded. Su Yang froze. It was not merely that ghosts at the ghost general level were formidable, but that once a ghost reached that level, they could manifest a physical form. They could be seen by ordinary people and even interact with them tangibly. Moreover, apart from smelling food, they could directly consume it. Most importantly, what was the defining trait of a starving ghost? They could never feel full. No matter how much they ate, they would always be hungry, akin to a mythical creature that devours endlessly. Realizing this, Su Yang instinctively glanced at the streamer who was still flaunting those pig trotters and at the millions of viewers in his live stream. What starving ghost? Clearly, this was a natural-born eating show prodigy. Observing the dimming light outside, it was the perfect time for ghosts to roam. If he didn't capture that starving ghost now, When would he? Swiftly finishing his dinner with just a few teleportations. Soo-young arrived at the food street the slit-mouthed woman had mentioned. The area was bustling with office workers seeking a quick bite after their shifts, making the street quite crowded at that moment. A commotion drew Soo-young's attention that a group of diners emerged from a restaurant, cursing loudly. Damn it, how can they even have the gall to run a restaurant with such standards? I ordered sour soup rice, and it had no flavor at all, like rice soaked in plain water. I can understand if your sour soup rice lacks flavor, but my freshly peeled garlic had no taste at all. That is truly absurd. What kind of establishment is this? I just went to the restroom, and while wiping, accidentally tore the paper. I tasted my fingers and there was no flavor. The crowd fell silent. The owner, looking forlorn, trailed behind the diners, apologizing. I'm truly sorry. I have no idea what went wrong. Perhaps there was an issue with today's ingredients. Yet the diners were unmoved. Humph, with your level. You might as well stick to tightening screws in a factory. The owner sighed helplessly as he watched the restaurant emptied. He too was baffled. Customers had been complaining about the tasteless food for days. One diner even mentioned that their excrement had no flavor, and he couldn't help but be skeptical. Determined, the owner strode towards the restroom, intent on tasting the seasoning himself. Soo-young arrived at the restaurant's entrance and activated his keen insight. Immediately, a surge of ghostly energy erupted. It was unmistakably the aura of a ghost general. Soo-young swiftly made his way into the kitchen, where he found a pale male ghost-clad in tight attire and loafers, fervently sniffing at the stove while critiquing the dishes. The beef bones are chopped too finely, filled with bone shards, a failure. The braised pork is all fat. It's greasier than my sister, a failure. The fried rice isn't made from leftover rice, lacking soul, a failure. And the most outrageous is using pickled vegetables to stir-fry pig intestines. That's the ultimate failure. Why can't we use pickled vegetables for pig intestines? Soo-young inquired, stepping closer to the starving ghost. The starving ghost, not looking up, waved dismissively. Pig intestines must be stir-fried with snow peas. That's the rule. Everyone knows that. In the next moment, the starving ghost realized something and looked up at Soo-young in astonishment. You can see me? Soo-young grinned widely, suddenly grabbing the starving ghost by the yellow hair and plunging his head into the oil pot, giving him a taste of deep-fried punishment. The starving ghost let out a series of piercing wails, channeling all his ghostly power to escape Soo-young's grip, but found himself unable to budge an inch. Big brother, I was just being greedy and stealing a bit of food. We're all just trying to survive. No need for violence, right? Soo-young smiled gently. I'm not the owner here. With that, he pulled the starving ghost out of the oil pot. Surprisingly, this ghost general was remarkably resilient, after being fried for a while. He seemed unfazed. Starving ghost, you have been caught stealing human food without permission, a serious offense that warrants life imprisonment. I am taking you back for labor re-education. Do you have any objections upon hearing that Soo-young was not the owner? The starving ghost immediately protested. Who are you? Why should I go back with you for re-education? Soo-young responded with a thunderous slap, causing the starving ghost spirit to dim by half. Brother, if you had just hit me earlier, I would have complied. Just tell me what re-education entails. I'll do whatever you say. One cannot help but acknowledge that the thunderous incantations of Mount Longhu prove remarkably effective when dealing with malevolent spirits, rendering even the gaze of a starving ghost strikingly lucid. Soo-young smiled faintly as he instantaneously transported himself and the starving ghost out of the dining establishment, arriving in a deserted alleyway. You can manifest, can't you? You can consume food directly, right? The starving ghost nodded eagerly, solidifying his form until he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Perhaps sensing Soo-young's skepticism, he scooped a handful of dirt from the corner and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing desperately. Look, brother, I'm just like you humans. I was merely cautious of being detected by the scent earlier. Soo-young nodded with satisfaction, retrieving his phone and activating the camera, confirming that the starving ghost was indeed visible through the device. This meant the live stream would proceed without a hitch. So, how many bowls can you consume in one sitting? The expression of the starving ghost suddenly grew solemn as he extended a single finger. 0.1 bowl. The ghost shook his head. 100 bowls. Again, the ghost shook his head. Could it possibly be 1,000 bowls? The starving ghost flashed a disdainful smile, proclaiming, "I can eat indefinitely." Su Yang was taken aback. Initially, he intended for the starving ghost to solely consume plain white rice. After all, without any side dishes, the straightforward consumption of rice could carve out a unique niche in the realm of eating broadcasts. However, the ghost's capacity far exceeded his expectations, if he could indeed eat indefinitely. Even plain rice would cost an exorbitant amount. It was essential to note that the price of rice in the bustling metropolis had skyrocketed to 5 yuan per pound. Goodness, he had only just managed to indulge in a hearty meal himself. And now he had to finance this ghost's feasting? Absolutely not. The starving ghost was not there to relish luxury, but to toil hard. Yet, without sustenance, how could he possibly engage in an eating broadcast? Just as Su Yang found himself in a quandary, he spotted a tricycle slowly passing by, laden with waste food. 3 minutes later, Su Yang returned to his rented apartment with the starving ghost in tow. At that moment, the slit-mouthed female ghost was singing, and upon catching sight of the starving ghost, she promptly covered her face. The starving ghost regarded her with confusion, feeling an uncanny familiarity with this spectral figure. However, as she currently exuded only the aura of a wandering spirit, he could not immediately recognize her. As Su Yang opened the rooftop door and, with a swift kick, sent the starving ghost tumbling outside. Tossing him a mobile phone, "From today onward, you will live stream here. Focus on your reformation and strive for a reduced sentence to..." As he spoke, he waved his hand, conjuring 10 barrels, each weighing 100 pounds of waste food, which instantly filled the rooftop with a nauseating stench. The starving ghost nodded enthusiastically, beaming, "Understood, boss. Safe travels." Su Yang unhesitatingly shut the rooftop door. He simply could not endure that overpowering odor. Live streaming. This was a business he was all too familiar with. The starving ghost chuckled. Before his demise, he had been an enthusiastic live streamer. Regrettably, without financial success, he had often gone hungry, enduring beatings with a steel rod, ultimately succumbing to starvation. But he carefully positioned his phone, initiated the live stream, and dragged a barrel of waste food into view. Adjusting his fitted attire, he flicked his hair and stuck out his tongue, gesturing outward with both hands. "Greetings, my friends. Welcome to your ghostly brother's live streaming room. Regardless of whether it's fishy or foul, to your ghostly brother, it is all delectable. Double tap for 666. Watch as I flaunt this barrel of waste food for my brothers." "What? Flaunting waste food? Is that really how it's going to be, brother? You must be ravenous. What nonsense, it must be a trick." Upon reading this comment, the starving ghost became indignant, spotting a cracked bowl in the corner of the rooftop. He swiftly retrieved it, scooping a bowl of waste food to present before the camera. "See, this is authentic waste food, just collected and still warm." As he spoke, he plunged his hand into the mixture, stirring it around. The viewers beheld the remnants of meals, including paper towels and cigarette butts, swirling in the broth, leaving them utterly astonished. "I'm trying to eat here, and you're showing me this? Wow, brother, you're incredible. If you flaunt that bowl, I'll send you a big airplane." The starving ghost, filled with elation, pointed to the screen, exclaiming, "Friends, a mouthful of spit is worth a nail. Cheers." With that, the starving ghost lifted the bowl and gulped it down in one go. The chat was flooded with 666s. After finishing, he flipped the bowl upside down to demonstrate that not a drop remained, wearing a proud expression as he proclaimed, "Let us see those praises flooding the screen." "Praises, praises," she says sending an airplane X1. "If you can't compete, don't show off." Sending beer X66. Pickled foot skin sending love letters X10. "Thank for the gifts, my esteemed benefactor. 2 sheep for a feast. Every night a new groom, and every village has its mother-in-law." The starving ghost was ecstatic. He had streamed for so long in life without ever encountering an airplane, yet just flaunting a bowl of waste food had garnered him such a bounty of gifts. Turning to glance through the window at Su Yang, who was punishing Hu Xiaoshuang, his eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Once again, I thank all my benefactors for their gifts. I'll flaunt this entire barrel to entertain you all." With that, the starving ghost buried his head in the waste food barrel, devouring it like a wild boar, causing the viewers to grimace. "Aren't you going a bit far? How long has it been since you last ate? Wow, he looks like he is enjoying it so much. I want to try it too. What should I do?" As the starving ghost continued his voracious eating, gifts continued to pour in, and the viewership surged. with more and more people flocking to the live stream, even trending on social media. The title read, "This spirited lad flaunts waste food, even pigs are smacking their lips." Many initially thought it was clickbait and entered out of curiosity, only to find that this host, dubbed Ghost Brother, was all about authenticity, his eating style resembling that of a pig rummaging through a waste food barrel. Some other eating streamers, noticing the sudden rise of interest, rushed into the live stream to learn from him, only to feel nauseated. This is impossible to replicate. No wonder he's making a fortune that I'm new here. Is that really waste food? Of course it is. I even saw cockroaches in the waste food barrel. Did you see that piece of paper towel? I threw that in. At that moment, the starving ghost abruptly lifted his head, pulling out a piece of souffle, stained by the broth, with a hint of blood still visible. Wait, sister, did you really throw this into the hot pot? Let us all remember to eat civilly. The host doesn't eat everything. The live stream exploded with excitement, the chat room erupting in chaos. Got it. After eating hot pot tomorrow, I'll toss in my stinky socks. Where does the host collect waste food? I'll let you try my secret little hamburger one day. ILL, cover the shipping. Could you send me that piece of souffle? If the host can't manage, it's better not to eat. Health is paramount. The starving ghost, warmed by this comment, replied, "Rest assured, I've already died once. I'll just go for it. Let us go." With that, the starving ghost once again buried his head in the waste food barrel, in a mere half hour. The entire barrel of waste food was consumed completely. The starving ghost cradled the barrel and drank the last remnants of broth. The viewers were left in utter shock. I can't believe it. I thought you were just trying to attract attention, but the host genuinely has skills. That barrel must weigh 50 pounds, at least. No way, it's at least 100 pounds. This guy can really eat? But after consuming all that, his stomach isn't even that big. Could he be faking it? With tens of thousands watching the live stream, it was clear that everyone was not blind. How could it be fake? Wow, Ghost Brother is amazing. Did you hear him? He has already died once. Their essay story there. I'm crying. Someone needs to step up and get it. Isn't this host trying hard enough? The starving ghost wiped his mouth, looking quite satisfied as he checked the back end. Total gifts had surpassed 300,000. Even the follower count had crossed the 100,000 mark. What? 100,000 followers in one night. I am going to be famous. At that moment, Su-Yang was also watching the starving ghost live stream, unable to suppress a smile. I'm going to get rich. As dawn broke, a pale light spread across the sky, and the 10 barrels of waste food on the rooftop were now completely empty. The starving ghost, still yearning for more, ended the live stream and returned to the room to rest, only to find the slit-mouthed female ghost had just concluded her stream as well. Initially, he hadn't recognized her, but upon closer inspection, he realized she was none other than his formidable elder sister. Sister, what are you doing here? Did you also get into trouble? The slit-mouthed female ghost, caught in recognition, sheepishly smiled. Ah, yes indeed. Just then, Su-Yang emerged from the room, with Hu Xiaoshuang, but everyone's here. Let us hold a brief meeting. The two demons promptly took their seats. The hungry ghost cast a glance at Hu Xiaoshuang, noting her striking beauty. Yet, he dared not entertain any notions regarding her. Not only did Hu Xiaoshuang share his level of cultivation, but she had also emerged from Su-Yang's chamber, clearly one of his women. He wouldn't even dare to harbor any thieving thoughts, for he certainly did not wish to be crushed by Su-Yang's hand. With this thought, the hungry ghost quickly averted his gaze, focusing intently on Su-Yang, awaiting his next instruction. Su-Yang's gaze swept over them as he spoke. Yesterday marked the debut of the hungry ghost, and the results were quite impressive. Special commendation is in order for him. The hungry ghost immediately stood up straight, acknowledging, I must express my gratitude to the leadership for this opportunity, for your cultivation of me, and to the uncle who sells wastewater. Su-Yang waved his hand, signaling him to sit, and continued. Hu Xiaoshuang and the slit-mouthed ghost received rather lukewarm responses. You two must strive harder. Hu Xiaoshuang and the slit-mouthed ghost nodded vigorously. However, the slit-mouthed ghost deserves praise for her initiative in reporting, demonstrating a commendable spirit of righteousness. Therefore, I have decided to reduce her sentence, changing it from life imprisonment to an 800-year term. Let's give her a round of applause. The sound of applause erupted, with the hungry ghost clapping the hardest. genuinely pleased for his sister's reduced sentence. But soon he realized something was amiss. What was this about reporting? What righteous spirit? Suddenly, he seemed to piece it together, looking incredulously at the slit-mouthed ghost. She met his gaze with an awkward smile. Indeed, dear brother, it was I who sold you out. The hungry ghost was momentarily stunned, questioning why Su Yang had suddenly summoned him, only to discover there was a traitor among them. Sister, how could you betray me after I burned billions for you when you died? I'll have my revenge. With a furious roar, the hungry ghost lunged at the slit-mouthed ghost, given that the slit-mouthed ghost possessed only the power of a wandering soul. While the hungry ghost was a formidable ghost general, she stood no chance against him and was soon left wailing. Su Yang, however, paid them little mind, as long as they didn't kill each other. Just as he prepared to leave for work, he received another call from Wang Xiaojia. Irritated, Su Yang retorted, "Why does your operations department have so many trivial matters? I am not your department head." "Your Highness, please calm down. Our director is absent, and you are the only big shot available. Moreover, our director cannot compare to you. You could easily dispatch him with a mere slap. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Su Yang's mouth involuntarily curled upward as he envisioned the scene of Hualuashi being slain by his hand. Yet he still feigned impatience. What is it this time? It's a major incident. A brutal murder occurred in the northern suburbs. An entire family of 12 was slaughtered overnight. Upon receiving the report, the police rushed to the scene and found it was beyond human capability, thus escalating the matter to us at 7:49. I just want to take a look, and it indeed does not seem like the work of a human. Our instruments indicate that the murderer possesses considerable power. As you know, I am merely an ability user and not skilled in dealing with these cultivators. Fine, I understand. Please teleport me there. All right. Shortly after Wang Xiaojia hung up, a teleportation array appeared beneath Su Yang's feet, and with a flash of white light, he reappeared beside Wang Xiaojia. Instantly, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted Su Yang's nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow. They were at the crime scene. Within a villa in the northern suburbs, the living room was drenched in blood, littered with severed limbs and mangled flesh, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. "Where are the police?" Su Yang inquired, and a uniformed female officer with an exquisite, unadorned face hurried over, extending her hand. "Hello, you must be the leader of 749. I am Guan Xiaolove, the liaison officer from the city bureau, specifically tasked with coordinating with 749. Su Yang shook her hand. "This incident hasn't caused a commotion, has it? Are there any other victims nearby? Rest assured, there is only this family in the vicinity, and we have sealed off a 5-kilometer radius." Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. "No need to call me leader, just call me Su Yang. Tell your people to withdraw. They're just in the way." At this, Guan Xiaolove's expression soured, perceiving his words as a slight against them. "Su Yang, while we may be ordinary people, do not underestimate us that we are armed." "Guns?" Su Yang scoffed. "If guns could solve the problem, why would you have called us?" "You..." Guan Xiaolove's face flushed red with embarrassment as she retorted, "How could we simply withdraw from such a serious case? You think it's a matter of bravery." Just then, her radio crackled to life. "The third sentry point at the foot of the mountain is under attack. We request reinforcements." In the blink of an eye, Su Yang had vanished from the spot. Wang Xiaojia shot a discontented glance at Guan Xiaolove. "You didn't heed the prince's words, and now look what happened. He has probably gone to address it. Let us hurry and see." Ignoring Wang Xiaojia, Guan Xiaolove attempted to contact the third sentry point via radio, but received no response. It was then she realized the gravity of the situation. She and Wang Xiaojia rushed down the mountain. Meanwhile, Su Yang had arrived at the base, but he was already a step too late. Several bodies lay sprawled on the ground, their deaths gruesome and horrific. The blood was still warm, indicating that the assailant had just departed. Before long, Wang Xiaojia, transformed into a glider, descended with Guan Xiaolove from the mountain. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, tears welled up in Guan Xiaolove's eyes. Her comrades had been brutally murdered. Wang Xiaojia noticed Su Yang's furrowed brow and promptly asked, "Your Highness, have you discovered something? The assailant is a corpse type and possesses considerable prowess. At the very least, it is a wandering corpse that," Su Yang stated gravely. Although Wang Xiaojia was an ability user, as the deputy director of operations, he had a certain understanding of corpse types. Your Highness, but corpses typically feed on blood. Why does this wandering corpse kill without draining blood? Is it deriving pleasure from the act of killing? Su Yang pondered for a moment before responding. If I am not mistaken, this wandering corpse was cultivated by someone, and the cultivator's motive is to use this corpse to collect human hearts. Have you not noticed that all the victims had their hearts extracted? Guan Xiaolove suddenly understood and asked urgently, why would this corpse cultivator want to raise corpses? Aren't they afraid? Su Yang shot her a disdainful look. Incredulous that such a question would be posed, he then addressed Wang Xiaojia. Call the museum and inform them that the pig's head has been found. Guan Xiaolove was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Su Yang was mocking her, and her temper flared. Just as she was about to retort, Su Yang interjected, tell your people to withdraw quickly. Do not sacrifice lives needlessly. With that, Su Yang ignored Guan Xiaolove and pulled out his phone. Making a call. Hello, I've sent you the location from Green Bubble. Come quickly, there's a major issue. Before long, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky as Zhang Qingxian, the Tianshi from Longhu Mountain, descended upon his sword. Upon landing, the sword flew back into its sheath on his back, elevating his air of authority. Su Xiaozai, what brings you to seek my counsel? Such a heavy aura of corpse energy. This must be the work of a wandering corpse. No, this wandering corpse's energy feels off. It seems to have been nurtured by someone to their corpse cultivator nearby. Zhang Qingxian quickly grasped the situation, realizing Su Yang had encountered something he could not handle and was immediately filled with delight. Su Xiaozai, you seem to be struggling. You can't possibly be losing to a mere wandering corpse? Su Yang regarded Zhang Qingxian, who was practically puffing up with pride, and coldly replied, Old watermelon, you're asking for a beating. Aren't you? Zhang Qingxian choked momentarily, then thought to himself, indeed, if he couldn't even best Su Yang, what could a mere wandering corpse do? Then why did you summon me? To utilize the secret techniques of your Longhu Mountain to uncover the corpse cultivator. Although Su Yang possesses remarkable combat skills, he is regrettably lacking in the art of finding individuals. Moreover, the corpse raiser is sure to conceal himself with utmost secrecy to prevent him from causing further harm. It would be far more practical to summon Zhang Qingxian. After all, Long Hushin is quite proficient in this area. Look who has come seeking the old man's assistance. Zhang Qingxian, filled with self-importance, extended 3 fingers. Since we are familiar with each other, I won't ask for much. How about 3 jars of monkey brew? Su Yang scrutinized Zhang Qingxian from head to toe, a slight smile playing on his lips. If I recall correctly, your driving license was revoked, wasn't it? At these words, Zhang Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, Su Yang added, according to the regulations of the supernatural law, those who fly with swords must possess a valid driving license. Those without one shall have their flying instruments confiscated. Zhang Qingxian instinctively took a step back, his eyes wide. Su, are you really going to punish me after calling me here? As Su Yang reached for his work ID, Zhang Qingxian hastily waved his hands. I'll forego the monkey brew. Is that acceptable? Can this be arranged? Yes, it can be arranged. Zhang Qingxian, his face a mask of reluctance, fished a purple talisman from his pocket, deftly folding it into a paper crane that he then closed his eyes. Muttering incantations, gods of the 8 directions, unseen demons, pursue relentlessly. Crane of the immortals, heed my call, go. Suddenly, the paper crane emitted a faint golden glow, levitating into the air and transforming into a beam of light that soared towards the heavens. Su, keep up. With that, Zhang Qingxian soared to the sky on his sword. Just as Su Yang was about to follow, he glanced at Wang Xiaojia. Wang Xiaojia blinked, then quickly transformed into a sword and returned to Su Yang's side. With a leap, Su Yang stepped onto Wang Xiaojia and shot into the sky. Watching as everyone flew away, Guan Xiao AI was left utterly bewildered, shouting at the sky, Hey, I can't fly. What am I supposed to do? Seeing that no one paid her any mind, Guan Xiao AI gritted her teeth and glanced towards the police motorcycle nearby. Meanwhile, Su Yang and the others swiftly flew 10 miles away. The paper crane suddenly veered towards the woods below, Circling above the treetops, as Zhang Qingxian and Su Yang landed. Both wore serious expressions as they beheld the cave before them. Zhang Qingxian remarked, "The corpse aura is incredibly dense. This fellow must possess some skill," that Su Yang scoffed. "To raise a zombie of the wandering corpse level, this individual's cultivation is surely at least in the spirit division realm, perhaps even in the tribulation crossing realm." Human cultivators are classified into 9 major realms: body refinement, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, void, spirit division, tribulation crossing, and earth immortal. If he truly is in the tribulation crossing realm, you'd better increase my fee. Zhang Qingxian half-joked as Su Yang smiled slightly. "I need to explain how beneficial it would be for your cultivation to eliminate a malevolent being of the tribulation crossing realm. Right? You're treating for supper tonight. You really are a miser, aren't you?" Zhang Qingxian retorted with a mock scowl. As Su Yang had pointed out, at his level, it became increasingly difficult to enhance one's cultivation. Progress relied more on insights and accumulating merit. If he could indeed vanquish a malevolent being of the tribulation crossing realm, he might very well advance further. Grateful for the opportunity Su Yang afforded him, Zhang Qingxian absent-mindedly patted his pocket, contemplating whether 306 yuan would suffice for supper. Just then, a flash of blood suddenly erupted from the cave. Su Yang's expression hardened as he grasped Wang Shaojia's sword to defend himself. Bang! The sword clashed with the bloodlight, sending sparks flying. Following that, Su Yang forcefully deflected the bloodlight, which smashed down onto the ground. Puff! Wang Shaojia reverted to his original form, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Your Highness, why didn't you infuse true energy into my body?" Su Yang had not channeled any true energy into the sword, so Wang Shaojia had taken that blow with his flesh. Su Yang scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "My apologies, I forgot." Wang Shaojia. As the dust settled, a withered figure with blood-red eyes, enormous fangs, and claws like blades appeared before everyone. It was indeed a wandering corpse. Shocked, Zhang Qingxian quickly summoned the 5 Thunder Celestial Master Order, intending to utilize the power of Thunder Point 3 Realms Guards. 5 Emperors welcome, 10,000 gods pay homage, commanding thunder, instilling dread in demons and spirits. With the inner force of thunder, invoking the hidden name of the Thunder God. This is a fictitious incantation. Please do not attempt it privately. If struck by lightning, I bear no responsibility. Just as Zhang Qingxian recited the incantation, he witnessed Su Yang conjure 2 bolts of lightning from thin air, directing them towards the wandering corpse, employing the thunderbolt fist of their sect. Su Yang unleashed several punches, causing sparks to fly from the wandering corpse. However, the creature's tough hide rendered it impervious to pain. Observing this, Zhang Qingxian hastily pointed to the sky. 5 array flags shot forth, embedding themselves in 5 different directions, surrounding the wandering corpse that he intended to employ the 5 Thunder Exorcism Array to assist Su Yang. Yet before he could recite the incantation, he saw Su Yang similarly point to the sky, summoning a blue grand array that appeared beneath the wandering corpse. 5 Thunder Exorcism Array. Activate. In an instant, thunder roared, and the winds shifted dramatically as a thunderbolt the size of a barrel plunged down, striking the wandering corpse with tremendous force. Zhang Qingxian stood frozen in place, thinking, "Wait, you've used my ultimate move. What am I to use?" The most outrageous part was that Su Yang's speed in casting and the power of the array surpassed his own. What was supposed to be Zhang Qingxian's signature move was executed by Su Yang with greater finesse. And without even employing the array flags, it seemed as if they were borrowing power, while Su Yang directly wielded it. Is this what being a prodigy means? No, I mustn't let the younger generation look down on me. Zhang Qingxian leapt into action, seizing the opportunity while the wandering corpse was weakened by the thunder strike. Drawing the Celestial Master's sword from his back, he unleashed a brilliant slash. This strike consumed a significant portion of his true energy. Exorcism slash. Boom! The wandering corpse exploded, turning to ashes. Zhang Qingxian sheathed the Celestial Master's sword, and, noticing Su Yang's gaze upon him, grinned triumphantly. "Youngster, don't gawk. You want to be able to replicate this." "I'll learn your ass." Su Yang kicked Zhang Qingxian's rear in frustration. "You old rascal, stealing the spotlight and then mocking me." Most importantly, that was a wandering corpse. Not only was it impervious to blades and bullets, but it also possessed immense strength. Truly the chosen laborer. Wouldn't you agree? If sent to a construction site, it could easily carry thousands of bags of cement in a day, at 50 cents a bag. That amounts to over 1,000 in a day, tens of thousands in a year, hundreds of thousands in 10 years, and millions in a century. Su Yang's eyes turned red. That was millions. And you just obliterated it with a single sword strike. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he kicked Zhang Qingxian's rear again. Zhang Qingxian rubbed his backside, chuckling, after slaying the wandering corpse. He felt a notable increase in his merit, and the bottleneck of his cultivation had slightly loosened. Tasting the sweetness of success, Zhang Qingxian gazed into the dark cave. "Youngster, you wait here. I shall purge the demons and uphold the path." With that, he charged directly into the cave. Wang Shaoji approached and watched Zhang Qingxian vanish, asking, "Your Highness, should we follow?" "You stay here." Without further ado, Su Yang followed suit. The corpse raiser might have other zombies. He couldn't allow Zhang Qingxian to claim all the kills. However, as soon as Su Yang entered the cave, he saw Zhang Qingxian sprinkle a handful of vermilion powder, obliterating a dozen incoming leaping corpses. 2 flying corpses, upon nearing Zhang Qingxian, were swiftly dispatched by a flick of his dust brush in the presence of Zhang Qingxian, who stood at the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing period. These leaping and flying corpses were hardly a challenge. Su Yang was infuriated, slapping his thigh. That was yet another loss of billions. Upon noticing Su Yang's arrival, Zhang Qingxian grinned. "Youngster, what do you think? Am I not quite dashing? In my youth, I was unaware of how many junior sisters I captivated. The renowned pretty boy of the martial world is none other than me." Just then, a ghostly hand suddenly emerged from the ground, seizing Zhang Qingxian's right foot. Before he could react, a dark light shot forth, striking him in the chest. "Ouch!" Zhang Qingxian let out a pained cry as he was thrown back. The dark light surged again, but Su Yang swiftly stepped forward, grasping it and crushing it in his grip. Behind him, Zhang Qingxian screamed, for a red infant had latched onto him, tearing a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Just as Su Yang was about to assist, an old man, disheveled and covered in grime, emerged from the shadows, gnawing on a heart as he walked, his aura gradually intensifying. Tribulation crossing realm. Su Yang squinted slightly. In the next moment, the elderly corpse caretaker abruptly crushed the skull hanging from his chest, causing the ashes to ignite into a radiant green light that surged toward Su Yang in an instant. The universe is boundless. The heavens lend their power. Su Yang struck forth with a palm, releasing a beam of white light that collided with the green luminescence. Boom! The corpse caretaker was propelled from the smoke, his emaciated hands transforming into claws, lunging directly at Su Yang's chest. Iron head and bronze arms. Su Yang shouted, his entire being enveloped in a metallic sheen. Clang. The caretaker's claws met Su Yang's chest, shattering into fragments, blood splattering everywhere. The flicker of shock passed through his eyes before he opened his mouth to expel a foul miasma. It was overwhelmingly repugnant. Unable to restrain himself, Su Yang bent over and retched. Immediately feeling the corpse poison invading his body, he promptly sealed his meridians, glancing at Zhang Qingxian behind him. "Have you held enough? Why aren't you lending a hand?" Zhang Qingxian finally snapped to attention, pulling a golden talisman from his pocket and slapping it onto the corpse infant's head. The corpse infant from the wandering corpse realm was instantly sent flying. Exploding into pieces, Zhang Qingxian approached Su Yang, removing the Tai Chi symbol from the hilt of the Tianshi sword and pressing it against Su Yang's head, drawing out all the corpse energy within him. Su Yang shot him a disdainful glance. "You call yourself at the peak of tribulation. You're as weak as a mere Yuan-ing. Are you trying to mock me? My apologies, I was careless and didn't dodge." Zhang Qingxian chuckled awkwardly, having not anticipated the lurking corpse infant in the shadows, which caught him off guard. "Watch this," Zhang Qingxian declared, charging at the corpse caretaker, leaping into the air, his previously soft whisk instantly hardening like a blade. cleaving down toward the caretaker's head. The caretaker's gaze sharpened, hastily raising both hands to catch the whisk. Zhang Qingxian snorted coldly, swiftly forming two seals. Symbolic light fills the sky. The next second, over 100 golden spiritual talismans flew from his cosmic bag, instantly plastering themselves all over the caretaker's body. Following that, the talismans emitted a crimson glow, exploding with a resounding blast, causing the caretaker to wail in agony. Zhang Qingxian retracted the whisk, swinging it again, striking the caretaker across the face and sending him flying. Before the caretaker could hit the ground, Zhang Qingxian pointed skyward, and the Tianshi soared behind him unsheathed, transforming into a beam of golden light that pierced through the caretaker's body. The sequence of attacks was executed with such fluidity. In this realm, the caretaker stood no chance against Zhang Qingxian, the Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. Meanwhile, Su Yang silently committed Zhang Qingxuan's symbolic light fills the sky hand seal to memory. Ha! Yet another technique acquired. Just as Su Yang chuckled to himself, Zhang Qingxian turned around, noticing Su Yang gesturing, his eyes widening in realization. You little rascal, I wondered why you struggled against that weakling. It turns out you were trying to force my hand to steal my skills. Cornered by Zhang Qingxuan's revelation, Su Yang immediately stuffed his hands into his pockets, turning his head aside to whistle nonchalantly, as if he had not heard Zhang Qingxuan's words at all. Who would have thought? The actor is actually this prince. At that moment, the caretaker crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. His eyes toward Zhang Qingxian filled with resentment. You are Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain? Zhang Qingxian sheathed his sword and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Knowing my name, why not surrender at once? The caretaker snorted coldly, gritting his teeth as he charged toward a golden coffin, smashing his fist into his own chest and spraying a mouthful of black blood onto the coffin. Ancestor, save me! Su Yang was taken aback. What? Do you think you're a four-eyed Taoist who can transform into a mighty warrior? Yet the next moment, the heavy coffin lid was suddenly flung aside, crashing down toward Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Qingxuan's expression tightened. He rooted himself and retaliated with a punch, sending the coffin lid flying. Just then, both men witnessed the caretaker, kneeling beside the coffin, let out a blood-curdling scream as his vital essence surged toward the coffin, transforming him into a desiccated corpse in no time. An overwhelming aura erupted from the coffin, causing both Su Yang and Zhang Qingxian to stagger back a step. They widened their eyes, almost in unison exclaiming, Hanja! Zhang Qingxian quickly bit into his middle finger, inscribing a talisman in his palm, and forcefully struck the coffin. 5 thunders strike the top. Boom! A bolt of lightning instantly struck the coffin, shattering it into countless pieces. But in the next moment, a blood-red light surged forth from the smoke, darting toward Zhang Qingxian at an astonishing speed. Be careful. Old watermelon. Qian Kun protects the body. Zhang Qingxian reacted swiftly, almost simultaneously erecting a defense. Bang! His protective spell was shattered in an instant, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he was thrown backward. Hanja had already reached the same level as a human in the tribulation period, and being a corpse entity that transcended the 3 realms and was not bound by the 5 elements, it often possessed the ability to fight beyond its level. Even a terrestrial immortal might not be a match for Hanja. Caught off guard, Zhang Qingxian suffered a severe blow. Su Yang leaped, attempting to catch Zhang Qingxian, only for Zhang Qingxian to soar into the air on his sword and fly towards the cave's exit. Xiaozi, hold on for a moment. I'll head back to the mountain and fetch a few ancestors to take him down. Watching Zhang Qingxian vanish in the blink of an eye, Su Yang's head was adorned with several question marks. Outside the cave, Wang Xiaojie was about to enter when he saw Zhang Qingxian shoot out with a whoosh, disappearing into the sky. Realizing Zhang Qingxuan's dire situation, Wang Xiaojie instantly reacted. This is bad. The prince is in danger. Without hesitation, he charged into the cave, only to be met by a barrier blocking his way. Simultaneously, Su Yang's voice echoed from within. Don't come in. I can handle this alone. Inside the cave, Su Yang fixed his gaze on the bloodlight, a bead of cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead. To be honest, it was his first encounter with an enemy on par with a terrestrial immortal. To hell with it, let us go for it. Su Yang gritted his teeth, stomping his foot. "Brother Monkey, assist me." As he spoke, he pointed skyward, a beam of golden light piercing through the cave and shooting into the heavens. The next second, that golden light descended once more, instantly enveloping Su Yang. As the golden light dissipated, golden fur sprouted all over Su Yang's body, a suit of purple gold battle armor gradually enveloping him. And a blazing fire formed a fiery red cloak behind him. With a hand covered in golden fur, he summoned a golden iron rod that flew into Su Yang's grasp, transformed into a simian form. Su Yang looked down disdainfully at the bloodlight, his voice now high-pitched with scorn. "So you're the infamous Hanjia?" Zhang Qingxian, having flown several miles away, turned back to see the golden light descending from above. Momentarily stunned, this kid has invoked a spirit. It should be secure now. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Qingxian coughed up another mouthful of blood. Inside the cave, Su Yang floated in midair, coldly observing the Hanja shrouded in blood mist across from him. At that moment, a high-pitched voice resonated in Su Yang's mind. "Virtuous brother, shall you take the lead, or shall I?" Having the chance to play as Brother Monkey, I must take the reins myself. "Brother Monkey, watch me obliterate it." With that, control returned to Su Yang, whose eyes gleamed with golden light, transforming into a streak of radiance as he charged toward Hanjia, his iron rod elongating dramatically and striking directly at Hanjia. Boom! Hanjia crashed violently against the stone wall behind, shattering it and being sent flying out of the cave, soaring into the sky. In the next instant, Su Yang teleported behind Hanjia, delivering a fierce blow downward. Boom! Hanjia plummeted to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust dozens of feet high. Suspended in midair, Su Yang pointed at his forehead, two beams of golden light shooting from his eyes like lasers, sweeping toward Hanjia's landing spot. Following that, Su Yang hurled the iron rod into the air. It split into two, then into four, rapidly multiplying into thousands, each as thick as a bowl and hundreds of meters long, resembling whips as they lashed toward Hanjia's landing point. Bang! The entire ground trembled violently, causing Guanxiao AI, who was riding her small motorcycle, to inadvertently veer off the mountain path and tumble into a ravine. Wang Xiaojie gazed at the battle in the sky, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Is this the true power of the prince? It was truly terrifying. Just as Su Yang believed that the drought demon would be utterly vanquished by his combination of attacks. A sudden burst of crimson light pierced through the smoke and dust, hurtling directly towards him. Copperhead, iron arm. In a state of divine invocation, Su Yang's entire being transformed into metal. The drought demon's sharp claws merely sparked against him. Unable to inflict any injury whatsoever, Su Yang swung his iron rod, and just as he was about to strike the demon, the rod unexpectedly expanded, igniting into fierce flames, delivering a devastating blow to the drought demon. With a piercing scream, the demon was sent flying. Su Yang's expression shifted to one of seriousness. This drought demon was remarkably resilient, surviving such an onslaught. It was common knowledge that other practitioners who invoked deities could harness merely 1% of a god's power to stand on their own. Yet with Su Yang's current cultivation, he could unleash 5% of a great sage's strength, enough to obliterate an average tribulation stage practitioner with a single strike. But this drought demon, after enduring so many blows, remained vibrant and full of life. If it were to break through to the point of being indestructible, how terrifying would that be? Monkey King, your prowess is lacking. This combination of attacks isn't inflicting any damage. You insolent brat, don't blame my prowess for your own incompetence. Su Yang scoffed, certain that it was the great sage's inadequacy, and not his own shortcomings. The voice of Sun Wukong echoed once more. In the past few thousand years, only a handful of drought demons have emerged in the three realms. After transcending the thunder tribulation, this one has become immortal, with defenses that are truly monstrous. Even an ordinary deity would struggle against it. If it comes to it, I could take a leave of absence and come to assist you with my main form. No, your intervention in the mortal realm would violate the celestial laws. I wouldn't want you to be demoted by Tathagata later. Sun Wukong's voice was filled with defiance. Humph, I've been displeased with him for a long time, that if he dares to demote me, I'll retaliate. Su Yang smiled slightly. Forget it. This minor issue doesn't warrant your personal attendance. I refuse to believe this creature is invincible, as long as it has a health bar. I can defeat it. With that, Su Yang charged forward once more, raising his iron rod to deliver a flurry of strikes upon the drought demon. Though the demon was tough, Su Yang's cultivation soared after invoking the deity. It could hardly inflict any damage on him, and was left to endure a one-sided beating. After receiving over 1,000 blows from Su Yang, the drought demon finally could no longer hold back. Wah! It cried out. Have I offended some celestial law? Why must I be beaten upon my emergence? Boo-hoo! Huh. Hearing this silly and adorable voice, Su Yang was taken aback. Was this drought demon actually a female? Just then, the blood mist dissipated, revealing a girl of approximately 155 centimeters tall, with skin as smooth as jade, exuding a pure and charming aura. I could see that moment. Her head was bruised and swollen. Her nose was blue, and blood streamed from her face, as she looked at Su Yang with a pitiful expression. What? This is the drought demon. Su Yang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, finding it hard to reconcile this image with his preconceived notion of a grotesque, fearsome figure with green skin and sharp teeth. Why did you strike me? The drought demon asked, her eyes filled with grievance. This question left Su Yang momentarily at a loss for words. Because you killed people. Who did I kill? That corpse raiser. Yes, that corpse raiser. You drained him dry. The drought demon instantly countered. It was he who summoned me with blood and flesh. It was his offering, not something I desired. You also attacked that old watermelon just now. The drought demon pouted, her fists clenched in indignation. He struck me first with lightning. Could I not retaliate? Su Yang. Her reasoning was so sound that it made him feel like the true villain. No, surely something was amiss. That corpse raiser referred to you as his ancestor. You must be his descendant, right? Do you not bear any responsibility for the lives he has taken? The drought demon retorted. I do not know him at all. I was peacefully sleeping in my coffin when he inexplicably awakened me. How was I to know who he was? Could it be a misunderstanding? Su Yang was taken aback and tentatively inquired. Do you wish to harm others? Will you suck blood? The drought demon looked bewildered. Why would I want to harm others? Only lowly zombies suck blood. Beings of my caliber absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Are there really non-harmful zombies in this world? I don't believe it. Su Yang regarded her with skepticism and then released the divine invocation. Stepping closer to the drought demon, he rolled up his sleeve and extended his arm towards her. Would you like to take a bite? Go ahead, savor my blood. It's fragrant and sweet. Su Yang laughed maniacally, thinking, bite me. As long as you do, I'll have a reason to eliminate you. The drought demon was perplexed. Having lived for over 1,000 years, she had never encountered such a request. Observing Su Yang's muscular arm, she thought it did indeed look quite appetizing. She slightly parted her lips, revealing 2 pristine little fangs, and with a playful growl, she sank her teeth into him. In the next moment, her eyes brightened, and as Su Yang's blood flowed into her, her cultivation surged rapidly. I knew you weren't just any ordinary zombie. You dared to deceive me? Su Yang roared, delivering a thunderous palm strike to the drought demon's face, sending her flying. The drought demon clutched her face, her large eyes filled with shock. How can this person be so unreasonable? It was you who asked me to bite, she protested, feeling utterly wronged. Now, the drought demon had reasonable grounds to suspect that Su Yang was merely seeking an excuse to beat her up. With a face full of fury, she bared her teeth and charged at him. 3 minutes later, the drought demon found herself at the mercy of Su Yang once again, crashing from a height of over 100 meters to the ground. Are you willing to yield? Su Yang's size 43 foot rested firmly upon the drought demon's face. The drought demon whimpered. I yield. Please stop. I truly regret it. It hurts so much. Then you shall follow me from now on. Address me as Big Brother. The drought demon pouted, clearly reluctant. Be Big Brother. Very good, Su Yang chuckled, having spared her life solely due to her robust physique, and not because he found her indestructible. Certainly not. Just then, Sun Wukong's voice resonated in Su Yang's mind. The drought demon possesses a formidable combat power. To truly control her, you'll need to use corpse control techniques to establish a contract. Seek out that corpse raiser. Perhaps he possesses methods in this regard. Su Yang nodded, and Sun Wukong continued. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll be entering seclusion soon to break through to the next realm. Don Tiak too, recklessly. All right, safe travels. Monkey King, as the golden light faded, all traces of monkey fur vanished from Su Yang, restoring him to his original form. He brought the drought demon back to the cave, rummaging through the corpse of the now desiccated corpse raiser until he indeed found a secret technique for raising corpses. The drought demon curiously leaned closer, but in the next instant, Su Yang pressed his middle finger against her forehead, and a strange power surged into her mind. Having previously consumed Su Yang's blood, she could now directly sign the contract. Do you not resist, or I will summon the Monkey King to slay you. Su Yang threatened. To his surprise, the drought demon did not resist at all. Instead, her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. She understood that upon signing the contract and establishing a master-servant relationship, her master would typically nourish her with vital blood. The contract was smoothly completed, and Su Yang's mind was filled with memories of the drought demon. It turned out that this girl was the daughter of a wealthy landlord from 1,000 years ago, who had been wronged and met a tragic end. Her family, misled by the ancestor of the corpse raiser, had buried her in a place meant for raising corpses, transforming her into a zombie. Later, that ancestor had continuously fed her with the vital blood of cultivators, nurturing her into a powerful drought demon before placing her in this cave to protect his disciples. After a millennium of cultivation, she had successfully transcended the tribulation decades ago, but due to severe injuries during the process, she had remained in her coffin, only to be awakened by the corpse raiser's own blood. Strictly speaking, she had never actively harmed anyone. All the vital blood she had consumed was provided by the corpse raiser. For the past 1,000 years, she had devoted herself solely to cultivation and sleep. Just then, the corpse of the corpse raiser began to stir, and a wisp of soul emerged from the corpse. He had been a tribulation stage practitioner in life, and dying with deep resentment, he now manifested as a ghost of the king level. He glared fiercely at Su Yang and spat. You little brat, wait for me. I'll spend a few years in the underworld to cultivate, then I'll come back to settle the score with you. At that time, I will make your life a living hell. Ha ha ha. Upon uttering those words, the soul of the corpse-raising practitioner instantaneously vanished into the depths of the earth, retreating to the underworld. How dare he threaten me? Su Yang glared, producing a token and stamping his foot upon the ground. Yin Yang Road, open. In an instant, a staircase leading to the netherworld materialized before Su Yang, who wasted no time in leaping down. That moment, the corpse-raising practitioner had already set foot upon the road to Yellow Springs. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. Having become a corpse raiser, he possessed all 5 Yin elements. Even as a ghost, his cultivation speed was rapid. Once he achieved the status of a ghost immortal, it would spell doom for Su Yang. He felt a surge of triumph, having clearly seen Su Yang's face turn a sickly green, indicative of his fury. But what of it? Su Yang could only watch helplessly as he departed. After the establishment of the nation, the Yin Yang Road had been severed by powerful beings, allowing only souls to enter the underworld. No matter how extraordinary a living person might be, they could not descend. Did Su Yang intend to chase him into the underworld for confrontation? Ha ha ha! Just as the corpse-raising practitioner laughed maniacally, Su Yang executed a sudden teleportation, appearing before him and delivering a punch to his face. The practitioner's visage was instantly deformed, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, his strength as a ghost king reduced to that of a mere malevolent spirit. He stared at Su Yang in shock. Disbelief etched across his features. How did you come down here? Su Yang promptly retrieved a token from his bosom, smirking coldly. Didn't he expect it? Did you? I possess the Yin Yang order, allowing me to traverse freely between the realms of the living and the dead. What were you saying earlier? I didn't quite catch that. Care to repeat it? The corpse-raising practitioner was left dumbfounded, questioning who this young man truly was. Not only could he summon the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, but he now wielded the Yin Yang order. Could he possibly be one of the 749? As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The practitioner promptly knelt down. My lord, I was wrong. Just consider it as if I let out a fart. Please let me off the hook. I see you wish to play games. Prepare to die. Thunderclap fist. Su Yang scoffed, conjuring 2 bolts of lightning that he hurled towards the practitioner. Suddenly, the practitioner noticed 2 figures, one black and one white. Emerging from a mist, and his expression brightened, he hastily shouted, 2 gods, save me. There's someone here persecuting souls, intending to make me perish. The black and white impermanence sensed a powerful presence descending into the underworld and hurried over, immediately spotting the ferocious Su Yang. The 2 spirits exchanged glances and teleported directly before Su Yang, simultaneously blocking the 2 bolts of lightning. The white impermanence coldly remarked, Su, what brings you here? Do you know you've crossed a boundary? The black impermanence added, the realm of the living is under the jurisdiction of your 749. Once this fellow dies and becomes a ghost, he falls under our domain. You've intruded upon our territory to capture a ghost. Do you not hold us in regard? As they spoke, they assumed a stance that suggested they were ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Hearing this, the corpse-raising practitioner nearly shed tears of gratitude. With such righteous gods present, his life was likely spared. However, Su Yang remained silent, merely gazing at the black and white impermanence with a fond expression, a wry smile adorning his face. The white impermanence struggled to maintain his composure, forcing himself not to laugh and feign seriousness. Since this fellow has already entered our underworld, there's no need for you to intervene. Let my brother and I deal with him. The corpse-raising practitioner. Before he could comprehend, the black impermanence had already drawn forth chains to bind him, followed by a cry-sorrowing staff that knocked him to the ground. The practitioner laboriously lifted his head, witnessing the white impermanence embracing Su Yang, despair flooding his countenance. That why you all in cahoots? The black impermanence chuckled darkly. What, is it not obvious? You've committed numerous wrongs and have long since made a name for yourself in the underworld. Are you prepared to die once more? Faced with the imminent threat from the black impermanence, the corpse-raising practitioner was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. What was the meaning of my kneeling and begging for mercy just now? The black impermanence replied, Consider it your nimble legs. Just as the black impermanence was about to deliver the final blow to the corpse-raising practitioner, Su Yang intervened. Brothers, this scoundrel just threatened me. Allow me the courtesy of handling this myself. Upon hearing this, the black and white impermanence exchanged glances, and Su Yang added, Rest assured, the accomplishments will count towards you. Instantly, the faces of the black and white impermanence brightened. Making way for him, 3 mystical fires. Perish! Su Yang unleashed a torrent of crimson flames from his hands, engulfing the corpse-raising practitioner in an instant. With piercing screams echoing through the air, the practitioner struggled for mere seconds before his soul was scattered. After resolving the fate of the corpse-raising practitioner, the black and white impermanence joyfully leaned against Su Yang. Dear brother, you have no idea how much we've missed you. You must come down to drink with us soon. Mengpa mentioned you just the other day, Su Yang. Awkwardly clearing his throat, Su Yang replied, Please, do not concern yourselves with me. Let us wait until a century has passed before we drink. Mentioning Mengpa sparked a thought in Su Yang's mind, and he hastily continued, Brothers, you are both busy with your duties. I shan't trouble you further. I shall take my leave now. With that, Su Yang transformed into a beam of golden light, heading straight for the Naiha Bridge. Beside the Naiha Bridge, an elderly woman with snow-white hair and a stooped back had set up a small stall. The sign reading, Ox and Horse Happy Water. Come, drink this bowl of ox and horse happy water. Forget the troubles of your past life as an ox or horse, and be reborn anew. A long line had already formed before her stall, with ghosts approaching the platform to reflect on their lives, each drinking a bowl of happy water before reincarnating like tea that moment. A flash of golden light heralded Su Yang's arrival. Feeling a bit parched, Su Yang unceremoniously seized the ladle from Mengpa's hands, scooping a spoonful of ox and horse happy water and drinking it down, leaving the ghost behind him in stunned silence. Being a living person, the concoction had no effect on Su Yang. Instead, it slightly enhanced his cultivation. Mengpa gazed at Su Yang with a motherly expression. Child, do take your time. There's no ghost competing with you. After finishing his drink, Su Yang smacked his lips, puzzled. Why does this broth taste so bland and watery? Ming Po, have you been diluting it? Upon hearing this, Ming Po's face flushed crimson. Keep your voice down. Don T let the other ghosts hear. Realizing he had hit the nail on the head, Su Yang immediately grew displeased. I knew it. No wonder so many newborns lately have remnants of their past lives. As you're doing. This matter had long been noted by the 749, and having come down this time, he would conveniently resolve it. Ming Po, how could you do this? One must uphold integrity in business. How can you dilute the broth? If you continue this way, I shall report you to the Emperor of Fengdu for a rectification notice. With these words, Ming Po panicked, hastily lowering her voice. You little brat. Are you lecturing me now? Do you know that since you humans banned the burning of paper money, the underworld is facing an economic crisis? Pure broth is costly. Besides, I no longer call it Ming Po soup. It's now ox and horse happy water. A bit of water in it is entirely normal. Looking at the nonchalant Ming Po, Su Yang found himself momentarily speechless. I don't care. Regardless, we at the 749 are dissatisfied. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, I shall report you to the Emperor of Fengdu. As Su Yang spoke, he crossed his arms and sat on Ming Po's stall. But I have to control costs. What can I do without money? How about you give this old woman some funds? Ming Po exclaimed, her face a picture of helplessness. Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning if he had heard her correctly. I am Su Yang, a prominent and impoverished figure in the 749. You're asking me for money. If it's difficult, then don't bother. Just as Su Yang was about to overturn the table in protest, the black and white impermanence appeared beside him, restraining him. Dear brother, calm down. She is asking me for money. Su Yang pointed at Ming Po, his voice filled with indignation and grievance. At this moment, Ming Po had retreated a few feet. Child, why are you so agitated? The black impermanence leaned closer to Ming Po, whispering, you have no idea. He and that monkey share the same temper. Moreover, the emperor protects him. We cannot provoke him. Your dilution of the broth was indeed wrong. Since it has been discovered, you should rectify it. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's expression turned stern, declaring with righteous indignation. Do you think rectification is enough? Let me tell you, you are resisting enforcement and shall be fined. Each of you must teach me a skill. The three spirits stared blankly at Su Yang, utterly astonished, as if the beads of his abacus were about to fly into their faces, noticing their silence. Su Yang swiftly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, what is the matter? Are you unwilling? Is this a declaration of war against us? The 749. Do you dare challenge me? Hebei and Baigong, the two spectral brothers, felt a wave of annoyance wash over them. Just moments ago, he had referred to them as dear brothers, yet now he showed no regard for their dignity. The two exchanged knowing glances with Ming. As spirits of the underworld, they were not inherently afraid of the 749, but the thought of Su Yang's numerous powerful allies throughout the three realms made their heads throb. Did you see the yin-yang talisman in Su Yang's hand? It was personally bestowed by the Emperor of Fengdu. Even the leader of the underworld was his sworn brother. What could they, as mere minor spirits, possibly amount to? They had no choice but to comply. The skills taught by Hebei and Baigong were named Soul Binding Lock and Soul Hook Chain, both specifically designed to counteract spirits. The Soul Binding Lock could confine a spirit, with the duration of confinement increasing the weaker the spirit was. The Soul Hook Chain could draw out hidden spirits, leaving them nowhere to hide, and could even extract the soul of a living person directly. Meanwhile, Ming Po imparted to Su Yang the art of disguise, enabling him to alter his appearance at will point 10 minutes later. Having mastered these three skills, Su Yang felt elated and was about to take his leave when a thought struck him. With a grin, he inquired, Dear brothers, Ming Po, are you in dire need of money? The three spirits exchanged glances and nodded. As Ming Po had indicated, the flow of ghostly currency in the underworld had diminished over the years, leading to an economic crisis. Ironically, Hebei and Baigong were fond of gambling, often losing, while Ming Po dabbled in stocks, perpetually facing losses. Thus, the three spirits were financially destitute. With a sly smile, Su Yang produced several contracts and slapped them onto the table. If you're short on cash, feel free to borrow from me. Take whatever you need, and I'll burn it for you once I send AS for the interest. You could decide what to offer. Is this really possible? Heibei and Baigong's eyes lit up as they picked up the contracts, discovering that there was no mention of interest. Brother, can we truly have no interest? Baigong tentatively asked upon hearing this. Meng Po's interest was piqued, her gaze fixed on Su Yang in anticipation. Of course. Why would I say no? We are brothers after all. Su Yang replied with a cheerful demeanor, though inwardly, a sinister smile crept across his face. How dare they disregard his standing? He was well aware of Heibei and Baigong's gambling habits, and with their current state of misfortune, it was unlikely they would win, with the underworld's economic crisis at hand. Once they squandered the borrowed funds and found themselves unable to repay, he would relish the opportunity to deal with them. Ultimately, both Heibei and Baigong succumbed to the temptation of an interest-free loan, each borrowing 30 million ghostly coins that in this world. The exchange rate of ghostly coins to RMB was 1,001, making 30 million ghostly coins equivalent to merely 30,000 yuan, a paltry sum considering that Su Yang had earned over 300,000 from a live broadcast the previous night. This amount was insignificant to him now. Should these three spirits default on their debts, the value they would bring him would far exceed 90,000 yuan. After all, they were legitimate spirits, possessing divine status, and their power surpassed that of earthly immortals. Furthermore, there was no fear of them reneging on their debts, as spirits with divine positions, failing to repay would invite the wrath of the heavenly laws, resulting in the forfeiture of their divine status or worse, annihilation. With the three promissory notes in hand, Su Yang returned to the realm of the living, where the drought demon was huddled in a cave, appearing weak, pitiful, and helpless. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojie had summoned a group of logistical personnel from the 749 to clean up the battlefield. Upon seeing Su Yang's arrival, a person and a corpse hurriedly approached him. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Wang Xiaojie meticulously inspected Su Yang, relieved to see him lively and well, that we couldn't find any trace of the drought demon. Only this young girl here. When we asked her who she was, she refused to answer. Su Yang was taken aback as he noticed the drought demon's evasive gaze. However, it made sense. She resembled an innocent neighbor girl, and without her own admission, who would suspect her to be such a formidable zombie? Su Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, The drought demon has been dealt with, so this case can be closed. Please assist me in writing my report later. Upon hearing that the drought demon had been eliminated, Wang Xiaojie gazed at Su Yang with stars in his eyes, assuring him, Rest assured, Your Highness, I will handle it well. Su Yang nodded, casting a lingering glance at the golden coffin being carried away by the logistics team, before taking the drought demon's hand and exiting the cave. Once outside, the drought demon spoke up, having signed a contract. I shall now be your zombie. You must nourish me with your blood. She was still fixated on Su Yang's essence, yearning for his blood, believing that if she could indulge daily, it wouldn't be long before she could transcend and become the unrivaled queen of zombies. Su Yang turned to meet the drought demon's eager gaze, puzzled as to why these female demons were perpetually fascinated by his essence. I 1T support idlers. If you desire my blood, you must work for it. Bring in the money. What? I have to earn money too. The drought demon lamented, her face drawn. After all, she had been a pampered young lady in her previous life. How could she ever fathom the concept of earning? With a wicked smile, Su Yang replied, Don't worry, it's quite simple. Before long, Su Yang brought the drought demon to the most bustling commercial hub in the Magic City, positioning her in a conspicuous spot. Oh, you have a name? The drought demon hesitated before recalling. I was called Xiao Shu Ting in my former life. From today onwards, you will work here daily to earn money, and with the earnings, you shall exchange for my blood. Su Yang declared, hanging a sign around Xiao Shu Ting's neck that read, Punching bag for rent, 300 yuan per hit. Xiao Shu Ting, bewildered, immediately inquired, How much do I need to earn for a sip of blood? After contemplating, Su Yang concluded that a starving ghost could earn 30,000 in one night. A drought demon. Tough and resilient. He couldn't make it too easy for her. Moreover, it was his blood. How could it be measured in monetary terms? It must be at least 3 million. 3 million. Xiao Shu Ting's eyes widened in disbelief, glancing at the sign around her neck. Does that mean I have to endure 10,000 punches? That sounds painfully excruciating. She quickly shook her head as Su Yang's expression turned icy. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Either you work and earn the money, or I'll smash you to pieces right now. Faced with Su Yang's menacing glare and his fist the size of a sandbag, Xiao Shuting ultimately chose to relent. After giving her a few instructions, reminding her not to harm others, he departed, leaving her standing there with a face full of grievance. Dressed in tattered clothing, she appeared delicate as a porcelain doll, soon attracting a crowd of onlookers. Just then, a bespectacled young man with a backpack approached Xiao Shuting, glancing at the sign around her neck before assessing her from head to toe. Miss, can I really hit you? Just 300 yuan per punch. Seeing business come her way, Xiao Shuting beamed with a smile. Of course, want to give it a try. Her smile melted the young man's heart. Who would he want to land a punch on such an adorable girl? He immediately pulled out 300 yuan to hand to Xiao Shuting. Then, before she could react, he unleashed a punch, fueled by all his might, shouting, You idiot, screw your mother. Xiao Shuting was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of horror, but then she felt a light tap on her stomach. Barely registering the sensation, the young man's hand trembled as he realized he had used all his strength in that punch, even hurting his own fist. She must not have eaten anything. Otherwise, after that punch, she would surely vomit up the yogurt she drank last night. Concerned, he asked, Miss, are you all right? You must be wanting to cry after that punch. Xiao Shuting, utterly perplexed, replied, Is that it? You're done? Yes, I'm done. Suddenly, Xiao Shuting understood. She was a drought demon. While Su Yang's strikes would hurt her due to his own formidable strength, could these mere mortals truly inflict any damage on her? In an instant, she straightened her posture, realizing that perhaps 3 million wasn't such an unattainable figure after all. With a disdainful glance at the young man, she remarked, You lack the strength to even hit someone. What sort of man are you? With her words, the atmosphere became charged with both injury and insult. Particularly with so many onlookers present, the young man instantly flushed with embarrassment, feeling that his dignity had been scorned. He, in a fit of rage, withdrew 300 yuan once more. Another punch. Today, I shall make you understand what true strength entails. This time, the young man's arm swung with full force, landing a punch squarely on Xiao Shuting's face. Just as everyone believed that this beautiful young lady would burst into tears, Xiao Shuting remained unfazed, her disdain only intensifying. I asked that all you've got? The young man reached for more money. Let's go again. Bang! Can you even do it? You weakling? The moment those words escaped his lips, the young man's pride shattered into pieces. His eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and he pulled out a wad of cash from his bag, thrusting it at Xiao Shuting, and began to rain down blows upon her. Yet despite his exertions, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Xiao Shuting remained completely unperturbed. The surrounding crowd was left in utter disbelief. What on earth is happening? Is this young lady invincible? This man is utterly pathetic. He can't possibly be an actor, can he? Whether he was an actor or not, I couldn't care less, but the disdain in that young lady's gaze is utterly exhilarating. Ah. Sister, step on me. At that moment, the bespectacled youth was thoroughly questioning his existence, that he had been berated by his boss at work for being useless, then scolded by his wife at home, and now witnessing someone being used as a punching bag. He had hoped to vent his frustrations, yet he couldn't even overpower a woman. Could it be that he truly was worthless? Just as he stood there in a daze, a large hand gently shoved him, propelling him 3 meters away. The towering figure, a muscular man standing 2 meters tall, emerged. The muscular man looked down at Xiao Shuting, his eyes filled with mockery. My dear lady, I wonder if you dare to endure 10 punches from me. Unfazed, Xiao Shuting extended her delicate hand and replied, First, show me the money. Infuriated by the disdain in her eyes, the muscular man felt a surge of rage. What does she mean? Does she look down on me? He promptly pulled out a stack of cash from his back pocket and placed it in Xiao Shuting's hand. Seeing the excess money in her grasp with nowhere to store it, she swiftly snatched the bespectacled youth's backpack and stuffed the money inside. As the bespectacled youth opened his mouth to protest, he noticed the crowd pointing and mocking him, and he quickly shrank back. Scampering away in disgrace, the muscular man, seeing Xiao Shuting return to her position, immediately assumed a fighting stance. He refused to believe that there existed a woman he could not make cry. Get ready. Here I come. With that declaration, the muscular man launched a punch at Xiao Shooting to prevent her from being knocked out by his blow. He deliberately held back his strength to his astonishment. Xiao Shooting stood there unscathed. Her look of disdain deepening, even tinged with a hint of disgust. Is that all? You're even worse than that weakling from before. The muscular man's pupils constricted. He had never faced such humiliation. With a bellow, he summoned all his strength and struck again. Xiao Shooting yawned, clearly growing impatient, and said, "This is so dull. Let's wrap it up?" The muscular man, in a frenzy, flailed his arms, his fist descending upon Xiao Shooting like a torrential downpour. After 10 punches, he had failed to even rattle her one bit. A slight smirk danced on her lips. Her eyes filled with derision as she coldly remarked, "What is the point of being so muscular if you're so soft?" "I can't feel a thing." The muscular man's eyes widened, soon misting over with tears. Suddenly, he covered his face and cried out, "This is too much. Woe is me. How I detest this." As he wept, he dashed away like a sobbing old woman. Witnessing a muscular man reduced to tears, the crowd recognized that this young lady was no ordinary person. She must be a master of some formidable martial art. Many were eager to step forward and test their mettle. Curiosity aside, who wouldn't want to land a punch on such a cute and beautiful girl? As the business unexpectedly boomed, Xiao Shooting's eyes lit up. She rummaged through her backpack, pulled out a pen, crossed out the previous text on the sign, and wrote beside it, "Real Men Challenge. 3,000 for a punch. A reward of 30,000 for making the lady cry. If you're a man, step up." Goodness, this was no longer just a matter of money per punch or a reward. It was a matter of masculine pride. Every man present felt their blood boil. They considered themselves the epitome of manhood. How could they let a young girl look down upon them like this? Today, they would show her the true strength of men. In an instant, a multitude of muscular men began to pull out their cash. Watching the flood of red bills come her way, Xiao Shooting nearly burst into laughter. "Hold on. Form an orderly queue, one at a time." Meanwhile, Su Yang had just returned to the 749 headquarters when he spotted a rotund, balding fellow descending from a helicopter. Water arrow turtle. Su Yang's eyes widened, filled with murderous intent as he charged forward. Hearing the shout behind him, Lu Koshue, the deputy director of the 749 Bureau and a master of water abilities, turned around only to see a rapidly approaching fist. "Oh no!" Lu Koshue cried out in pain, landing squarely on the ground. He pointed at Su Yang, angrily reprimanding, "Su Yang, do you dare strike a superior? Your future is ruined." Su Yang glared, thinking to himself, "You scoundrel, you've deducted so much of my money, and now you dare speak so loudly?" Just as he was about to strike again, Lu Koshue suddenly sprang up, pressing closely against Su Yang, and shoved 200 yuan into his hand. "Nephew, the colleagues are watching. Give your uncle some face." Su Yang raised an eyebrow and muttered, "The price just went up? Don't worry, come to my office. There is more." Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, Lu Koshue grabbed Su Yang by the ear, bellowing, "You little rascal, who do you think you are? Today, I will teach you some manners." With that, he dragged Su Yang upstairs by his ear, while Su Yang feigned a timid demeanor. Observing their retreating figures, many members of the 749 Bureau began to murmur among themselves. "It's still Deputy Lu. He can actually handle the young master." "Oh please, have you forgotten the last time he was pinned to the ground by the young master and had water sprayed up his nose? I saw a water arrow turtle just give the young master 200 yuan. The young master sold his dignity for a mere 200 yuan. I am utterly disappointed. Does this mean that if I give the young master 200 yuan, I could also obtain his dignity?" Su Yang and Lu Koshue soon arrived at Lu Koshue's office. Once the door was closed, Lu Koshue knelt down with a thud. "Nephew, there were too many people outside just now. Uncle was wrong. I kneel to you. It was a moment of foolishness that led me to deduct your money, resulting in your having no funds for meals. Look around. Take whatever you like from my office." Su Yang surveyed the bare office and then broke into a wicked smile. "This is what you said." With a chuckle, Su Yang kicked Lu Koshue aside, then lifted the corner of the very spot where Lu Koshue had knelt to reveal a wooden box beneath the carpet. Lu Koshue's pupils widened in shock. Just as Su Yang was about to open the wooden box, Lu Koshue lunged forward, grasping Su Yang's leg. "That is all of my savings. It's meant to be my daughter's dowry." "No worries, your daughter can marry me directly. I don't need a dowry." Lu Koshue. As Su Yang spoke, he kicked Lu Koshue away and opened the box, swiftly stuffing the 2 boxes of cash and over 20 packs of cigarettes into his dimensional bag. "These are my years of savings. How can you take it all?" Lu Koshue lamented, his acting painfully awkward. He subtly shifted his rear toward the couch to block a hidden keyhole on the sofa. Su Yang pretended not to notice Lu Koshue's small maneuver, striding over to Lu Koshue's chair to sit down, lighting a cigarette. "Now, tell me, what were you all doing in Donghai? Why are you the only one back? Where are my master and the others?" Lu Koshue chuckled nervously. "Nephew, actually, this is something my master specifically told me not to disclose to you. Cut the nonsense, just spill it." Lu Koshue hesitated for a moment before candidly replying. "The 9 Chrysanthemum sect from Neon Country is causing trouble in Donghai. So, my master took us and several Taoist ancestors to confront them." Upon uttering those words, Su Yang's eyes instantly reddened, and he exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell? How could that bunch of bastards leave me out?" Lu Koshue, trembling with trepidation, glanced at Su Yang and continued, "Both sides have been engaged for 2 days and nights with several hundred participants. Over 100 of the opposing side have perished, and the leader of the 9 Chrysanthemum sect was slain by the director. Fortunately, we suffered no casualties, though several were injured. The director and the other deputy directors have taken them for recuperation, while the rest are stationed on the East Sea, preventing the people of Neon Nation from making a comeback. It will likely be some time before they return. The director's decision not to take you was not without reason. This battle is fraught with peril. The scoundrels from Neon Nation even unleashed the Yamada no Orochi and set up some sort of grand formation that if we fail to break it, we could be obliterated. The director is concerned that if our top brass from 749 are injured, there would be no one to maintain order domestically, which is why you were left behind." Although Lu Koshue's explanation was somewhat vague, Su Yang could sense the grave danger of this conflict. Su Ziqiang's choice not to bring Su Yang along was twofold. On one hand, he aimed to keep Su Yang in the homeland to thwart any opportunistic factions. And on the other, he wanted to ensure that if these old-timers fell, Su Yang could uphold 749. Su Yang was no fool and quickly grasped this rationale. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "What about Old Dang? Is he all right?" "Rest assured, he is doing well, that he just needs to assist a few deputies with their injuries. The director also mentioned that you should remain vigilant during this time, as people from other nations may seize the opportunity to invade." Lu Koshe reassured him. "Humph." Su Yang's expression turned icy as he crushed the armrest of his chair, declaring, "If those bastards dare to come, I will ensure they all become fertilizer." Lu Koshue's face was filled with anguish. That was the office chair he had just purchased. Su Yang glanced at Lu Koshue and then at the sofa behind him, contemplating an action, but ultimately decided against it. Hidden within were 3 gold bars, which Lu Koshue intended as a dowry for his daughter. With a snort, Su Yang kicked the office door open and strode out. Lu Koshue, watching Su Yang's retreating figure, could not help but chuckle, fully aware that Su Yang had discovered his little scheme. "You little rascal, at least you have some conscience left. It's not in vain that I change your diapers every day when you were a child." Just then, Lu Koshue coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning deathly pale. As he struggled to return to his office chair, he noticed a golden pill resting on it. Su Yang returned to his office and summoned Xiao Ba, instructing her to help him find a new rental place. Ideally, it should be 2 stories, with living quarters above and a storage area below, with the number of creatures under his command steadily increasing. The small rental unit was becoming insufficient. Now that he had the means, it was time to relocate. Xiao Ba promptly pounded her non-existent chest, assuring him that she would provide an answer within 3 days. As he watched Xiao Ba depart, Su Yang suddenly spotted a red figure at the office entrance, standing at around 173 centimeters tall, clad in a tight red battle suit with a high ponytail. Her delicate oval face was devoid of makeup, showcasing her long, snow-white legs. This was Hua Luo Shi, the head of the operations department, the daughter of the previous director, a formidable being in the tribulation stage, and a fire elemental ability user, a prodigy among prodigies. After the last director sacrifice, she was adopted by Su Ziqiang and had grown up alongside Su Yang. Their bond was exceptionally strong, though not blood siblings. They were closer than most, and as soon as Su Yang laid eyes on her, Hua Luo, she noticed him too. Mother Tyrannosaurus? Su Yang instinctively wanted to flee, but was swiftly blocked by Hua Luo Shi, who pinned him against the wall. So, director Su has changed his taste, no longer mingling with those vixens, but now courting an octopus? Su Yang, bewildered, retorted, "How did you know I dispatched a dry corpse?" Hua Luo Shi replied, "Let me tell you, that dry corpse was quite formidable. Even a celestial being couldn't handle her, yet I took her down in no time. Aren't I impressive?" "Indeed," Hua Luo Shi affirmed. "All right, let us be serious. Why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be stationed at the East Sea?" Su Yang inquired earnestly, "Isn't it because Su Dad feared you couldn't manage alone and sent me back to assist you?" She replied, "I heard from Wang Shao Jia that you managed to take down a dry corpse single-handedly. You must have acquired about 20% of my strength, right?" Observing Hua Luo Shi's smug demeanor, Su Yang felt disdain. Were it not for their close relationship, having played together since childhood, he would have given her a few whacks. Running low on fun for meals? Come, let me treat you to a feast. Su Yang was taken aback, wondering if it was a trick. This woman hardly seemed altruistic. It was nearing noon, and before Su Yang could decline, Hua Luo Shi seized him and soared out of the building. They soon arrived at an upscale restaurant, and without waiting for Su Yang to speak, Hua Luo Shi promptly ordered a lavish spread. Before long, an array of abalone and lobster was laid out before them. "This feast must cost several hundred," Su Yang exclaimed. "Don't worry, my treat. Eat to your heart's content," Hua Luo Shi declared. "You are only 2 months younger than I." Su Yang shot her a look of disbelief, quickly scanning the table before finally picking up his chopsticks. By the way, what cultivation level are you at now? Tribulation stage, Hua Luo Shi asked while sipping her juice. Su Yang rolled his eyes. If he had already reached the tribulation stage, would he still need Monkey Brothers' help to deal with a dry corpse? "I'm at the peak of the spirit division stage," Su Yang admitted. "Oh," Hua Luo Shi nodded, simultaneously marveling at Su Yang's ability to take down a dry corpse while feeling a twinge of pride. "Haha, this kid's cultivation level still pales in comparison to mine." Watching Su Yang enjoy his meal, Hua Luo Shi wore a knowing smile. Despite Su Yang feasting heartily, he remained vigilant, wary of falling into Hua Luo Shi's trap. However, as the meal concluded, nothing particularly unusual transpired. As if Hua Luo Shi genuinely intended to treat him. "Are you full?" Hua Luo Shi asked. Su Yang nodded, patting his belly. "I haven't eaten this well in ages. Meals treated by others are always more delectable." Suddenly, Hua Luo Shi smirked mischievously. "Within a minute, name 10 of my merits, or you'll be footing this bill." Su Yang's heart sank. His eyes widened in disbelief. "So you were waiting for this?" he exclaimed. "Didn't you say you were treating me?" "Indeed, I am treating you, but I never said I would pay," Hua Luo Shi replied with a triumphant grin. Knowing Su Yang's financial woes, she was confident he couldn't cover the bill if she could hear Su Yang praise her. It would be worth any discomfort she might feel. Frustrated, Su Yang thought, "Are you trying to scam me? Do you want me to call the police? Are you going to praise me or not?" Hua Luo Shi pressed. Left with no choice, Su Yang stared intently at Hua Luo Shi and began. "You are..." Her bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Praise me, quickly. I've been waiting." Su Yang scratched his head, looking thoroughly troubled. His mind racing. Sigh. "I might as well just pay the bill." Soon, Su Yang returned, fuming with the receipt in hand. "Is this lobster made of gold or the abalone? How on earth did the meal cost 35,000? Hua Luo, she was flabbergasted. She had intended to use her salary for the month to treat Su Yang and to hear him praise her. Yet he had genuinely covered the cost, leaving her utterly speechless. "Where did you get so much money? Have you struck it rich?" Su Yang placed the cash on the table, feigning nonchalance. "Not much, just earned a little." Hua Luo she pouted, not pressing further. As long as Su Yang wasn't engaging in nefarious activities, she was genuinely happy for him. Of course, she firmly believed he would not stoop to wrongdoing. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike Hua Luo Shi, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she gazed at Su Yang with greed. Since Su Boss has struck it rich, does that mean you can fulfill your earlier boast of gifting me a powerful magical artifact? Are you trying to extort me? Did I ever say that? Before Su Yang could finish his sentence, Hua Luo, she slammed her phone onto the table. The screen displayed a drunken Su Yang, who had embraced Hua Luo, she, and slurred, "Luo, she, you've always had my back since we were kids. I can never thank you enough that in these contemporary times, I too have embraced the path of cultivation. Once I am financially prosperous, I shall certainly procure for you the most remarkable artifact. Just look at what you are currently utilizing. Such shabby trinkets. Beside me, the youthful countenance of Hua Luoshu, equally intoxicated, brightened with excitement. You said it yourself. You must not go back on your word." Su Yang pounded his chest with assurance. "Rest assured, as long as you follow me, you shall enjoy the finest delicacies and pleasures." However, upon hearing this, Su Yang's expression darkened. "But when exactly did this happen? I have no recollection whatsoever. It was on my 18th birthday." Hua Luoshu interjected hastily. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang realized there might indeed be some truth to her words and shot her a disdainful glance. "You actually recorded a video? You truly are something else. At least it's better than some people. After years of camaraderie, they can't even name one of my virtues. Am I really that unremarkable?" Noticing the video was still playing, Hua Luoshu huffed indignantly, quickly retrieving her phone to cease the playback. In truth, there was more to the video. How she had stealthily claimed his first kiss while he was asleep, that a true man must uphold his dignity above all else. Su Yang promptly led Hua Luoshu to the equipment hub of 749. Typically, all the gear seized during missions by 749 can either be utilized personally or traded at the equipment hub, where the exchange yields not currency, but rather elixirs for cultivation or enhancement serums. Cultivators, supernatural beings, and even monsters can choose according to their needs. The weapons acquired at the equipment hub are also available for purchase by other members of 749, at prices significantly lower than those in the black market. Transactions can be made with either money or other equipment. Upon arriving at the equipment hub, they were greeted by the head of the department, a tribulation stage alchemist named Qian Doduo. The prince and princess. What a rare sight. Upon hearing Qian Doduo address her as princess, Hua Luoshu's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a fierce glare. Realizing his faux pas, Qian Doduo quickly amended, "My apologies, esteemed directors. What can I assist you with?" Su Yang glanced at Hua Luoshu and waved his hand dismissively. "Choose whatever you like." Without hesitation, Hua Luoshu stepped into the collection room and began her selection. Qian Doduo, witnessing this, could not suppress a knowing smile. Was this the prince picking a gift for his princess? He sidled up to Su Yang, grinning. "Your Highness, aren't you going to choose something for yourself?" Su Yang, puffing on a cigarette, scoffed. "Only novices resort to artifacts. I prefer to employ Wang Xiaojies." Qian Doduo fell silent. Hua Luoshu showed no hesitation, opting for the cheapest item, a necklace adorned with a small ruby. "This is a fire crystal. It will enhance my fire abilities and spells. I shall take this." Su Yang, without overthinking, accepted it and noted the price. 370,000. Honestly, while not exorbitant, Su Yang currently possessed only about 300,000 to 400,000. And he still needed to rent a new place and buy equipment. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly turned to Hua Luoshu, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Within a minute, name 10 of my virtues, or you shall foot the bill yourself." Hua Luoshu was taken aback. Why did that sound so familiar? Wasn't that what she had said to Su Yang in the restaurant? In an instant, her cheeks visibly flushed deeper. And after stammering for a while, she failed to articulate even one of Su Yang's merits. Suddenly, Su Yang mimicked her tone, shaking his head. "After years of friendship, you can't even name one of my virtues? Am I truly that insignificant?" Hua Luoshu's blush deepened yet again, nearly reaching its peak. After a lengthy pause, she shyly spoke. "Brother Su Yang." Su Yang's eyes widened in surprise, filled with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. What was this sudden shift? Her voice sounded as if someone were choking her, and her body twisted uncomfortably. Could it be that she was trying to be coy? How peculiar, this tomboyish nature of hers. Behaving like a damsel. Something was amiss. Had she perhaps been possessed? Fearing for Hua Luoshu's mental state, Su Yang waved his hand, producing a jar the size of a fist on the counter. I may be out of cash, but this jar of monkey brew should suffice. In this world, numerous items can assist in cultivation. Aside from the elixirs crafted by alchemists, various rare materials and treasures abound. However, Su Yang's jar of monkey brew transcended all earthly treasures, for it was not of this realm, but a divine gift from the realm of gods, bestowed upon him by his son, Wukong himself. A single sip would amplify one's cultivation speed tenfold for 3 days. This jar contained enough brew for 50 servings. That will do. Qianduoduo's grin widened as he swiftly stowed the monkey brew away, fearing Su Yang might change his mind. In the next moment, his smile vanished as Su Yang snatched an entire box of soul jars from the countertop, declaring nonchalantly, "That monkey brew is worth at least 2 million. I shall take these as well. You have no objections, right?" Qianduoduo's lips twitched. While the monkey brew might be valued at 2 million, the box of soul jars contained hundreds, worth at least 3 million. Soul jars, small vessels inscribed with runes, are essential tools for spirit tamers, allowing them to contain and summon spirits at will. Qianduoduo was uncertain of Su Yang's intentions regarding these jars, yet he dared not inquire. Even if it meant incurring a loss, would he dare utter a word of dissent? Should he do so, he might find himself confined within a soul jar. That moment, Su Yang's phone rang. It was the vice president of the Monster Protection Association, Doghead Man Ergo. "Hello, Your Highness. Trouble has arisen. My brother has been murdered." After ending the call, Su Yang withdrew 90,000 and instructed Qianduoduo to send 30 million ghost coins to He Bai Wu Chang and Meng Pa, before summoning 2 subordinates to head to the scene. Hualuoshu initially wished to accompany him, but was turned down by Su Yang. The Monster Protection Association is situated beneath an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the Magic City, less than 20 miles from the designated quarantine zone. Big Dog and Ergo, as president and vice president respectively, had passed the professional evaluation by the 749 Bureau, allowing them to reside outside the quarantine zone while aiding in the collection of unregistered monsters and regulating those already documented who live beyond the quarantine. Thus, Su Yang regarded Big Dog's death with utmost seriousness. In Big Dog's underground office, Ergo was weeping uncontrollably. Before him lay the mangled corpse of a doghead. As soon as Su Yang arrived, Ergo rushed forward, grasping Su Yang's arm. "Your Highness, please, you must find the murderer and avenge my brother. I promise I won't eat your ham sausages anymore." Su Yang's lips twitched, turning to the bat monster and a young man clad in exoskeleton armor, wrapped from head to toe. "Come, Bat. Inpa, please investigate the scene for any clues." Understood. They promptly complied, meticulously examining the surroundings. Meanwhile, Su Yang pulled Ergo aside. "Were you nearby when your brother died?" Ergo shook his head, quickly recounting all he knew. It turned out that the Monster Protection Association had been closed for a holiday the previous day, and Ergo had gone out to enjoy himself, leaving Big Dog alone on duty in the office. In the afternoon, Ergo had called Big Dog to ask what he wanted for dinner, but the call went unanswered. Thus, he had come to the association to find Big Dog, only to stumble upon him lying in a pool of blood. Su Yang's brow furrowed. "So, from last night until you discovered Big Dog's body, there were no other members present in your association?" Ergo nodded. "Your Highness, yesterday was a holiday for Monster Protection. We had 3 days off, everyone went home, and we couldn't afford to install surveillance in the association or nearby." As he spoke, Ergo's expression fell, cradling his head and sobbing. "If only I hadn't gone out to meet Leopard Brother last night." Upon hearing this, Su Yang's expression turned peculiar. He was uncertain whether this Leopard Brother was human, but judging by the name, it hardly sounded feminine. Assessing Ergo from head to toe, Su Yang instinctively distanced himself. "Director, we have made a discovery." At that moment, the bat creature excitedly rushed over, holding a long strand of fur. All eyes were drawn to the tuft in its hands. Su Yang took the fur, held it up next to Ergo's head for comparison, and discovered that Ergo's fur was golden, reminiscent of a golden retriever, while the strand he held was gray and coarser than Ergo's. "Does your association have any monsters with gray fur?" Ergo hesitated, furrowing his brow in thought, then shook his head. The bat creature sniffed the fur, wrinkling its nose as it said, There's a scent of urine. It doesn't smell like a dog. I know now. It's a wolf. A wolf? Ergo's pupils constricted as if a realization dawned upon him. Your Highness, it's them. They've come seeking revenge. Who? It's that pack of wolf monsters from a decade ago. Back then, my brother and I personally sent them to the isolation zone. They harbor deep resentment towards us and are definitely here for vengeance. Su Yang frowned. Although he had not yet joined the 749 Bureau 10 years ago, he had heard tales of that pack of wolf monsters. They numbered over 100 and were experimental subjects that had escaped from a laboratory. Some possessed human genes, with wolf heads and human bodies, while others were as robust as bulls, capable of slaying a tiger with a single blow. Some even wielded supernatural abilities. The Ergo brothers had emerged from the same laboratory, and it was thanks to their keen sense of smell that the 749 Bureau had located and captured the entire pack of wolf monsters. If it were true that the wolf monsters had escaped from the isolation zone, it was entirely plausible they sought revenge against Ergo. With this thought in mind, Su Yang immediately grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Su Yang. Have any monsters escaped from your isolation zone? 30 wolf monsters have escaped. Haven T reported this to the 749 Bureau. You plan to handle it yourselves? With you pathetic lot, do you think you're capable? Prepare for punishment. After angrily hanging up the phone, Su Yang patted Ergo on the shoulder. Don't worry. If it truly is this pack of wolf monsters, I will ensure your brother receives justice. Saying this, Su Yang approached the desk, took up pen and paper, and drew a paper crane. Don't ask why he drew it. It's simply because Su Yang couldn't fold one, the bat creature, and leaned in to see Su Yang's abstract masterpiece. The bat creature clapped its hands and exclaimed, Your Highness, this rooster you've drawn is simply magnificent. Inpo immediately chimed in. What is so magnificent about it? The bat creature replied, Just look at the long neck. It clearly signifies the pride of this chicken. And behold the vibrant red comb atop its head. That unmistakably represents good fortune. Look at its alluring figure. This chicken is just like your Highness, majestic and imposing, and those long legs. Wow. Su Yang's face darkened at once as he slapped the bat creature on the head. This is a crane, you dimwit. Can't you tell? It looks nothing like a chicken. I think you resemble a chicken. Impa was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had flattered the bat creature inappropriately, and quickly closed his mouth. The bat creature looked at its own hands, filled with confusion. I look like a chicken. How could a bat possibly resemble a chicken? Your Highness truly has a sense of humor. Today, I shall demonstrate something for you. So watch closely, Su Yang said, placing the wolf fur atop the crane he had drawn. He then pointed and declared, Crane, lead the way, go. In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted, and the paper crane seemed to come alive, detaching itself from the paper and standing upright. Everyone was left stunned by this spectacle, particularly draw a crane and simply point at it for it to spring to life. He had thought his own existence was already quite absurd, but this was even more so. A slight smile crept onto Su Yang's lips, recalling how Zhang Qingxian had employed this trick, which he had secretly learned without mishap. Just as everyone anticipated the crane would take flight and guide them in search of the wolf monsters, it suddenly made a clucking sound. It then flapped its wings, leapt off the table, and waddled out of the guild. Su Yang's mouth twitched in disbelief. Wait, I drew a crane, not a walking chicken. The bat creature leaned toward Inpa and whispered, See, I told you it was a chicken. Be quiet. If your Highness hears you, we'll be sent to the heavens to become chickens tonight. Meanwhile, in a dark and eerie cave, a wolf monster covered in gray fur with cold eyes stood atop a massive rock, looking down at the other 20 or so wolf monsters. Brothers, after enduring countless hardships, we have finally escaped from that damned isolation zone. Wolves roam the world feasting on meat. Follow me, gray fur, and I promise you'll enjoy a life of luxury. Oh, the wolf monsters raised their arms in a fervent cheer, roaring in unison. Boss, what is our goal moving forward? Gray Fur scoffed. Have you forgotten who captured us and sent us to the isolation zone? It was the 749 Bureau. That's right, those bastards from the 749 Bureau. As Gray Fur spoke, he clenched his fists, his expression filled with fervor. Though we have escaped, some of our kin still suffer in the isolation zone. Our only goal now is to rescue our family and fight the 749 Bureau to the bitter end. The death of Ego is merely the beginning. We will kill every last one of the 749 Bureau's personnel and let the name of the Wolf Clan resonate throughout the monster world. Oh, whoa. The wolf monsters howled once more. Just then, a four-legged wolf monster raised its front paw and said, "Boss, I understand the reasoning, but can we go eat something first? I'm really hungry, at least in the isolation zone. We had food. Since I followed you out, I haven't eaten for 2 days." As it spoke, it felt Gray Fur's murderous gaze, and its voice grew fainter, eventually lowering its head. However, its words were clearly heard by the other wolf monsters. In an instant, the bellies of the wolves all growled in unison. Seeing that the excitement he had just stirred was instantly deflated by this creature, Gray Fur was furious. "Scar, why do you only think about food? How did our wolf clan produce a waste like you? Get out and catch some humans for us to feast on. If you can't catch anything, don't bother coming back." The wolf monster named Scar looked fearfully at Gray Fur, tucking his tail between his legs, preparing to leave when another wolf monster approached, smirking. "What's the matter, Scar? Are you afraid?" Hearing this, Scar's temper flared instantly. "Am I afraid? Do you see the scar on my head? I can take on more than 30 humans alone. I didn't even whimper when I got this cut. Why would I be afraid?" With that, Scar held his head high, storming out of the cave with bravado. However, the moment he stepped outside, his bravado evaporated, and a dejected expression took over his face. "Send me to catch humans? With this little body of mine, how could I possibly stand a chance against humans?" Scar couldn't help but mutter, recalling how, before being captured and sent to the isolation zone, he had been chased and beaten by humans for trying to snatch a chicken leg from a little girl. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Although he was part of the same batch of experimental subjects, apart from speaking, he possessed no supernatural abilities and was also smaller than an ordinary wolf, akin to a border collie. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the bat creature and Inpa had also spotted Scar. "Director, the target has appeared. Prepare for action." Su Yang's voice crackled through the earpiece. In the next moment, powered armor enveloped Inpa's entire body. And with a single instant teleport, he appeared right in front of Scar. Mechanical arms extended from the armor on his back, 2 heavy machine guns, and 2 rapid-fire cannons locking onto Scar. Startled by Inpa's sudden appearance, Scar was taken aback, but before he could raise the alarm, the steel blade on Inpa's arm was already pressed against his neck. .749 Bureau, you are under arrest. If you make a sound, I will end you. Feeling the sharp edge of the blade, Scar swallowed hard, not daring to make a move. However, although Scar remained silent, the scent of Inpa still reached Gray Fur in the cave. "Not good. Someone is coming. Prepare for battle," Gray Fur shouted, leading the charge out of the cave, with all the wolf monsters following closely behind. The battle visor detected the presence of enemies, and without hesitation, Inpa aimed his machine guns and rapid-fire cannons at the cave, unleashing a barrage of bullets and shells. The wolf pack had long been prepared, with several exceptionally powerful mutated wolf monsters at the forefront, steadfastly enduring the onslaught of Inpa's firepower, determined to lead their brethren out of the cavern. Witnessing this scene, Inpa let out a cold snort, and, in the blink of an eye, a series of black holes materialized before the formidable wolf monsters, causing all bullets and shells to vanish into the void. Just as the wolf monsters stood there, bewildered, the black holes reappeared behind the pack, unleashing a hail of bullets and shells that tore through the wolves hiding in the rear, leaving them bloodied and mangled. In an instant, over a dozen wolf monsters fell to the ground, howling in agony, some of whom had not even had the chance to unleash their abilities before meeting their demise. A space ability user. The gray-furred wolf seethed with rage upon witnessing this, smashing a shell with a single punch before charging toward Inpa, his wolf-like eyes brimming with ferocity. Just as Inpa prepared to engage him head-on with his steel blades, Laifu suddenly soared from the underbrush. Sonic illusion. With a flap of his wings, Laifu unleashed a series of bizarre sound waves, rendering the approaching wolf monsters dazed and immobile, standing there in a stupor. What an opportune moment. Inpo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he vanished from his spot, reappearing beside one of the wolf monsters. With a swift sweep of his blade, the wolf's head was severed in an instant. When Laifu's sonic illusion dissipated, only the gray-furred wolf remained. Upon witnessing such carnage, the gray-furred wolf's eyes turned red with despair, You too are a monster. Why do you assist humans? Lai Fu snorted coldly. I cannot choose my origins, but I can choose my way of life. Not all monsters are as cruel and bloodthirsty as you, deriving pleasure from killing. The 749 Bureau has offered you opportunities, yet you have squandered them. Inpa slowly approached the gray-furred wolf. You have unlawfully escaped from the quarantine zone and committed heinous acts. Violating the Monster Management Act. Surrender yourself at once. I'll be damned. The gray-furred wolf lunged forward, claw raised to strike Inpa. With a swift teleport, Inpa evaded the attack and appeared behind the gray-furred wolf, thrusting his steel blade toward him. However, the wolf's skin was as hard as steel, and the blade failed to penetrate even slightly. The gray-furred wolf reacted swiftly, turning to swipe at Inpa with his claws, but found his attack equally ineffective against Inpa's powered armor. Just as he prepared to strike again, another man emerged before him, followed by a fist that seemed to grow larger before his eyes. Bang! The gray-furred wolf's head exploded like a watermelon, and his body crumpled to the ground, motionless. Director! Upon recognizing the newcomer, Inpa and Lai Fu's expressions brightened. The individual was Su Yang, who had been lying in wait in the shadows to prevent any escapees. Watching Inpa and Lai Fu, Su Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. Dispatching the wolf pack effortlessly was a far cry from the incompetence of Wang Xiao J. It was worth noting that both Lai Fu and Inpa were merely ordinary members, while Su Yang had several deputy directors and captains under his command. At that moment, the last remaining wolf monster, Scar, crawled before Su Yang, tears streaming down his face. Masters, I did nothing wrong. I was merely keeping watch while they killed the big dog. Please spare my life. Su Yang glanced at Scar with confusion. Was this truly a wolf monster? Why was it so small and resembling a dog? What abilities do you possess? Su Yang inquired. I can eat. Scar blurted out, then realized the absurdity of his statement. Scratching his head, he struggled to think of any other abilities he might possess. To be honest, I'm an experiment too. But aside from talking, I can't do anything else. Have you ever eaten a human? Su Yang pressed, then exchanged a knowing glance with Lai Fu. Understanding the cue, Lai Fu placed his hand on Scar's head, causing Scar's eyes to become vacant. Under Lai Fu's illusion, everything Scar said next would be perceived as truth. Masters, look at me. Humans don't even eat me, so how could I dare to eat a person? Scar indicated the scar on his forehead. This was from when I was a stray dog and stole 2 eggs from a village. An old lady chased me for 2 miles with a kitchen knife before catching me. Scar then opened his mouth, revealing a missing fong. I lost this fighting with another stray dog that I've only ever stolen 2 eggs and snatched a chicken leg from a little girl. When they killed the big dog, I was just keeping watch. I swear, I did nothing else. Seeing the slaughter of the fearsome gray-furred wolf and his kin, Scar's legs went weak with terror. Su Yang, after hearing Scar's tale, couldn't help but twitch his lips before finally uttering, "You truly are a worthless creature." To Su Yang's surprise, instead of being offended, Scar beamed with delight. Yes, indeed, I am a worthless creature. I beg you, spare my life. Su Yang pondered for a moment. Scar could be considered an accomplice, and given that he had not resisted, his crimes did not warrant death. Yes, he was about to move. Su Yang realized he was soon to relocate and required a watchdog. Although Scar was somewhat useless, at least he could speak human language, making him a suitable candidate for the role as an accomplice. I cannot let you go. However, you will follow me and undergo reformation. Upon hearing this, Scar was overjoyed. Reformation meant food and shelter, far better than aligning with the gray-furred wolf. Su Yang checked the time. It was past closing time. He waved at Lai Fu and Inpa. All right, it's time to clock out. You two go back and let the night shift clean up the mess. I'll take this dog with me. Lai Fu and Inpa nodded and left without further questions. Su Yang then fashioned a rope and looped it around Scar's neck. Do you have a name? Scar was about to respond, but Su Yang interrupted. From now on, your name will be Wang Kai. With no choice but to accept his new name, Scar complied. That moment, Su Yang's phone rang. It was Xiaoba calling. Hello, Your Highness. I found a rental property you asked for. I'm sending you the location. Come take a look. Su Yang's heart leaped with joy. Xiaoba was quite efficient, following the location provided by Xiaoba. Su Yang soon arrived at a small courtyard outside the 6th Ring Road, with both Xiaoba and the landlord waiting for him at the gate. The landlord, a plump woman in her 40s, approached Su Yang eagerly to describe the layout of the house. The property was self-built, fully documented, covering over 200 square meters, with the yard totaling around 500 square meters. The house comprised 3 levels. The first and second floors were large warehouses, completely empty and ready for Su Yang to modify, while the third floor featured living quarters with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Additionally, there was an underground storage room of over 300 square meters, and the yard contained a separate restroom. Little Sue, this yard was previously used for grain storage, and O1 has lived here for years, since no one farms anymore. That if you want it, I can give you a discount. How does 30,000 a month sound? The landlord beamed. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, even outside the 6th Ring Road, such a large yard for 30,000 was quite a bargain. Su Yang, not one to dither, immediately signed a 1-year contract with the landlord, paying 1 month's rent and a 3-month deposit. In total, he spent 120,000 of the landlord, pleased with Su Yang's promptness, couldn't stop smiling, thinking of Su Yang as a wealthy individual and handsome to boot, throwing him a few flirtatious glances. However, Su Yang pretended not to notice. Little Sue, I live in the courtyard in front. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. After a brief admonition, the landlord left in a huff. Immediately, Su Yang transferred the remaining sum of over 100,000 to Xiaoba, entrusting her with the task of finding someone to renovate the first floor into 15 live broadcast rooms, while also partitioning off a single room on the second floor to create a gathering array for nurturing spirits and corpses, along with purchasing several coffins. Personally sketching the design for Xiaoba, Su Yang then secured the scarred man in the yard before heading to the city center to pick up the drought demon, Xiao Shooting. Upon witnessing the long queue before Xiao Shooting, Su Yang was taken aback. Throughout the day, Xiao Shooting stood with her hands in her pockets, oblivious to any rivals. No man could breach her defenses. During this time, a cultivator, noticing something amiss with Xiao Shooting, attempted to teach her a lesson, but to no avail, as his cultivation level was too low to even graze her. He had no choice but to retreat in embarrassment. The backpack slung over Xiao Shooting's shoulders was already brimming with vibrant red bills. Had she possessed a mobile phone to facilitate digital payments, her earnings would have been even greater. Moreover, her challenges against men had been recorded by several passers-by and uploaded to short video platforms. The sight of such an innocent young girl exhibiting formidable strength captivated numerous viewers, particularly her disdainful glances and dismissive tone, which even trended on social media, drawing the attention of countless admirers. Some bloggers from the Magic City flocked to challenge Xiao Shooting. As Su Yang held Xiao Shooting's hand while departing, it instantly stirred a commotion. Bloggers rushed to capture and upload footage of them together. Incredible! A young girl endures over 10,000 punches in a day for her boyfriend. A shameless scoundrel coerces his girlfriend into challenging thousands of men daily. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, he had already been branded a scoundrel, becoming a target of public ire. Upon returning to their rental unit with Xiao Shooting, night had fallen. The Lickmouth Ghost, the Hungry Ghost, and Hu Xiaoshuang were still engrossed in their live streams. The Hungry Ghost, with his unique style, maintained a nonchalant demeanor, oblivious to any competition. Meanwhile, the Lickmouth Ghost and Hu Xiaoshuang struggled to gain traction, particularly Hu Xiaoshuang, whose commendable attributes fell short in the fiercely competitive realm of dance streaming, where novelty was essential for success. Hold on a moment. Allow me to introduce your new cellmate, the Drought Demon, Xiao Shooting. Upon hearing that the adorable girl beside Su Yang was indeed a drought demon, the 2 ghosts and 1 demon widened their eyes in astonishment, especially the recently restored Lickmouth Ghost, who viewed the drought demon as a towering figure. If Su Yang could even capture a drought demon, what could be said of his terrifying power? I found us a new place to stay. Everyone tidy up. We're moving. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Yang finished speaking, a knock echoed at the door. Hu Xiaoshuang, nearest to the entrance, hurriedly trotted over to open it. In the next moment, the door was thrust open, revealing a male ghost clad in a black cloak and adorned with smoky makeup, striding boldly inside. Following him were over 20 ghosts, each adorned with intricate designs, exuding an air of intimidation. The black-robed ghost general, The lick-mouth ghost gasped upon seeing the leading ghost, instinctively retreating behind the hungry ghost. The black-robed ghost general raised his chin, surveying all present, before fixing his gaze on the lick-mouth ghost. In a few strides, he seized her arm, exclaiming, "You wretch, my boss has messaged you. Why do you always leave it on read? Did you think hiding here would keep us from finding you?" The boss he referred to was none other than the lick-mouth ghost master, the Blackheart Ghost King. "Who the hell are you?" The hungry ghost shoved aside the black-robed ghost general's hand, positioning himself protectively in front of the lick-mouth ghost. No wonder you're so brazen. You found a ghost general to shield you." With that, the black-robed ghost general puffed out his chest and shoved against the hungry ghost. "Hey, little ghost, where are you from? Who's your big brother?" As he spoke, the black-robed ghost general's subordinates surged into the room, eyeing the hungry ghost with predatory intent. None noticed that Su Yang had quietly approached the door, a sly grin on his face as he shut it, slapping a talisman onto the door. The hungry ghost, unfazed, burst into laughter. "Who is my big brother? You'll be scared to death when I tell you. My big brother is the Prince of 749. Prince." The black-robed ghost general furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering. "Is there such a figure in the underworld? I've never heard of him. Is he more formidable than my boss?" The Blackheart Ghost King? The black-robed ghost general's focus remained on the title of Prince, entirely overlooking the prefix of 749. However, his henchmen, upon hearing 749, began to tremble. "Big brother, let us get out of here. We seem to have bitten off more than we can chew. What are you babbling about? If we don't bring that wretch back, how do we explain ourselves to the Ghost King?" With that, the black-robed ghost general pointed at the hungry ghost. "Little ghost, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll call your big brother. Anyone daring to meddle with our Blackheart Mountain will learn what society really is." Just then, Su Yang's voice echoed from behind the throng of ghosts. "No need to fight. I'm right here." The black-robed ghost general turned, his eyes filled with disdain. "You call yourself a prince? You pretty arrogant." Before the black-robed ghost general could finish his sentence, one of his subordinates yanked him back. "Big brother, it's 749, 749. The black-robed ghost general, still oblivious to the significance, waved his hand impatiently. "What nonsense is this 749? I only know about 426 and 415. As he spoke, the black-robed ghost general swaggered towards Su Yang. Observing his audacity, his subordinates were left dumbfounded, thinking, "What the hell? Have you lost your mind? Still dreaming of being a big shot in 426? Yet with each step he took, the black-robed ghost general's pace slowed, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. He finally grasped what 749 represented. However, with so many ghosts watching, he could not afford to lose face. Resolutely, the black-robed ghost general approached Su Yang, ready to speak, but Su Yang swiftly slapped him across the face. "Hey, we're all just trying to get by." Smack. "I didn't mean it." Smack. "I know I was wrong." Smack. After enduring 4 resounding slaps, fury ignited in the black-robed ghost general's eyes. "You've gone too far. I'll fight you," he roared, and just as everyone anticipated an attack on Su Yang, he instead darted toward Xiao Shooting. Among the myriad demons and ghosts present, only Xiao Shooting stood defenseless, lacking any aura of strength. Appearing merely as a diminutive girl, seizing the opportunity to capture her would allow the black-robed ghost general to threaten Su Yang into submission. Just as the black-robed ghost general reached out to grasp Xiao Shooting, she flashed him a wicked smile. In the next instant, she opened her mouth wide and devoured half of the black-robed ghost general's body in one bite. Gasp! The assembled ghosts collectively inhaled sharply. The once mighty figure they had revered had been dispatched in an instant. What was there left to say? Thud! All the ghosts simultaneously knelt, fervently bowing to Su Yang and Xiao Shooting. "Immortal, spare us. You are illegally congregating and engaging in criminal activities. I hereby represent the 749 Bureau to arrest you all. From this day forth, you shall remain for reformation, and when I am pleased, your sentences shall conclude, and you may leave." With a grand gesture, Su Yang summoned over 20 soul jars. "Get in there now." The ghost, not daring to utter a word of dissent, hastily entered the soul jars. These jars had been imbued with formations by Su Yang. Once inside, they were subject to his every whim. With merely a thought, he could obliterate their very souls. The hungry ghost recognized this as an opportune moment to pledge his loyalty, stepping forward to say, "Leader, may I have one too?" Su Yang smiled faintly and took out 2 soul jars. Without uttering a word, the starving ghost dove straight into one of them. The slit-mouthed female ghost hesitated for a moment, glancing at the black-robed ghost general who was being treated like a snack by Xiao Shooting, before ultimately deciding to enter the other soul jar. Meanwhile, a lookout ghost downstairs sensed the disappearance of all ghostly auras and was filled with alarm, hastily fleeing into the distance. Once he had departed, Su Yang revealed a wicked smile. Smash! On Heixin Mountain, the Heixin Ghost King, enraged by the report from his subordinate, smashed the table before him to smithereens. Damn it, when did such formidable individuals appear in Magic City? How dare they touch my men? Having recently ascended to the rank of Ghost Emperor, he had already established dominion over the entire ghostly realm in the human world. The fact that someone was capable of eliminating the black-robed ghost general spoke volumes of their strength. As the ruler of Heixin Mountain, he could not permit such powerful figures to exist in Magic City. Gather my forces and march forth. I shall see who dares to be so audacious. With the Heixin Ghost King's command, thousands of ghosts from Heixin Mountain quickly assembled and marched towards Su Yang's rental apartment in a grand procession. At that moment, Su Yang and the others had nearly finished packing, yet he did not seem in a hurry to leave, as if waiting for something. Although Xiao Shooting and the other demons felt puzzled, they did not dare to voice their inquiries. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. The most powerful among them, Xiao Shooting, immediately opened her eyes and turned to Su Yang. Awaiting his instructions, the slit-mouthed female ghost seemed to recall something, instinctively shrinking her neck. Suddenly, the door to the rental apartment was kicked open once more, and over 10 ghost generals rushed in, casting fierce glances at Su Yang and the others as they positioned themselves on either side of the doorway. In the next moment, the Heixin Ghost King, adorned with tattoos and wielding a large cleaver, strode in. Who dares to act so brazenly against me? His gaze swept over the slit-mouthed female ghost, then lingered on the starving ghost beside her, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. Ghost generals had some strength, but it was hardly substantial. Next, the Heixin Ghost King noticed Hu Xiaoshuang, and his expression grew serious, a fox demon, yet upon sensing her transformation realm. A mocking smile crept across his face, a mere minor demon in the transformation stage. He could crush her with a single hand. However, this fox demon possessed a certain charm. Perhaps he could take her back to the mountain as a concubine. Oh, this one is also exquisite. The Heixin Ghost King's gaze fell on Xiao Shooting, but he quickly sensed something amiss. As a Ghost Emperor, he could tell that Xiao Shooting was not human. Strangely, he could not ascertain her cultivation level. Feeling the Heixin Ghost King's scrutiny, Xiao Shooting smiled slightly, subtly revealing a bit of her imposing aura. In an instant, the Heixin Ghost King felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively swallowing hard. "Brother," one of the ghost generals opened his mouth, only to be met with a swift slap from the Heixin Ghost King, who bellowed, "Brother, do you have no sense of propriety? What else with all this noise? Do the neighbors not need to sleep? They have to work tomorrow, you know. Apologize at once." Though the ghost generals were baffled by their leader's sudden outburst, they dared not defy him, hastily bowing towards Su Yang and the others in unison. Exclaiming, "We're sorry." The Heixin Ghost King then put on a conciliatory smile. "My dear brothers and sisters, I apologize for the intrusion. We'll take our leave immediately." Just as the Heixin Ghost King was about to exit, a flash of golden light suddenly illuminated the door behind him, revealing the character's imperial decree. Under the glow, the Heixin Ghost King instinctively took a step back, his fangs and claws bared. The surrounding ghost generals began to snarl, their eyes filled with ferocity. This golden light had thoroughly incensed them. At that moment, Su Yang slowly rose. "You wish to leave. Do you think you can?" The Heixin Ghost King turned to look at Su Yang. And in that instant, terror flooded his heart. The Crown Prince? Indeed, he recognized Su Yang. Previously, he had only encountered high-ranking figures, and a lowly ghost emperor like him had no right to know Su Yang. The only reason he recognized Su Yang was that the latter had once obliterated his former leader. At that time, he had merely been a ghost general, while his leader was a formidable ghost emperor. The result? His leader had fallen in just 3 moves at Su Yang's hands. Recalling the moment his former leader had been crushed by Su Yang, the Heishin Ghost King trembled all over. For this crown prince was notorious for his ruthless disposition. At this point, Su Yang had walked right up to him. "Are you the Heishin Ghost King?" He glanced at the Heishin Ghost King's tattooed arm. "Is that a tattoo? Are you part of the Heiser Association?" "Crown Prince, you can call me Xiaohei. It's just for show." The Heishin Ghost King chuckled nervously, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Yet in the next moment, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. He seized 2 nearby ghost generals and hurled them towards the barrier at the door. The 2 ghost generals crashed into the barrier, producing a plume of white smoke, and after their anguished cries, their souls scattered. Seizing the moment, the barrier weakened slightly. The Heishin Ghost King unleashed his ghostly energy, revealing his ghost emperor's strength, and with a roar, charged at the barrier. He understood all too well Su Yang's ruthless nature. Staying any longer would lead to his demise. Only by breaking through the barrier could he grasp a slim chance of survival. Su Yang, however, did not interfere, folding his arms as if watching a performance. The Heishin Ghost King slammed into the barrier with a howl, his sole body dimming slightly, yet relying on his formidable strength. He forcibly tore through the barrier. A surge of joy filled his heart. Outside, the night market was bustling with people. He could even randomly possess a passerby, concealing his presence. If he could just escape through that door, it would be akin to a bird soaring into the sky or a fish plunging into the sea. Did Su Yang think he could capture him? What a pipe dream! However, just as he burst through the door, countless chains surged toward him in an instant. It was the soul-binding chains that Heibai Wuchang had taught Su Yang. What the hell is this? The Heishin Ghost King struggled desperately, but in the blink of an eye, he was bound tightly, unable to move an inch. The more he struggled, the tighter the chains became, causing him to bare his teeth in pain, tears streaming down his face as Su Yang walked slowly to his side and patted his face, saying, "If I were to let you escape, how would I still be known as the twin flower red stick?" Then, Su Yang's expression turned serious. Heishin Ghost King, originally named Li Shaojian, indirectly or directly caused the deaths of 174 souls and 32 living beings. Your name has already been placed on the 749 blacklist. Are you prepared to meet your end? Su Yang indeed sought to profit from these demons and ghosts, but depended on the type. For a villain like the Heishin Ghost King, who had committed numerous atrocities and was already on the blacklist, eliminating him was an act of justice that would accumulate merit. If he did not kill him and instead kept him around, it would not only hinder his future cultivation, but if Su Ziqiang found out, he would also face dire consequences. The Heishin Ghost King trembled in fear, but still retorted defiantly, "I am a ghost emperor. Only the underworld can judge me." Upon hearing this, Su Yang scoffed coldly, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "A ghost emperor? Is that impressive? As long as your crimes were committed in the human realm. Even if a ghost immortal were to come, I would still not hesitate to slay you." A bolt of heavenly lightning descended, and the Heishin Ghost King was instantly obliterated, as for the subordinates he had brought. They had scattered in terror the moment the barrier formed, leaving only a handful of ghost generals trembling in the rental apartment. Naturally, Su Yang captured all of them in soul jars, intending to put them to use. Having resolved everything, Su Yang led Xiao Shooting and the other demons to their new home. Meanwhile, in the newly rented courtyard, the octopus monster, Xiao Ba, had just finished contacting the construction team for the renovation. She was now aware that Scarface was also a monster, albeit one not entirely transformed, resembling an earthy dog. Nonetheless, when ordering takeout, Xiao Ba still ordered a meal for Scarface. Watching the beef brisket rise before him, Scarface drooled uncontrollably and raised his dog head, incredulously asking, "Really, Sister Xiao Ba, can I really eat this?" Xiao Ba sat on the steps, enjoying her beef brisket rice while swaying her 8 legs. "Go on and eat. It'll taste bad if it cools down." "Sister Xiao Ba, you're truly a good person." Scar was moved to tears, and without hesitation, buried his snout in the fast food box, devouring its contents with great enthusiasm. Once he had wandered endlessly, scavenging for discarded scraps and leftovers. Later, when he followed Grey Fur, he had hoped for a better life, only to find himself hungry 3 times a day. after being captured and sent to the isolation zone. Although he could fill his belly, it was merely with rice soaked in cabbage soup. He had long lost track of how long it had been since he last tasted meat. Oh, how delightful this was! Especially the beef brisket, so fragrant, far superior to the slop found on the streets. In no time, the beef brisket rice was devoured clean, and Scar still seemed a bit unsatisfied, glancing instinctively at the lunchbox in Xiaoba's hands, his mind drifting to unwholesome thoughts. But he quickly slapped himself back to reality. How could he dare to snatch food from Xiaoba, who graciously treated him? Scar, how could you entertain such thoughts? This was truly despicable. With that, Scar pressed himself to the ground, forcing himself not to look at Xiaoba, though drool continued to trickle down. After finishing her meal, Xiaoba let out a satisfied burp and retrieved a custard pie from her bag. It was her dessert. Seeing Scar drooling, Xiaoba hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to split the custard pie in half, offering him a portion. The surprise was so sudden that Scar barely registered what it was. The moment the custard pie hit the ground, he snatched it up in his mouth. Wow, this is delicious too. Sister Xiaoba, what is this? It's so good. Oh, it's all the custard pie. I absolutely adore it. It must be quite expensive. Right? Not too bad. About $10 for a box, and there are several inside. Xiaoba replied with a beaming smile. Money. Scar felt a pang of disappointment. It was something unattainable for him. I truly envy you. Sister Xiaoba, being able to earn money to buy what you love. Xiaoba smiled gently and patted Scar's head. Don't be disheartened. If you reform yourself, once your sentence is up, you can join me in the public service positions at 749 or the Monster Association and earn a living. Upon hearing this, Scar perked up, wagging his tail. Really? I can work and earn money too? But I don't know how to do anything. I can only walk on four legs like a dog. Xiaoba waved her hand dismissively. So what? There's a saying among humans. He who is born with talent has his use. Right now, you're guarding the gate for the prince. In the future, you can guard the gate at 749 too. Be a monster with dreams. Who knows, if you catch a few bad guys, you might shed your identity as a street dog and become a battle wolf at 749. Battle wolf? Battle wolf. Scar's eyes sparkled with determination. Xiaoba was right. He must become a battle wolf at 749. Just then, Xiaoba jumped down the steps and patted Scar's head again. All right, Wonkai, the prince should be arriving soon. I need to go back to take care of my mother and sister. You stay vigilant. Rest assured, Sister Xiaoba. Scar lifted his head, brimming with fighting spirit, watching Xiaoba depart. Not long after Xiaoba left, several pairs of green eyes suddenly appeared from the darkness. Soon, for wolf monsters emerged from the shadows. Scar recognized these wolf monsters. They were all subordinates of Gray Fur. However, during Su Yang's siege against Gray Fur, these four had been dispatched to find a new habitat, thus escaping disaster. Scar, it really is you. Gray Fur is dead. Everyone is dead. Why are you still alive? The leader of the wolf monsters gritted his teeth and demanded. Scar shot a glare and replied irritably, I didn't kill them. What happens to them is of no concern to me. Another wolf monster stepped forward, pointing at Scar. Scar, we heard your conversation with that octopus monster. You are clearly a traitor to our wolf clan. As noble wolves, how can we lower ourselves to humans? I heard that octopus call you Wonkai. Hilarious. Is it your new name? You've brought shame to our wolf clan. The other wolf monsters echoed in agreement. Their eyes filled with anger, disdain, and mockery as they looked at Scar. Yet Scar was unfazed, his eyes brimming with contempt. So what? Have you ever tasted beef brisket rice? Do you know what custard pie tastes like? Do you understand what being a battle wolf represents? A bunch of country bumpkins, please. The four wolf monsters exchanged glances. Beef brisket rice? Custard pie. It sounded delectable. They had traversed 300 kilometers in search of a new home without eating anything. One of them, drooling, rubbed its paws and approached Scar. Scar, brother Scar, do you have any? Before it could finish, the leader of the wolf monsters slapped it on the head, angrily rebuking. Softbone, what are you saying? Do you also wish to submit to humans? Upon hearing this, the wolf monster hastily wiped its drool and declared with determination. How could that be? I am a noble wolf. The wolf clan shall never be enslaved. The leader of the wolf monsters nodded in satisfaction, then disdainfully glanced at Scar, instructing the others. Let it stay here as a human's dog. We are leaving, though the leader's gaze was filled with contempt for Scar. It was secretly plotting how to discreetly return and inquire if Scar was still recruiting after sending the other 3 wolf monsters away. Stop right there. Just then, Scar suddenly blocked the path of the 4 wolf monsters, clinging to the leader's leg. While the 4 wolf monsters were utterly bewildered, Scar had already spotted Su Yang approaching with a horde of demons and monsters, and he grinned widely. You lot are the stragglers of gray fur subordinates. I can't let you escape. As he spoke, Scar appeared to have a pang of guilt and added, I'm sorry, brothers, but the custard pie is too delicious, and the beef brisket rice is too fragrant. I simply wish to make progress, so I must borrow your heads. Sensing a powerful aura approaching, the wolf monsters panicked. Scar, how could you do this? Have you forgotten the 5 cardinal principles of our gang? Scar chuckled. Of course I remember. How could I forget? It's merely about betraying brothers, being untrustworthy, framing others, backstabbing, and taking care of the sister-in-law. I can do them all. The wolf monsters? What the hell? Is that really what the 5 principles are? The leader's eyes turned red. Don't forget the oath you took when we became sworn brothers. I haven't forgotten, but the oath I took has nothing to do with Wonkai. Damn it. You're truly a beast. Why waste words with it? Just kill it and run. One wolf monster exclaimed, its sharp claws lunging at Scar. Oh no. Scar's heart raced, and he bit down on the leader's rear. Oh, the leader howled in pain, spinning around just in time to fling Scar away, narrowly avoiding the incoming claws. In an instant, Su Yang had noticed the commotion, teleporting in front of the 4 wolf monsters with a cold gaze. Still stragglers? Scar shook his dizzy head and shouted, Prince, they're all gray fur subordinates. Quickly eliminate them. Don't hold back. The wolf monsters glared at Scar with fury, causing him to shrink back behind Su Yang. You traitor of the wolf clan, once I finish off this human, I will deal with you. The leader of the wolf monsters bellowed as it charged at Su Yang. Its speed was astonishing, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Clearly, it had awakened some speed-related ability after mutation. But how could a mere mutant possibly compete with an immortal cultivator? No matter how fast it was, could it outpace Su Yang? The wolf monster dashed towards Su Yang, a claw aimed at him, but Su Yang simply teleported behind it and delivered a lightning-fast punch to its back. The wolf monster coughed up blood, sent flying to the ground, twitching as electricity crackled over its body. The other 3 wolf monsters, seeing this, attempted to rush in to assist, but 3 bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, instantly striking them dead on the spot. Unlike Scar, who was timid and fearful, these wolf monsters were bloodthirsty and brutal, making them difficult to control. Thus, Su Yang showed no mercy, nor did he plan to keep them around for labor. Is this really the end? Scar snapped back to reality from his shock, wagging his tail and approaching Su Yang with an expression of seeking praise as Su Yang glanced at him, noticing how much more dog-like he had become. With a casual flick, he tossed a sausage towards it and then led Xiao Shooting and the other strange beings into the courtyard. As the 1st and 2nd floors had yet to undergo renovation. Su Yang instructed Xiao Shooting and the horde of peculiar creatures to settle on the 3rd floor, while everyone busied themselves with tidying up the room and arranging the live-streaming equipment. Su Yang pulled Hu Xiaoshuang into the room. Hu Xiaoshuang, fully aware of Su Yang's intentions, blushed but offered no resistance. After a profound exchange, Su Yang sat on the edge of the bed, his brow furrowed as he lit a cigarette. Damn, why has it been so ineffective lately? Su Yang had reached the pinnacle of the spirit separation realm at just 22, standing far above his peers, with the exception of the monstrous Hua Luoshi. His rapid advancement was attributed to a chance encounter with a cultivation technique called the harmonious embrace. As the name suggests, mastering this technique necessitated frequent interactions with the opposite sex. This was precisely why Su Yang often found himself drawn to Qingxiumao. Initially, when he discovered this technique, Su Ziqiang vehemently opposed it, for it was akin to dark sorcery, capable of accelerating cultivation speed, but fraught with endless side effects. Unexpectedly, this assertion did not seem to apply to Su Yang. After 4 years of practice, not only did he experience no adverse effects, but his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, ascending directly from the foundation establishment to the pinnacle of spirit separation. Once Su Ziqiang confirmed that Su Yang's practice bore no repercussions, he ceased to voice any further objections. Moreover, Even when Su Yang experimented with certain dark spells, he encountered no limitations or backlash. While others needed to sacrifice their blood or even lifespan to unleash spells, Su Yang could do so at will, without any cost, in Su Ziqiang's words. While others borrowed power, Su Yang seemed to embody it himself. As for why he was so exceptional, Su Yang himself was uncertain. Perhaps it was akin to acquiring skills effortlessly, as if he had traversed into this realm with a golden finger. However, he recently discovered to his astonishment that the harmonious embrace had ceased to function. Whether conversing with Hu Xiaoshuang or Hu Meinyang, his cultivation no longer progressed. Having previously inquired about this situation with Su Ziqiang, the response was that to break through to the tribulation crossing stage, one needed not only sufficient cultivation, but also an understanding of the world. Essentially, the pursuit of one's inner path. This left Su Yang perplexed. What was his inner path? What did he desire most? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, a sudden epiphany struck him. What did I desire most? Naturally, it was to enjoy lavish feasts, reside in grand mansions, drive luxurious cars, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. This was not only Su Yang's aspiration, but likely the shared desire of all the esteemed readers present. The pursuit of one's inner path? Surely, that meant amassing wealth. Realizing this, Su Yang felt a sudden loosening of his bottleneck. Wait, could it be? I've understood. Finally, I found my inner path, and Su Yang's spirit soared. Just then, Hu Xiaoshuang sidled up, her voice sweet and soft. Your Highness, what brings you such joy? I'm on the verge of a breakthrough to the mid-transformation stage. Shall we have another go? Su Yang glanced at the alluring Hu Xiaoshuang. His eyes filled with indifference. He had already concluded that another encounter would yield no benefits in breaking through his bottleneck. It was as if Hu Xiaoshuang's cultivation surged while he exerted effort without reaping any rewards. Wasn't that akin to being taken advantage of? As the esteemed prince of 749, how could he allow a mere fox to exploit him? With that thought, Su Yang snorted coldly. You wish for another round? Hu Xiaoshuang quickly nodded. You really think so highly of yourself. How much did you earn from the live stream today? You had the worst performance, so hurry up and get to work if you don't improve. I'll send you back and bring in another fox. Hearing Su Yang mention replacing her with another fox, Hu Xiaoshuang was immediately alarmed. The progress she had made in just 2 days surpassed what she typically achieved in a year. She had no desire to be replaced. Without hesitation, she sprang up, dressed, and activated the live stream. At that moment, Su Yang's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Hualuashi. He extinguished his cigarette and answered the call. Instantly hearing Hualuashi's voice. Hello, there has been a situation in Donghai. Dad want me to go provide support, so you're in charge here. That IT seems the Western practitioners, led by the beautiful country, have been acting up lately, so be careful. Su Yang, unfazed, reclined with his legs crossed. Stop rambling. Do you have anything else to say? If not, hang up. Noticing Su Yang's indifferent tone, Hualuashi fell silent for a moment before coldly retorting. Su Yang, are you fooling around with that cunning fox again? What the hell? Su Yang was taken aback. When did this girl become so perceptive? Hualuashi seemed to read his thoughts and shouted, I can tell from your tone that you're in sage mode. Where are you? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yang hastily hung up. That mother dragon was not to be trifled with. Besides, was he really fooling around with the fox? He was merely focused on his cultivation. Would he rather be entangled with her? As for the Western practitioners Hualuashi mentioned, Su Yang was even less concerned. Although most of the personnel from the operations department had gone to Donghai, did anyone genuinely believe that the strongest division in 749 was the operations department? They managed to suppress so many supernatural organizations domestically, and even the venerable Taoists from Longhu Mountain dared not show their faces. Did they truly think the Department of Civilian Forces was ineffectual? Tossing his phone aside, Su Yang collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, in the conference room of the 749 headquarters, as the only deputy director present, Liu Koshue occupied the main seat, and the conference room was filled with members of 749, with only the seat for the head of the Civilian Forces Division left vacant. Its nameplate clearly displaying Su Yang's name. At that moment, the head of the technical department, a young man in his late 20s with gold-rimmed glasses, scoffed. A mere section chief, and he keeps us all waiting? Who does he think he is? As he spoke, His gaze swept toward the direction of the Civilian Forces Division, brimming with derision. The three elderly gentlemen seated in the front row immediately took offense. One of them slammed the table and stood up. "Zhao Ziliang, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you just another section chief? Besides, there are still 2 minutes until work officially starts. Su is not late." "Exactly. No one else has complained. Why are you the only one running your mouth? When did 749 become a platform for the technical department?" Another elder chimed in, as deputy chief of the Civilian Forces Division. The three of them felt compelled to defend Su Yang at this moment. Hearing this, Zhao Ziliang gritted his teeth, resentment flashing in his eyes, but he merely scoffed and fell silent. After all, despite his dissatisfaction with Su Yang, these three elders were far beyond his reach in terms of seniority and cultivation. He was eager to see what they would say when Su Yang failed to arrive in 2 minutes. With that thought, Zhao Ziliang's gaze fixated on the clock. As the seconds ticked away, precisely as the 2 minutes elapsed, the conference room doors swung open, and Su Yang strode in, taking a seat. N01 was particularly surprised. After all, it was not the first time the prince arrived right on time. As soon as Su Yang settled, the meeting was set to commence, and everyone opened their notebooks, preparing for the discussion. Upon seeing Su Yang, Zhao Ziliang recalled that the first thing Hua Luoxi did upon returning was to dine with Su Yang, leaving him with no opportunity to speak with her. Resentment flickered in his eyes as he sarcastically remarked, "Every meeting, we have to wait for you, Su. You truly have a grand sense of entitlement. Do you think if we let you remain section chief for another 2 years, even the director will have to wait for you?" Just as Su Yang received a notebook from Inpa behind him, he caught Zhao Ziliang's snide remark and turned to Deputy Director Lu Koshue. "Deputy Lu, am I late?" Lu Koshue glanced at his watch and shook his head. "Not at all. You arrived just on time." Su Yang nodded, then turned to Zhao Ziliang. "Then why are you whining here?" Seeing Su Yang publicly insult him, Zhao Ziliang was infuriated, his anger reaching a boiling point. After all, he was the head of the 749 technical department, and in terms of title, he was on par with Su Yang. Moreover, he had been with 749 longer than Su Yang, making him technically Su Yang Sr. Most importantly, his father was also one of the deputy directors. How could Su Yang treat him with such disdain? Wasn't he Su Yang just the director's adopted son? What right did this upstart have to act so arrogantly? Upon this realization, Zhao Ziliang's countenance darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Yang. After such an extensive period as colleagues, Su Yang was all too familiar with Zhao Ziliang's true nature, his arrogance stemming from the fact that his father was the deputy director, which rendered him brazen and overbearing. Initially, Su Yang had no intention of escalating matters, but Zhao Ziliang's continued scrutiny ignited a spark of anger within him, before the astonished eyes of their peers. Su Yang seized his notebook and hurled it at Zhao Ziliang's face, declaring, "Where's your father? Keep staring, and I'll shatter your glasses." With a resounding clap, Zhao Ziliang rose furiously, slamming his hand upon the table. "Su Yang, you are pushing your luck." As Zhao Ziliang stood, the personnel from the Department of Civilian Power Management behind Su Yang rose in unison, their eyes fixed menacingly upon Zhao Ziliang. Su Yang could even hear the sound of a firearm being readied behind him. Witnessing this, Zhao Ziliang's confidence waned significantly as he glanced back at his colleague from the technical department, who had all bowed their heads in a submissive manner. Does having a crowd make you formidable? In a fit of rage, Zhao Ziliang turned to Lu Koshue. "Director Lu, Su Yang is bullying me. Aren't you going to intervene?" Lu Koshue, who had previously maintained an indifferent demeanor, pondered for a moment before replying. "How about I authorize a duel between the two of you?" Zhao Ziliang was taken aback, thinking, if I could defeat him, why would I even need you? As the head of the technical department, his abilities included photographic memory and an extensive mental capacity, akin to a walking supersized hard drive. He primarily dealt with network technology and the development of advanced weaponry tailored for those with special abilities, and he was not particularly skilled in combat. Believing Lu Koshue to be unreliable, Zhao Ziliang was prepared to swallow his pride, but a senior figure beside Su Yang, reveling in the chaos, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Excellent! It has been ages since we've witnessed young talent sparring. This is a splendid opportunity for us older folks to learn a thing or two. Zhao, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? If you're scared, Just admit it. Your Highness, I was wrong, and our director Su would not hold it against you. Huh. Su Yang smirked slightly, crossing his legs as he taunted, What is this, Zhao Ziliang? You appear to be quite discontented. Zhao Ziliang, with his neck stiffened, retorted, I am indeed discontented. So what? Su Yang replied with a slight smile, If you're discontented, then let us head to the training ground, that I'll only use one hand. Zhao Ziliang bellowed. I refuse to go. I may not be able to defeat you, but I will not back down. That not permissible. At this proclamation, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, how could he muster the audacity to say such a thing? They had never encountered someone so shameless. As for Su Yang, he relished the presence of such a defiant individual. You refuse? Then I shall beat you until you concede. In the next instant, Su Yang swiftly closed the distance to Zhao Ziliang, delivering a punch that shattered his glasses and forced his head onto the conference table. Seeing that if he did not intervene soon, Su Yang might indeed harm Zhao Ziliang, Lu Koshue hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him. All right, my dear nephew, cease the violence, that we shall settle this after the meeting. Zhao Ziliang was left in a daze, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Listen, Director Lu, look at what he did to me. He just broke the thread I had just mentioned with a single slap. I demand an explanation. Lu Koshue was at his wit's end, thinking, for heaven's sake, please stop talking. If you keep this up, I might end up getting beaten too. You see, today, this incident was indeed your fault. Apologize to Su Yang, and we shall let it rest. Zhao Ziliang exclaimed. What? I was the one who was attacked, and now I must apologize. Your bias is reaching the Pacific Ocean. Just apologize. Su Yang, I am sorry. I was wrong. Zhao Ziliang lowered his head, though his eyes glimmered with malice. Su Yang snorted coldly. After all, they were in a meeting, and he had to give Lu Koshue some face. He returned to his seat and instructed Impa behind him. Tonight, take a few brothers to his dormitory and teach him a lesson. As long as we don't kill him, I will bear any consequences. Su Yang believed in settling scores promptly. He had not provoked Zhao Ziliang. It was Zhao Ziliang who had first insulted him, that he could afford to give Lu Koshue face in the meeting, but he could not allow this grievance to fester, as it would undermine his resolve. As for Zhao Ziliang's father, the deputy director, Su Yang was not the least bit concerned. The title of Your Highness was not given lightly. Could anyone be more formidable than Su Ziqiang? Were it not for the fact that 749 was a governmental department, Su Yang would not have hesitated to eliminate Zhao Ziliang at worst. He would take care of his father too. Impa grinned widely. He was well acquainted with the art of dealing with trouble. He promptly gave Su Yang an okay gesture. At this moment, Lu Koshue returned to his main seat, and the meeting commenced officially. I trust everyone has received the news. Things have been quite tumultuous in Donghai, and the operations department is deploying all personnel. During this extraordinary time, we must remain vigilant. Lu Koshue's words were merely platitudes, and Su Yang found himself stifling yawns. Just then, the conference room door burst open once more, and a member from the intelligence department entered in a state of panic. Director Lu, we have a grave situation. Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately perked up, and the expressions of all those present turned serious. The member of the intelligence department wasted no time in detailing the situation. That it turned out that just moments ago, the 749 branches in Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and Anhui provinces had been subjected to a coordinated attack by foreign practitioners. The assault was fierce, with even Earth Immortal level experts involved, placing immense pressure on the three branches, who were compelled to seek assistance from the headquarters. Upon learning this, everyone in attendance was struck with astonishment. How dare they attack us, 749? Are they courting death? Damn it, these scoundrels! Director Lu, I volunteer for the mission. Lu Koshue furrowed his brow, turning to Su Yang. Xiao Su, what are your thoughts on this matter? Given that only the Department of Civilian Power Management was left capable of combat at the headquarters, he naturally sought Su Yang's opinion. Before Su Yang could respond, Zhao Ziliang interjected, Humph, they have come knocking at our door. If we do not annihilate them completely, how can we hold our heads high? In my view, the Department of Civilian Power Management should mobilize all forces and leave no foreign practitioner unscathed. At Zhao Ziliang's words, several individuals nodded in agreement. However, Su Yang merely scoffed. Zhao Ziliang, do you realize how foolish you sound? Zhao Ziliang's face flushed red as he slammed his hand on the table once more. Standing defiantly, Su Yang, do not push your luck. If you are afraid and unwilling to fight, just admit it. Su Yang chose to ignore him, instead addressing Lu Koshue. Director Lu, I believe this is a ruse by the foreign practitioners to lure us away. Before Su Yang could finish, Zhao Ziliang interrupted again. Humph, what a convoluted scheme. Su Yang could no longer contain his frustration. With a wave of his hand, Yin Pe and the others surged forward, delivering a sound thrashing to Zhao Ziliang before dragging him out of the conference room. The world fell silent. Under the astonished gazes of all, Su Yang rapped his knuckles against the table and continued. Everyone should contemplate this. What benefit do the foreign practitioners gain from attacking the branches? They possess so many skilled fighters, even Earth Immortals, yet they choose not to assault the headquarters. Why? As the crowd pondered, a realization dawned upon them. Indeed, even if a branch were to fall, 749 could swiftly rebuild, while the foreign practitioners would undoubtedly suffer substantial losses. What then was their true objective? So you mean to say that the real target of these foreign practitioners is the headquarters? Lu Koshue inquired. Su Yang shook his head. No. To be precise, their target is Modu. Let us not forget that one of the 4 symbols guardian arrays of our Great Xia Dragon Vein, the Eastern Azure Dragon Array, is situated in Modu. The attack on the branches is merely a diversion to draw our attention away, so they can strike at the Azure Dragon Array. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Their aim was to destroy the Azure Dragon Array. For years, the Neon and Western factions have sought to disrupt the Dragon Vein of Great Xia, undermining its national fortune. However, as long as the 4 symbols guardian arrays remained intact, they have been unable to pinpoint the location of the Dragon Vein. That if the 4 symbols guardian array were to be breached, the Dragon Vein would become visible, and that would spell disaster. What about the situation at the branches? Should we rescue them or not? Lu Koshue pressed on. Without hesitation, Su Yang replied, we must rescue them. Each branch has only one Earth Immortal guarding it. If any branch of 749 were to fall, we would lose considerable face. With that, Su Yang turned to the 3 elderly gentlemen beside him. Our Department of Civilian Power Management has 6 teams in total. I kindly request that each of you take a team to assist the 3 provincial branches. Rest assured, leave it to us. 3 elderly gentlemen patted their chests and promptly exited the conference room. Lu Koshue, observing this, felt a considerable sense of relief. Despite the fact that these 3 old codgers held the minor rank of Deputy Division Chief, each was undoubtedly a master of the realm of Earth Immortals. Their rank was not indicative of their capabilities, but rather reflected their impending retirement, as they gradually relinquished their authority to the younger generation. This is also a tradition of the 749 Bureau, where frontline leaders are capable young individuals receiving significant training, supported by experienced and formidable senior experts. Lu Koshue then turned his gaze towards Su Yang. And you? Su Yang smiled faintly, to prevent any tricks from those foreign cultivators. The remaining 3 teams will stay at headquarters on standby, while I will venture alone to inspect the Qinglong Array. After all, we are unaware of how many of them have arrived, and keeping 3 teams enables us to provide immediate support if needed. Otherwise, at a critical moment, the 749 Bureau might find itself in a dire situation with no one available. Alone. Are you sure you can manage? Lu Koshue expressed some hesitation as Su Yang's lips curled into a slight smirk. A man must always act with confidence. Meanwhile, in a certain mountainous region on the outskirts of Magic City, a middle-aged man from Neon Country, standing merely 5 feet tall and sporting a small mustache, was leading the way ahead of him. Behind him trailed over 100 Western cultivators clad in cloaks. Inuyanaji Ichifu, how much longer until we arrive? The leading Western cultivator asked with a hint of dissatisfaction. The Neon man, Inuyanaji Ichifu, hurried to the Western cultivator's side, bowing deeply. Honorable Holy Maiden, we shall reach the Qinglong Array of Daxia in just 3 more miles. Upon hearing this, the Holy Maiden of the Holy Church felt a surge of excitement. At last, we are nearing the Qinglong Array. Inuyanaji Ichifu. If our plan succeeds, the contributions of Neon Country will be immense. Rest assured, we shall not treat you poorly afterward. Hearing these words, Inuyanaji Ichifu was moved to tears. The 99 Chrysanthemum sect and the Neon cultivators had paid a heavy price to stall the 749 Bureau in the East China Sea. Not only had the sect leader of the 99 Chrysanthemum sect been killed, but even their pride, the Orochi, which surpassed Earth Immortals, had been slain. Preliminary estimates indicated they had lost at least 79 cultivators of the Spirit Separation realm and above in their battles with the 749 Bureau, including 7 Earth Immortals, not to mention the significant casualties among those below the Spirit Separation realm. Now that he had gained his father's approval, how could Inuyagi Ichifu not feel exhilarated? The Holy Maiden did not speak further and promptly instructed Inuyagi Ichifu to lead the way. As their group swiftly approached the Qinglong Array, the objective of the Western cultivators, led by the beautiful nation, was straightforward: to sabotage the Qinglong Array. They aimed to have Neon Country fully occupy the 749 Bureau's strongest forces in the East China Sea while simultaneously launching a large-scale incursion into Daxia, attacking the 749 branch to divert attention and achieve their goal of destroying the Qinglong Array. To accomplish this, the Western cultivators had invested heavily, sending 2 Earth Immortals to each branch. Additionally, the Holy Maiden was accompanied by 5 Earth Immortals for protection, with countless other experts following suit. Although they may not match Daxia in terms of cultivation or supernatural abilities, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, with so many skilled individuals from various nations uniting. They were determined to prevail against the 749 Bureau this time. Just as the group was about to reach the Qinglong Array, a strikingly handsome man appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. "Well, there are quite a few of you," everyone was startled, and the 5 Earth Immortals immediately positioned themselves in front of the Holy Maiden. Inuyagi Ichifu stepped forward. "Who are you? Quickly step aside and do not obstruct our business." Upon hearing that unique accent and seeing Inuyagi Ichifu's little mustache, Su Yang's fists clenched tightly. Wasn't this a despicable Neon man? Sensing the murderous intent in Su Yang's gaze, Inuyagi Ichifu instinctively took a step back. Just then, the Holy Maiden suddenly laughed and said, "It's merely a peak Spirit Separation fellow who dares to impede our path. Someone, kill him." As soon as the Holy Maiden finished speaking, 3 tribulation-transcending cultivators stepped forward, wielding either staffs or ancient tomes, and began chanting spells. Observing this, Su Yang scoffed, extending his right hand forward. "Soul Hook!" Instantly, the 3 chanting cultivators trembled violently, their souls ripping free from their bodies before they could react. 3 talismans flew toward them. In their spirit forms, they were far weaker and could not withstand Su Yang's onslaught, being obliterated in an instant. Everyone was left in shock, in the blink of an eye. This peak Spirit Separation youth had annihilated 3 tribulation-transcending cultivators. Moreover, why was his spell instantaneous? Did he not need to chant incantations? Not only did the fallen cultivators fail to comprehend what had happened, but even the 5 Earth Immortals present exchanged glances, chills running down their spines. Had they been caught off guard in such a manner, their souls would likely have been dragged out as well. Su Yang smiled slightly, honestly surprised at how effective the soul hook from the Black and White Impermanent sect was that in the absence of preparation from his opponents, he had even managed to extract the souls of tribulation-transcending cultivators. Regrettably, had he known, he should have targeted those 5 Earth Immortals directly. Now that they were on guard, achieving a similar effect would be nearly impossible. Sensing something amiss with Su Yang, one Earth Immortal immediately exclaimed, "Holy Maiden, you all proceed to destroy the Qinglong Array. I shall handle this fellow." As the Holy Maiden was about to respond, an imposing barrier suddenly arose, enveloping everyone within. "You wish to leave? Not without my consent. None of you shall depart today." With that, Su Yang conjured 2 bolts of lightning from thin air and charged toward the Western cultivators, undeterred by the presence of 5 Earth Immortal experts. Earth Immortals were merely that. He had faced them before. Moreover, the Earth Immortals from foreign lands were not even close to matching the prowess of those from Daxia. The 749 Bureau had conducted analyses, determining that an ordinary Western Earth Immortal strength was roughly equivalent to that of a peak tribulation-transcending cultivator in Daxia. For instance, the Holy Church had an abundance of Earth Immortals, but only the so-called 12 Guardians were formidable. The rest were inept. Two Earth Immortals immediately moved to block Su Yang's assault, even being pushed back a step by his force. The remaining three Earth Immortals joined forces to attack the barrier, attempting to break through it. However, their strikes met with no effect against the barrier. One Earth Immortal, feeling a surge of dread, shouted, "This barrier allows entry, but not exit. To break it, we must kill this fellow." "Then let us kill him." A cruel glint flickered in the Holy Maiden's eyes as she raised her staff and began to chant, revealing her tribulation-transcending cultivation. The other three Earth Immortals lunged at Su Yang. "Come at me." Su Yang's body radiated golden light. Copper head, iron arm, indestructible golden body. Qian Kun guarding the body. Unbreakable diamond. Four buffs enveloped Su Yang, instantly elevating his defenses beyond that of an Earth Immortal. He braced himself against the combined assault of five Earth Immortals, while simultaneously transforming his hands into palms, crackling with lightning, and struck heavily at the chests of two Earth Immortal cultivators with his heavenly thunder palm. The two Earth Immortal cultivators were sent flying, blood staining the corners of their lips. They'd been careless, failing to evade. A spirit separation cultivator, even one with seemingly monstrous defenses, could hardly possess significant offensive capabilities. Surely he could not be an all-rounder, right? Yet, to their astonishment, Su Yang's offensive power was equally formidable. That slap was excruciating, the lightning energy burrowing into their meridians. Simultaneously, the Holy Maiden completed her incantation, and hundreds of malevolent spirits erupted from the ground, each possessing the strength of a ghost emperor. For an ordinary spirit separation cultivator, these spirits would have been sufficient to tear them to shreds. However, Su Yang remained unfazed, with a wave of his hand. Talisman lights filled the sky. Countless talismans formed behind Su Yang, flying toward the malevolent spirits, who let out piercing wails as they were obliterated. Seizing the opportunity to attack the Holy Maiden, Su Yang suddenly noticed Inuyagi Ichifu, who had remained passive, staring vacantly. The next instant, a shrill voice resonated in Su Yang's mind, threatening to shatter his eardrums, forcing him to halt and cover his ears, his gaze fixated on Inuyagi Ichifu. Damn it, this despicable man is an ability user. Calm Heart Technique. The Taoist Calm Heart Technique typically involved a lengthy incantation. Yet Su Yang merely uttered these three words, and the cacophony in his mind vanished instantaneously. At this moment, Inuyagi Ichifu still wore a vacant expression, believing he still controlled Su Yang. Little did he know that Su Yang would appear before him in the next second, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Poof! In an instant, Inukai Kazuo spurted a mouthful of fresh blood, his garments tearing apart behind him, and he was sent flying like a kite, crashing heavily against the mountainside and turning into a puddle of flesh. Simultaneously, the attacks from the five Earth Immortals struck once more. 5 beams of golden light slammed into Su Yang, propelling him away. However, with 4 layers of defensive buffs shielding him, Su Yang felt only a slight discomfort and remained unharmed. Stabilizing his form in mid-air, he pointed skyward and declared, "5 thunder conquering demon array." In the next moment, dark clouds of thunder rolled across the sky, and a blue talisman suddenly materialized beneath the feet of all the Western cultivators. Instantly, bolts of lightning rained down. The 5 Earth Immortals were taken aback, acutely sensing the formidable power of this grand formation. Each bolt was akin to heavenly thunder they had only encountered during their tribulation. The young lad from the Great Xia Kingdom could actually summon heavenly thunder. Moreover, he activated such a potent formation in the blink of an eye, leaving them no time to react, aware of the terrifying nature of heavenly thunder. The 5 Earth Immortals hurriedly gathered around the Saintess, working together to dispel the lightning while protecting her. Having experienced heavenly thunder more than once, they knew precisely how to counter it. However, others were not so fortunate, meeting their demise beneath the thunder, including those in the tribulation phase. Although those in the tribulation phase had also endured heavenly thunder, they only faced 3 strikes during their tribulation, whereas the thunder summoned by Su Yang came in an unending torrent. How could they possibly withstand it? Meanwhile, atop a distant peak, Zhang Qingxian gazed at the ominous clouds ahead, frowning. Is a fellow cultivator summoning lightning, Such power. Could it be the five thunder-conquering demon array? Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted. Within the entire cultivation world, only their Heavenly Master's mansion wielded the five thunder-conquering demon array, with the exception of Su Yang at that moment. The members of the Heavenly Master's mansion were all preoccupied with their first examination atop Kunlun Mountain. The cultivator ahead must surely be Su Yang. The lad had resorted to such a grand formation. It seemed the situation was dire. Humph. As the foremost sect of the righteous path, regardless of whom this lad is battling, I must lend my assistance. With that, Zhang Qingxian stepped onto his Heavenly Master sword and soared into the sky. At that very moment, the true energy of the formation was depleted, and the thunderclouds gradually dissipated. Just as Su Yang prepared to make his next move, a loud shout echoed from above. Su Yang, I come to aid you. The next moment, Zhang Qingxian descended on his sword, a colossal taiji symbol slowly manifesting behind him, crashing heavily towards the five Western Earth Immortals. The five Earth Immortals snorted in disdain, raising their staves to effortlessly block Zhang Qingxuan's strike. Zhang Qingxian was momentarily stunned, realizing that the five standing below were all Earth Immortals. My goodness, so many experts, and they're foreigners? Zhang Qingxian instantly understood. There must be foreign cultivators causing havoc. Initially inclined to retreat, upon seeing these outsiders, he gritted his teeth and dove down. Divine sword exorcising demons. The Heavenly Master's sword beneath him blazed with golden light as it flew towards one of the Earth Immortals. Simultaneously, another Earth Immortal leaped forward, charging at Zhang Qingxian, their staff shimmering with light as it struck towards him. Yet, Zhang Qingxian showed no intention of evading in midair, allowing the staff to crash into him. Boom! Zhang Qingxian's figure instantly vanished, leaving only a half-formed paper effigy to drift down. The Earth Immortal froze in shock. Before he could react, Zhang Qingxian suddenly appeared above him, snatching a taiji-shaped necklace and bringing it down forcefully upon his head. The Earth Immortal let out a shriek, and before he could resist, Zhang Qingxian swiftly formed several hand seals, exorcising demons' command. Divine sword exorcising demons. A gleaming copper coin sword shot forth from his sleeve, piercing through the Earth Immortal's chest in an instant, single-handedly slaying an Earth Immortal during tribulation. You could call Zhang Qingxian cowardly, but you could never claim he was inept. Meanwhile, Su Yang was not idle. As one Earth Immortal had just blocked Zhang Qingxian as Heavenly Master Sword, the next moment, Su Yang appeared before him, seizing the Heavenly Master Sword and slashing once more. Heaven and earth slash, clang. The Heavenly Master Sword effortlessly severed the staff in the Earth Immortal's grasp, and just as terror struck him, Su Yang teleported behind him, thrusting the Heavenly Master Sword into his back. The Earth Immortal reacted swiftly. The moment the Heavenly Master Sword pierced him, his soul instantly detached, as an Earth Immortal, even in spirit form. He possessed the strength of a ghost emperor. He spun around, intending to attack Su Yang, but Su Yang seemed to have anticipated his move, and the instant he turned, Su Yang's fiery eyes shot forth a beam of golden light, piercing through his soul. With a swift kill, his soul was shattered. Zhang Qingxian approached Su Yang, beckoning for the Heavenly Master Sword to return to his hand, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Yang, both glaring fiercely at the remaining four adversaries. So, young lad, what do you think? Was my last move impressive? Su Yang smiled slightly. I can't say whether it was impressive or not, but that sword-dancing escape you executed while running away last time was indeed quite stylish. Cough, cough. Zhang Qingxian's face flushed. That was merely to avoid stealing your glory and giving you a chance to shine. Now, with the remaining four, shall we each take one? Before Zhang Qingxian could finish his sentence, a surge of bloodlight rushed towards them. Are there more experts? Soon, Xiao Shooting arrived beside Su Yang, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, while Su Yang could contend with the five Earth Immortals. Completely annihilating them posed a challenge, prompting him to call for Xiao Shooting. He had intended to join forces with her, only to be interrupted by Zhang Qingxian's arrival. Zhang Qingxian sensed the aura emanating from Xiao Shooting, and his eyes widened. Isn't this the drought demon from last time? Xiao Shooting also noticed Zhang Qingxian and glared furiously. You're the old codger who struck me with lightning last time? I. Zhang Qingxian was flustered, about to say something, but was interrupted by Su Yang. All right, shooting is now under my command. We have already formed a contract. You took in a drought demon. Zhang Qingxian stared wide-eyed, and after a moment, he raised a thumbs up. Impressive. Meanwhile, the Saintess and her companions wore grim expressions. Their forces had suffered considerable losses, with even 2 Earth immortals perishing. Yet at this juncture, the opposing side had gained 2 additional allies, placing them in a precarious situation. If this continued, not only would they fail to disrupt the Qinglong formation, but it was uncertain whether they could return alive. They had to resort to that move. At that moment, the Saintess suddenly knelt on the ground, tossing the necklace from her chest skyward, and exclaimed, "Esteemed Angel Shaylee, heed the prayers of your most loyal servant, and grant me your strength." Shaylee, what is that? I only know of Juliet. Zhang Qingxian was utterly perplexed, staring at the Saintess in confusion. Su Yang twitched his lips. Explaining, Shaylee is one of the 7 great angels governing the moon. This woman is invoking a deity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan's eyes widened. Governing the moon. Does that arrogant Chang'e know about this? Su Yang, you should also summon a deity to compete with her. Although Zhang Qingxian could summon deities, he merely borrowed a fraction of their power, unlike Su Yang, who could directly channel a fragment of a deity's soul. Su Yang shrugged helplessly. He indeed wished to summon a deity, but the Monkey King was in seclusion. He had already attempted to contact him without any response. Meanwhile, with the Saintess's incantation, a beam of golden light descended, enveloping her. Seeing this, Su Yang furrowed his brow. This Saintess's invocation was also summoning a divine fragment, and her compatibility was not any less than his with the Monkey King. Could it be that this woman is also a prodigious young talent? No. A prodigious young lady? The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. In the next second, the golden light erupted, and the Saintess's skin grew pale as 6 snow-white wings unfurled from her back, grasping the angelic holy sword. Her eyes shimmered with a faint golden light as she coldly gazed at Su Yang and the others. Mortal, are you prepared to greet your demise? Oh, she is really putting on a show. Let me see how you measure up, Zhang Qingxian declared, striding forward with a dignified gait towards the Saintess. In the next moment, the Saintess swung her sword, unleashing a surge of immense power that instantly sent Zhang Qingxian flying, rolling across the ground in a most disheveled manner. This rascal is rather formidable. Of course, it's divine power. How could it not be strong? Su Yang, having once been possessed by the Monkey King, could most acutely perceive the magnitude of divine strength. While Shaylee was but a mere shadow compared to the Monkey King, she was still a deity. Well then, shooting, it's your turn. Su Yang turned to Xiao Shooting. Me. Xiao Shooting pointed at herself in disbelief, then shook her head. No way, she'll definitely hurt me. Why all the nonsense? Just get on with it, Su Yang exclaimed, grabbing Xiao Shooting and hurling her toward the Saintess. He added, once this battle is over, I'll make sure you taste some blood. It was worth noting that even when his brother, the Monkey King, had possessed him, he had been unable to vanquish Xiao Shooting. With her extraordinary defensive capabilities, Xiao Shooting could certainly hold the Saintess at bay. Moreover, the possession of a deity was time-limited, dependent on the physical condition and cultivation level of the summoner, by the time he and Zhang Qingxian dealt with the remaining Earth Immortals. Her time would likely be up, and he would settle accounts with her then. Xiao Shooting, initially reluctant, brightened at the mention of Su Yang allowing her to drink blood, transforming into a streak of crimson light. She charged fiercely at the Saintess. The Saintess was momentarily taken aback, then retaliated with a beam of golden light, sending Xiao Shooting flying that a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she coldly regarded Xiao Shooting. Corpse-like creature, you have no place here. Hell is your true home. Unfazed, Xiao Shooting waved her jade hand, and a surge of dark energy erupted, reanimating the Western cultivators who had previously perished. They rose, eyes vacant, fingers and fangs elongating into grotesque forms, swiftly transforming into a horde of zombies that rushed toward the Saintess with primal howls. Both Su Yang and Zhang Qingxian were taken aback by this spectacle. Was this the drought demon? She needn't even make contact. A mere wave of her hand summoned such a legion of zombies, each with formidable strength. It was fortunate that Su Yang had subdued her. Otherwise, had she been unleashed upon the world, countless lives would be lost. Soon, the Saintess found herself overwhelmed by Xiao shooting and her legion of undead minions. Although the Saintess was powerful, the zombies summoned by Xiao shooting were no less than flying corpses. And the two deceased Earth Immortals, along with the cultivator who had been at the tribulation stage, had become formidable foes. The zombies possessed tremendous defensive capabilities, placing immense pressure on the Saintess. Meanwhile, the three remaining Earth Immortals were steadily being pushed back by Su Yang and Zhang Qingxian. Old watermelon, why aren't you running this time? Zhang Qingxuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he immediately feigned a righteous demeanor. When have I ever run? That was a strategic retreat. Besides, facing these foreign cultivators, I would rather die in battle than flee. It was a jest. He had been taken aback by the drought demon's blow previously and had intended to retreat for reinforcements. However, this situation was different. The drought demon was now on their side. With the drought demon and Su Yang, a veritable powerhouse, he couldn't fathom a loss. Such opportunities to accrue merit were rare. Fleeing would be sheer folly. 5 Thunder Strike. Divine Sword exterminates evil. Under the combined onslaught of Su Yang and Zhang Qingxian, 2 Earth Immortals fell, joining the ranks of the zombie army. The last remaining Earth Immortal, witnessing this, attempted to flee but collided with Su Yang's barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang teleported and delivered a thunderous palm strike to his head, sending him to meet his maker. Meanwhile, the Saintess cleaved through 2 approaching zombies with her sword, gasping heavily. The ground beneath her was littered with corpses, all of which had once been her minions. She cast a resentful glance at Xiao shooting, perplexed by this seemingly harmless little girl who appeared to be an anomaly among the undead, impervious to even her angelic holy sword. How could this be? At that moment, Xiao shooting also regarded the Saintess coldly. Despite being a summoned deity, the earlier barrage had certainly inflicted pain upon her. With their hands free, Su Yang and Zhang Qingxian simultaneously unleashed a bolt of lightning at the Saintess. Exhausted, she hastily summoned divine energy to shield herself, barely managing to deflect the lightning, only for Xiao shooting to transform into blood light and crash into her. Puffed! The Saintess coughed up blood, staggering backward, her divine spirit dissipating as her summoning state was disrupted. Crashing heavily to the ground, she quickly began to chant, sending a firefly darting into the distance, before turning to Su Yang and declaring, "I surrender." "Oh," Su Yang replied casually, his fists crackling with electricity as he charged at her. The Saintess, terrified, stumbled back, tears welling in her eyes. "I've surrendered. Why are you still attacking? What does your surrender have to do with me?" "Who said you can't strike after surrendering?" Su Yang retorted, his demeanor entirely nonchalant, before delivering a punch to the Saintess's face. Concurrently, the firefly he had released found his way to Su Province, landing on the head of an elder in black robes who was engaged in battle with the 749 Bureau. Instantly, the elder trembled, disbelief flooding his eyes. The Saintess has been captured. The elder, known as Dai Sha, was shaking that if anything were to happen to the Saintess, he knew the master would not let him off lightly. Without hesitation, Dai Sha unleashed a decoy to mislead the skilled practitioners of the 749 Bureau, then burrowed underground, racing towards the headquarters of the 749 Bureau as one of the 12 guardians of the Holy Master sect. Dai Sha was not to be trifled with. He was a peak Earth Immortal, just a step away from ascension. He was even able to borrow divine power, just like the Saintess, with the elite forces of the 749 Bureau deployed. He was confident he could reach the headquarters and rescue the Saintess. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters of the 749 Bureau, a bruised and battered Zhao Ziliang squatted by the roadside, his face twisted with malice. "Su Yang, Lu Koshue, taking advantage of my father's absence to bully me. When he returns, you will pay dearly." Perhaps speaking too forcefully had pulled at the wounds on his face, contorting it in pain. That damned Inpa had truly beaten him to a pulp. Had he not been fortunate enough to cleanse himself thoroughly this morning, he might have soiled himself. While he seethed, he suddenly noticed a shadow darting towards him from afar. Quickly landing before him, Dai Sha surveyed Zhao Ziliang. then spoke fluent Chinese. "Are you from the 749 Bureau? What a joke." Zhao Ziliang shot a glance at Dai Sha, sneering, "I've never seen you before. You must be new here. You don't even recognize the district chief? Let me tell you, I am Zhao Ziliang, the chief of the technical department, and my father is Zhao Dongyang, the deputy director of the 749 Bureau." Upon hearing this, Dai Sha's interest piqued. Wow, this kid holds a high position in the 749 Bureau. Perhaps it could be a valuable bargaining chip to exchange for the saneness. With that thought, Dai Sha offered Zhao Ziliang a congenial smile. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Yin Pe, accompanied by Su Yang's group, was closely monitoring the surroundings, immediately noticing Dai Sha and issuing a warning. The entire 749 Bureau swiftly entered a state of battle readiness. All members of the 749 Bureau were aware of the impending enemy. Except for Zhao Ziliang, he remained oblivious, still chatting amiably with Dai Sha. "You don't seem like a local. Are you from a minority group? At your age, your cultivation should be considerable. Stick with me, and I'll protect you." Before he could finish, Dai Sha struck him down with a single punch, hoisting him away. "Whoa, Captain, that black-robed man has taken Zhao Ziliang." A member shouted in the surveillance room. Yin Pe, busy organizing his gear, was momentarily stunned by the news. Just then, Lu Koshui burst into the surveillance room. "Enemies are approaching? What's going on?" The team quickly updated Lu Koshui. Upon learning that Zhao Ziliang had been captured, Lu Koshui furrowed his brow. "Why didn't we detect this guy sooner?" The detection equipment was developed by the technical department. The opponent is at least a late-stage or even peak Earth immortal. And our current methods are insufficient to detect him beforehand. We only realized he was there once he appeared on the monitor, Yin Pe explained. Lu Koshui fell silent, reflecting on how since Zhao Ziliang had become chief, the technical department's technology had not been updated in quite some time. Additionally, aside from technical means, the 749 Bureau had no Earth immortal station at headquarters, making it entirely reasonable not to have detected an Earth immortal. Ultimately, it came down to Zhao Ziliang's ineffectiveness as chief of the technical department. Had he been a bit more diligent and updated the technology, this situation might have been avoided. That he brought this upon himself. "Yin Pe, you're swift and possess self-preservation skills. Follow them and see where they head." Lu Koshui issued a command and took out his phone, intending to contact Su Yang down on the other end of the line. Su Yang, who was currently trampling the saneness underfoot, could hardly suppress the smirk on his lips upon hearing that Zhao Ziliang had been captured. All right, Deputy Lu, don't worry. I will return immediately." "How could I?" "Su Yang, be such a petty person? I will definitely rescue Zhao Ziliang." After hanging up, Su Yang turned to Zhang Qingxian and casually remarked, "Old Zhang, it seems you are about to earn yourself another round of merit. Let us head out for some late-night snacks." "Sure, no problem," Zhang Qingxian responded with an okay hand gesture. Su Yang then glanced at the half-conscious saintess, tightly bound by the binding rope of immortality. This so-called binding rope was not a divine artifact, but rather a magical tool mass-produced by the 749 Bureau in the last century. Anyone ensnared by it, be they cultivators or supernatural beings, would completely lose their ability to move, rendering them unable to utilize any spells or powers. It was the 749 Bureau's exclusive handcuff. "Shu Ting, take her back and lock her in the basement. This woman is the saintess of the Holy Lord Church. A prime catch. I intend to claim some benefits from the Holy Lord Church," Su Yang instructed. Xiao Shooting nodded but hesitated to look at Su Yang. Understanding her desire for blood, Su Yang extended his hand. "Go ahead, but you can only take one sip." Xiao Shooting beamed with delight, grinning as she gently bit into Su Yang's arm in the next moment. Su Yang felt his blood surging toward Xiao Shooting's mouth, nearly drained dry by her single sip. He kicked her away and shot her an annoyed glare. "Do you want to suck me dry? I can see you're truly starving." Xiao Shooting chuckled, wiping her mouth with satisfaction, and playfully hopped away with the saintess in tow. Meanwhile, Su Yang slung his arm around Zhang Qingxuan's shoulder and made his way toward a street of food stalls in the magical city. As for rescuing Zhao Ziliang, it was merely a pretense, a passing remark. Surely no one would take it seriously. 3 hours later, Su Yang, toothpicking beside Zhang Qingxian, arrived at the location Lu Koshui had sent him. It was an abandoned, half-finished building, where Diesha was currently binding Zhao Ziliang while coldly observing the crowd from the 749 Bureau below. Upon seeing Su Yang, Lu Koshue appeared as if he had found his savior. "My little ancestor, why did you take so long to arrive?" Diesha was a peak Earth immortal, making the task of rescuing Zhao Ziliang exceedingly challenging. After all, Zhao Ziliang was one of their own, and his father, Zhao Dongyang, was also a deputy director. Lu Koshue was in a state of panic. He was counting on Su Yang to brainstorm some ideas. However, this rascal seemed to have vanished, and his calls went unanswered. Su Yang had already received reports from his subordinates on the way and was well aware of the situation. He patted Lu Koshue on the shoulder and said, "Uncle Gue, don't fret. I've already contacted the funeral home, and they will come to collect the body for cremation shortly. You'll even get an 80 discount." Lu Koshue was taken aback, realizing that this young man was harboring a grudge. But considering the circumstances, it was understandable. Zhao Ziliang had been a constant thorn in Su Yang's side and had even harbored ill intentions toward Hualuashi, who was known to be the crown princess. Who wouldn't feel incensed if Zhao Ziliang were to target their wife? Su Yang cast a puzzled glance at the indignant Lu Koshue, then approached Yin Pe, patting him on the shoulder. "Rescuing someone shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" Yin Pe nodded. "It's just a matter of opening a black hole." "Then why aren't you doing it?" Yin Pe smiled slightly. "If the director doesn't want to save him, then I won't." "Good brother." Su Yang praised Yin Pe. It wasn't he that he was petty. It was just that Zhao Ziliang had consistently been antagonistic toward him. He couldn't simply repay malice with kindness, could he? Not just Su Yang, but most of the 749 personnel harbored no fondness for Zhao Ziliang. Though both were second-generation figures, when others referred to Su Yang as young master, it was not only due to his relationship with Su Ziqiang, but also because of Su Yang as capabilities. He might be a bit violent, but he was undeniably powerful, having never lost an external battle. His reputation as the double flower red stick was well-deserved. On the other hand, Zhao Ziliang lacked both ability and character. Aside from his photographic memory, he had made no remarkable achievements, constantly boasting about his father while bullying others. Many harbored great resentment toward him, yet felt powerless. Now that Zhao Ziliang was in trouble, their sentiments could be summed up in 2 words: deserved it. At that moment, Diesha on the upper floor suddenly shouted, "Hand over the Saintus, or I will kill this kid." Zhao Ziliang, terrified, trembled as he pleaded, "Big brother, please don't kill me. I know a lot of 749's intel. I can share everything with you." Diesha's eyes brightened with unexpected delight. Was there such a fortunate turn of events? Just as Lu Koshue was about to speak, Su Yang snatched the megaphone from his hands. "Bold thief! Not only have you trespassed into our nation, but you also dare to assault a member of the 749 Bureau. Today marks your demise." With that, Su Yang turned to Zhao Ziliang. "Rest assured, Director Zhao, once you perish, I will avenge you that I, Su Yang, will even spend extra to burn more money for you. Go peacefully. All personnel of the 749 Bureau, stand by." In an instant, all members of the 749 Bureau stood at attention as Su Yang's gaze turned icy. "Prepare for a full assault." Yes, Zhao Ziliang was left dumbfounded. It was clear that Su Yang had no intention of rescuing him. Or rather, he didn't plan to let him live. Diesha, too, began to question his life choices. Was this kid simply boasting? Wasn't his background supposed to be incredibly powerful? Why did they have no plans to save him whatsoever? In the next moment, Yin Pe appeared in midair, his hand cannon unhesitatingly aimed at Diesha. Boom! Diesha waved his hand, deflecting Yin Pe's cannon fire, his eyes filled with resentment as he kicked Zhao Ziliang away. "Damn it, I've made a huge mistake. This kid is completely worthless." Zhao Ziliang was petrified by the scene, hurriedly shouting at Diesha, "Sir, please untie me. Let's fight our way out together. There might still be a chance for survival." "Get lost!" Diesha roared in fury, just as Zhao Ziliang rolled down the stairs and fled. At this moment, the personnel of the 749 Bureau charged up the half-finished building, with Su Yang leading the charge. In a blink, he teleported right in front of Diesha, delivering a punch. Diesha quickly defended himself, but another Heavenly Master Sword came flying at him. He pushed Su Yang away, attempting to turn and defend against the Heavenly Master Sword, only for it to suddenly vanish into a black hole. The next second, a black hole opened beneath him, and the Heavenly Master Sword shot out, aimed directly at his rear. Yesha let out a pained scream as countless projectiles bombarded him. Just as he managed to defend against the barrage, Su Yang charged from the smoke, landing a punch on him. His reflexes were quick. A third eye suddenly opened atop his head, shooting a beam of golden light at Su Yang. Just as Su Yang prepared to teleport out of the way, a black hole appeared before him, and the golden light entered it, vanishing without a trace. Almost immediately, another black hole opened behind Yesha, and the golden light shot out, striking him in the back. Yesha screamed again, his expression turning as if he had eaten something vile. What was happening? In mid-air, Inpa chuckled, while his hand cannon couldn't harm the peak Earth immortal Yesha. His spatial abilities greatly assisted Su Yang, who said snipers couldn't play support. You all force my hand. Yesha stumbled back, raising his staff, a golden light shooting straight into the heavens. O revered Gabriel, heed the prayers of your faithful servant and bestow upon me your power. As he awaited the descent of the golden light, Yesha looked at Su Yang and the others, laughing maniacally. Today all of you shall perish here. Ha ha! In the next instant, a golden light imbued with Gabriel's divine power descended from above. Suddenly, a black hole reappeared above Yesha's head. The golden light vanished into the black hole, only to emerge from the black hole above Su Yang's head. The golden light enveloped Su Yang, and to his astonishment, 6 pairs of wings sprouted from his back. The 12-winged angel. Yesha exclaimed in disbelief. The crowd gasped in shock. That's my account, Su Yang replied, a sly grin on his face. An overseas account. Hee, this seems rather impressive. Among the Western deities, there were 4 levels, ranked from lowest to highest. First-tier deity, second-tier deity, third-tier deity, and God King. The celestial beings in the grand realm of Dasha correspond to the Tiantian, Jinxian, Tai Jinxian, and Aluo Jinxian. The Archangel Gabriel, as the foremost of angels, embodies a second-tier deity, and his power undoubtedly surpasses that of the previous Shayli. Although it is merely divine power and not a fragment of the soul descended to the mortal plane, it still greatly enhances Su Yang's strength. In an instant, Su Yang's mind is flooded with numerous angelic skills. Judgment of the Holy Sword. Su Yang pointed skyward, and a colossal golden holy sword descended from above, firmly locking onto Daisha. Still reeling from the shock of being outmatched, Daisha's pupils dilated as he beheld the massive golden sword falling from the heavens. Instinctively, he raised his staff to defend, yet the golden sword struck down, compressing him from the rooftop to the ground floor. With a thunderous roar, the entire dilapidated building collapsed in an instant. Inpa swiftly summoned a black hole beneath the feet of everyone except Zhao Ziliang, ensuring their safe descent. As the smoke cleared, Daisha's aura gradually faded away. With a single strike, it was a swift conclusion. Upon Daisha's demise, the divine power he had borrowed dissipated instantly, and Su Yang returned to his original form. However, he was astonished to discover that those angelic skills were firmly etched in his mind. He attempted to point skyward once more, and yet another golden giant sword sliced through the clouds. Elated, Su Yang hastily retracted his divine powers. Just as the villain was vanquished and everyone rejoiced, Zhao Ziliang crawled out of the rubble, covered in dirt. Earlier, he had activated the protective talisman bestowed by his father, which contained his father's true energy as a terrestrial deity, saving his life at a critical moment. Upon seeing that Zhao Ziliang had survived, disappointment flickered in everyone's eyes. Damn it, how does this brat have such a strong life force? Zhao Ziliang, still seemingly dazed from the earlier fright, approached the crowd and extended his hand to Lu Koshue. Director Lu, it's wonderful to see you again. Thank you for saving me. At that moment, Zhao Ziliang noticed Zhang Qingxian nearby, and his eyes brightened. Uncle Zhang, you're here too. I remember you helped me earlier, right? Zhang Qingxian forced a smile, fully aware of Zhao Ziliang's background as the son of Zhao Danyang, whose reputation was less than favorable. Although he felt indifferent toward Zhao Ziliang, he had to maintain his father's face, so he responded with a smile. I'm well acquainted with your father. It's good to see you're all right. With tears welling in his eyes, Zhao Ziliang gratefully clutched Zhang Qingxuan's hand. Uncle Zhang, thank you for saving me. You are truly a great person. I wish you attain Buddhahood soon. Zhang Qingxian, initially smiling, suddenly found his expression frozen, and an overwhelming rage surged within him. What did you just wish for me? To attain Buddhahood soon. I'll be damned. You brat. Enraged, Zhang Qingxian delivered a kick to Zhao Ziliyang's chest. Meanwhile, in the Western Divine Realm, Shaili burst through the palace doors, rushing in with urgency. Brother, something terrible has happened. I can sense that this generation's holy maiden's aura is feeble. It seems she is on the brink of death, that I had previously sent a fragment of my soul there. Enough. I already know. Gabriel, seated on the throne, waved his hand, his expression grave. Just moments ago, his envoy in the lower realm had been slain, and it was done using his own skills. The most infuriating part was that the young man seemed to have learned all his abilities. The mere thought of this made Gabriel feel as if he had swallowed something foul, and he slammed his hand on the table. Michael, observing this scene, raised an eyebrow and remarked sarcastically, "See, I told you there are hidden talents in Dacia. We were told not to engage. Yet look where we are." Sensing Gabriel's gaze upon him, Michael quickly fell silent. Though he was also a 12-winged archangel and a second-tier deity, Gabriel was still the elder brother. This time, we have suffered significant losses. We cannot let this slide. Raphael declared, "But you've seen it. The elite of the 749 Bureau have all gone to the EC, yet we are still no match for them." Raquel replied, "Tea that moment." Gabriel suddenly said, "Those mortals are no match for us. Are we gods to be outdone by the 749 Bureau?" "Brother, what do you mean?" "Regroup and prepare to launch another offensive against Dacia. This time, Shaili, you shall lead the charge." At this proclamation, everyone present was taken aback, except for Shaili, whose eyes lit up. He had previously sent a fragment of his soul there, only for it to be obliterated, and he was brimming with suppressed rage. Michael hesitated. "Boss, if we take action ourselves, what about the gods of Dacia?" Gabriel waved dismissively. "Those gods of Dacia only indulge in feasting and revelry. They pose no threat as long as we remain discreet. We can quietly approach and eliminate a few key figures of the 749 Bureau." With that, Gabriel turned to Shaili. "Do not linger. Strike when the opportunity arises and return immediately after dispatching your targets. Leave the rest to the Holy Church." Shaili nodded, excitement glimmering in his eyes. That on the other side, Su Yang returned home, and it was already late into the night. Throughout the day, the construction team had hastily partitioned the area into several streaming rooms. Meanwhile, the hungry ghosts and other supernatural beings were energetically broadcasting. "Thanks to my brother Yu for sending the big airplane." "Thank you, brother Yu. Everyone, give brother Yu some love." While shouting, the hungry ghost performed his signature clapping motion, then tousled his hair and raised the slop before him. There are countless spirited young men, but Say is a coward. As long as the spirit remains, one is a powerhouse wherever one goes. "Come on, brothers, today's slop is exceptionally sweet. And no more words, just let me show off. Let us go." With that, the hungry ghost tilted back his head and downed the slop in one go. "Wow, Ghost Brother is incredible. Where's my ghost army? Now I finally understand where that vegetable leaf came from when I kissed Ghost Brother yesterday. Ghost Brother's slop must have been sourced from some snack street. Right? Today I peed it out, and it tasted quite good. Upstairs, why reward him? Ghost Brother, why are you whiter than my second uncle who died 3 days ago? You can't really be a ghost, can you?" Su Yang need not worry about the situation with the hungry ghost. In this arena, he stood alone, and others couldn't hope to imitate him. The momentum was quite fiery on the other side. The mouthless woman was softly singing. "The night grows deeper, the bright moon shines, wandering far from home. I mournfully gaze at the moon." The broadcaster had a pleasant voice, yet there was an eerie chill in the air. Don't get me wrong, this song is rather nice. Just now, someone tiptoed over and asked me what song this is. That I was initially quite scared at home, but after listening to your song, I felt no fear because now the whole room is filled with people. Su Yang stood beside the mouthless woman for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. Her popularity was decent, and she had garnered quite a few gifts. Pushing open a door, he found Hu Xiaoshuang energetically twisting her body inside. However, the popularity of her streaming room remained lukewarm. Su Yang couldn't comprehend why this little fox, possessing both figure and beauty, failed to attract an audience while dancing. Was the dance arena truly this competitive? After a while, Su Yang decided everyone should shut down their streams and gather to discuss why Hu Xiaoshuang wasn't gaining traction. The hungry ghost pondered for a moment before speaking. Leader, when I compete in PK with those dance streamers, I've noticed they all have one thing in common. They tread the line. Exactly. The mouthless woman quickly chimed in the dance arena, if you don't tread the line, no one will watch. After all, with beauty enhancement effects, everyone appears beautiful. Although Xiaoshuang is pretty, she has no advantage against such overwhelming beauty. Su Yang glanced at Hu Xiaoshuang, whose face displayed a clear refusal. She was willing to dance, but to tread the line, she was utterly opposed. After all, she possessed a pure nine-tailed fox lineage. How could she stoop to such measures? Moreover, aside from the crown prince, those mortals were unworthy of witnessing her benefits. Su Yang furrowed his brows, realizing that the hungry ghost and the mouthless woman spoke the truth. This arena started late compared to others, even if Hu Xiaoshuang began to tread the line. How far could she go? It would be better to switch to a different arena. With that thought, Su Yang looked at the hungry ghost. Can you dance the societal sway? Upon hearing this, the hungry ghost instantly perked up, clapping his hands excitedly. Leader, this is right up my alley. I'm quite adept at societal sway. From today onward, when you're not streaming, teach Xiaoshuang to dance the societal sway. We shall carve out a new path. Su Yang distinctly recalls that in his previous life, the progenitor of social dance, relying solely on his own efforts, ushered in the emergence of the Kalinin. However, in this realm, it appears that only spirited young men engage in social dancing, with scant sightings of women participating. The sight of Hu Xiaoshuang, a sweet girl, dancing social style would undoubtedly be captivating. Initially, Hu Xiaoshuang assumed that Su Yang would compel her to resort to borderline tactics like other streamers, leaving her somewhat apprehensive. Yet, upon learning that Su Yang merely suggested she switch to a different track, she was profoundly moved. Indeed, though the young prince often appeared stern, he genuinely cared for her, unwilling to push her towards the fringes. With this thought, Hu Xiaoshuang gazed at Su Yang, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion, her heart racing uncontrollably. Unaware of her self-revelation, Su Yang pondered and then asked, Xiaoshuang, how many mischievous little foxes like you are there in Qingqiu Mountain? Hu Xiaoshuang regained her composure and reflected. There are more than 20. All my good sisters, summon them all. You shall form a girl group dedicated to social dancing. Tell them that if they perform well, I shall offer rewards that the mention of rewards. Hu Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prince's rewards were a tremendous opportunity. Hu Xiaoshuang envisioned herself and her sisters diligently practicing for a decade, returning transformed into ethereal beings. Meanwhile, Xiao Shutian cast a curious glance at Su Yang. Fully aware of the cultivation techniques he was undertaking, she wondered whether summoning so many little foxes was intended to reward them or to benefit Su Yang himself. Yet the thought of little foxes augmenting one's cultivation filled her with envy. Surely, she ought to be able to do the same. What should she do? She yearned to seek out Su Yang and explore the possibility. Having mapped out Hu Xiaoshuang's future trajectory, Su Yang proceeded to assess his account balance. Through the relentless efforts of a myriad of beings, the funds he had previously expended had been replenished, and now he boasted nearly 500,000, although the starving spirits earned a considerable sum daily. It was evidently insufficient for his aspirations regarding Kalinin, or rather, for the path he envisioned. Su Yang's soul jar contained dozens of restless spirits, and they could not remain idle. He contemplated whether he should establish an assembly line, allowing them to operate sewing machines, with the garments produced enabling the starving spirits to engage in live commerce. Fortuitously, his yard housed a spacious basement, entirely suitable for use as a production workshop. Without hesitation, Su Yang contacted Xiao Ba, requesting her assistance in procuring a second-hand clothing production assembly line. In no time, Xiao Ba responded, informing him that a nearly new set of machines was available for sale in the northern part of the city. Priced at 180,000, Su Yang's expression sank immediately. It was exorbitantly expensive, far beyond his means. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Did he not have a walking Vulcan find his basement? As the saintess of the Holy Church, she ought to possess considerable wealth, right? With this thought, Su Yang grinned mischievously and made his way to the basement. Simultaneously, the bruised and battered saintess of the Holy Church, Alice, found herself bound by celestial ropes, unable to move. Her eyes brimmed with resentment. As the saintess of the Holy Church, a once-in-a-century prodigy from the beautiful nation, she had never endured such indignity. That accursed man from Dacia not only pummeled her after her surrender, but also subjected her to the humiliation of being tied up in a disgraceful manner. With her dignity in tatters and the man yet to appear, she longed to change her trousers. Just then, the basement door swung open, flooding the room with light. Su Yang approached Alice, grasping her face and scrutinizing her closely. With a face full of sorrow, Alice murmured, "Do as you wish, just spare my life. What do you desire me to do? How naive you are." In the next moment, Su Yang began rummaging through her belongings. Alice shut her eyes, seemingly resigned to this outcome, having anticipated it. Indeed, all men were the same. She harbored no intention of resisting, hoping only that once Su Yang had vented his frustrations, he might spare her life. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, Su Yang merely tugged at her clothing without advancing further. Confused, she was abruptly struck across the face by Su Yang. "Speak. Where have you hidden my money?" Alice was momentarily bewildered. "What money? I haven't taken your money. Stop feigning ignorance. You are my captive now, and your wealth is my spoils of war. Hand it over." Since Alice was captured solely by Su Yang and not as part of a mission assigned by 749, her wealth was rightfully his. This money would serve as Su Yang's initial capital. Gazing at the red-eyed, fierce Su Yang, Alice was frightened to tears. "I have no money. Nonsense. As a saintess, how could you possibly be penniless? Surely you possess some sort of storage treasure." With that, Su Yang resumed his search. After an exhaustive search, Su Yang made a startling discovery. This saintess of the Holy Church seemed even poorer than he had been previously. She was, in fact, a superlative pauper. Realizing that Su Yang was solely interested in wealth rather than other pursuits, Alice lamented, "My sustenance and attire are all arranged by my subordinates. I truly have no money." Enraged, Su Yang tore off all of Alice's golden ornaments and burned them with his fire, only to find them charred. Su Yang's expression darkened. "Damn it, a saintess with not a single coin or name. And her jewelry is fake to boot. Surely, the Holy Church still has operatives lurking within Dacia. Contact them and demand they send money, or else." Su Yang clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with menace. "I can no longer contact them. My only messenger firefly has been used up," Alice said, her face a mask of despair. Su Yang stomped his feet in frustration. He had thought to capture a golden opportunity, only to find himself with a useless captive. "Can you at least provide me with some food? I'm starving." Upon hearing this, Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Alice. "You can't even spare a single cent. Yet you expect me to feed you at my expense? You can go eat dirt." With a kick, Su Yang stormed out of the basement in a fit of rage. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In capturing this woman, he had nearly been drained dry by Xiao Shutian. This was an utter loss. No, he simply could not let it end like this. He had to devise a way to extract some funds from her. Just as Su Yang found himself a loss, Zhao Ziliang, who had been hospitalized after being assaulted by Zhang Qingxian, opened his computer, logged onto the dark web, and posted a message. "I'm a master from Dacia. Codenamed Big Monkey. The saintess of the Holy Church is in my possession. If you wish to save her, come find me. My phone number is..." The phone number Zhao Ziliang left in the post was Su Yang's. Having been captured by Di Yisha, he was aware that the saintess from the Holy Church had also been seized. Based on his understanding of Su Yang, he surmised that this saintess was likely in Su Yang's hands, and she might even have met a dire fate at his hands. Su Yang, whether or not she is in your grasp, you now have your work cut out for you." Zhao Ziliang knew that once his post went live, the Holy Church would immediately investigate Su Yang, subsequently seeking revenge. Had it not been for the protective talisman left by his father, he would have been dispatched by Su Yang's sword. Su Yang had clearly intended to eliminate him. In that case, he would ensure that Su Yang would not have it easy either. Once Su Yang met his demise at the hands of the Holy Church, no one would compete with him, for Hualuashi. Thinking of Hualuashi, Zhao Ziliang's heart fluttered. He quickly took out his phone and opened the chat with Hualuashi. His fingers danced across the screen, typing out 2 words. Are you there? After a moment's consideration, feeling it inappropriate, Zhao Ziliang deleted the message and continued typing. Luashi, do you know I was kidnapped by a cultivator from the beautiful nation today? Although I couldn't match him in strength, I never felt a shred of fear. Despite the relentless torment he subjected me to, I remained utterly silent. Whenever the burden became unbearable, I found solace in thoughts of you. The mere contemplation of your presence imbued me with boundless courage. In the final moments, Su Yang unleashed a powerful move that annihilated the enemy, nearly taking me along with him in the process. However, I held no resentment, for I believed it was not done intentionally. And I was even grateful for his timely rescue. Zhao Ziliang's fingers danced rapidly across the screen, and soon his face was illuminated in a ghostly green glow from the device. It was only after he had composed an extensive message that he paused to scrutinize it for any typographical errors. Nodding in satisfaction before hitting send, he awaited the moment when Hualuashi would be touched by his message. A red exclamation mark suddenly appeared before it. A system notification followed. You are not yet her friend. Click to initiate friend verification. Zhao Ziliang was left in a state of disbelief, gripping his phone tightly as he stared incredulously at the screen, confirming his worst fears. Luashi had removed him from her friend list? His expression was one of utter incredulity. No, this cannot be true. Not Luashi. At that moment, a nurse appeared at the door of the ward, smiling as she gently reminded him, Sir, this is a hospital. Please keep your voice down. In the dead of night, Zhao Ziliang concealed himself beneath the covers. Weeping softly, he struggled to fathom the reality of Hualuashi having deleted him from her friends. She had always been so approachable and courteous. How could she have suddenly severed their connection? It had to be Su Yang. Yes, that must be it. Luashi must have been influenced by Su Yang. He was the one who pressured her to remove him. With this thought, Zhao Ziliang's anger surged. He promptly dialed Su Yang's number. Hello? Who is this? Su Yang's languid, magnetic voice came through the line. Zhao Ziliang roared. Su Yang, you need to get Hualuashi to add me back. Su Yang, still in a deep slumber, was momentarily confused, his mind struggling to process the situation before recognizing it was Zhao Ziliang's voice. Zhao Ziliang, are you out of your mind? Why are you calling me at this hour? Su Yang, how dare you strip me of my right to maintain a normal relationship with Luashi? You need to make her add me back as a friend. Upon hearing this, Su Yang quickly grasped the situation, a smirk creeping onto his face. Oh, Zhao Ziliang, I had no idea you were a film star. Zhao Ziliang was taken aback. What film? When did I ever act in a film? Su Yang, stop changing the subject. Didn't you star as the main villain in Gotham? What villain? Zhao Ziliang was momentarily stunned. He rarely watched movies, finding them rather beneath him. Idiot! Su Yang spat coldly before hanging up. Fuming, Zhao Ziliang attempted to call back, only to find the line perpetually busy. He had been blocked. Su Yang, you must be afraid I'll steal Luashi from you. You can't handle it, he shouted, recalling Su Yang's earlier comment about the villain. And out of curiosity, he opened his browser and searched. He stumbled upon a phrase, a perennial presence among simps, a pillar in Joker, the mascot of McDonald's, the main villain in Gotham. Summarizing it all in 3 words. Fei Yang Yang. In that moment, Zhao Ziliang comprehended everything and hurled his phone to the ground in frustration. Damn it, Su Yang. I will make you pay. Meanwhile, Su Yang found himself unable to sleep, prompting him to call Hualuashi. Even though it was late at night, she answered almost immediately. Oh, who is this? Isn't it Director Su? What brings you to call this Mother Tyrannosaurus? Her voice was tinged with a hint of joy, clearly indicating she had yet to retire for the night. A smile crept across Su Yang's lips. How's everything going over at Donghai? Rest assured, I can handle those pesky little nuisances. I heard you had an encounter with some beautiful country cultivators. How did that go? Let me tell you, I was incredible today. I single-handedly battled over 40 Earth Immortals and dispatched them all without even blinking. Hualuashi recognized Su Yang was exaggerating, yet she chose to listen without calling him out. At that moment, Hu Xiaoshuang rolled over beside Su Yang, resting a hand on him as she slowly opened her eyes. Young master, who are you talking to? Hu Xiaoshuang was close enough for her voice to be heard through the phone. The next instant, Hua Luoxi's furious voice erupted from the other end. Su Yang, where the hell are you? You dog. Before Hua Luoxi could finish her tirade, Su Yang hastily ended the call. What a shame. Such a beautiful girl with such a loud mouth sigh. Just then, Su Yang's phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Without a second thought, he hung up, but the number called back immediately. Frowning, Su Yang answered, only to hear a deep voice on the other end. Is this the Great Monkey? I am the Holy Master. You are the Great Monkey. Your entire family is made up of great monkeys. Su Yang seethed before abruptly hanging up. Seriously, who calls at this hour just to ask if I'm the Great Monkey? What kind of lunatic is this? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a group from the Holy Master sect was equally bewildered. Is this the right number? Could it be a mistake? Yes, this is the number listed on the website. Could the poster be playing tricks on us? Find out who owns this number. We've checked. There's no information available. Fine, let's try again. This time, I'll be more polite. Point one of the 12 guardians of the Holy Master sect. John dialed Su Yang's number once more. Hello, sir. I apologize for the disturbance. We are from the Holy Master sect and have heard that our Holy Maiden is in your possession. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was taken aback. The Holy Master sect must have some connections to track down his number. Realizing there was no need for pretense, he decided to be forthright. Indeed, the Holy Maiden is under my care. This revelation sent waves of elation through the Holy Master sect on the other end. Their mission was to locate and rescue the Holy Maiden upon their arrival in Daxia, and they hadn't anticipated such ease in their endeavor. Oh no, sir. Please do not harm the Holy Maiden. Whatever conditions you have, we will comply. So accommodating. Su Yang felt a surge of delight. I want 10 million. It must be in dollars. Of course, a mere 10 million is nothing for the Holy Master sect. They promptly agreed. Can we hear the Holy Maiden's voice? It's not that we doubt you. We simply need to confirm she is alive. Of course, but that will come at an additional cost. The Holy Master sect representatives responded eagerly. We will pay more, an additional $200,000. Su Yang was quite pleased and promptly made his way to the basement. As the basement door swung open, Alice was startled. Was Su Yang coming down here for? A flicker of panic and anticipation coursed through her, as she had been in her current position for too long to that moment. Su Yang thrust his phone toward her, giving her a gentle kick. Call out. Alice was taken aback, wondering what kind of peculiar request this was, yet she complied and let out a sultry hum down on the other end. The Holy Master sect representatives were baffled. What kind of noise is that? Sir, please do not use adult films to deceive us. Damn it, believe it or not. Su Yang retorted, refusing to indulge them as he hung up in the dark room. The members of the Holy Master sect exchanged confused glances. John quickly turned to a nearby young man. Have you tracked the caller's location? The young man shook his head, looking disheartened. Their phone has been encrypted. We can't trace it at all. At this juncture. They had no choice but to trust him. With a determined expression, John dialed Su Yang's number again. Sir, we agree to your terms. How shall we proceed with the transaction? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Contemplating for a moment before stating, I will provide a location. You shall place the money within the storage artifact and send it over. I will retrieve it myself. Very well, no problem at all. Jonathan eagerly agreed. Given the audacity of the other party, it was undoubtedly clear that the Saintess was in their grasp. For safety, he would acquiesce to whatever terms were proposed. Without hesitation, Jonathan promptly arranged for the money to be prepared and placed it into the storage artifact, subsequently heading to the location provided by Su Yang. Upon arrival, the group was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a public restroom. Setting the storage artifact atop the toilet, Jonathan instructed his subordinates. Take positions in various spots. If this individual comes to collect the money, strike swiftly and apprehend him. It is no simple feat to procure money from our holy church. Having issued his orders, Jonathan turned around only to be struck dumb, for the storage artifact atop the toilet had vanished. What the devil? What just happened? When did this occur? Jonathan's face was a tapestry of confusion as he rushed to inspect the toilet, glancing left and right, only to suddenly discover a talisman beneath the lid.it was a teleportation talisman from the Great Xiaodao sect, and a one-time use at that. This meant that Su Yang had utilized the teleportation array to abscond with the storage artifact. and they were utterly oblivious to his whereabouts. In that instant, Jonathan felt as if his intelligence had been utterly crushed, and in a fit of rage, he dialed Su Yang, suppressing his fury to say, "We have delivered the money you requested. When will you release the Saintess?" "What Saintess? Who are you speaking of?" Jonathan's heart sank as he gritted his teeth. "You stated that upon receiving the money, you would release the Saintess. You are untrustworthy. When did I ever claim I would release your Saintess? I have recorded our entire conversation. Be cautious, or I shall sue you for defamation." Jonathan was taken aback, reflecting carefully that it seemed Su Yang had never actually promised to release the Saintess. "But we have already given you the money. Didn't you say that I could present any demands I wished?" "I have received the money. Thank you, wishful hero," Su Yang concluded, unceremoniously hanging up the phone. The words "wishful hero" struck Jonathan like a hammer, nearly causing him to spit blood in fury. The local cultivators were profoundly untrustworthy. This was outright fraud. Though that sum of money was insignificant to the Holy Church, the manner in which the other party conducted themselves was clearly an affront to their dignity. When Jonathan attempted to call again, he found himself blocked by Su Yang. Infuriating him to the point of shattering his phone, he turned to his subordinates and declared, "I do not care what methods you employ. You must uncover the identity of this individual." "But Protector, their phone is encrypted. We truly cannot trace it." "Then investigate that post. Contact the individuals behind the dark web and ascertain from where that post originated," fully aware that Jonathan was teetering on the brink of fury. His subordinates hastily employed every means at their disposal to unearth any clues. Finally, as dawn broke, a young man shouted excitedly, "Protector, we have something." Jonathan's eyes snapped open as he leaned closer. "Look, Protector!" Through our layered decryptions, along with technical support from the dark web, we still could not identify the individual. Jonathan nearly slapped the young man. "Isn't that just nonsense?" However, the young man, seemingly fearing a reprimand, hurriedly continued, "We hacked this person's account and discovered that he was flirting with a woman on the dark web. He sent her a selfie." As he spoke, the young man opened the photo, revealing a self-assured Zhao Ziliang, pouting slightly. In the early morning, Zhao Ziliang's hospital room was graced by an elderly monk, bald and white-bearded, who sat beside his bed with a golden bowl, smiling kindly at him. "Master D, what brings you here today to visit a junior?" Zhao Ziliang inquired, his tone steeped in respect. Master Dui smiled gently. "Amiba, I was sent by your esteemed father to check on young Master Zhao's condition. How fares your injury?" Zhao Ziliang's protective talisman had been destroyed, which Zhao Danyang had sensed. However, Zhao Danyang was unable to return from the EC. Thus, he had entrusted his close friend, Master D, to look after Zhao Ziliang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziliang could no longer contain himself, and all the grievances of the past few days surged forth, prompting him to cry out, "Master Dui, you must help me. That old coot Zhang Qingxian beat me up, and now I can't even hold my water, and that Su Yang, he clearly wants to kill me. Had it not been for my protective talisman, I'd have been left with nothing." "Oh, is that so?" Master Dui exclaimed. "Pray tell, young Master Zhao, what transpired? I'm a close friend of your father, and will not allow you to be bullied unjustly." Master Di's brow furrowed, his expression one of righteous indignation. Zhao Ziliang, filled with delight, recounted the entire incident with embellishments. "How outrageous! Truly outrageous!" Master Di exclaimed in anger. "This Zhang Qingxian, as a celestial master of Longhu Mountain, possesses such a narrow mind, attacking a junior, and that Su Yang, cunning and treacherous, harming a fellow disciple. Such a scoundrel is no different from a malevolent cultivator. Fear not, young Master Zhao. Even if you are merely the son of Zhao Danyang, I shall not let this matter rest. I will ensure that Zhang Qingxian and Su Yang provide you with an explanation." As Master Dui pledged to support him, Zhao Ziliang's heart soared with joy. He did not doubt Master Di's sincerity. As a venerable monk, Master Di was indeed a formidable figure at the mid-stage of Earth Immortal. In contrast, Zhang Qingxian was but a mere tribulation stage cultivator. Confronting Master Dui would be akin to child's play, of course. Master Di's prowess surpassed that of Zhang Qingxian, but this was not a reflection of Zhang's ineptitude. It was important to note that Master Dui was over 100 years old. While Zhang Qingxian was barely 50 to thus, Master Dui was of the same generation as Zhang's master. Yet what did that matter? It was precisely because of Master Di's seniority that even if he taught Zhang Qingxian and Su Yang a lesson, neither Longhu Mountain nor Su Ziqiang would dare to raise an objection. At that moment, the hospital door was suddenly flung open, and several burly foreign men surged in, led by the sullen-faced Jonathan. After a night of investigation, they had finally traced Zhao Ziliang's identity. Upon discovering that Zhao Ziliang was one of the 749, they were certain he was the one who had abducted the saintess. Casting a glance at the elderly monk beside him, Jonathan's eyes flashed with disdain. A mere mid-stage earth immortal held no fear for him. His gaze settled on Zhao Ziliang. You are Zhao Ziliang? You are the one who posted that on the dark web. How dare you toy with our holy church? You are quite audacious. At these words, Zhao Ziliang's heart plummeted. He had indeed posted it. But he had only left Su Yang's number. This group should have been seeking Su Yang instead. You must have mistaken the person. I have no idea what you are talking about, Zhao Ziliang hastily protested. Is this not you? Jonathan retorted, opening the photo on his phone. The image was indeed the one Zhao Ziliang had sent to a female user on the dark web. Zhao Ziliang's face flushed with embarrassment. He finally understood how they had tracked him down. What a blunder, he thought. Seeing that Zhao Ziliang did not deny it, Jonathan's expression grew cold. You had best hand over the saintess obediently. Or do not blame us for being rude. As Zhao Ziliang was about to invoke his identity as a member of the 749, Master D suddenly stood up with a flourish. You rascals dare to utter such threats before me. Do you not regard me with any respect? He had come specifically to look after Zhao Ziliang, and although he was unaware of the grudge between Zhao Ziliang and the Holy Church, he could not remain passive while they threatened him that if word of this got out, how would he face Zhao Danyang? Would he, a venerable monk, lose face? Jonathan furrowed his brow, allowing a hint of his peak earth immortal aura to seep forth. Monk, this does not concern you, that I advise you not to meddle. Feeling the intensity of Jonathan's cultivation, Master D was momentarily taken aback, but steeled himself to respond. Young Master Zhao is the son of my close friend. I shall protect him, and not even Jesus could take him from me. Mark my words. The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of all the Holy Church members darkened. Jonathan's fists clenched tightly. But upon reflection, he realized they were in a public setting, that if he were to engage in a fight with Master Dewey, it might lead to unnecessary complications. He was here to rescue the saintess. After all, and it was best not to create further issues. With this thought, Jonathan suppressed his fury, pulling a gold bar from his pocket and tossing it into Master D's bowl. Master D was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes as he turned to Jonathan and asked, "What do you mean by this?" John let out a cold huff. "Step aside. This gold bar is yours." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziliang felt a jolt of shock in his heart and cast a pleading glance towards Dewey. Feeling Zhao Ziliang's gaze, Dewey turned back and offered him a reassuring look, then faced John with righteous indignation. "As a monk, how could I betray my friends for mere gold? You have misjudged me." Zhao Ziliang was deeply moved, truly deserving of being his father's esteemed elder brother. He was indeed reliable. However, John paid no heed and pulled out 2 more gold bars. Tossing them into DS alms bowl, Dewey felt the heavy weight in the bowl. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, and he suddenly grinned. "You have an excellent eye for people, benefactor." He then stepped aside. "Please, treat this as if I were never here." Each of these gold bars weighed 2 pounds, amounting to nearly 2 million at the current gold price, even if he were to beg until his hands were raw. He could never amass such a fortune. Monks value the principle of yuan, and with the other party offering over 200,000, he had to give him face. Behind him, Zhao Ziliang was dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that he would not be swayed by wealth? Damn that old bald donkey. Lacking any sense of loyalty, D, however, was grinning from ear to ear, having gained 2 million without lifting a finger. This was an incredible profit. He thought to himself that he must find a nice establishment to indulge in. Before Zhao Ziliang could voice his protest, Dewey had already joyfully dashed away with the gold bars. In a hospital bed, Zhao Ziliang, noticing the predatory gazes of John and the others, was about to say something when John delivered a punch to his face, knocking him unconscious. Subsequently, John and his companions confined him within a magical artifact and hurriedly left the hospital. In a dimly lit room, Zhao Ziliang endured a relentless beating for a full 3 hours. At this point, he had grasped the entire situation and realized he was being made a scapegoat for Su Yang. "You filthy beast, Su Yang! You've put me through hell. Now, where exactly have you hidden the Saintess?" John delivered another kick to Zhao Ziliang's side. Zhao Ziliang, bloodied and on the verge of collapse, gasped, "I've told you countless times. The Saintess is not in my possession. She is with Su Yang. Go find him." "How do you know the Saintess is with this Su Yang?" "I guessed." Truth be told, Zhao Ziliang was not even certain if Su Yang had indeed captured the Saintess of the Holy Lord sect. His previous post was merely an attempt to divert blame, never anticipating that it would backfire on him. Upon hearing this, John's anger flared again, believing Zhao Ziliang was mocking him. Did he truly think they were fools? He could not believe that this man from the Great Xia could be so resilient. Without hesitation, the group unleashed another round of vicious blows on Zhao Ziliang. They did not cease until he lay motionless on the ground. "Master Protector, this fellow has been beaten to a pulp. Could it be that what he said is true?" One of John's subordinates hesitantly inquired. John furrowed his brow. "Is this Su Yang?" According to their investigation, Su Yang was the director of the 749 Bureau's Civilian Power Management Office. It was said he was quite formidable. Even the formidable Di Yesha had perished at his hands. John's heart sank. He was well aware of Di Yesha's strength. If this were true, then Zhao Ziliang's claims might indeed hold water. Suddenly struck by an idea, John instructed his subordinate to retrieve his phone and dialed Su Yang's number again. To his dismay, Su Yang had blocked him. After a moment, the call connected and Su Yang's voice came through. "Hello? Who is this?" "Hello? May I ask if you're Su Yang?" "Indeed, that would be me." Receiving confirmation, John's heart raced. While furious, he also felt a flicker of belief in Zhao Ziliang's words that "we are from the Holy Lord sect. The Saintess is still in your possession, isn't she?" Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. He had thought it was someone else. It turned out to be the wishful hero. He felt grateful for their generosity. With the money they provided, he had already asked Xiao Ba to help purchase the equipment needed for the assembly line, which was expected to arrive by afternoon. Seeing that they remained undeterred, Su Yang's interest piqued. "Indeed, Alice is in my hands. What do you intend to do?" John's heart leaped with joy at the mention of the Saintess's name. There was no doubt she was with this man. "We have already given you the money you requested. It seems quite unreasonable for you not to release her." Su Yang smiled faintly. "Honestly, I wish to release her, but there has been a bit of a complication." John's heart raced. "What complication?" "I deposited your money into the bank, but due to a sudden influx of funds into my account, it triggered a verification process, resulting in my account being frozen that I can't access a single cent now. To unfreeze it, I need to verify my assets and require an additional 10 million. However, I am rather impoverished and cannot produce that amount. How about this? You prepare another 10 million for me to unfreeze my account. And once I have the funds, I will release her. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, John's brow furrowed. Was banking the Great Xia truly this convoluted, while 10 million was trivial for them? It sounded somewhat dubious. Noticing John's silence, Su Yang quickly added, "I can't withdraw a single penny right now. My pockets are emptier than my face, and I don't even have money for a meal. You surely wouldn't want your Saintess to starve with me, would you?" John's heart raced. Should the Saintess perish from starvation, the blame would rest heavily upon him. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, "How shall we proceed with the transaction? Just as last time, at the same location, I will retrieve the money myself." After hanging up, Su Yang, who had been idly passing time in his office, quickly summoned 3 deputy directors. Meanwhile, John effortlessly prepared the 10 million, placing it into a storage artifact and heading to the designated restroom. This time, however, John was wise. He knew Su Yang would use a one-time teleportation array to transfer the money. So he sat directly on the toilet. Once Su Yang activated the teleportation talisman, he would be transported along with the money. This way, he could confront Su Yang directly, and perhaps in a moment of surprise, he could seize Su Yang and rescue the Saintess. With that thought, John sat on the toilet, ready to spring into action. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared beneath him. and the teleportation array activated. Amidst a wave of dizziness, John emerged from one formation, only to find himself in what appeared to be an office, no longer the restroom. Su Yang, come out and face your doom. As John bellowed and leaped into action, he found himself confronted by 3 elders and a youth, all wearing wicked grins. Get him, Su Yang commanded, and along with the 3 deputy directors, they charged forward. The 3 deputy directors were seasoned experts, their battle experience profound. As fellow Earth immortals, they unleashed lethal strikes, catching John completely off guard. Realizing he had been deceived, John attempted to defend himself while seeking an escape, only to find the entire office had been ensnared in a barrier. A glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. 3 minutes later, John lay bruised and battered on the ground, glaring resentfully at Su Yang, tears slowly streaming down his face. Damn it, this is too much. Time and again, he had been duped by Su Yang. John now felt as if he had been electrified by a hot pepper. Who would have thought that, as one of the 12 protectors of the Holy Lord sect and a peak Earth immortal, he would be played for a fool by a mere child? Not only had he failed to rescue the Saintess, but he had also lost a fortune, truly a case of losing both people and wealth. After enduring Su Yang's interrogation, John resigned himself to his fate and divulged the location of the Holy Lord's sect's hideout. Su Yang immediately led his team to raid the place, catching the unsuspecting members of the Holy Lord's sect off guard. Courtesy of the 749 Bureau. Outside the hideout, Lu Koshue grinned broadly, giving Su Yang a hearty slap on the shoulder. Nephew, you have accomplished another great feat. But then he inquired, what is the deal with that Saintess from the Holy Lord's sect? Is she really in your possession? When this was brought up, Su Yang feigned ignorance, scratching his head. I have no idea. Perhaps they misunderstood something? He was merely joking. That Saintess was his little treasure trove. As long as Alice remained with him, Su Yang could continuously reap benefits from the Holy Lord's sect. He would never part with her so easily. Not even to the 749 Bureau. Lu Koshue nodded, not pressing further. Just then, a bat-like figure emerged, dragging a disheveled individual with a severely altered appearance. Reporting, Leader, we have discovered an injured person. He appears to be one of our own. Su Yang and Lu Koshue exchanged startled glances and rushed over to investigate, only to be taken aback. What the hell? Zhao Ziliang. Upon hearing the cries of the 2 individuals, the crowd of 749 swiftly gathered around, each person displaying a peculiar expression. Wasn't Zhao Ziliang supposed to be in the hospital? How could he possibly be here in such a deplorable state? As he recognized the familiar voice, Zhao Ziliang slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lu Koshue, he immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, Uncle Lu, I knew you would come to rescue me. Observing Zhao Ziliang's tear-streaked face, Lu Koshue disdainfully pushed him away, saying, Hold on, stop crying for a moment. What on earth happened? How did you end up here? Meanwhile, Su Yang kicked Lai Fu in the rear, chiding, What were you thinking? Why meddle in his affairs? Let him fend for himself in that little black room. Lai Fu looked aggrieved, replying, Director, he was beaten to a pulp. I truly didn't recognize him as Zhao Ziliang. Otherwise, I would have certainly dealt with him more harshly. Their voices were loud enough for everyone present to hear. Zhao Ziliang felt increasingly awkward. Was this even a human conversation? It was as if he didn't exist at all. Were it not for Su Yang, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Those practitioners from the beautiful nation were utterly inhumane. The physical torment paled in comparison to the psychological scars he bore. Su Yang, you liar. Do you have any idea how badly you have harmed me? Why did you accept the money and not release me? Zhao Ziliang's sudden accusation left Su Yang momentarily stunned. What does it matter to you if I accepted money and didn't release him? How could it not concern me? Zhao Ziliang, infuriated, recounted his online posting incident, causing everyone to regard him with strange expressions. Su Yang's demeanor turned icy. So it was you who posted on the dark web, intending to harm me, only to end up harming yourself? Su Yang had wondered how those from the Holy Master sect had obtained his phone number, only to discover that it was Zhao Ziliang, this fool, who had caused the trouble. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Zhao Ziliang felt the disdainful gazes of those around him, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, he defiantly declared, "Wasn't I merely trying to draw the snake out of its hole? Without me, would you have been able to catch them? I won't accept this. You must compensate me for my mental distress and have Hualawashi add me back. That will call it a day." Even Lu Koshue could no longer tolerate such shameless words from Zhao Ziliang. How could he utter such nonsense? What did this have to do with Hualawashi? Wasn't she in the EC? "I'll be damned," without another word. Su Yang advanced and kicked Zhao Ziliang to the ground. This scoundrel not only betrayed himself, but had the audacity to mention Hualawashi with Su Yang's fiery temper. How could he endure it? He followed up with a punch, channeling his true energy, clearly intent on causing harm. "Stop." Just then, a gray figure appeared before Su Yang, blocking his punch and simultaneously striking out with the palm. Su Yang sidestepped and halted, his expression dark as he glared at the gray figure, sneering, "What's this? An old fool coming to defend his son." Indeed, the newcomer was Zhao Danyang. Zhao Danyang fixed a murderous gaze on Su Yang, brimming with animosity. How can one so young be so violent, even against his peers? "Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." With that, Zhao Danyang transformed into a beam of golden light, charging straight at Su Yang. Although Zhao Ziliang was merely an ability user, his father was a bona fide cultivator and a peak Earth immortal, which was why he could hold the position of deputy director. However, Su Yang stood undaunted, conjuring 2 bolts of lightning with his bare hands to collide with Zhao Danyang. Boom! Su Yang was forced back a step, his hands slightly tingling. It was said that Zhao Danyang was on the verge of breaking through to become an immortal. Witnessing his power today confirmed his formidable strength, far surpassing that of the Earth Immortals from the Holy Master sect. Clearly, at this moment, Su Yang, being only at the peak of spirit separation, was no match for Zhao Danyang in a direct confrontation without relying on divine power. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Danyang's eyes. How could a mere spirit separation cultivator withstand his strike without sustaining any injury? A ruthless glint flickered in his gaze. As a deputy director, if he couldn't even subdue a mere junior, where would his dignity lie? With this thought, Zhao Danyang charged at Su Yang once more, his hands engulfed in crimson flames, exuding overwhelming power as he struck toward Su Yang. "Pure Yang Flame Palm! Old Zhao, are you out of your mind?" Seeing Zhao Danyang was truly going all out, Lu Koshue was alarmed and instinctively moved to shield Su Yang. The members of the Civilian Power Management Bureau also stepped forward, ready to intervene. "Zhao Danyang, are you seeking death?" However, in the next moment, a thunderous roar resounded, followed by the appearance of an upright, somewhat lecherous-looking elder in front of Su Yang, effortlessly dissipating Zhao Danyang's full-force attack. Subsequently, he delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Danyang's face. Zhao Danyang was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he looked up at the elder before Su Yang, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. "Master!" Upon seeing the elder, Su Yang's heart surged with joy. Su Ziqiang turned to look at Su Yang. Having witnessed the exchange between Su Yang and Zhao Danyang, his eyes filled with pride at that moment. A flash of red light appeared, and Hualawashi joined Su Yang's side, gripping his arm with a concerned expression. "Are you all right?" Su Yang shook his head. "Just an old fool. He can't harm me." Observing Su Yang's smug demeanor, Hualawashi couldn't help but chuckle, playfully slapping him on the back, teasing, "You're so full of yourself." Su Ziqiang, seeing the two engaging in playful banter, shifted his focus back to Zhao Danyang. "Dare to lay a hand on my disciple." "Zhao Danyang, do you wish to fight?" Zhao Danyang, rising with a face full of defiance, retorted, "Director, are you unaware that my son nearly perished at Su Yang's hands?" Su Ziqiang scoffed. "Your son instigated this. Let the younger generation settle their own grievances. That a senior. Don't you find it shameful to interfere with their affairs? But my son is not a cultivator. How can he possibly match Su Yang? Your son may not be a cultivator, but if you are unsatisfied, feel free to seek me out for your son's grievances, as long as you can defeat me. But if you wish to lay a hand on Su Yang, that will not do. My disciple is not someone outsiders can discipline." Was the director attempting to bully him? Zhao Donyang's expression darkened. Contend with Su Ziqiang. That was the man who had slain the 8-headed serpent. Even 10 of him would likely be no match. Here, both the son and the father were outmatched. Upon hearing Zhao Donyang accuse him of bullying, Su Ziqiang burst into laughter. Zhao Donyang, do you even have the audacity to say that to me? How many times have you and your useless son bullied others? I've turned a blind eye to your antics, but now you've crossed the line with Su Yang. If that's the case, then I shall indeed bully you. What will you do about it? Zhao Dongyang's face turned ashen. Su Ziqiang showed him no respect at all. This was clearly a dismissal of his authority. Zhao Dongyang's chest heaved with anger. In a fit of rage, he decided to swallow his humiliation. Just then, Zhao Ziliang pointed at Su Yang and exclaimed to Zhao Donyang, "Father, Su Yang not only beat me, but nearly killed me. You must take a stand for me." Zhao Donyang, ungrateful son. He was trying to find a way to save face, yet Zhao Ziliang's words were clearly throwing him into the fire. With so many members of 749 present, if he simply backed down, how would he preserve his dignity as deputy director? But if he chose not to back down, he would still be unable to defeat Su Ziqiang. Would he really allow himself to be beaten in front of so many people? That would be even more humiliating. At that moment, Lu Koshue stepped forward as a peacemaker, saying, "Oh dear, we are all members of 749. Why make this so unpleasant? It's normal for the younger generation to squabble. Let's all calm down and let it go." Upon hearing this, Zhao Donyang breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Koshue was providing him an opportunity to save face. As long as he took the offer, this matter could be settled. Seeing that Zhao Ziliang still wanted to say something, Zhao Donyang slapped him across the face. "Shut your mouth, you wretched child." Zhao Ziliang, holding his face, stared wide-eyed. The invincible Zhao Donyang was actually unwilling to stand up for him today. Zhao Donyang shot him a glare and quickly turned to Su Ziqiang, cupping his hands. "Director, old Lu is right. We are all on the same side. It is my failure as a parent. I shall take my son home now." He then kicked Zhao Ziliang. "Why are you still standing there?" Zhao Ziliang looked at Su Yang and then at Su Ziqiang, filled with reluctance that it was all this old fool's fault. Were it not for him, Su Yang would surely have faced consequences today. A flicker of resentment concealed within his gaze. Zhao Ziliang reluctantly turned away with Zhao Dongyang. As Su Ziqiang observed Zhao Dongyang's retreating figure, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He could sense that Zhao Donyang had just harbored thoughts of killing Su Yang. Who is Su Yang, after all? He is his adopted son. He regards him as his own flesh and blood. The moment Zhao Donyang contemplated ending Su Yang's life, he had already placed himself on Su Ziqiang's death list. The only reason he refrained from acting was that, given the presence of so many members of 749, as the director, he could not simply strike down Zhao Donyang in public. In his position, there were numerous considerations to take into account. All right, everyone disperse. Su Ziqiang waved his hand, and the members of 749 began to leave, leaving only him, Su Yang, and Hualawashi at the scene. Turning around, he saw Su Yang sporting a cheeky grin, prompting Su Ziqiang to slap his head. "You can't even defeat an old watermelon. This is utterly humiliating." Su Yang scratched his head, chuckling without retorting. Zhao Donyang has always been narrow-minded and vengeful. They definitely won't let this go, Hualawashi remarked. Frowning, Su Ziqiang nodded. "It's fine. I will handle it myself." He then turned to Su Yang. "You little rascal. Even if you wish to eliminate Zhao Ziliang, you shouldn't be so overt about it. Wait for a dark, stormy night and give him a good whack to finish him off." Su Yang naturally understood the implication behind Su Ziqiang's words. He was encouraging him to seize an opportunity to directly kill Zhao Ziliang. It must be said, although his master appeared amiable most of the time, he truly harbored a ruthless streak. Seeing that Su Yang comprehended, Su Ziqiang had no further remarks. "I am aware of the matter concerning the Holy Lord's Church. You did well this time, my disciple." Su Ziqiang spoke. A lewd smile appeared on his face as he draped an arm around Su Yang's shoulders. "Capturing the Holy Maiden of the Holy Lord's Church. You've certainly made a tidy profit, haven't you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately felt a surge of wariness. "Old dang, that's my money for marrying a wife. Don't get any funny ideas." Upon hearing the phrase marrying a wife, Hualawashi let out a cold snort. Recalling the night, she heard Hu Xiaoshuang's voice over the phone. Her anger flared, and she pinched Su Yang's waist with her delicate hand. Ouch! Su Yang's face flushed red from the pain as he looked at Hua Luoxi in confusion. While she turned her head away, completely ignoring him, Su Ziqiang observed their little interaction with a slight smile, addressing Su Yang. What do you take me for? Money is like dirt to me. I have no interest in it. I'm merely curious about how much you've earned. The Holy Lord's Church had given Su Yang a total of $200 million, which amounted to over $100 million in soft currency. Yet Su Yang knew his master's nature all too well. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Not much, around $5 million. I suppose, so much." Su Ziqiang's eyes widened in astonishment. That equated to over $30 million in soft currency. With a gleeful grin, he rubbed his hands together and said, Yang, you're still young. Holding so much money is unsafe. Why not let me help you safeguard it? Don't worry, when you marry your wife, I'll return it all to you intact. Indeed, Su Yang shot a glance at Su Ziqiang, as if he had seen through his intentions at his age, still daydreaming and harboring such notions. Leaving behind a remark, Su Yang turned and fled. Su Ziqiang watched Su Yang sprint away and called after him. You little rascal, Luoxi, remember to give him a good beating for me. He then looked to Hua Luoxi, tell him he can keep the money, but Alice must be brought to the bureau as the holy maiden of the Holy Lord's Church. Alice held significant importance for both 749 and the nation. Only in the hands of 749 could her maximum value be realized. Furthermore, Su Yang had already swindled the necessary funds, thoroughly inciting the wrath of the Holy Lord's Church. Keeping Alice would only bring him danger. Rest assured, Su Dad, leave it to me, Hua Luoxi replied, dashing after Su Yang. However, upon realizing that Hua Luoxi was pursuing him, Su Yang swiftly used the yin-yang order to open the gates of the underworld and vanished in a puff of smoke. Infuriated, Hua Luoxi stomped her foot but felt helpless. Without the yin-yang order, even Su Ziqiang could not freely enter the underworld. As Su Yang descended into the underworld, he surveyed his surroundings, discerning the right direction before flying towards the bridge of forgetfulness. Just in time, the repayment period for the black and white impermanence and Meng Pa had arrived. It was time to collect the debts. Beside the viewing platform, Meng Pa was tirelessly ladling joy juice for the souls. Yet her expression was one of sorrow. Meanwhile, the disheveled black and white impermanence brothers sat beneath a shaded area, their faces equally grim. Bai Wuchang took a deep drag from his cigarette and lamented, I can't fathom how I lost after smoking 3 packs. I had 3 pieces of skin for crying out loud. The bullhead has 3 sharp points. What could I do? My greatest concern now is, having lost all the money, how shall we repay our debts? Black and white impermanence donned a mask of agony, nearly scratching his scalp raw. Suddenly, Bai Wuchang threw a cigarette, but to the ground in frustration. Damn it, who has a child that cries all day? Who has a gambler that loses every day? Meng Pa, lend us a few million. We'll turn our fortunes around. Upon hearing this, Meng Pa's old face darkened further. Do I look like I have money? As she spoke, Meng Pa opened a nearby laptop, and a green light illuminated her face, causing her to hastily close the computer. I lost everything in the stock market. Hearing this, Bai Wuchang nearly burst into laughter. Thankfully, Meng Pa had also suffered losses. Had she made a profit, black and white impermanence would surely have found it even harder to bear than their own losses. Just then, He Wuchang suddenly spotted something and pointed into the distance. Look, that person seems familiar. Could be Su Yang. Oh my, it really is Su Yang. Run, Meng Pa exclaimed, tossing aside her ladle and turning to flee. In that instant, her legs no longer ached, her waist no longer felt sore, and her previously hunched back straightened as she vanished without a trace. Black and white impermanence lagged slightly behind by the time they realized what was happening. Su Yang was already before them, seizing them both. Where are you 2 brothers off to? Seeing their woeful expressions, Su Yang knew they had lost everything. Instantly feeling reassured, black and white impermanence exchanged awkward smiles and turned back. Oh, is that not our esteemed younger brother? What brings you here today? Esteemed brother, my brother and I are quite busy today. We'll have to excuse ourselves. They attempted to slip away, but Su Yang held on tightly. Refusing to let go. If you want to leave, that's fine. Just repay the money. Each of you borrowed 30 million ghost coins. I won't even charge you interest, just return the principal. Realizing Su Yang was indeed here to collect debts. Hey Wu Chang's face fell. Esteemed brother, the money you lent us has already been lost. We don't have a single cent left. Could you grant us a few more days? Su Yang shook his head. Brother should settle accounts. Clearly that I need the money too. Your actions are making it difficult for me. Bai Wu Chang, quick-witted, said, how about this, brother? You lend us 30 million again, and once we win back our fortunes, we'll return both principal and interest. Before Bai Wu Chang could finish his sentence, Su Yang slapped him on the head. Do you think I'm an ATM? Black and white impermanents immediately lowered their heads, adopting a submissive demeanor. The underworld and the mortal realm are not the same. In the mortal realm, debtors are treated like lords, but in the underworld, those who owe debts dare not confront their creditors. Moreover, black and white impermanents are deities. If they default, they would face the wrath of celestial retribution. Su Yang glanced at them and said, brothers, I believe I've treated you well, haven't I? When you needed money, I lent it to you without hesitation, even without asking for a single cent in interest. I only asked for the principal. Isn't that fair? Black and white impermanents nodded vigorously. Esteemed brother, you are indeed generous. We have no words to express our gratitude. Yes, esteemed brother, we both appreciate your kindness. Su Yang snorted coldly, his tone shifting. Then repay the money. But we truly have no money. No money. Then come work for me. Once your debts are cleared, I will let you go to... This, black and white impermanents were taken aback. Working for Su Yang. What about their jobs in the underworld? Seeing their reluctance, Su Yang glared. What's the matter? Not willing. Shall we go to the Fengdu Palace and ask the emperor for a verdict? Stop. Upon hearing those words, the black and white impermanents were instantly alarmed. If the emperor of Fengdu were to learn that they not only gambled but also defaulted on their debts, there would be no good outcome for them. With gritted teeth, the white impermanents declared, very well, we shall work for you. The black impermanents, taken aback, exclaimed, wait, are you really agreeing to this? How will we explain this to the underworld? The white impermanents, understanding his brother's concerns, turned to Su Yang and said, my dear brother, we can only work for you for 12 hours a day. We must return to complete our duties in the underworld for the remaining 12. The black impermanence's eyes widened again, incredulous. You must be joking. A 24-hour rotation. Are you trying to kill us? Su Yang also looked at the white impermanence in astonishment, recognizing what it meant to be born to toil. Fine, no problem. Based on our earthly wages, I'll pay you as if you were working for 6,000 a month. However, since you lack a household registration in the mortal realm, you will be considered as black households, and your wages will be halved, amounting to 3,000. Additionally, after deducting 500 for accommodation, you will each receive 2,500 soft coins a month. You each owe me 30 million ghost coins, which translates to 30,000 soft coins. Repay this. You will need to work for me for a year. Upon hearing this, the black and white impermanents were left wide-eyed. They had anticipated merely a couple of days of labor, but now they were being asked for an entire year. Moreover, the notion of halved wages for black households was absurd. Is there such a rule in the mortal realm? But, dear brother, can we not return to the underworld for lodging? What about the accommodation fee? Su Yang chuckled, responding nonchalantly. Regardless of whether you stay or not, the dormitory will be reserved for you, so the accommodation fee is still applicable. Seeing the black and white impermanents droop their heads again, Su Yang narrowed his eyes. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? The black and white impermanents dared not utter a word of dissent, hurriedly shaking their heads. It's not that we are unwilling, but rather, what will our work entail? Su Yang paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. I was thinking of setting up an assembly line. You can work as laborers there, and if there's a need for fighting, you'll have to join in as well. You will do whatever I assign you. The black and white impermanents exchanged glances, reluctant but ultimately agreeing. Su Yang surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of Meng Pa. However, he was unconcerned. A monk may run, but the temple would remain at wouldn't be long before the heavenly Tao's punishment would befall her, and at that time, she would undoubtedly seek Su Yang's aid. With that thought, Su Yang smirked and led the black and white impermanents back to the mortal realm. Upon arrival, they discovered no sign of Su Ziqiang and Hua Luoxi, prompting Su Yang to to guide the black and white impermanence to his courtyard. The sky had darkened considerably, and just as they reached the entrance, a chilling voice emerged from the shadows. "You must be Su Yang. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." In the next moment, a pale-skinned man, possessing an air of ethereal elegance, stepped forth from the darkness. His gaze bypassed the unremarkable black and white impermanence, landing squarely on Su Yang. Both Su Yang and the black and white impermanence were taken aback, with Su Yang confirming he did not recognize this man. However, the black and white impermanence sensed a familiar aura emanating from him, one that did not seem to belong to the mortal realm. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Su Yang inquired, frowning. The man smiled slightly, brushing aside his bangs. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shali." In a heartbeat, his demeanor shifted to one of icy coldness. "I am here to take your life." Shaylee had come to behest of the Archangel Gabriel to eliminate an important figure connected to the 749, thereby advancing the plans of the Holy Lord. Su Yang topped the list of targets, not only for having killed Gabriel's divine envoy, but also due to a fragment of Shaylee's soul that had suffered a setback at Su Yang's hands. As a mere mortal, Su Yang had caused him to lose face as a proud angel. How could he swallow this indignation? Meanwhile, the black and white impermanence exchanged glances upon hearing Shaylee's declaration. The white impermanence asked, "What did he just say?" The black impermanence replied, "He said he wants to kill our brother Su Yang." Huh. The two spirits burst into laughter, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Su Yang, however, wore a look of surprise. Shaylee, was he not one of the 7 great angels, a bona fide first-level deity? How audacious of a Western god to openly come to the Great Xia to commit murder? Upon hearing the laughter of the two spirits, Shaylee furrowed his brow, finally noticing the two figures before him. One was dark-skinned, the other as pale as a ghost, especially the latter, whose long tongue was protruding as he laughed, clearly mocking him. Just as the black and white impermanence could not discern his true nature, he too underestimated them, believing they were mere mortals, which infuriated him further. Are the mortals of the Great Xia this arrogant? "How dare you mock me, Shaylee?" The black impermanence stepped forward, coldly demanding an explanation. Before Shaylee could respond, Su Yang interjected, "Shaylee, one of the 7 great angels, a first-level deity, ate this revelation." The black and white impermanence were taken aback, their smiles vanishing as seriousness washed over their faces. "A Western deity? How dare a Western god run rampant in our Great Xia? Such audacity!" In the next instant, their crying staff and soul-reaping rope materialized in their hands, releasing an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy. Sensing the powerful presence of the black and white impermanence, Shaylee hesitated, incredulously gazing at them, a malevolent spirit of first-level deity caliber. Both black and white impermanence possessed powers equivalent to the first-level deities of the West, as they were both at the celestial immortal level. Henti Gabriel claimed that the gods of the Great Xia were too busy indulging in the celestial realm, oblivious to worldly affairs. How was it possible that he encountered 2 wild first-level deities upon arriving in the Great Xia? Yet, after a brief moment of shock, Shaylee's expression shifted back to contempt. What were angels meant for if not to eradicate malevolent spirits? Though these two spirits were comparable in power, angels were naturally adept at countering evil, and he truly did not regard the black and white impermanence as formidable opponents. With that thought, Shaylee leapt into the air, his 3 pairs of pure white wings spreading magnificently behind him, golden armor enveloping his body. Brandishing a holy sword, he looked down upon the black and white impermanence with disdain. "Today, I shall send you malevolent spirits of the Great Xia down to hell." The black and white impermanence exchanged glances, infuriated at the notion that sending souls to hell was their duty. How dare this wretch put on airs before them? This was intolerable. "Brother Su Yang, please take a moment. Allow us to vanquish him," the black impermanence proclaimed, ready to engage. That moment, sensing the commotion outside, the drought demon, Xiao shooting, transformed into a streak of bloodlight, rushing forth to Su Yang's side. Feeling Shaylee's formidable energy, fear flickered in her eyes, yet she instinctively shielded Su Yang that if a fight were to ensue, she would bear the brunt of it, buying time for Su Yang to escape. Noticing Xiao shooting's instinctive action, Su Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he pulled her behind him. Rest assured, with these two gods present, it won't come to that. Go fetch some seeds from the house. Xiao Shooting glanced at the black and white impermanence, feeling relieved, and complied, hurriedly retreating to the house. Meanwhile, Shaylee had also taken note of Xiao Shooting. He could easily recognize her as the drought demon who had depleted his fragment of soul energy. He would not let anyone present today escape his wrath. With humiliation flickering in his eyes, he roared, charging at the black and white impermanence. Just in time, the black impermanence, unafraid, leaped up and swung the crying staff down at Shaylee's head. Shaylee's eyes glimmered with disdain as he effortlessly deflected the blow with his holy sword. Just then, the black impermanence unleashed a burst of black mist aimed directly at Shaylee's abdomen. Shaylee's heart raced in alarm as he prepared to dodge, but a hook rope ensnared his ankle, causing the black mist to crash into his midsection and momentarily halt his movements. Before he could react, the black impermanence retaliated with a swift strike of the crying staff across Shaylee's face. In that instant, Shaylee felt as though his soul had taken a crushing blow. Nearly dislodging from his body, he gazed incredulously at the seemingly ordinary crying staff in the black impermanence's hand, astonished that such a mundane artifact could inflict damage upon a soul. He steadied himself against the tumult brought forth by his soul. Bai Wuchang exerted a force, directly dragging him down from the air through the hook chain. Shaylee crashed heavily to the ground, flapping his wings in a desperate attempt to soar into the sky once more. However, He Wuchang had already seized the opportunity, rushing over with his mournful rod and delivering a fierce barrage of blows, causing Shaylee to cry out in agony. The duo of the black and white Wuchang, having collaborated for many years, exhibited a seamless synergy to end this relentless assault. Shaylee found himself unable to unleash a single skill, utterly ensnared in a predicament of passive suffering. Holy light shines. Shaylee, overwhelmed by the onslaught, raised his sacred sword high. In the next moment, the sword erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, illuminating the night as if it were day. This was the light of the divine realm, the nemesis of all malevolent spirits. A cold smile crept across Shaylee's heart, for he believed that even if He Wuchang did not perish under such close proximity to the holy light, he would at least suffer greatly. Yet, He Wuchang merely squinted against the glare, shielding his eyes with a hand, and then struck Shaylee on the head once more with his rod. Shaylee, wait, are you not a malevolent spirit? Why are you not afraid of the light? He Wuchang seemed to perceive the confusion swirling within Shaylee's mind and chuckled. We are both righteous deities appointed by the heavenly Tao, no longer mere ghostly entities, aside from losing all our essence. We fear no other light. Shaylee was left in a state of bewilderment. Who exactly was the heavenly Tao, so formidable? Witnessing that the black and white Wuchang truly feared not his holy light, Shaylee infused his sacred sword once more with divine power, igniting it in a fierce blaze, flame judgment. Simultaneously, Shaylee was enveloped in flames, breaking free from Bai Wuchang's soul-reaping chain and soaring into the sky. Slashing forth with his sword, in an instant, a fiery blade surged towards He Wuchang. Observing this, Bai Wuchang swiftly positioned himself beside He Wuchang, both unleashing their palms in unison to disperse the luminous blade. Vengeful spirits reap souls. Wuchang claims lives. Wuchang hell. In a heartbeat, the wails of tormented souls echoed around, and gusts of chilling wind swept through the oppressive ghostly aura, rendering one breathless. Even the flames on Shaylee's sacred sword dimmed considerably. In the next moment, the robes of the black and white Wuchang billowed without wind, their eyes ablaze with eerie blue flames. Yellow springs pursue souls. Forget river annihilates souls. The black and white Wuchang vanished from sight. In the next instant, countless ghostly figures emerged around Shaylee, charging toward him. Alarmed, Shaylee wielded his sacred sword to strike down the approaching phantoms. Yet, the apparitions multiplied, ultimately enveloping him entirely and binding him tightly. Suddenly, Bai Wuchang erupted from the earth beneath him, transforming into a streak of white light hurtling toward him. Rendered immobile, Shaylee could only muster his thoughts. Holy light barrier. A golden sphere of light enveloped Shaylee. Just as Bai Wuchang was about to collide with the holy barrier, Su Yang swiftly appeared behind Shaili. Ha! A sneak attack. Thunder from the heavens. Su Yang unleashed a palm, and a bolt of heavenly lightning struck the holy barrier, shattering it instantly. Before Shaili could react, Bai Wuchang pierced through his body, blood gushing forth. Immediately after, He Wuchang materialized behind Shaili, seizing his wings, and with a forceful kick against his back, wrenched both wings from him. Shaili screamed in agony, gradually descending to the ground, his face contorted in pain, his chest armor shattered, a massive wound oozing golden blood. He could distinctly feel his divine power waning, with a look of resentment. He glared at Su Yang and the black and white Wuchang, utterly shocked that he, a proud angel and embodiment of light, had been vanquished by two malevolent spirits. The most infuriating part was that he not only failed to kill Su Yang, but had also been ambushed by him at a critical moment. Sustaining severe injuries, his gaze fixated on Su Yang, who had once again hidden behind the black and white Wuchang. Shaili's previously pale face flushed with rage. Su Yang wore a sly grin, his eyes dancing with provocation. At their level, defeating Shaili was no simple task. Even with the combined efforts of He Wuchang, Shaili, though unable to overpower them, could still escape. Possessing angelic skills, Su Yang understood that the holy light barrier could completely negate an attack, regardless of its strength. However, it could only withstand one attack and could be used once per day. Although Shaili was ensnared by He Wuchang's Yellow Springs Pursue Souls, he could have used the holy light barrier to block Bai Wuchang's Forget River Annihilate Souls. With Bai Wuchang's attack failing, He Wuchang's control was nearly over, leaving Shaili not only capable of fighting back, but also poised to escape at any moment. To ensure Shaili would not escape, Su Yang deliberately shattered Shaili's holy light barrier, providing Bai Wuchang the opportunity to inflict grievous harm upon him. Now, with only half a life remaining, escape would not be so simple for Shaili. As for the accusation of dishonorable tactics, was it honorable for an angel to come and attempt to kill him, who was merely at the divine realm? If it weren't for the black and white Wuchang's presence, Su Yang might have faced disaster today. Against an enemy intent on his demise, Su Yang never held back, employing any method necessary to eliminate the threat. Moreover, as a cultivator, what need had he for honor? Brothers, be gentle when you strike. Leave him with a complete corpse. I desire his blood. Su Yang gazed at Shaili, his smile dripping with greed. That blood was golden, clearly a treasure. Had he not seen Xiao shooting drooling over it? To Shaili, Su Yang's grin appeared sinister, sending chills down his spine. I could see that moment. The voice of Gabriel echoed in Shaili's mind. Shaili, what are you doing? Your divine position is trembling. I told you not to linger in battle. Return at once. This time, I fear I shall not return. A bitter smile crossed Shaili's face. Severely injured, wings broken, and confronted by two fully empowered deities of the Great Xia, escape seemed impossible. Was this how Shaili would meet his end? Reluctantly, he cast a cold gaze towards Su Yang. Suddenly his eyes hardened. Even in death, he would drag Su Yang down with him. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, Shaili charged at Su Yang. In that instant, the black and white Wuchang launched their attacks simultaneously. Yet, Shaili paid them no heed, his focus solely on Su Yang. He intended to exchange lives with Su Yang, as Shaili lunged with his sword. It seemed as though Su Yang stood frozen, as if paralyzed by fear. The Shaili's eyes gleamed with ecstatic anticipation. With his strength as a first-tier deity, should he land a blow on Su Yang, the latter would undoubtedly perish, though he too would fall to the black and white Wuchang. If he could perish alongside Su Yang, it would restore his dignity as a first-tier deity. Die, you bastard! Shaili thrust his sword towards Su Yang, just as the attacks from the black and white Wuchang descended upon him. At the very moment the sacred sword was about to pierce Su Yang's body, Su Yang suddenly revealed a playful smile that, in an instant, a golden sphere enveloped Su Yang, the holy light barrier, capable of completely negating an attack, regardless of its potency. Shaili, what the? The next moment, Shaili was sent flying by the black and white Wuchang, and in his final moments, his mind was filled with Su Yang's mocking grin. Once, when Shaili had summoned Gabriel, it had resulted in Su Yang taking the lead, with all of Gabriel's skills being learned by him. Yet, Gabriel had never mentioned this to anyone. and thus Shaylee remained oblivious. Soon, Shaylee's soul began to drift from his body. At this moment, he still could not fathom how Su Yang had acquired the holy light barrier. Though injured, he could have put up a struggle, yet he chose to engage in a life-for-life exchange with Su Yang. The result? Su Yang's holy light barrier had rendered his sacrifice meaningless. Who had taught him this skill? Could it be that there was a traitor among the angels? Gabriel. Did you not expect it? It was your brother who sold you out. Now transformed into a ghost, Shaylee's expression darkened to an extreme, filled with a desire to tear Su Yang apart. Yet he understood this was his only chance for survival, so without hesitation, he turned to flee. But in the next moment, he collided headlong into an invisible barrier. Where did this barrier come from? Shaylee nearly wept. After all this fighting, he had not seen anyone set up a barrier. Just then, Su Yang's mocking voice echoed once more from behind him. Haha, trying to run, are you? Do you think you can escape? Huddled at the edge of the barrier, Shaylee glared at Su Yang. A mix of anger and fear etched upon his face, knowing full well that this barrier was undoubtedly related to Su Yang's cunning machinations. At that moment, He Wuchang stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Shaylee, subsequently binding him tightly with the soul-binding chains. Now in a state of spiritual essence, Shaylee's strength had diminished significantly. Faced with the expertise of the black and white Wuchang, he found himself virtually powerless to resist. Bai Wuchang chuckled, Brother Su Yang, this lad's physical body belongs to you, while his soul shall be graciously accepted by my brother and me. Naturally, Su Yang had no objections. After all, it was the black and white Wuchang who had exerted the most effort in this battle, and they deserved to reap some rewards that lie in the realm of martial arts. Such is the way of human relationships. Exchanging glances, the two specters smiled at each other. One grasped Shaylee's head while the other held his feet, forcibly tearing Shaylee's soul in two. They then opened their mouths and consumed Shaylee's essence. Thus, one of the 7 great angels, the first-level deity Shaylee, fell. He Wuchang rubbed his belly contentedly and remarked, Once we refine this lad's soul, my brother and I shall undoubtedly advance in our cultivation. We owe a great debt of gratitude to Brother Su. Without your assistance, we would not have had this fortuitous opportunity. As he spoke, the two specters simultaneously clasped their hands in a gesture of respect towards Su Yang. He promptly returned the gesture. Bai Wuchang hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother, my brother, and I must immediately refine the soul we have consumed. Therefore, we shall return to the underworld for now. After a few days of refining, we shall return to offer our services to you. He Wuchang patted his chest and assured, Fear not, brother, we shall not renege on our promise. Within a maximum of 7 days, we will complete the refinement. That Su Yang nodded in agreement, understanding that this was a significant opportunity for the black and white Wuchang that could not be taken lightly. Moreover, he was not concerned about them defaulting. If they failed to uphold their end of the bargain, they would not only miss the opportunity, but also incur the wrath of the heavenly laws. After bidding farewell to the two specters, Su Yang hastily retrieved several vials, filling them with Shaylee's blood, leaving not a single drop that had fallen to the ground uncollected. Remarkably, Shaylee's blood was quite abundant, filling 10 1-liter vials to the brim. Once he had gathered the blood, Su Yang stored Shaylee's corpse within his Chinquan bag. The body of a deity, infused with divine power, would not decay, and he intended to consult with Monkey Brother later to determine if it held any potential uses. At that moment, Xiao Shooting timidly approached, her voice barely above a whisper as she asked, Your Highness, could I possibly have a sip of divine blood? Rest assured, I want to take advantage of your generosity. I'll work hard to earn more money to repay you. Twisting the hem of her garment, she was acutely aware of the preciousness of divine blood, feeling somewhat embarrassed to make such a request given her lack of contribution in the battle. Observing her flushed cheeks and cautious demeanor, Su Yang smiled gently, of course, but like before, it will cost you what? How much will that be? Xiao Shooting asked, her face clouded with concern. Previously, she had to pay 3 million for a mere sip of his blood. Surely divine blood would cost even more? Just as before, 3 million for a sip. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shooting's eyes lit up, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. 3 million was manageable. At her current earning rate, she could achieve that within a month. In truth, Su Yang could have simply given Xiao Shooting a vial of divine blood outright. However, he understood that things easily acquired are often not cherished. What if she became complacent after receiving the divine blood? As a shrewd capitalist, Su Yang knew he must keep her striving for greater effort to instill in Xiao Shooting the understanding of the divine blood's efficacy and ignite her ambition. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Considering your diligent efforts of late, I can allow you a taste first." With that, Su Yang waved his hand, sending a large orb of divine blood flying before Xiao Shooting. "Your Highness, is this truly for me?" she exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. This was divine blood, worth 3 million. Su Yang had genuinely bestowed it upon her. "Drink up," he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Yay! Thank you, Your Highness." Xiao Shooting exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to hug Su Yang and planting a kiss on his cheek. After snuggling against him for a moment, she finally opened her mouth and consumed the orb of divine blood. Why does this foreigner's blood smell so foul?" she joked, but as she did, a surge of immense energy flowed into her body, instantly elevating her cultivation, equivalent to a year's worth of absorbing moonlight essence. Most importantly, this was merely the initial effect. Should she fully refine this divine blood, her advancement would be astronomical. With this thought, her gratitude towards Su Yang deepened, filling her with determination. She was resolute in her goal to earn money and indulge in more divine blood. Observing the almost starry-eyed expression on Xiao Shooting's face, Su Yang couldn't help but smile subtly. This portion of divine blood would suffice for her refinement for a while, allowing her to earn enough for the next sip in due time. This approach not only ensured that Xiao Shooting's cultivation would not be impeded, but would also motivate her to work even harder for him. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiao Ba's contacts had already delivered the machinery. Su Yang released all the spirits, instructing them to begin the installation. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would be ready to commence work by dawn the following day. Ascending to the 3rd floor and pushing open the door, he was greeted by a row of alluring maidens with slender waists and long legs, who collectively exclaimed, "Good day, Your Highness." Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, stepping back to verify that he had indeed entered his own home and not a certain establishment. Hu Xiaoshuang approached, linking her arm with Su Yang's, and said, "Your Highness, these are my cherished sisters from Qingqiu Mountain. How do you find them? Quite impressive, aren't they?" "They truly are," Su Yang nodded, casting his gaze over the enchanting fox maidens, recognizing several old acquaintances among them, friends with whom he shared a deep understanding. "Your Highness, it has been far too long since you last visited us in Qingqiu Mountain. We have missed you dearly." "Indeed, Your Highness, if it weren't for Sister Xiaoshuang, we might not have had the chance to see you again." Su Yang smiled softly, cleared his throat, and declared, "I fully understand the challenges of your cultivation. Therefore, I have decided to offer you a special opportunity. If you can earn 3 million through live streaming, I shall assist you in your cultivation without any limits." At this proclamation, the eyes of the fox maidens instantly brightened. It was no secret that the prince could aid them in enhancing their cultivation. With Su Yang's assurance, the maidens were filled with renewed determination. They had already learned the popular social dance from the starving ghost in the afternoon, making it an easy task for them. Thus, just 10 minutes later, a brand new live streaming room appeared in the vibrant dance arena, boldly titled. Instantly, dozens of viewers were drawn in by the enticing title, only to be greeted by a lineup of perfectly aligned sweet maidens. Each maiden wore matching tank tops and tight jeans, with fluffy fox ears atop their heads and bushy tails swaying behind them. The audience that flooded into the live stream erupted with excitement, their comments flying across the screen. "What the heck? Where am I? Is this heaven? I thought it was just clickbait, but it's actually a gathering of fox spirits. Ah, fox spirits, drain me dry. My young energy is ample. They may call them monsters, but to me, they are omens of good fortune." Noticing the initial surge of viewers, Hu Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled, she stepped to the forefront of the group, clapping her hands and gesturing grandly. Much like a spirited performer, in friendship, we do not hold banquets of deceit. In society, it's all about appearances. With her spirited introduction, lively music filled the air, and under Hu Xiaoshuang's guidance, all the fox maidens began to sway in perfect synchrony, their movements impeccably timed as they danced. The tails adorning their backs swayed cutely, creating a delightful spectacle. What is this dance? Social sway. Goodness, ISNT, that just country bumpkin stuff? Yet they make it look so captivating. Just then, the starving ghost arrived at the live stream, holding up his phone. Come forth, my brothers. Let me introduce you to some of my lovely sisters. See the leader? That's Sister Shuang, beautiful and sweet-voiced with a wild streak. They just launched their live stream today, so let us support them. Remember their room number, 775-8258. In the Starving Ghost live stream, 70% of the audience were spirited young men. And upon seeing Hu Xiao Shuang and her companions dancing, they erupted with enthusiasm. No way. Is that social sway? I never realized it could be so visually pleasing. Greetings, Ghost Brother. Does your younger sister have a partner? Streamer, is that previous video featuring Su Fei still available for purchase? Under the influence of the hungry ghost, a multitude of spirited young men and women flocked into Hu Xiao Shuang's live stream. As they observed Hu Xiao Shuang and her companions moving in unison, the spirited youths found themselves captivated within the confines of the broadcast. Who could comprehend such allure? It was simply magnificent. Particularly, the spirited young women gazed at their screens with eyes brimming with longing and envy. Their spirited clan had finally achieved recognition. At last, someone had formalized their social dance. Who would dare to denigrate their style now? Clearly, such beautiful young ladies were also partaking in the dance in that moment. Everyone in the spirited clan understood that their time to shine had arrived. If Sister Shuang did not gain fame, it would be an affront to justice. Although the spirited young men and women were financially constrained and unable to shower gifts, their vitality was abundant. In an instant, everyone began tapping on their screens with such fervor that their hands blurred into motion. The free little hearts in the live stream danced across the screen without pause. And the heat of the broadcast soared, propelling it into the top 10 of the dance charts. Once on the list, more viewers poured into the live stream. They were not from the spirited clan. Yet when they beheld Hu Xiao Shuang and her charming companions adorning fox ears while dancing, they halted in their tracks, drawn in by the sheer essence of the performance. Some prominent streamers, curious about the newcomer on the charts, entered the live stream, inadvertently boosting its traffic. In the Society of the Ghost Brother, I present 10 airplanes. With a hungry ghost showering 10 airplanes, various gifts swept through the live stream at a rapid pace. Ghost Brother loves to eat my boogers. Sending an airplane. Ghost Brother's purse. Sending beer. Sister Zhang from the Shuang family army. Sending a magic book. Call me Zhao Da Xiao. Sending an airplane. Before the screen, Zhao Ziliang was fixated on Hu Xiao Shuang in the live stream. Nearly drooling. What a gem. What a gem. Having frequented various entertainment platforms for years, he could discern that Hu Xiao Shuang was a genuine beauty, untouched by filters. Moreover, all those behind her were equally stunning. If he could manage to date one of them, it would be exhilarating. With this thought, Zhao Ziliang began showering the live stream with gifts. Not far away, Zhao Dongyang observed his son, who wore an expression of lewd delight and occasionally emitted pig-like sounds, letting out a deep sigh. How could he, Zhao Dongyang, a man of valor, have fathered such a useless son? Aside from having a larger head, he was utterly devoid of merit. But what could he do? Zhao Ziliang was his only offspring, and he held hopes for him to carry on the family line. He had to endure this burden, even if it meant swallowing his pride. With this in mind, Zhao Dongyang, filled with frustration, kicked the prostrate Duerzhen master once more. To this point, Duerzhen master was bloodied and barely breathing, casting a pleading glance at Zhao Dongyang. Brother Dongyang, I truly understand my mistake. I was blinded by greed, which put young Master Zhao in peril. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongyang's rage intensified. He had entrusted Duer with the care of Zhao Ziliang precisely because he was a venerable monk. Yet this old bald donkey had sold Zhao Ziliang for 3 gold bars, nearly leading to his demise at the hands of the Holy Lord. Bah! No wonder you're over 100 years old, yet still stuck in the mid-stage of Earth Immortal. You are so impure. Today, I will be a good person and sever your impurities, Zhao Dongyang declared, raising a watermelon knife. As he prepared to strike at Duer's most vital point, the latter was gripped by sheer terror. Brother Dongyang, I implore you, show mercy. If you spare me, I will heed your every command, Zhao Dongyang scoffed, discarding the watermelon knife and lighting a cigarette. You said it, Not me. I didn't coerce you. I am entirely willing. As long as Brother Donyang speaks, I shall brave mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. What would you have me do then? Zhao Donyang replied, feigning deep contemplation. Just then, Zhao Ziliyang's ears perked up, and with eager excitement, he turned to Zhao Donyang. Father, have this old bald donkey bring Hua Luoshi to me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Donyang nearly spat out an old mouthful of blood. How could he still be thinking about women at such a time? Ungrateful wretch, ungrateful wretch. Zhao Donyang disregarded Zhao Ziliyang and instead addressed Duer. Here's the deal. Go and teach Su Yang a lesson. That brat nearly killed my son, and as a member of the 749 Bureau, I cannot act directly. It is only fitting that you handle this matter. As Zhao Donyang spoke, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. He did not believe that this old monk could stand against Su Yang. The reason for sending him was part of his cunning plan. It was well known that Su Yang had a volatile temper and struck hard. Those who had previously crossed him either died or were left severely wounded. By sending Duer to trouble Su Yang, it was highly likely that Su Yang would eliminate Duer entirely. Duer, after all, was a high-ranking monk, the head of a temple. Should he fall at Su Yang's hands, it would create a significant rift between Su Yang and the Buddhist community. These monks, though appearing righteous, were insidious behind closed doors, and in the end, Su Yang would not emerge unscathed, possibly even dragging Su Ziqiang into the fray. Thus, Zhao Donyang could use Su Yang's hand to rid himself of Duer, this treacherous scoundrel, while simultaneously igniting a conflict between Su Yang and the Buddhist sect, allowing him to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. What a brilliant scheme. With this thought in mind, Zhao Donyang grasped Duer firmly, his voice cold. If you fail in this task, not only will you perish, but I will also raze your golden Buddha temple to the ground. Do you understand? At this moment, Duer dared not utter a single no. Quickly agreeing, he had heard of Su Yang's reputation, but he was merely a junior in the spirit separation realm, as a mid-stage earth immortal expert. Teaching Su Yang a lesson should not pose a challenge. Besides, it was merely a lesson, not an assassination. Even if Su Ziqiang learned of it, he would only face a beating, and at least his own life would be spared. This was Zhao Dongyang's cleverness. He deliberately instructed Duer to merely teach Su Yang a lesson, allowing Duer to weigh the pros and cons, thus giving him the courage to act. Listening to their exchange, Zhao Ziliyang grew restless. Father, merely teaching that bastard a lesson seems too lenient. Why not have this old bald donkey capture Hua Luoshi for me? Don't you always want me to carry on the family line? I guarantee you will have a grandson by next year. Zhao Donyang could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "Shut up, you brainless fool! How could I have spawned such an imbecile like you? To deal with Su Yang and Su Ziqiang, we must operate from the shadows. You think you can just boldly capture Hua Luoshi? Do you take Su Ziqiang for a fool? If this deed were to be done, both father and son would have to abandon the supernatural realm. They would not only have to exit the supernatural circle, but possibly even the biological one." After receiving a scolding from Zhao Donyang, Zhao Ziliyang felt deeply aggrieved. This was the second time Zhao Donyang had reprimanded him, and he knew it was all because of Su Yang, which only fueled his resentment towards him. In a fit of anger, Zhao Ziliyang reopened the green bubble. This time, he created a new account and added Hua Luoshi. He did not provide any verification information, and sure enough, Hua Luoshi accepted the request and quickly sent a message. "Hello. I ask who you are." Zhao Ziliyang hastened to reply. "Sister Luoshi, I am Zhao Ziliyang. Why did you delete me before? Was it an accident?" "No, it was intentional." Zhao Ziliyang. Hua Luoshi continued, sending another message. "Do you need something?" Zhao Ziliyang's heart leaped with joy. She hadn't blocked him outright. This was a positive sign. "No. What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I'll bring it for you. Did I have a day off tomorrow?" Zhao Ziliyang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, but did not give up. His fingers flew across the screen as he tried to express his feelings. However, just as he was about to send a lengthy message, he noticed a red exclamation mark appear before his text. Hua Luoshi had deleted him again. "No." The sudden shout startled Zhao Donyang, who had been contemplating whether to find a woman to create a new account. Zhao Ziliyang's eyes brimmed with despair as he ground his teeth. Muttering to himself, "I hadn't even finished my sentence. How could Luoshi delete me? It must be that bastard Su Yang who forced her to block me. Upon this realization, Zhao Ziliang promptly dialed Su Yang's telephone number. Since Su Yang had previously blocked his number, he had intentionally acquired a new one for this occasion. At that moment, Su Yang was engrossed in watching Hu Xiaoshuang and her friend perform a social dance. And as images of planes soared across the screen, he couldn't help but grin widely. Suddenly, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Initially, he contemplated hanging up, but then thought, what if it was someone from the Holy Lord's Church bringing him money again? Thus, he answered the call. Hello, who is this? In the next instant, a voice resembling a clown's broke through. Su Yang, make Walawaxi add me back. You dare not compete fairly. What kind of man are you? Fool, Su Yang retorted nonchalantly before hanging up and blocking the number in one swift motion. Is that all you can say? Zhao Ziliang continued to rage, only to find that the line had gone dead. When he attempted to call back, he discovered the number was unreachable. Infuriated nearly to the point of explosion, Zhao Ziliang sought an outlet for his anger and opened Hu Xiaoshuang's livestream. Having sent over 40 large gifts, he had become the top contributor in her stream, his comments bolded and colored, rendering them highly conspicuous. Thus, he posted a barrage of comments declaring, Su Yang, you bastard. You're no man. Although the audience in the livestream had no clue who Su Yang was. This was Zhao Ziliang's only means of venting that moment. Hu Xiaoshuang and her group of vixens were on a break, chatting with the viewers, and they immediately noticed his comment. Hu Xiaoshuang furrowed her brow. Astonished that someone would dare insult the young prince. Did she not know whether he was a man or not? This was nothing short of slander. Without a second thought, she permanently muted the top contributor and swiftly deleted his comment. Zhao Ziliang waited in vain, only to see his comment flash by and vanish. Perplexed, he tried posting again, but was met with a system notification. Sorry, you have been muted. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He was the top contributor. Which fool dared to silence him? Had he accidentally pressed the wrong button? This thought seemed plausible, for those streamers usually wouldn't dare disrespect their top contributors. Realizing this, Zhao Ziliang swiftly changed his ID to I've been muted, and sent 10 more large gifts to Hu Xiaoshuang's stream in hopes of capturing her attention. The thought of her astonished expression upon learning that her top contributor had been muted brought him immense satisfaction. Feeding his vanity, suddenly another 10 large gifts came through, and Hu Xiaoshuang, elated, naturally took note of Zhao Ziliang. Isn't this the one who called himself Zhao Dashao earlier? Did he think I wouldn't recognize him just by changing his ID? But of course, gratitude must be expressed. Thank you for the plane sent by. I have been muted. Thank you. No, don't just thank me. Why don't you lift my mute? Seeing Hu Xiaoshuang take no further action, Zhao Ziliang was nearly in tears, believing she simply needed a moment to react. He sent 2 more planes soaring through the chat. Yet, Hu Xiaoshuang continued to merely express her thanks without unmuting him. It was only at this moment that Zhao Ziliang realized her intent was deliberate. Damn it! All my 50-plus large gifts. Enraged, Zhao Ziliang hurled his phone to the ground. Are these young ladies today so devoid of integrity? This is akin to biting the hand that feeds you. Who taught you this? Su Yang is not as lowly as you. At that moment, Zhao Ziliang felt an itch at the tip of his nose, as if a bright red sphere were about to sprout. No, I cannot let this slide. Does he think Zhao Ziliang is an easy target? I must demand an explanation today. With this in mind, Zhao Ziliang immediately opened Hu Xiaoshuang's private messages, inquiring why she had muted him, while explicitly stating his status as her top contributor. After a while, Hu Xiaoshuang replied, because you insulted Su Yang. Upon reading these words, Zhao Ziliang was engulfed in confusion. What does insulting Su Yang have to do with you? Before he could ask further, Hu Xiaoshuang added, Su Yang is my boss. Boom. Zhao Ziliang felt as though his head would explode. Su Yang was the boss of these beauties? All those large gifts he had sent were effectively for Su Yang. In a state of astonishment, Zhao Ziliang shot up from the sofa, shouting into his phone. Geneva, refund. Meanwhile, in the Western divine realm, Gabriel's mind jolted, nearly causing him to tumble from his divine seat. Raphael hurriedly approached to steady Gabriel. Brother, what has happened? Gabriel's face contorted in pain, his starry eyes filled with shock. Shaylee has perished. His soul extinguished. What? Raphael's eyes widened in disbelief. How long had it been since Shaylee departed the divine realm for the great Xia? Had he truly fallen so quickly? I must report this to God immediately and seek his judgment. The fall of a deity was beyond Gabriel's capacity to bear. He swiftly rose and dashed towards the hall where Jesus resided. In this narrative, God is represented as Jesus. Please do not take this literally. Gabriel burst through the hall doors, only to find it utterly empty. After sensing the atmosphere, he found no trace of Jesus. At such a critical moment, how could Jesus, as the leader, not be present? Just as Gabriel was about to leave, a line of text materialized before him, left by Jesus. Dear Gabriel, I am aware of the situation that I will take refuge in South Africa for a few days. You have full authority to handle matters here. Do not worry. Gabriel was taken aback, wondering if the leader was fleeing. Was it not Shaylee who had perished? Why was the leader running away? What was there to fear? Suddenly, it dawned on Gabriel, sending a chill down his spine. If Shaylee had merely gone to the Great Xia to stir up some trouble and was set to return immediately, it would likely not have attracted the notice of the Xia deities. However, Shaylee had now fallen in the Great Xia, and at the hands of two gods no less. It was inconceivable that the Xia deities remained oblivious to this occurrence, though they might indulge in revelry. Should they be provoked, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Their holy Lord's church had few deities and could not possibly stand against the grand organization of heaven. If heaven were to retaliate, they would likely meet the same fate as Shaylee. With this in mind, Gabriel hastily concealed his divine presence and discreetly exited the celestial realm. Just as Gabriel departed, Raphael gathered all the angels. Upon entering the hall, he found it completely devoid of life. Where is the leader? Brother, where is everyone? The scene shifted back to the Great Xia, atop the 9 heavens, in the Lingxiao treasure hall. The Jade Emperor sat majestically upon his dragon throne, flanked by a multitude of deities, each radiating formidable energy. I have sensed a trace of divine power manifesting in the lower realms. Have the 1,000-mile eye and the wind listening ear ascertained the cause? One deity stepped forward, reporting, Your Majesty, it was the Western first-tier deity Shaylee who entered our Great Xia territory, but he has been slain. Upon this revelation, the hall erupted in astonishment. It was common knowledge that we were in an era of diminishing magic, and divine beings seldom intervened. It had been years since a deity had perished, though. Who was it that vanquished Shaylee? It was Heibai Wuchang, an immortal named Su Yang. That immortal. The assembly exchanged incredulous glances. Could a mere mortal intervene in the battles among deities? Yet, the Jade Emperor, upon hearing Su Yang's name, appeared unperturbed, even nodding in satisfaction. Your Majesty, the other divine realms have become increasingly unruly. Not long ago, they unleashed the Yamata no Orochi and now have the audacity to encroach on our territory. If we remain silent, will we not be ridiculed? Taibai Jinxing stated solemnly. The Jade Emperor nodded. This matter concerns the dignity of heaven and must be addressed with gravity. We shall not only retaliate, but ensure they feel the sting of our might. Upon hearing this, the Toda, Heavenly King, and the deities of the Thunder Department perked up. Your Majesty, are we to wage war against the Western Divine Realm? The Jade Emperor shook his head, casting a disapproving glance at Toda, Heavenly King, and the others. Why do you all jump to war so readily? You bunch of fools. This situation is not severe enough to warrant a full-scale conflict. They sent someone to assassinate our people, so we shall send someone in return. It is said that there are 12 principal deities in the West, and to eliminate one of them would serve as a fitting retribution. Upon hearing that someone would be dispatched to slay a Western deity, a certain divine figure from the 3 platforms of the sea, Neza, suddenly brightened with hope, gazing eagerly at the Jade Emperor, silently pleading, Choose me, choose me. The Jade Emperor, having noticed Neza's eager expression, smiled slightly and spoke. This time, we must showcase the grandeur of our heavenly court. Thus we require a powerful immortal to undertake this task. As he spoke, his gaze lingered upon Neza. Just as Neza believed he was to be chosen, the Jade Emperor continued, Convey my decree. Let the true monarch Erlang go forth and select any deity to slay. At this proclamation, Neza was instantly taken aback. What did it mean? Was it an implication that his strength was lacking? Was he deemed inferior? I, Neza, the street rogue of Chuntang Pass, the divine figure of the three platforms of the sea. I single-handedly subdued the third son of the Dragon King of the East, the #1 slayer on the investiture of the gods, with a record that stands to testify. Throughout the years, from the time of the investiture to the journey to the west, I have tasted both victory and defeat without fear. In the past, I carve in my own flesh, enduring over 100 cuts without uttering a sound. Is there anyone in this world more ruthless than I? How dare you suggest that I am weak? Just as Neza was about to erupt in anger, he was muffled by the god of wealth behind him, who dragged him back into the crowd. Oh dear, my little ancestor, this is not a glorious task. If you cannot go, then you cannot go. Neza broke free from the grip of the god of wealth, retorting irritably, is this merely about going or not? That blind old fool dares to think I am weak. Am I Neza, not comparable to that three-eyed one? Neza, who privately regarded Erlang Shun and Sun Wukong as good friends, was aware that he still lagged behind them in some respects. Yet at this moment, how could he soften his tongue? At that moment, the heavenly king Li Jing turned around and berated. Enough! You are becoming increasingly unruly. Neza, however, showed no fear of Li Jing, pointing at him and scolding. Old man, are you pretending to be something you're not? If you have the guts, put down that broken pagoda and see if I don't stab you dead. Seeing Neza openly disrespecting him in front of so many immortals, Li Jing's face turned ashen with fury. But would he dare to put down his pagoda? He would not. Without it, this rebellious child would truly dare to use his fiery spear against him. He certainly did not wish to become known as Li Tianwang without his pagoda. Observing this farce, the Jade Emperor merely smiled faintly as for Neza, the #1 rebellious spirit of the heavenly court. He typically chose to turn a blind eye. Although this lad bore a weight of 100 pounds, over 90 of those were sheer rebelliousness. Yet he was indeed capable of fighting, much like that monkey, and similar to his beloved nephew. Both were the pride of the heavenly court. Speaking of which, that monkey had gone over to the side of the Tathagata, and the Jade Emperor felt a pang of regret. He needed to find an opportunity to bring that monkey back. As his thoughts drifted, the Supreme Laozi seemed to recall something and spoke. Your Majesty, but that Shaili is a subordinate of Jesus. Is it appropriate for us to strike against Zeus's 12 principal deities? Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively. What is inappropriate about it? Aren't they all just Western monkeys? Moreover, did not that old coot Zeus claim to be the ruler of the West? I care not whether Shaili is his subordinate. As long as a Western deity commits an offense, I shall hold Zeus accountable. Having said this, the Jade Emperor's figure gradually faded away, signaling the end of the assembly, and the celestial beings dispersed, leaving Neza still fuming with indignation. Just because you won't let me go, I won't go. I shall indeed go. Once I slay a Western principal deity, you shall see my true strength. With this thought, Neza's spirits lifted, humming a little tune as he made his way toward the southern heavenly gate. When the heavenly court decided to take action against the West, the black and white impermanents also reported Shaili's situation to the Emperor of Fengdu. What did you say? Those wretched beings dare to strike against my good brother Suyang. The Emperor of Fengdu leapt from his throne in fury, his face filled with murderous intent. Not long ago, when Suyang first entered the 749 Bureau, and the Bureau had just established the management of civilian forces, Su Ziqiang had sent Su Yang to the heavenly court to coordinate work with the underworld, facilitating mutual communication. Through this back and forth, Su Yang had become acquainted with him. During a drinking session, Su Yang, Sun Wukong, and several celestial beings were present, and the Emperor of Fengdu and Su Yang hit it off, deciding to become sworn brothers. From that day forth, who in the three realms did not know that Su Yang was shielded by the Emperor of Fengdu? The spokesperson of the underworld, how dare the West move against Su Yang? Was this not a slap in the face? Where are the 4 great judges? In the next moment, the 4 great judges of the underworld appear before the Emperor of Fengdu, namely Wei Zheng of the Department of Good Rewards, Zheng Kuei of the Department of Evil Punishments, Lu Zhidao of the Department of Inspection, and Shui Ju of the Department of In Laws. Your subjects pay their respects to the emperor. You are all aware of the situation, correct? Those damned Westerners do not take me seriously. You will personally go there. Do they not have 9 fallen angels in the West? Bring them to me, and return with their wings for a feast. The Emperor of Fengdu's gaze was icy. Had the Jade Emperor not only dispatched Erlang Shun, clearly intending merely to discipline the West, he would have led countless ghost soldiers to slaughter them directly, ASU command. The 4 judges responded in unison. Zheng Kuei's eyes sparkled. It had been a long time since he had the chance to stretch his limbs, and surely there were many ghosts in the Western underworld to feast upon. At this moment, Chueyu pondered for a moment and said, Emperor, when we go this time, regarding the Western king of the underworld. Hades, before Chueyu could finish, he was interrupted by the Emperor of Fengdu. King of the underworld? What kind of a king is he? If he dares to loud a fart, I will personally go over and skewer him. The Emperor of Fengdu's eyes were filled with disdain. The so-called ruler of the underworld was nothing in his eyes. The 4 great judges sparkled with excitement. As expected of their emperor, he was indeed imposing. The 4 of them acknowledged and vanished in an instant. Just as the Emperor of Fengdu prepared to leave, he noticed the black and white impermanence lingering in the corner. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and refine those souls. Once you are done, go work for my esteemed brother. If you do not settle your debts, do not return. With that, the Emperor of Fengdu snorted coldly and disappeared, leaving black and white impermanence exchanging glances. Were they not employees of the Emperor? Why did he show no intention of retaining them, and seemed rather eager for them to leave? It seemed that the relationship between the Emperor and Su Yang was indeed extraordinary. They had initially thought Su Yang was merely boasting black impermanence side. The Emperor has spoken. We should hurry back and enter seclusion, lest we keep Su Xianzi waiting. White impermanence slapped black impermanence on the head. What's Su Xianzi? From today onward, he shall be called Su Gu. As the sun reached its zenith, Su Yang was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of a phone he had planned to indulge in a leisurely sleep on his day off. But upon being disturbed, his temper flared. He picked up the phone to see that it was a call from Hualuashi. Mother Tyrant, you'd better have a good reason for calling. Upon hearing Su Yang refer to her as Mother Tyrant, Hualuashi was instantly infuriated, her teeth grinding. Su Yang, are you looking for death? Your father commands you to come for dinner. You have 3 minutes to arrive, or I shall personally come and find you. Upon hearing that Hualuashi was coming, the previously drowsy Su Yang's eyes widened in alarm. If she found out that his room was filled with foxes, it would be disastrous. With that thought in mind, Su Yang hastily threw on some clothing and leaped out the window. Meanwhile, a bruised and battered bald donkey squatting outside perked up at the sound. Umitba, you have finally emerged. This individual was the Zen master. Sent by Zhao Donyang to teach Su Yang a lesson, he had arrived late at night, intending to sneak into Su Yang's home and deliver a surprise blow. However, Su Yang's courtyard had been fortified with a barrier, preventing his entry. Left with no choice, he had to wait there in hiding for Su Yang to appear. Upon seeing Su Yang, the Zen master tossed his golden bowl into the air, which instantly enlarged, carrying him as he pursued Su Yang. From a distance, it looked like a flying saucer. Thus, if you happen to see a UFO in the wilderness, you may not have encountered aliens, but rather a large bald donkey. Su Ziqiang's residence was atop Kunlun Mountain, but even at full speed, it took Su Yang only a few minutes to arrive. Soon, Su Yang landed outside a bamboo cottage, ready to enter, when he sensed a powerful presence behind him. Please hold on. The Zen master appeared behind Su Yang, striding forward and fixing a penetrating gaze upon him. A monk. Do you need something? Su Yang inquired with a hint of confusion. He let out a cold snort. I am Dewey, here to tidy things up. Before Dewey could finish his sentence, he suddenly spotted Su Ziqiang emerging from the bamboo hut, and his fierce demeanor instantly softened as Su Ziqiang cast a puzzled glance at Su Yang. Then turned to Dewey and said, You little rascal, what are you doing standing outside? Come in. Right away, Su Yang replied, then turned to Dewey. Or were you here to tidy up after? Dewey was taken aback, quickly donning a fawning smile. You must have misheard, benevolent one. I have come to help you organize your abode. Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? Has Kunlun Mountain introduced a housekeeping service? Noticing Su Yang's intention to take action, Su Ziqiang interjected, "Yangzi, there are children inside." Su Yang paused, realizing that it wouldn't be appropriate to engage in a scuffle in front of children. He let out a cold snort and stepped into the bamboo hut. "Uncle!" As soon as he entered, a childish voice rang out, followed by a 7- or 8-year-old girl rushing over to hug Su Yang's leg. "Oh, Ching, it's been so long. Did you miss your uncle?" Su Yang smiled gently and bent down to pinch the girl's adorable cheek. The girl's name was Li Qingqing, the beloved granddaughter of Su Ziqiang. Apart from adopting Su Yang and Hua Luoxia, Su Ziqiang had a biological daughter named Su Na, who was 10 years older than Su Yang and Hua Luoxia. During Su Yang's childhood, when Su Ziqiang was busy with work, it was Su Na who took care of them both. To them, Su Na was not just an older sister, but also played a motherly role. That he remembered one instance from his childhood, when he had a high fever in the middle of the night. And Su Ziqiang was away on a mission, with no nearby villages or shops. It was Su Na who carried him for several hours into the deep mountains to seek help from a wise mountain spirit, risking her life to save him from a black bear spirit in the process. This act of kindness was something Su Yang would never forget. Su Na was quite talented as well. She had already reached the nascent soul stage by the time she attended university, yet she chose not to pursue the path of cultivation. Instead, after graduating, she joined the National Archaeological Team that a few years ago. She formed her own family with a university classmate, and Li Qingqing was her daughter. Unfortunately, due to an accident, Su Na's husband, Li Lin, was forever laid to rest in a tomb. "Uncle, I've missed you so much. When will you take me to see the goblin battle the bat monster?" Li Qingqing blinked her big eyes, looking at Su Yang with eager anticipation. Su Yang ruffled Li Qingqing's hair. "We LLC, but both the goblins and bat monsters are quite busy. Mainly because the last time they fought, one goblin perished while the other was recruited by 749 as one of their own." Outside, Su Ziqiang strode up to Du Yi, giving him a scrutinizing look from head to toe. "Pray tell, which esteemed monk do you represent?" "One does not dare to claim such a title. I am merely Du Yi." "Honored to meet you, Director Su." Du Yi quickly replied, feigning astonishment. My apprentice hasn't he offended you in any way?" "Has he?" Su Ziqiang's expression remained impassive, yet his fierce gaze commanded respect, causing Du Yi's scalp to tingle. While Du Yi might not regard Su Yang with much seriousness, he genuinely feared Su Ziqiang to his very core. After all, he was the director of 749, acknowledged as the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation. Du Yi hastily shook his head. No. Young Master Su is a paragon of virtue. I bear no grudge against him." Su Ziqiang let out a cold snort. "Then do enlighten me. Who sent you here?" No one really." Smack. Before Dewey could finish a sentence, Su Ziqiang delivered a resounding slap across his face. "You think you can overstep your bounds." He spun 3 times in place from the force of the blow, then collapsed to the ground, dazed that I truly had no one. Seeing Su Ziqiang's hand poised to strike again, He quickly shielded his face. "It was Zhao Dongyang. He coerced me into seeking trouble with young Master Su." Upon hearing this, Su Ziqiang's expression darkened, to be used as a pawn and remain oblivious. "What kind of fool has the Buddhist sect produced in you?" Su Ziqiang was astute. Once he mentioned Zhao Dongyang, he instantly grasped his intentions. This was a ploy to incite conflict between Su Yang and the Buddhist sect. A classic case of using a knife to kill. He had not yet settled accounts with Zhao Dongyang. But it seemed Zhao Dongyang was persistently courting disaster. "Director Su, I take my leave?" He stammered, trembling. But the next moment, Su Ziqiang's piercing gaze fell upon him, followed by a swift kick to his abdomen. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face contorting in agony, he pointed at Su Ziqiang, his expression filled with resentment. You've crippled my cultivation? How cruel!" Su Ziqiang's eyes held no trace of pity. Do you truly think everyone can play games before me? Su Ziqiang, I perceive you as a greedy and lecherous individual. Consider this kick a means of cleansing the Buddhist sect's ranks. Had I not been in a good mood today, your life would surely have been forfeit. Now be gone. Su Ziqiang had refrained from striking Zhao Dongyang due to the presence of many members of 749, but that did not mean he was merciful. Su Yang was his disciple, and anyone who sought to harm him would face dire consequences, even if that person was coerced. Though Dewey felt a deep sense of injustice, he dared not utter another word. Su Ziqiang could easily end his life with a single kick. Considering this, he staggered away, limping down the mountain. Zhao Donyang, since you seek death, I shall grant it. Su Ziqiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he beckoned to a nearby thicket. And soon a fierce tiger with distinct markings emerged from the underbrush. Tonight, you will descend the mountain and ensure it is done cleanly. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Qingqing curiously peeked out, but Su Yang swiftly turned her head back. He felt helpless. His master forbade him from taking action for fear of frightening the child. Yet he had taken matters into his own hands. Qingqing, where is your mother? Why didn't Tishi come with you? Su Yang inquired curiously at the tea that moment. Huatluoxia emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food. Eldest sister has gone abroad for an investigation and will likely be away for quite some time. So she sent Qingqing to stay with Su Dad. Tomorrow, we'll need to find her a new school. Not an issue. I happen to be on leave for the next few days. I'll take care of finding a school for her. I'll ensure Qingqing attends the best school in the entire magical capital, and I'll cover all the tuition fees. Seeing Su Yang patting his chest confidently, Huoluoxia chuckled. Su Boss is different now that he has money. Of course, we must not let our dear niece be wronged. Su Yang currently possessed over 100 million, so finding a prestigious school for Li Qingqing was hardly a challenge, as the saying goes. When one is poor, tactics must be clever. When one is wealthy, one can unleash full force. Moreover, with first-tier deities dispatched from the west, who knew whether they would send even stronger ones. More magical artifacts equated to more means of survival. Just as Su Yang was grinning at his account balance, the long quiet bottleneck suddenly loosened, and a golden light flickered around him. What the heck? A breakthrough! Upon sensing the surge of energy within, Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he unequivocally affirmed that his path was to amass wealth. However, before he could revel in this realization, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. The tribulation was imminent. This was a rite of passage every cultivator must endure upon breaking into the tribulation stage. Only by withstanding the baptism of lightning could one truly be deemed a master of this realm. The cultivation world was never short of prodigies, yet countless talents had perished beneath the storm of tribulation. To be honest, Su Yang felt a twinge of panic at that juncture. Su Yang found himself in the bustling heart of the demon city. If he were to undergo the tribulation here, it was uncertain whether it would incite panic. And if the lightning were to strike amiss, who knew how many lives would be lost? Contemplating this, Su Yang swiftly concealed his form and ascended into the air, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Indeed, no sooner had he arrived in the suburbs than ominous thunderclouds rolled in above. Meanwhile, beneath a tree, Wang Xiaojie was desperately pleading with a beautiful young woman. Xiaoli, don't leave. I love you. I swear, there's nothing between me and your husband. The woman, named Xiaoli, glared at him with tear-filled eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. Are you still going to deny it? Disgusting. You just pursued me to get close to my husband. At that moment, Wang Xiaojie was on the verge of tears. He had long been enamored with Xiaoli, yet her husband had always been a formidable obstacle. Previously, Su Yang had advised him to first win over Xiaoli's family. Thus, Wang Xiaojie had approached her husband for permission. Little did he expect that Xiaoli would catch him in the act. That I swear, I Wang Xiaojie, love only you, Xiaoli. If I am lying, may the heavens strike me. Boom! As soon as Wang Xiaojie uttered those words, a bolt of lightning descended, cleaving the tree beside him in twain. Both Wang Xiaojie and Xiaoli were rendered speechless. And it suddenly dawned on Wang Xiaojie that the previously clear sky had been swallowed by ominous clouds. Realizing this, Xiaoli's anger flared anew, and she slapped Wang Xiaojie across the face. Get lost, you scum! You liar! Go die! With that, she stormed away, leaving Wang Xiaojie in a state of utter bewilderment. Just as he contemplated leaving in despair, he heard a resounding shout. Sword, come forth! It was Su Yang. Sensing Wang Xiaojie's aura and seeking to utilize him as a buffer against the impending lightning. For reasons unknown, Wang Xiaojie instinctively transformed into a long sword, soaring into the sky where Su Yang seized it. What? Your Highness, are you undergoing tribulation? Wang Shao Jie stared wide-eyed at Su Yang. Your Highness, you've truly put me in a predicament. Not only have I failed to win Shao Li's affection, but I've also sacrificed my appeal in vain. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Su Yang merely chuckled. Ah, Jie, I'm borrowing you for a moment. With that, Su Yang raised the sword and pointed it toward the heavens. In the next instant, lightning struck. But it was diverted by the sword in Su Yang's hand. All of the tempestuous electrical energy funneled into the blade. Thanks to Su Yang's protective vital energy, Wang Shao Jie emerged unscathed, merely feeling a tingling sensation that rapidly cleared his mind. Observing this, Su Yang felt a surge of delight and hastily channeled the electrical energy into himself, gradually refining it. The once ferocious lightning became manageable under Su Yang's adept guidance. This was the advantage of mastering lightning techniques. Su Yang's ability to manipulate electricity was unparalleled. As long as he possessed a vessel, the lightning could not harm him. Time passed, and upon completing his tribulation, Su Yang slowly opened his eyes. Why is there a lightning rod on the sword? As he casually adjusted it, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. Simultaneously, Xiaoba, just off work, skipped out of the 749 building. She was in high spirits, busy with renovations, but well compensated by Su Yang, who had gifted her a substantial red envelope. Consequently, her family's situation had improved significantly, and she held deep gratitude for Su Yang. Unbeknownst to her, a vehicle was slowly trailing behind. Inside, Zhao Ziliang and a blonde were watching Xiao Ba on the sidewalk with mischievous interest. Director, that is Xiao Ba from the logistics department. A real octopus. Her relationship with Su Yang seems quite special. She looks human, but I wonder what she is hiding under those clothes. Hearing this, Zhao Ziliang smirked. Let us find out, shall we? A special connection with Su Yang? Perfect. I'm just itching to annoy him. With my father Zhao Dongyang backing me, he wouldn't dare retaliate, would he? Even if I get a beating, it'll be worth it just to vex Su Yang. With this thought, Zhao Ziliang drove toward Xiao Ba turned into a narrow alley. Zhao Ziliang parked outside and dashed after her. Hearing footsteps behind her, Xiao Ba turned just in time for Zhao Ziliang to strike her on the head with a blunt object. The next moment, a large bump appeared on Xiao Ba's head, and tears welled in her eyes. Director Zhao, why did you hit me? Seeing that one blow had knocked her out, Zhao Ziliang felt a bit embarrassed. However, he knew he couldn't waste time. He and the blonde swiftly grabbed Xiao Ba and dragged her toward the car. Realizing something was amiss, Xiao Ba struggled fiercely. Director Zhao, what are you doing? We're colleagues in the logistics department. I know exactly who you are, and I've never had an octopus before. Zhao Ziliang grinned, his desire palpable. Terrified, Xiao Ba extended her 8 tentacles, clinging desperately to the surrounding walls to resist being dragged away. Zhao Ziliang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing her struggle only heightened his urgency. Stop resisting. You must know my father is Zhao Dongyang. You won't be mistreated if you come with me. Get off me, you beast in human clothing. Xiao Ba retorted furiously. That moment, a figure flashed by, and Zhao Dongyang appeared beside his son. Frowning deeply, you've truly lost your mind, startled by his father's sudden appearance. Zhao Ziliang quickly retracted his hand. Xiao Ba, too, felt a wave of relief. After all, Zhao Dongyang was a deputy director and would likely stand up for her, right? However, to her shock, Zhao Dongyang coldly admonished Zhao Ziliang. You can't even handle a mere creature. What a worthless fool. Before Xiao Ba could comprehend the situation, Zhao Dongyang struck her on the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious and tossing her into the vehicle. Seeing his father assist in incapacitating Xiao Ba left Zhao Ziliang bemused. Zhao Dongyang had no desire to act this way, but his son had targeted personnel from the 749 Bureau. If this incident were to leak once Xiao Ba returned, their family would be in dire straits. Thus, it was better to take Xiao Ba away and find an opportunity to eliminate her later. After all, she was merely an external personnel, a trivial matter that Zhao Dongyang could easily cover up. Dad, get in the car, Zhao Ziliang urged, eager to depart. Zhao Dongyang shot him, a fierce glare. This is the last time. I won't take care how you behave outside, but if you dare to target anyone from the bureau again, you'll face my wrath. Understood, Dad. That I promise there won't be next time. Zhao Ziliang replied with a cheeky grin, opening the car door for Zhao Dongyang. Zhao Dongyang snorted, taking the passenger seat as the car roared to life, heading toward the Zhao family villa. In the back seat, the blonde gazed at Xiao Ba's innocent face, nearly drooling with desire. Although he was also part of the 749 Bureau, he had awakened his own abilities and leveraged his connection with the Zhao family to gain entry. Essentially a good-for-nothing second-generation heir, now consumed by temptation. Just as he prepared to make his move, Zhao Ziliang caught sight of this through the rearview mirror. Damn it, if you dare lay a finger on her, I'll kill you. Close your eyes, or I'll gouge them out. This initial conquest was one he intended to claim for himself. There was no way Zhao Ziliang would allow the blonde to have the leftovers. Before he could take action personally, Huang Mao would not even allow a glance at Xiao Ba. Noticing Zhao Ziliang's anger, Huang Mao could only swallow hard, turning his head away to gaze out the window. At that moment, Xiao Ba slowly opened her eyes. It was not that Zhao Dongyang had failed to strike her with enough force. Rather, Huang Mao had inadvertently stepped on one of her tentacles, jolting her awake in pain. Enduring the discomfort, she retrieved the phone hidden within her skirt using her tentacles. After being reprimanded by Zhao Ziliang, Huang Mao dared not look in Xiao Ba's direction again. Zhao Ziliang focused intently on driving while Zhao Dongyang closed his eyes, contemplating how to dispose of Xiao Ba, his mind in turmoil. None of them noticed that Xiao Ba had already awakened. With a glimmer in her eye, Xiao Ba took out her phone, first sending her location to Su Yang on green bubble, then dialing his number. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Ba shouted, "Prince, help me!" The sudden outburst startled the three gentlemen in the car, causing Zhao Ziliang to slam on the brakes. The vehicle came to a halt, and the three men stared at Xiao Ba in shock. At that moment, Zhao Ziliang could hardly contain his frustration towards Huang Mao. "Damn it! How could you not see this? She's already taken out her phone. Are you blind?" Huang Mao felt utterly wronged. It was clear that he had been forbidden from looking at her. Zhao Dongyang's face darkened. If Su Yang found out about this, it would be disastrous. With that thought, Zhao Dongyang contemplated killing Xiao Ba and abandoning her body here, ensuring that even if Su Yang arrived, he would only find her corpse, unaware of who was responsible. Just as he was about to act against Xiao Ba, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura racing towards them. "Is that Su Yang?" Zhao Dongyang's heart jolted. Su Yang's aura was now several ranks stronger than before. What on earth was happening? "Run!" Zhao Dongyang shouted to Zhao Ziliang, throwing open the car door and leaping out. The intensity of Su Yang's aura made him feel a sense of dread. If Su Yang arrived, his son would undoubtedly perish. Su Yang was moving at incredible speed, closing in rapidly, leaving Zhao Dongyang no time to deal with Xiao Ba. He had to intercept Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang was charging forward when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming force approaching. In the next instant, Zhao Dongyang appeared before him. Without uttering a word, Zhao Dongyang struck with both hands aimed directly at Su Yang. This attack was fueled by all his might, intending to severely injure or even kill Su Yang with a surprise assault. However, Su Yang's reflexes were astonishingly swift. As Zhao Dongyang appeared, the holy light barrier activated instantly. Zhao Dongyang's attack was thwarted by the barrier, and in retaliation, Su Yang countered with a palm strike to Zhao Dongyang's abdomen, sending him flying. The jade pendant at Zhao Dongyang's waist shattered, though he himself sustained little injury. The pendant was a defensive artifact, capable of withstanding a fatal blow. This meant that Su Yang's strike just now could have cost him his life. Steadying himself, Zhao Dongyang's expression darkened. That jade pendant was worth 50 million, and his heart bled at its destruction. Gazing at Su Yang's fiery hand, Zhao Dongyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you possess my pure Yang fire palm?" Su Yang smiled slightly. "I learned nearly all of it the last time you used it, but I must say, your ultimate move is rather mediocre." With that, Su Yang's expression turned cold. "Zhao Dongyang, your father-son duo has committed numerous heinous acts. Today, I shall cleanse the portal of 749. As he spoke, Su Yang swiftly maneuvered behind Zhao Dongyang, delivering a lightning-fast punch to his back. Zhao Dongyang reacted quickly, spinning around to counter with a palm strike aimed at Su Yang's chest. But in the next moment, Su Yang transformed into a paper effigy, drifting away with the breeze. A decoy. Before Zhao Donyang could fully comprehend the situation, Su Yang reappeared behind him, delivering another punch. This time, Su Yang held nothing back. Zhao Donyang had underestimated the situation. He never imagined that Su Yang had learned the paper effigy technique from Zhang Qingxian. Crack! Zhao Donyang's spine shattered instantly, his body soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut. Holy sword judgment! Su Yang pointed skyward, and a massive golden sword pierced through the clouds. Hurtling toward Zhao Donyang, suspended in midair, boom! The giant sword struck Zhao Donyang to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Bloodied, Zhao Donyang slowly crawled out from the dust, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? Even if you have broken through to the tribulation stage, how could you possess such power? Although Su Yang's use of the paper effigy was unexpected, the fact that he could severely injure Zhao Donyang in 2 moves was beyond what a tribulation stage cultivator could achieve. Su Yang chuckled coldly, offering no response to Zhao Donyang. Before the tribulation, Su Yang was already evenly matched with Zhao Donyang. If Monkey Brother could join the fray, he could easily overpower Zhao Donyang. The tribulation stage marked a watershed moment. Once a cultivator transcended the tribulation, their power would increase exponentially. Even if Su Yang's cultivation had not fully stabilized, he could effortlessly handle Zhao Donyang. Moreover, with the paper effigy technique as his trump card, Su Yang had previously used it to stealthily eliminate a celestial being from a major sect. Meanwhile, in the car, Zhao Ziliang sensed the dire situation and hastily shifted gears to flee. Just then, Xiao Ba's 8 tentacles shot out, ensnaring Zhao Ziliang tightly and binding him to his seat. Xiao Ba's eyes blazed with fury. "Want to run? Not a single one of you will escape today." As her tentacles constricted, Zhao Ziliang felt as though he were suffocating, urgently shouting to Huang Mao, "What the hell are you waiting for? Kill her now!" Faced with the ferocious Xiao Ba, Huang Mao trembled in fear. Although he was an ability user, his powers were not combat-oriented. Under Zhao Ziliang's relentless urging, Huang Mao suddenly roared, opening his mouth wide to bite at Xiao Ba's tentacles. Seeing this, Xiao Ba swiftly retaliated with a slap, sending Huang Mao's face crashing against the car window, unable to break free. "Big brother, I can't match her. You useless fool. Why did I choose such an idiot as my lackey?" As the saying goes. 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands, especially when Xiao Ba wielded 8 agile tentacles that in the car. Xiao Ba no longer feared being seen by passers-by and unleashed her full strength, her 8 tentacles whipping and striking Zhao Ziliang and Huang Mao until they cried out in pain. It was at this moment that both Zhao Ziliang and Huang Mao realized that Xiao Ba was indeed a monster. But then, Zhao Ziliang was met with a scene that plunged him into despair. Su Yang had somehow appeared on the road ahead, dragging his father's corpse step by step towards them. Damn it! Zhao Ziliang trembled, and in an instant he was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Sensing the smell of urine, Xiao Ba was momentarily taken aback, then immediately showed a look of disgust, her tentacles retracting as if startled. Freed from her grasp, Zhao Ziliang stumbled out of the car, but before he could run far, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. In terror, Zhao Ziliang turned to see Su Yang standing before him, a playful expression on his face. "Su. Oh no, Prince, I was wrong. I won't compete with you for Hualawashi anymore. Spare my life." Su Yang glanced at Zhao Ziliang, then at Xiao Ba. It was clear he understood the situation. Previously, Zhao Ziliang had only targeted civilian women, but now he had dared to reach into the official realm. What audacity! Even if he tried to steal from Su Yang. Did he really think he could succeed? As Su Yang spoke, he tossed Zhao Donyang's corpse to the ground. Following that, he executed a soul-snatching technique, directly extracting Zhao Ziliang's soul from his body. Initially bewildered, Zhao Ziliang's soul soon turned to panic as he saw his body collapse helplessly, causing him to turn and flee in that instant. Su Yang unleashed a talisman, obliterating Zhao Ziliang's soul into dust. With a wave of his hand, the bodies of Zhao Ziliang and Zhao Donyang were engulfed in flames. I could see that moment. Huang Mao finally managed to open the car door and stagger out. Making a run for it, Su Yang paid him no mind and cast another talisman. The talisman struck Huang Mao. However, it caused him no harm, merely knocking him to the ground with immense force. Su Yang was left in shock. That talisman should have been too much for even a spirit separation stage cultivator to endure. How could Huang Mao be unscathed? As Su Yang grew increasingly vigilant, the yellow-haired man rose from the ground, inspecting his body and discovering that he had sustained no injuries. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect this? My extraordinary ability renders me immune to all magical attacks. You cannot kill me. With that, the yellow-haired man turned and fled once more. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Yang appeared before him, obstructing his escape. Oh, magical attacks have no effect on you. Do they? Then allow me to physically eliminate you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, retrieving a shotgun from his spatial pouch. The sight of the ominous black barrel left the yellow-haired man in shock. How could Su Yang possess a firearm? Su Yang smiled slightly. Surely, no cultivator ventures out without a gun. With a resounding bang, the shotgun fired, the tremendous force propelling the yellow-haired man away at such close range. Observing that the man's body was still convulsing, Su Yang approached and delivered another shot. At that moment, Xiaoba retracted all her tentacles into her skirt and slowly descended from the vehicle, immediately kneeling before Su Yang. He hurriedly stepped forward to help her up, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Get up, Your Highness, thank you, thank you." Xiaoba was at a loss for words, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Su Yang. Had it not been for him, she would have surely met a grim fate. Especially with Zhao Dongyang present, leaving her utterly defenseless. "We are all friends here. No need for formalities," Su Yang replied, patting Xiaoba's head. Upon hearing him refer to her as a friend rather than a colleague, Xiaoba's eyes sparkled with joy. It was the first time in her life that a human considered her a friend. "Your Highness, really? Am I truly your friend?" "Of course so. No need for further thanks. We are practically brothers now. Now, where do you live? I shall escort you home." Su Yang noted that the sky was darkening, and given that they were in the outskirts, it would be rather perilous for Xiaoba to return alone. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Your Highness. I live at—" After they departed, a burly middle-aged man approached slowly, sniffing the air as he walked. Upon reaching the vehicle, he beheld the corpse of the yellow-haired man and two charred remains. After a thorough sniff, he recognized that these two corpses belonged to Zhao Dongyang and Zhao Ziliang. That a flicker of astonishment crossed his fierce eyes as he fumbled with his phone, clumsily locating a number to call. "Hello, Changge. Zhao Dongyang has been killed, though I have no idea by whom. The bodies have been burned. Should I investigate?" "What? It was Yang Yang who did it. Then there is no issue. I'll handle the scene and return." Meanwhile, Su Yang and Xiao Ba quickly arrived at an old street in Magic City. Su Yang was familiar with this area, predominantly consisting of inexpensive rental houses. Such mixed neighborhoods often harbored all manner of demons and monsters. And during his early days in the 749, he had frequently undertaken missions here. Arriving at a dilapidated apartment building with peeling walls, Xiao Ba cheerfully stated, "Your Highness, I live on the 4th floor." "Let us go up." Su Yang nodded and accompanied her upstairs, arriving at the door of apartment 401, where Xiao Ba gently knocked. Moments later, a beautiful woman in her 30s opened the door. Upon seeing Su Yang, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. "Mom, it's all right. This is our leader from 749, Your Highness. This is my mother." Upon learning that Su Yang was Xiao Ba's superior, the woman visibly relaxed. Just then, three small figures peeked out from behind her, curiously observing Su Yang. They were three little girls, appearing to be of a similar age to Li Qingqing. Witnessing this scene and the striking resemblance between the woman and Xiao Ba, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, extending his hand. "Hello? Annie, I am Su Yang." Upon hearing that Su Yang was the leader of 749, Xiao Ba's mother immediately greeted him warmly. "Hello, Leader Su, you can just call me Qi." "What Qi? You're so young and beautiful. You should be called Qi Jie. And let us drop the formalities. Just call me Xiao Su." Su Yang replied with a smile that, this young man knows how to flatter. "Come in." Qi Jie beamed, ushering Su Yang inside. The three little girls hurriedly fetched cups and tea leaves to brew for him. Qi Jie then brought out a plate of egg cakes, saying, "I don't have much to offer. Just this homemade dish that tea may not look great, but please don't turn your nose up at it." "Who says this cake is not good? It's absolutely delightful." I shall not be polite. Thank you. Giegie, Su Yang could smell the delicious aroma from afar and took a bite of the egg cake. Indeed, this is far better than anything from a cake shop. In just a few bites, he finished one, giving Giegie a thumbs up in praise. Hearing Su Yang's compliments, Giegie was elated and quickly fetched him another. Xiaoba has requested that you take good care of her. Giegie, you're too kind. Xiaoba works very hard, and everyone appreciates her. Did I ask that so? That is truly wonderful. Giegie smiled. Yet deep down, she understood how challenging it was for their kind to integrate into human society. Xiaoba had undoubtedly faced many hardships while working away from home. Meanwhile, Xiaoba could not help but grin at Su Yang's praise. Through conversations with Xiaoba's family, Su Yang learned that the three little girls were her younger sisters. They had come from the seaside, but due to Giege's poor health, she could only occasionally work odd jobs at the Monster Protection Association. The entire family relied on Xiaoba's meager salary for survival. No wonder Xiaoba was overjoyed every time Su Yang sent her a red envelope. Su Yang beckoned the three little girls over, noticing they had yet to learn how to disguise themselves. With their tentacles still exposed, he retrieved some candies from his spatial pouch and handed them to them, asking, "What are your names?" "Thank you, big brother. I'm Xiao Jio. I'm Xiao Shi. I'm Xiao Shi." What a casual choice of names. Since he had to go pick up Li Qingqing, Su Yang could not linger for long, only reminding Xiaoba, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just inform the bureau." "Yes, thank you, Your Highness. I will," Xiaoba replied obediently. With a gentle smile, Su Yang bid farewell to Xiaoba's family and left for Kunlun Mountain. After Su Yang departed, Xiaoba recounted the events to her mother, leaving Giegie trembling with fear. After a moment of hesitation, she proposed, "Daughter, perhaps we should return to the seaside. This place is far too dangerous." Xiaoba shook her head. "Mom, the sea has been polluted by those damn neon people. Where would we find our habitat by the sea now? This was merely an accident. I am usually quite safe. Your Highness also takes good care of me, and I genuinely enjoy this job. Once I pass the formal examination next month, I will earn over 10,000 a month, and then I'll ensure you all live well." As Xiaoba spoke, her eyes gleamed with hope for the future. Hearing about the pollution of the sea, a flicker of sorrow crossed Giegie's eyes. Had she not consumed the tainted fish, her health would not have suffered. At that moment, an idea struck her, and she suddenly grasped Xiaoba's hand, asking, "Daughter, does that little Su have a girlfriend?" Xiaoba, fully aware of her mother's intentions, flushed crimson, replying, "Mom, what are you thinking? Your Highness already has a girlfriend, and she is stunning. Besides, I am a monster." As she spoke, she lowered her head. The girlfriend she referred to was, of course, Huoluashi, for everyone in 749 believed that Su Yang and Huoluashi were a couple. Upon hearing this, Giegie felt a twinge of regret. Seeing Xiaoba's hint of insecurity, she gently patted her head, saying, "What is wrong with being a monster? We do not steal or rob. We live by our own efforts. Moreover, I can tell that little Su does not look down on us for being monsters. He is a good person. You should cherish your relationship with him. After all, if you cannot be lovers, you can still be friends." It is indeed no easy feat for Xiaoba to acquire a friend. However, it is evident that Xiaoba has misinterpreted the intentions of Giegie, mistakenly believing that Giegie is encouraging her to develop a deeper relationship with Su Yang, causing her cheeks to flush crimson once more. Meanwhile, Su Yang successfully returns to his abode with Li Qingqing. Having received prior notice, the supernatural beings had all taken refuge on the first and second floors. Yet, the moment Su Yang opened the door, a chilling breeze swept through. "Hiss, uncle, why does your house feel so eerie?" "What do you know about eerie wind, child?" "Do not speak carelessly," Su Yang retorted, casually producing a protective talisman. "Here, wear this around your neck." While Su Yang was indifferent, Li Qingqing was merely an ordinary child. The malevolent energy in the room was potent enough to render her gravely ill. I Qingqing obediently donned the talisman, her thoughts murmuring, "You claim there's no eerie wind, yet why give me a talisman? The malevolence here is so thick, it seems uncle is not being truthful. Perhaps he is harboring ghosts at home." As the granddaughter of Su Ziqiang, Li Qingqing had inevitably encountered a wealth of knowledge on such matters and began curiously scanning her surroundings, though she saw nothing amiss. "Su Yang, uninterested in her musings. Tossed her into the room, urging, "Quickly sleep. We must rise early tomorrow to find you a school." Without waiting for Li Qingqing's response, he shut the door and descended the stairs. The machines had been installed the previous day, and Su Yang needed to assess their progress. Shortly after he departed, the door creaked open, and Li Qingqing peered out cautiously. In the basement. Su Yang flung open the large door to find dozens of ghosts seated around the machines. Their eyes wide with confusion. Enraged, Su Yang exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing here, slacking off? Not a single task completed. Do you not wish to continue existing?" The ghosts huddled together, trembling in fear and resignation. Their eyes filled with dread and helplessness. "Young master, it's not that we wish to be lazy. It's just that we do not know how to operate these machines. You told us to make clothes, but we have no idea what they should look like." These ghosts were the subordinates of the black-hearted Ghost King, and in life, they were predominantly scoundrels. How could they possibly know anything about making clothes? Su Yang paused, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the situation. But what of it? Did he have to teach them everything step by step? With that thought, he approached the talkative ghost and slapped him. "Damn it, you're full of excuses. What do you actually know how to do?" The ghost covered his face, a look of grievance on his features. "I know how to pick fights and chase after girls." "Chase after your mother? You must be a complete fool." Su Yang kicked the ghost twice, and then attempted to call the previous owner of the machines for guidance, but the call wouldn't go through. Remembering Xiao Ba's phone had been broken during the earlier conflict, he reluctantly called P, a local of the city. Su Yang wanted to inquire if he knew anyone skilled in sewing. "Hello, director. Do you know any craftsmen? Anyone who can sew?" Before Su Yang could finish, Inpa hurriedly interjected, "Craftsman? I'm a craftsman. I usually work with my hands." There was a brief moment of silence between them. "Are you out of your mind? I'm talking about a tailor." Inpa felt embarrassed, having accidentally revealed his little secret. "Ahem. Well, director, I don't actually know anyone. Then just take a break." "All right then," after hanging up. Su Yang felt utterly disheartened. What to do now? Should he let these ghosts halt their work temporarily? Absolutely not. With so many ghosts, even one day of idleness would cost him a fortune. He could not allow such a terrifying scenario to unfold. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about the starving ghost? Wasn't this fellow quite the spirited individual in life? It was common knowledge that the factory was filled with such spirited souls. Perhaps this one had worked in a factory too? With that in mind, Su Yang promptly retrieved the soul urn of the starving ghost and summoned him from his livestream. As soon as he appeared, the starving ghost greeted him with a sycophantic smile. "Boss, how may I serve you?" "Old ghost, do you know how to use these sewing machines and looms?" The starving ghost surveyed the machinery around him and burst into laughter. "Boss, I senti this right up my alley. Before I starved to death, I worked in a garment factory let me tell you, that deceitful boss promised that the factory was filled with beautiful girls, but when I got there, it was all aunties. I am very familiar with these machines. The aunties taught me everything." Upon hearing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up. "Now, that is what I call a talent." He pointed at the starving ghost and addressed the other ghosts. "Look at him, and then look at yourselves. You are all ghosts, all come from the same rough backgrounds, yet the difference is staggering. Next time you complain, consider whether you've put in enough effort." Hearing this, the other ghosts lowered their heads in shame as Su Yang patted the starving ghost on the shoulder. "Old ghost, go teach them how to operate the machines. Work diligently. I have high hopes for you. When I achieve great success, you will be my right-hand man. The empire I build will have a share for you." At this, the starving ghost was overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I will certainly work even harder." With that, he hurried over to the machines and began instructing the other ghosts on their operation. The process was not overly complicated, and soon the ghosts had learned it well enough as for the style of the clothing. Su Yang simply downloaded a free short-sleeve design from the internet for them to replicate. Once everything was prepared, Su Yang looked at the ghosts and asked loudly, "What is our motto?" The ghosts instantly raised their arms and shouted, "Enduring hardships leads to prosperity." Su Yang smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Get to work." With that, the small underground garment factory officially commenced operations, and Su Yang envisioned countless bills beckoning to him. Upon returning to the third floor, he found Li Qingqing still awake, sitting on the sofa with a mischievous grin directed at him. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Su Yang irritably asked, "What's wrong? Have you been possessed by a ghost?" "Oh, uncle, do you admit that there are ghosts in your home?" Li Qingqing replied, then paused suddenly. "I suspect there are not just ghosts, but also zombies and monsters." Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. "You went downstairs. Hee uncle, you would want Aunt to find out about Sister Xiao and Sister who? Would you?" Li Qingqing teased, raising her eyebrows at him. Can you believe such words could come from a 7 or 8-year-old girl? The thought of that fierce woman, Hua Luoxi, sent a chill down Su Yang's spine. What nonsense have you been taught by Su Ziqiang? And there is nothing between me and Xiao's shooting. Li Qingqing ignored his protests. Extending her small hand. "The usual deal." Su Yang gritted his teeth, then pulled out 10 yuan and slapped it into Li Qingqing's palm. As soon as she received the money, her face lit up with glee. "Uncle, you are truly impressive. Others hide their beautiful mistresses. You hide your monsters, and so many at that. Tisk, TSK. But don't worry, since I've taken your money, I'll keep this secret and one tell Anhua." Hearing Li Qingqing's promise, Su Yang snorted. Although the girl was quite clever, she still had a sense of integrity. Yet, why was it so hard for Su Yang to swallow this? Just like that, she had given him a hard time upon his arrival. He couldn't let this humiliation stand. Just then, Li Qingqing pulled out her little wallet and stuffed the 10 yuan inside. Su Yang noticed that the wallet was quite bulging, filled with numerous red bills. An idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly said, "Wait, that 10 yuan I gave you seems to be expired." "Huh, money can expire." Li Qingqing blinked, examining the 10 yuan closely. Su Yang stepped forward, pointing at the date on the bill. "See, it says 2015.its already 2025. The money is expired. Let me give you a new one." He then produced a 10 yuan bill from 2024. "This one is from last year. It's still usable this year." Li Qingqing accepted the money and double-checked the date. It was the first time she had heard that money could expire. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she hastily pulled out a stack of red bills from her wallet, examining each one meticulously. Upon witnessing this, Su Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. Abruptly, Li Qingqing let out a wail. Looking toward Su Yang, he quickly suppressed his smile and inquired with concern, "What's wrong? My money is all expired. What should I do?" "Ah, is it all expired?" Su Yang took the money, feigning a scrutinizing gaze, then with a face full of regret stated, "Yes, it's all expired and cannot be used." Seeing Li Qingqing's lips pout as if she were on the verge of tears, Su Yang hurriedly suggested, "How about this? I'll take a loss. You have 3,000, right? I'll give you 30, and I'll take them all." Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's eyes lit up. "Really, uncle? Of course, who else would I be if not your uncle?" With that, Su Yang produced 3 10 yuan bills from 2024 and handed them to her. Li Qingqing accepted the money, her tears transformed into laughter. Although 3,000 had become 30, at least 30 was better than nothing at all. "Uncle, you're so kind. Thank you." After a night devoid of conversation. The following morning, Li Qingqing rose early. After completing her morning routine, she dashed to Su Yang's room and shook him awake. "Uncle, it's time to get up. Take me to school." Su Yang, in a deep slumber, turned over groggily. "How old am I to be going to school?" "Take me. I'm going to school." Su Yang turned again, slightly irritated. "Oh, I don't need to take you. I'll go by myself later." Li Qingqing, seeing that Su Yang showed no intention of rising, Li Qingqing, exasperated, exclaimed, "Uncle, if you don't get up, I'll take all the money from your pockets." With that, she reached for Su Yang's trousers. "Put that down." Wrapped in his blanket, Su Yang shot up like a zombie, glaring fiercely at Li Qingqing. She pouted, tossed the trousers back to him, and exited the room. Only then did Su Yang remember he needed to help Li Qingqing find a school today. Shaking off his drowsiness, he got out of bed and washed up. Half an hour later, he arrived in an elite school in the bustling metropolis with Li Qingqing, after explaining to the gatekeeper that they were there to register. The gatekeeper not only allowed them entry, but also led the way to the principal's office. After all, students attending such a prestigious institution were either wealthy or influential. It was unnecessary for a private school to turn away potential business. Upon reaching the principal's office, they were greeted by a middle-aged woman in her 40s. After Su Yang filled out the registration form for Li Qingqing, the principal instructed him to find a teacher named Lin. who would administer a placement test for Li Qingqing. Upon hearing about the exam, Li Qingqing's expression soured, and Su Yang frowned. "Principal, can't we just enroll after paying?" The principal shook her head with a smile. "The competition is fierce nowadays. Our school places great emphasis on student performance. Poor results could affect our overall acceptance rates." Su Yang was taken aback. Was it really this competitive now? Even elementary schools had to worry about acceptance rates? The principal affectionately ruffled Li Qingqing's hair. "This girl looks smart. Go take the test. You'll do just fine. All right." Su Yang nodded, bade farewell to the principal, and made his way to the teacher's office, where he quickly found Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin was a young woman in her 20s, wearing glasses and appearing somewhat timid. Upon learning that Li Qingqing was there for enrollment, she retrieved a placement test and asked Su Yang to wait a moment while she led Li Qingqing to an empty classroom. As the principal had mentioned, Li Qingqing was indeed clever. Su Yang had faith in her and assumed the test would take some time, so he casually took a seat at Teacher Lin's desk and began browsing on his phone. After an indeterminate amount of time, a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit with slick-back hair, strode into the office. Upon entering, he noticed a young teacher at the door watching a show on her computer, and his brow furrowed immediately. Watching a show during work hours? He thundered, striding over to her and slamming his hand on the desk, his face a mask of anger. "I'm your new instructional director. From now on, I call the shots, second only to the principal." The young teacher, upon hearing his title, turned pale and hastily shut her computer. However, the man had no intention of letting her off easy. He fixed his gaze on her and demanded, "How much does the school pay you each month?" Seeing this, another teacher attempted to intervene, explaining, "Director, she's a new intern. She doesn't know the rules." But the man ignored this, continuing to press, "How much does the school pay you?" The young teacher was on the verge of tears as she stammered. My internship salary is 3,000, the man snorted derisively, pulled out a thick stack of red bills from his briefcase, and slammed it onto the desk. "Here's 10,000, your salary for 3 months. You don't need to come in tomorrow. Get out." Listening to the man's furious tirade, the young teacher took the money and fled the office in tears. I could see that moment. Everyone else in the room held their breath. As the saying goes, a new officer brings 3 fires. Who would dare provoke the man at such a tense moment? However, amidst this serious atmosphere, the sound of Su Yang watching videos was jarringly loud. The man's gaze swiftly turned to Su Yang, who was brazenly watching videos in front of him, and he exploded with fury. "You don't want to work here either, do you? How much does the school pay you each month?" Nearby teachers quickly interjected. "Director, he is..." But before they could finish, the man interrupted. "Shut up! I don't care who he is." Fixing a steely gaze on Su Yang, he demanded, "Tell me, how much is your monthly salary?" Su Yang looked at the man, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Could such opulence be falling into his lap? "My salary, 18,000. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Su Yang's astonishing salary, the man nearly choked. Yet, all eyes were on him, which made him feel quite embarrassed. After a moment of hesitation, he withdrew 6 stacks of crisp red bills from his briefcase. "Here's 60,000. Take the money and get lost." Before he could finish the word "get," Teacher Lin returned with Li Qingqing. She looked apologetically at Su Yang. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but it seems Qingqing does not meet our school's admission criteria." Su Yang, who had just been smiling while accepting the 60,000, was instantly taken aback. He glanced at Li Qingqing, who was staring at the ground, fiddling with her clothing, appearing quite dejected. "Why not, Teacher Lin? Did Qingqing fail the test?" Su Yang asked, puzzled. "This is Qingqing's test paper. You can take a look yourself." Upon examining the paper, Su Yang noted that out of a perfect score of 100, Li Qingqing had scored only 55. That shouldn't be. This girl is sharp as a tack. How could she score so low? Su Yang quickly scrutinized the test paper and found that all the basic arithmetic was correct, with errors occurring only on the more complex problems. For instance, one question asked, if there are 3 birds in a tree and a hunter shoots one, how many birds are left in the tree? Li Qingqing had answered 0, which was marked incorrect. Noticing Su Yang's focus on this question, Teacher Lin quickly interjected, "Mr. Su, look, 3 birds minus 1 should equal 2. Upon hearing this, both Su Yang and Li Qingqing exchanged incredulous glances at Teacher Lin. As Su Yang retorted, "Wait, Teacher Lin, Are you saying the bird is foolish? If one is shot, wouldn't the other two fly away? Whereas the fault in my niece's answer of 0. Teacher Lin. Her reasoning was so compelling that she found herself at a loss for words. That moment, the instructional director, having sensed the shift in the conversation, could no longer hold back and interjected, "Excuse me, I'd like to interrupt. Sir, you are the guardian, correct? Then what about the 60,000 I just... Shut your mouth." Su-Yang shot the director a glare. In that instant, the director felt as if he were being scrutinized by a beast, a chill running from his head to his toes, and he promptly fell silent. Su-Yang then turned back to Teacher Lin. "Teacher Lin, tell me, do you think my point is merit?" Though reluctant to concede, Teacher Lin nodded slightly. "Then shouldn't those 3 points be added to my niece's score?" "Ah, Mr. Lin, even with these additional 3 points, Qingqing still only has 58 points, which is still failing. Is that so?" Su-Yang was taken aback and quickly flipped through the exam paper, soon identifying a question. This question required answering based on an illustration. The image depicted the 4 disciples from Journey to the West: Tang Sung, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Sung. The question asked, how many individuals are present in the image? Li Qingqing answered that there were 2. This question, before Su-Yang could speak, Teacher Lin interjected, "Mr. Li, you see, there are clearly 4 individuals in the image. How could there be just 2? Li Qingqing immediately became displeased, pointing at Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, exclaiming, "One is a monkey and the other is a pig." Teacher Lin was left speechless, unable to comprehend Li Qingqing's logic, and turned to Su-Yang for assistance. Su-Yang, visibly irritated, replied, "Why are you looking at me? Whether Zhu Beiji is a pig or not, I cannot say, but my brother monkey is undoubtedly a monkey. Even if the king of heaven himself were to come, he would still be a monkey. How could he not recognize that Sun Wukong was a monkey? Our niece is perfectly reasonable." Seeing Su-Yang defend her so passionately, Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Family, who understands? Uncle is truly a hero." Teacher Lin hastily defended, "But look, he clearly has a human body. How could he be a monkey?" Su-Yang was a loss for words. "Teacher Lin, have you never read Journey to the West? Should I summon my brother monkey to confirm his identity for you?" Saying this, Su-Yang grabbed the headmaster. "You tell us, is Sun Wukong a monkey?" The headmaster, bewildered by being manhandled like a chick by Su-Yang, stammered, "Isn't it supposed to be monkey who comes? Why am I being treated like one?" Upon witnessing the desk shattered into pieces beside him, he gulped and awkwardly laughed. Yes, he is a monkey, but the question itself is utterly nonsensical. "Teacher Lin, you must grant my niece those 3 points today." As Su-Yang spoke, he slammed his palm down on a nearby desk, shattering it. The security guard, who was about to enter, faltered and slid away, pretending nothing had happened. Witnessing Su-Yang's fierce demeanor, Teacher Lin, feeling aggrieved, murmured, "Fine, just add the points. Why be so aggressive?" With that, Teacher Lin altered Li Qingqing's score to 61 and timidly glanced at Su-Yang. Su-Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, that's more like it. A girl as intelligent as her is a loss for your school." Teacher Lin adjusted her glasses, looking quite distressed. "Mr. Su, the tuition for our school is 60,000 yuan per semester. Please make the payment." "Certainly." Su-Yang readily produced the 60,000 yuan, which was precisely the amount the headmaster had just given him. "I'll leave Qingqing in your care. I'll pick her up after school." As Su-Yang turned to leave, the headmaster hastily called out, "Mr. Su, my money." Su-Yang raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean, your money? The 60,000 yuan I just gave you. I paid for the tuition." "No, that was my money. You said you gave it to me, so it's mine. I sent it. Are you trying to take it back?" As he spoke, Su-Yang's gaze grew cold. The headmaster glanced at the shattered desk and swallowed hard, nervously chuckling. No. Keep it. Just take good care of my niece, or else, for such a cowardly character." Su-Yang held little regard. Before departing, he didn't forget to issue a warning. The headmaster, realizing Su-Yang's brash demeanor, inferred that he might be someone from the underworld, and perhaps Li Qingqing was a wealthy heiress, best not to provoke. However, Li Qingqing did not look down on the teachers just because she had Su-Yang backing her. Instead, she smiled and took Teacher Lin's hand, saying, "Teacher, thank you for allowing me to enroll. Can you take me to my class now?" Meanwhile, as Su-Yang exited the school, a voice echoed in his mind. "Dear brother, I hear you called for me." Before Su-Yang could react, A slender young man appeared before him. "Brother Monkey, you've come out from your seclusion?" Su Yang scrutinized the young man and soon recognized him as the transformed Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. "Indeed, but regrettably, I cannot seem to break through to that level." He expressed a hint of disappointment. During his ride in heaven, he was merely a Tai golden immortal, but through the merits of his pilgrimage, he ascended to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet, despite the passage of years, he still had not progressed further. Unsure how to console Sun Wukong, Su Yang offered him a cigarette. Lighting it for him, Sun Wukong took a deep puff and grinned. "Nothing compares to this. Other things make me cough." "Brother Monkey, why did you come down? I heard that monk from the past has been reincarnated." "So, I came to take a look at Su Yang." Realizing whom Sun Wukong referred to, was astonished. "What? Jean Shanzi has been reincarnated again?" Sun Wukong chuckled and nodded. "Yes, that novice is still a Tai golden immortal, unable to advance. So he seeks to break through his bottleneck through reincarnation." "Humph, he has nothing special." Sun Wukong harbored disdain for Jean Shanzi, the former Tang's son. After all, there was a distinction between a master and a teacher. The only one he truly revered was Patriarch Bodhi.as for the favor Jean Shanzi showed by releasing Sun Wukong from beneath the Five Fingers Mountain. Humph, the Buddha suppressed Sun Wukong under the mountain, and Jean Shanzi merely freed him. Was that truly a favor? Who didn't he know that Jean Shanzi was a subordinate of the Buddha? It was all a self-scripted act. Unfortunately, at that time, Brother Monkey was weak and inexperienced, allowing them to deceive him. "Brother Monkey, why not stay with me for a few days this time?" Su Yang suggested. "Sure, but you better have enough of this." Brother Monkey pointed at the cigarette in his hand. "Not a problem, by the way. I'm already at the tribulation crossing stage. Can I learn your clone technique?" Su Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The benefits of mastering the clone technique were immense. Fighting aside, if he ran out of money, he could sell the kidneys of his clones and become the world's wealthiest individual. Upon hearing this, Brother Monkey was taken aback and scrutinized Su Yang. "My clones are made from my hair. Do you have any?" As he spoke, Brother Monkey lifted Su Yang's trousers for a look, shaking his head repeatedly. "Not a single one. Su Yang." "Ahem, Brother Monkey, it's almost noon. Shall we find a place to have a drink?" "Sure, you arrange it." Knowing that Brother Monkey was not particularly picky, Su Yang decided to take him to a nearby hot pot restaurant. While they were eating, Brother Monkey suddenly smiled mysteriously and pulled out a pill, saying, "Dear brother, congratulations on breaking through the tribulation. I've prepared something good for you. This pill will not only stabilize your cultivation, but also double your meridians." "Wow, really, Brother Monkey?" Su Yang's eyes lit up. Could there be such a good thing? Trusting Brother Monkey, Su Yang took the pill without a second thought and swallowed as soon as the pill entered his mouth. It transformed into a pure energy that flowed into Su Yang's meridians. "How is it? Not bad, right? I had to beg the dragon subduing Arhut for several days to get this." "You mean the dragon subduing Arhut?" Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this just a leg-stretching, eye-popping pill? As for the production process, one could only say that even someone from India would give it a thumbs up for being clean and hygienic. Brother Monkey nodded. "Exactly, I saw him roll it from his own flesh. It's fresh. Yuck." Su Yang couldn't hold back and instantly vomited into the pot. However, the pill had already transformed into energy and entered his meridians. So what he vomited was merely the food he had consumed earlier. Brother Monkey was immediately alarmed. "Oh no. Dear brother, are you okay? Could it be that BYD poisoned the pill?" The manager of the hot pot restaurant was startled and rushed over, asking, "Sir, are you all right?" At that moment, Su Yang was retching and unable to speak, merely waving his hand at Brother Monkey and the manager. Seeing Su Yang in such distress, the manager felt anxious, fearing that their food might have been the issue. With that thought, he hurriedly brought a ladle and scooped some hot pot broth to Su Yang. Seeing him about to drink from the pot, panicked. After all, he had just vomited into it. However, he was retching incessantly, unable to utter a single word, gesturing desperately towards the hot pot broth while waving his hands at the manager with an expression of profound anxiety. Observing Su Yang's distress, the manager became increasingly convinced that there was an issue with their food. Gritting his teeth, he took a sip of the hot pot broth, and in the next moment, his complexion shifted dramatically, and with a retching sound, he expelled it from his mouth. What was this peculiar and foul taste? It felt as though someone had vomited it out. Could it be that the ingredients had spoiled? As the manager, how could he allow such a thing to occur? He immediately summoned the head chef. The head chef, equally bewildered, was met with the manager's furious slap on the table as he exclaimed, "You must taste what you have concocted." Seeing Su Yang retching, the manager's face turned ashen. The head chef murmured to himself, "Is it really that exaggerated? Let me taste it myself." The next moment, he too retched, questioning his own existence. The ingredients were undeniably fresh, and the broth was prepared just moments ago. How could it possibly be spoiled? Was it his cooking technique that was flawed? Or was there something amiss with his sense of taste? With the head chef rendered speechless, the manager shot him a glare filled with resentment and turned to Su Yang with a forced smile, saying, "My apologies, gentlemen. We shall replace your order, and today your entire bill will be on the house at this moment." Su Yang had already regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I just drank too much and threw up in the pot." The manager, the head chef, "Damn it, I questioned the ingredients, doubted my own sense of taste, and even the entire world, yet I never suspected you would pull this stunt." Huh. Such resentment. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback as he instinctively glanced at the manager and head chef, who were emanating a dark aura. Alas, modern life is fraught with pressure. Look at them, clearly living beings, yet their resentment is greater than that of specters. Su Yang had the manager replace the pot and continued to eat while boasting with Monkey Brother. Monkey Brother took a deep drag from his cigarette and chuckled. "Brother, this is truly exhilarating. When I ascend, you must bring me a few more." Just as Su Yang was about to agree, he reconsidered and chuckled. "Monkey Brother, this is quite expensive. I'm a little short on cash right now. How about you lend me a hand?" "Oh, what do you want me to do, my brother?" Monkey Brother observed Su Yang's mischievous grin, feeling an unsettling vibe from it. Half an hour later, at Su Yang's home, the transformed Monkey Brother donned a sailor's suit. The pristine white sailor attire, coupled with his golden fur, seemed utterly mismatched, standing there in his pleated skirt. Monkey Brother looked at Su Yang with a sense of existential despair and questioned, "Brother, is this appropriate?" Su Yang surveyed Monkey Brother with satisfaction. "Of course, it fits perfectly. I bought it according to your measurements." "Is that what I meant? I am the great sage equal to heaven. Do you want me to wear a skirt? Do I have no shame? Brother, I am a male monkey. This is clearly women's attire." Unfazed, Su Yang replied, "What's the big deal? Didn't T Tang Sing once sew you a tiger skin skirt? You seemed quite pleased wearing it. For a moment, Monkey Brother found himself at a loss for words. When he first emerged from Wuji Mountain, he was completely bare. Anything to wear was better than nothing. But the situation was different now. As the Monkey King, he could not engage in actions that would tarnish his image. "Brother, I would rather die than wear a skirt and dance." "Monkey Brother, you could earn at least 10 cigarettes by performing a dance." Just as Monkey Brother was about to remove the skirt, he paused, quickly dragging Su Yang to the prepared camera. "Brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry and start the live stream." "I can't wait." As the live stream commenced, the somewhat awkward Monkey Brother appeared on screen. Many viewers were drawn in by the title "Life is Hard. Monkey Brother sells his art." Upon seeing Monkey Brother's outfit, they burst into laughter. "What the heck? Is it the great mother monkey from Huagua Mountain? My Monkey Brother still retains his charm. Monkey Brother, your tail is sticking out." "Hey, what you mentioned was indeed the tail." Initially, Monkey Brother felt somewhat constrained as it was his first appearance on camera, fidgeting and unsure of what to do. Su Yang promptly called Hu Xiaoshuang, positioning her just outside the camera frame. Then, he plucked a strand of Monkey Brother's fur and placed it into a talisman for Hu Xiaoshuang to swallow. This way, no matter what Hu Xiaoshuang did, Monkey Brother would unconsciously mimic her actions. The next moment, upbeat music played, an iconic tune, Motor Shake. Hu Xiaoshuang had previously practiced these dance moves, and as the music played, she began to move. Monkey Brother followed suit, rhythmically shaking his backside in front of the camera. Holy smokes, what am I seeing? The streamer dances incredibly well. This is the best debut of the year. Let us go. No, bro, this isn't even a matter of gender. This transcends species. Though Monkey Brother was dancing vigorously, his eyes were filled with shock, and his face blushed deeper than his backside. He had anticipated a casual performance. But it turned out to be so provocative. This would utterly ruin the great sage's reputation. What would those old-timers in the heavens think if they witnessed this? After enduring 81 tribulations and several centuries, he never expected to face such a trial. Just as Monkey Brother contemplated retreating, Su Yang suddenly appeared on camera, shouting, "Brothers, is Monkey Brother handsome or what?" Flood the screen with 666. So handsome, Monkey Brother, 6666, in an instant. The screen was filled with comments praising Monkey Brother's handsomeness. That Su Yang pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Monkey Brother, do you see? The audience is praising your looks." Monkey Brother glanced over and indeed saw the comments. Once he had declared himself the beautiful Monkey King, he had always cared deeply about his image. If only one person praised him, he might have doubted it. But with everyone complimenting him, it was clear he was genuinely handsome. So the audience likes me this much? In that moment, Sun Wukong lost himself amid the chorus of Monkey Brother is so handsome, his smile never faltering. After one dance concluded, the music resumed, this time playing Big Swing. Just then, Monkey Brother abruptly severed his connection with Hu Xiaoshuang, donned a pair of frog glasses, and began to move sensuously to the music. As the music approached its climax, just as he was about to shake his hips, a flash of golden light enveloped Monkey Brother, transforming his sailor suit into a maid outfit. He then clasped his head with both hands and began to sway his hips. The viewers in the live stream were instantly bewildered. Am I seeing things? How did the streamer's outfit change so suddenly? The streamer is adorable. How kawaii. Live costume change. Is this the 72 transformations? Could this be the real great sage at this moment? Monkey Brother had completely let loose, dancing with increasing vigor, even turning around to give a cheeky shake. In that instant, as he spun, his maid outfit morphed once again, becoming a chi-pow that accentuated his figure exquisitely. It changed again. This streamer is truly something special. I don't believe it. It must be some trick like the face-changing act of Sichuan opera. Hey, you know about face-changing, but have you heard of costume changing? As the comments began to speculate about Monkey Brother's identity, Su Yang's smile froze on his face. Just a moment ago, he nearly forgot his purpose, that if such a fantastical event were to stir up the internet, his salary for the month would surely go down the drain. With that thought, Su Yang hastily explained, these are all special effects. Everyone must believe in science. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Monkey Brother conjured two clones, and they all began to sway their hips in unison, their tails swishing behind Su Yang. Damn it, I'm using a microscope to watch this, and you're telling me it's special effects. Hello, Uncle Hat, there is someone here using special effects as a guise to cast spells. That tail, doesn't he look fake at all? Could be the real great sage. Hey, doesn't that assistant look familiar? Isn't that the scumbag who made his girlfriend set up a stall and get beaten? At this moment, Su Yang found himself speechless. Monkey Brother, where's your pride? Where's your bottom line? Can you tone it down a bit? Fearing the situation might escalate, Su Yang contemplated shutting down the live stream. But upon seeing the barrage of gifts flooding in, he abandoned that thought. Let it be. What's a few bucks in salary anyway? Upon this realization, Su Yang waved his hand dramatically, and a maid outfit materialized out of thin air, causing him and Monkey King to sway in unison. A flurry of question marks filled the screen. Meanwhile, in the 749 Bureau building within the director's office, a strikingly handsome man in his 20s lounged on the sofa, watching a video of Monkey King dancing on his phone. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he scoffed. Humph. After all these years, that monkey remains as unruly as ever, still unworthy of the limelight. That moment, an elderly man with a full head of white hair, seated beside him, leaned closer, his brow furrowing upon seeing the video. Oh, this doesn't appear to be a special effect. Isn't that Su Yang? Yang Lao. Do you know him? Just as Yang Lao was about to explain, the door to the office swung open, and Su Ziqiang strode in, but he approached Yang Lao, shaking his hand. Old leader, my apologies for neglecting you while I was busy dealing with those troublesome youngsters. Yang Lao smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. I also hail from the 749 Bureau. I understand the nature of the work here, so it's quite all right. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Fong Tian. Yang Lao brought the handsome man forward. He gestured toward the sky. Su Ziqiang quickly grasped Yang Lao's intent and extended his hand to Fong Tian. Hello. Greetings, Director Su. From now on, we are on the same side. Fong Tian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqiang's brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at Yang Lao. Yang Lao sighed helplessly. Zhao Danyang has passed away, hasn't he? The department has decided to appoint Fong Tian as the new deputy director to serve the nation. Indeed, Fong Tian was the reincarnated Jin Chanzi. The 749 Bureau operates under the National Security Department, which serves as the guardian of national safety. It was only fitting to show some respect to this divine being from the lower realms. However, Su Ziqiang let out a cold laugh and remarked, I see your contributions are merely a facade, while using our 749 Bureau for your own gain is the real agenda, isn't it? There are only so many merits to be earned. If he takes them all, what will become of the other practitioners in 749? Yang Lao, you too have come from the Bureau. You understand the situation. How can someone like him, who knows nothing, serve as deputy director? The brothers in the Bureau risk their lives battling against demons and monsters. What if he gives a wrong command? How many lives would be lost? At Su Ziqiang's words, Fong Tian's expression darkened. This director, Su, was not giving him an ounce of respect. It was worth noting that he was no longer the Tang Sung, who had once been a mere pawn in this life. He was a prominent figure reborn, currently at the mid-stage of Earth immortal cultivation, and he was affronted by Su Ziqiang's disdain. Yang Lao was equally at a loss. He did not wish for this outcome. But the man's status was undeniably formidable. Even the Buddha himself had personally spoken to the department on his behalf. Ziqiang, can we reconsider this matter? Yang Lao inquired tentatively as Su Ziqiang scoffed. Reconsider? The lower realms are managed by us in the 749 Bureau. What does it mean for a deity to interfere? With that, Su Ziqiang turned to Fong Tian, his gaze icy. Let me inform you, the West has overstepped its boundaries, understand? Fong Tian's countenance shifted dramatically at Su Ziqiang's words. Director Su, jokes are one thing, but do not bring up the West that I just did. What of it? The 749 Bureau is a human department, and we will not allow any deity to meddle. Su Ziqiang's tone was resolute, his gaze unwavering as he stared down Fong Tian. Tension thickened in the air. Seeing this, Yang Lao quickly interjected as a mediator. Oh dear Ziqiang, let's not be so absolute. If you do not allow Fong Tian to assume the position of deputy director, then the Bureau has no suitable candidates, does it? Su Ziqiang snorted. Who says I lack suitable candidates? Yang Lao paused, as if struck by a thought. You wouldn't be considering Su Yang for the position, would you? Upon hearing Su Yang's name, Fong Tian frowned. Was this the same lad who had been next to that rowdy monkey? Could it be that Fong Tian was being compared to a mere friend of a monkey? Yang Lao, noticing Su Ziqiang's lack of denial, pulled him aside and whispered urgently, Ziqiang, are you out of your mind? You truly intend to promote Su Yang? And why not? My disciple possesses both capability and character. Everyone in 749 respects him. There are plenty of formidable figures in the three realms. Why shouldn't he be able to serve as deputy director? Yang Lao grew anxious. He just became a department head last month. To elevate him to deputy director in less than a month, it would be faster than a rocket. This is not in accordance with the procedures. You do realize that, right? Moreover, he has received numerous complaints. How am I supposed to explain this to the higher-ups? Su Ziqiang appeared indifferent. How you explain it is your concern. Just tell me whether you agree or not. I do not agree. Do you believe I will let you off lightly? Even if you were beat me to death, this matter cannot be settled. With this declaration, Su Ziqiang rolled up his sleeves, prepared for a confrontation. Yang Lao, startled, took a step back. How about this? Let us each take a step back. Su Yang is certainly not suitable. He has risen too quickly. Let him remain in his position as department head for another 2 years. That time, he can directly take over your position, and you can recommend someone else. This time, whoever you recommend, I will agree. This sounded reasonable that a smirk crept onto Su Ziqiang's lips. His goal had been achieved. He understood that Su Yang's rapid promotion would be impossible for the National Security Department to endorse. His intention in proposing Su Yang was merely a strategic retreat to gain greater benefits. In this way, he could not only appoint a deputy director, but also pave the way for Su Yang to eventually take his place as the head of the 749 Bureau. Truly a double victory. Feigning reluctance, Su Ziqiang contemplated aloud. Our 749 bureau is brimming with talent. It's indeed difficult to choose. How about Hualuashi? She is quite impressive, having reached the mid-stage of tribulation at such a young age, and possesses fire abilities with formidable combat prowess. Upon hearing Hualuashi, Yang Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, Su Ziqiang, are you waiting for me to catch up? If your son can't be deputy director, you simply propose your daughter instead. Oh, it's just a matter of swapping one for another. ISNT it. And what of it? Su Ziqiang replied nonchalantly. Hualuashi has been a department head for 2 years. Right? Surely that meets the promotion criteria? During the recent battle in Donghai, she dispatched 24 enemy practitioners, including 3 Earth Immortals. Her merits are considerable. Moreover, she is the orphan of the former head, a child of a hero. Tell me, is there anything wrong with her becoming the deputy director? It seemed there was indeed no flaw in this argument. Su Ziqiang waved his hand dismissively. Then let us expedite the process. I will appoint her directly at tomorrow's morning meeting. Fang Tian stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, I'm still here. You two have just decided the position of deputy director without so much as a thought for me. What about my role? Feeling slighted, Fang Tian simmered with anger, contemplating whether to swallow this indignation. Alas, the realm of mortals was indeed governed by the 749 Bureau, despite being under the National Security Department. The authority wielded by Director Su Ziqiang was substantial. It was clear that his strength commanded respect. Su Ziqiang's exploits, slaying the 8-headed serpent in Donghai, were well known. While the 8-headed serpent might only be considered a heavenly immortal, it was still a legitimate deity. The ability to slay a god in mortal form spoke volumes of Su Ziqiang's prowess. At that moment, Fang Tian recognized he was no match for Su Ziqiang, and thus he resolved to bide his time. With that thought, Fang Tian muttered inwardly, "Humph, enjoy your triumph while you can point one day. When you ascend to the heavenly realm, we shall see how I deal with you." Though he could swallow his pride, the arrogance of being a divine being would not allow him to concede easily. He might forego the title of deputy director, but he must prove himself stronger than that Hualuashi. With this determination, Fang Tian spoke up, "Director Su, since my reincarnation and cultivation, I have yet to encounter any true experts. Why not allow Hualuashi to spar with me?" Meanwhile, Su Yang was live-streaming with Monkey King when he suddenly received a call from Inpa. "Hello, Director. Hurry back to the bureau. There's a spectacle to behold. The princess is about to duel with a pretty boy that I hear that this pretty boy is a reincarnation of some deity. That a deity reincarnated?" Jin Chanzi. With Monkey King's keen hearing, he caught the conversation, and the two exchanged glances before vanishing from the scene, leaving behind a livestream audience filled with confusion. What the heck? Where did they go? Some viewers exclaimed that I saw it clearly. They vanished in an instant. This livestream is definitely something special. The host and assistant are unreal. Are they even human? Could they be ghosts? Mother, I am filled with trepidation. Just as the audience was engulfed in confusion, a woman with the form of both human and fox darted into the frame, cheerfully waving her fluffy paw at the camera, proclaiming, "It's all special effects. Everyone must believe in science. What in the world is this? A fox spirit? Hey, could you perhaps remove your makeup while saying that?" The audience was rife with skepticism, yet Hu Xiaoshuang offered no further explanation and abruptly ended the live stream. However, the viewers lingered, their comments continuing to flood the screen even as the stream went dark. Su Yang and the Monkey King rushed to the 749 venue, arriving just in time to witness Hualuaxia and Fang Tian engage in combat. Hualuaxia, clad in a resplendent red dress, wielded a colossal hammer, flames licking at its surface as she advanced steadily toward Fang Tian. Meanwhile, Fang Tian sat helplessly on the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Gazing in terror at Hualuaxia, "Don't come any closer. Less chatter. Take this hammer from your aunt," Hualuaxia declared, leaping into the air, the weighty hammer swinging with ferocious might before crashing down upon Fang Tian. Flame-consuming, demon-slaying hammer. With a resounding boom, the hammer struck, shaking the very earth, and Fang Tian was instantly engulfed in a torrent of flames. The Monkey King stood in stunned silence. Who is this girl? She's incredibly fierce, The flames she wields are no less formidable than the samadhi true fire. Beside him, Su-yang shook his head in resignation, a bittersweet expression crossing his features. What a poignant scene. A mere hammering to extinguish a young lad's life. As expected, Fong Tian was defeated. Despite possessing mid-stage earth immortal cultivation, he could not contend against Hua Luoxia, who was in the mid-stage of tribulation. It could even be said that he was thoroughly outmatched. This reality even caused a slight tremor in his Buddhist heart. Impossible. I am a deity, and my cultivation surpasses hers. How could I possibly lose? Could it be that this hammer-wielding girl is the reincarnation of some great figure? In the crowd, Impa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is this the combat prowess born from mutation combined with cultivation? He himself had undergone mutation and gained abilities. Should he consider pursuing the path of cultivation as well? Meanwhile, as the flames on the stage dissipated, Fong Tian's dark figure emerged. Appearing exceedingly disheveled, the deputy director with healing abilities immediately stepped forward to tend to his wounds. However, Sun Wukong couldn't contain himself upon seeing Fong Tian's pitiful state and burst into laughter. Fong Tian, following the sound of laughter, spotted Su Yang and Sun Wukong among the crowd, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. To be seen in such a disgraceful light by this impudent monkey was a humiliation of epic proportions. No, he must reclaim his honor. With that thought, he turned his gaze towards Su Yang. Su Yang had just been a candidate for deputy director himself, but he recognized that Su Yang had recently broken through to the tribulation stage. If he could not defeat the hammer-swinging girl, surely he could best Su Yang. Moreover, everyone spoke of Su Yang as one of the twin prodigies of 749, the crown prince. If he could vanquish Su Yang, he would not lose all face, perhaps only half. At that moment, Su Yang approached Su Ziqiang, inquiring about the unfolding events. After Su Ziqiang elucidated the circumstances, Su Yang's brow furrowed in concern. The Western Paradise actually seeks to extend its influence over the 749 Bureau. This matter must be reported to the Heavenly Court. While he pondered this, Hua Luoxia leaped down from the stage, resting her hammer on her shoulder as she asked Su Yang, "What do you think? Am I impressive?" Su Yang's lips twitched in response, contemplating the misfortune of anyone who might wed her, destined to endure a lifetime of calamity. Just then, Fong Tian suddenly addressed Su Yang. "You must be Brother Su Yang, right? I've long heard of your illustrious name. Might you spar with me on the stage?" Hua Luoxia had not dealt him any grievous harm. He had merely sustained superficial injuries and was mostly recovered. As for the depletion of his true energy, he hadn't even had a chance to counterattack. So what consumption could there be? The moment Fong Tian spoke, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. Su Yang turned to Sun Wukong and remarked, "Monkey King, does this golden cicada possess some peculiar affinity for suffering? Is he not satisfied with being beaten?" Upon hearing Su Yang refer to him as Monkey King, Su Ziqiang finally noticed Sun Wukong, who had been concealing his aura. Now he scrutinized Sun Wukong with a look of surprise. Sun Wukong pondered deeply before remarking, "Now that you mention it, I did suspect this during our pilgrimage. It seemed that this BYD always intentionally led me astray, only to be captured by demons. Could it be that he has a penchant for masochism?" Realizing this, Sun Wukong felt a wave of anger wash over him. All along, it appeared that this BYD had been playing him for a fool. Su Yang, understanding Sun Wukong's thoughts, patted his shoulder and said, "Monkey King, allow me to seek retribution for you." With that, Su Yang leaped onto the stage. Fong Tian sneered, clasping his hands together, and began to chant a spell. Su Yang suddenly felt a jolt of energy, his vision blurring. Was this the soul-snatching mantra? Sun Wukong's heart raced in alarm. Fong Tian was actually resorting to lethal measures. If this spell succeeded, Su Yang's soul could very well explode. Yet in the next instant, Su Yang shouted clear heart mantra, swiftly closing the distance to Fong Tian. Before Fong Tian could react, Su Yang's fist, crackling with lightning, struck his face. Poof! 2 teeth flew from his mouth, bloodied. Fong Tian, caught off guard by Su Yang's immunity to his soul-snatching mantra, swiftly retaliated with a palm strike. Mighty Vajra Palm, Heavenly Thunder Palm. The 2 palms clashed, unleashing a torrent of violent, thunderous energy that surged through Fong Tian's meridians, causing him excruciating pain. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Su Yang's strike. Su Yang merely took a step back. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. How could this be? Fang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Yang. He was already astonished that Hua Luoxia could defeat him despite her lower cultivation. But to find Su Yang equally formidable was beyond his expectations. Was this current batch of 749 truly this outrageous? Moreover, the most perplexing fact was that Su Yang wielded Taoist spells without uttering incantations. Even the reclusive Taoist ancestors of Longhu Mountain could not accomplish such feats, could they? Before Fang Tian could touch down, Su Yang teleported forward, delivering a thunderous slap across Fang Tian's face. Smack! Is this the BYD who made my Monkey King suffer on the journey to enlightenment? Smack! My Monkey King diligently protected you, yet you repaid his kindness with ingratitude, driving him away with your spells. Smack! To enhance your meager cultivation, you reincarnated to undertake the journey, subjecting my Monkey King and Zhu Beiji to endless trials. What do you seek to achieve in this life? Smack! You were once a mere insect, born weak and unable to break through. It was never meant to be, and you should not have sought to rely on others to accumulate merits. Smack! And you dare to meddle in the affairs of 749. Today, I will show you what it means to be one of the twin prodigies of 749. With 5 resounding slaps, Fang Tian's face had swollen to that of a pig's head. Wang Shaojie, Su Yang bellowed, and as if responding to a mental call, Wang Shaojie transformed into an iron rod that soared into Su Yang's grasp. The ocean-splitting rod, Su Yang raised the glowing iron staff high and brought it crashing down, directly embedding Fang Tian into the earth. Su Yang utilized his own technique to discipline the golden cicada. Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with excitement. For so many years, he had endured countless grievances at the hands of this fellow. Alas, he had been forcibly relocated to the Western Paradise, becoming a disciple of the golden cicada under the protection of the Buddha, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Today, Su Yang had finally avenged him with a resounding blow. Good brother! As the dust on the stage gradually settled, Fang Tian lay in a massive crater, continuously coughing up blood. Every bone in his body felt shattered, had it not been for his Buddha's golden body and divine power. That one strike from Su Yang would have undoubtedly claimed his life. At this moment, a flicker of regret washed over him for reincarnating to cultivate anew. He had assumed that as a deity, he would quickly ascend to great heights in this era of dwindling power, becoming a formidable figure and amassing merits. Little did he expect that each mortal he encountered was more formidable than the last. First, that girl shattered his pride with 3 blows, and now Su Yang nearly sent him to the underworld with a single strike. The deputy director with healing abilities, witnessing the scene, was about to step forward to tend to Fang Tian's wounds, but was halted by Su Yang. Notify the Buddhist sect and have them come to collect their man. Upon receiving the message from 749, numerous prominent figures from the Buddhist sect hastily made their way over. Even those reclusive old sages, who usually retreat into seclusion to meditate and seek enlightenment, have emerged from their hermitages. After all, it is the revered golden cicada who has been struck, a deity of the Buddhist realm, an entity personally entrusted to their care by the Buddha himself. Upon learning that the golden cicada nearly met his demise at the hands of 749, the high monks of the Buddhist order were thrown into disarray in the blink of an eye. Over 30 old monks clad in robes and wielding staffs gathered at the training grounds of 749. That among these monks, without exception, all were earthly immortals, and notably, 6 of them stood at the pinnacle of that realm. Upon discovering that it was Su Yang who had attacked Fang Tian, the monks' gazes burned with an intensity that seemed ready to ignite. It was one thing for Su Yang to leverage his position as the director of the regional management office to trouble them, but to dare strike at one of their divine beings was akin to defecating on their heads. Witnessing such a gathering of formidable monks, the old monsters of 749 hastily made their way over. Despite the front lines being largely manned by the youth of 749, their elite fighters were no less formidable than those of the Buddhist order, even capable of overwhelming any rival faction. After all, those old sages were merely retired, not deceased. When 749 required their assistance, they would not stand idly by. However, they initially chose to remain hidden, encircling the Buddhist masters and cutting off all avenues of retreat. At a single command from Su Ziqiang, not a single monk would escape today. Once the Buddhist masters had assembled, the current Grand Master of the Buddhist order, Dunan, took the initiative to speak. Bold Su Yang, how dare you lay such a vicious hand upon our true deity? This is an egregious affront. You must provide us with an explanation today. He continued, moreover, what of my disciple, Du Yi, who was also incapacitated by Su Ziqiang? Do you and your master intend to wage war against our Buddhist order? The monks, filled with righteous indignation, exuded an air that suggested they were ready to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. Aside from Su Ziqiang, there were only 12 masters of the earthly immortal realm within 749. Should a confrontation arise, the advantage lay with the Buddhist order. At this moment, Su Yang simply dug at his ear, appearing utterly unconcerned. Look at you all, each clutching a large bowl. What is this? Has 749 become a place for begging? It was this little nobody who sought to challenge me and ended up getting beaten. Now you come to demand an explanation from me? Can't handle the loss. If you can't, then I'll just stand right here. Come and strike me. Upon hearing this, Fong Tian, lying nearby, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that this group of old geezers would come looking for trouble with Su Yang without discerning the situation. This made it seem as if he truly could not bear to lose. Nevertheless, despite feeling a bit humiliated, Fong Tian refrained from stopping them. He was eager to witness Su Yang's downfall. At this moment, the monks were oblivious to Fong Tian's thoughts. They only knew him as the reincarnation of a great deity. If they could curry favor with Fong Tian and win his approval, he might, in his delight, one day lead them to ascend as gods. Thus, they felt compelled to perform admirably in front of him. Seeing Su Yang's brazen demeanor, Dunan could hardly contain himself. Before Fong Tian could speak, he turned to Su Ziqiang. Director Su, what say you? Su Ziqiang smiled slightly. Didn't you hear my disciple? If you wish to strike him, then do so. If you hesitate any longer, I may just have to strike you. Everyone present was taken aback. They had never encountered such a demand in their lives. Although they were perplexed by the antics of this master-disciple duo, they realized that if they did not act upon Su Ziqiang's words, it would only serve to belittle the Buddhist order. With that thought, Dunan promptly flung his robe and prepared to confront Su Yang. Wait, Su Yang quickly called for a halt, then smiled slightly. Old monk, it's not that I look down upon you. You simply are not my match. How about this? All 30 of you come at me together, using your most formidable techniques. The moment Su Yang uttered these words, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. Was this young man out of his mind? An attack unleashed by over 30 earthly immortals. Surely even a celestial immortal could not withstand such a force. Fong Tian, too, found himself at a loss regarding Su Yang. He acknowledged Su Yang's strength, but it could not possibly reach such heights. Was he courting disaster? Indeed, he was still young and impetuous, thinking that defeating Fong Tian made him invincible, unaware that there were always greater heights and stronger individuals beyond his ken. No matter how gifted he was, his time for cultivation was limited. He could not hope to rival these seasoned veterans who had trained for over a century, since Su Yang was so audacious. Fong Tian felt no qualms about witnessing the fall of yet another genius. With this thought, a smile crept onto Fong Tian's lips. The monks, for their part, were equally uncertain of Su Yang's intentions. But since he had made such a bold request, they would indulge him. In an instant, over 30 Buddhist masters launched their attack simultaneously, a radiant display of Buddhist light enveloping the area as powerful strikes hurtled towards Su Yang. Just as the attacks were about to land, a smirk appeared on Su Yang's lips. In the next moment, a black hole manifested beneath his feet, and he vanished into it. Simultaneously, a black hole appeared beneath Fong Tian as well. Before he could react, he was instantaneously transported to the very spot where Su Yang had just stood. The next second, all 30 attacks landed squarely upon him. Da-da! Fong Tian let out a pained scream as he was sent flying, crashing into a stone lion on the training grounds, reducing it to rubble. Oh no, I've drawn attention to myself while watching the spectacle. In that instant, Fong Tian's eyes filled with despair. He did not know if Su Yang would fall today, but he was certainly on the brink of ruin. Already battered by Su Yang, he now faced the onslaught of such devastating attacks. The indestructible golden body he had cultivated over 10 lifetimes shattered in an instant. This meant that all the merits and cultivation he had amassed over those lifetimes evaporated in that moment. He could never return to the Western paradise. In this lifetime, he would have to start anew. If he were to slack off even a little, he might not even have a chance to ascend. With this thought, a tear of regret slipped from Fong Tian's eye as he glared resentfully at Sun Wukong. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Indeed, I should not just stand by. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, waving his hand to produce the golden staff, just as Fong Tian believed Sun Wukong was about to come to his aid. Sun Wukong blew a breath of celestial energy onto the staff, transforming it into a Grandmaster S-chair. He then produced an ice-cold watermelon and a handful of seeds from who knows where. Reclining in the chair and munching on the watermelon. This is how I should watch. Ah, so comfortable. You. Fong Tian was so furious he nearly spat blood, his eyes rolling back his head as he fainted. Tsk tisk, these old monks truly are ruthless. Su Yang glanced at Fong Tian and gave a thumbs up to Yin, but behind him like tea that moment. The Buddhist monks were utterly dumbfounded. The figure who had just been flung away could not possibly be the golden cicada deity. Could it? Glancing at the unscathed Su Yang standing nearby, a chill ran down their spines. They had intended to put on a good show in front of the golden cicada deity, yet they had nearly knocked him out instead. If word of this reached the Western paradise, what would come of it? At that moment, all their thoughts converged into a singular notion: retreat. Coming back to their senses, the monks looked at Su Yang with eyes filled with malice. While Dunan trembled with rage, pointing at Su Yang. You little rascal, how dare you toy with us? Su Yang chuckled. What do you mean I'm toying with you? You all miss your mark. Who is to blame for that? But I can understand. When you get old, your aim can falter. Who can't aim properly? Dunan, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, became instantly agitated. You not only insult our Buddhist order repeatedly, but also harm the golden cicada deity. Today, I shall lead the high monks of the Buddhist order to bring you to justice in the name of heaven. As he spoke, Dunan turned to the assembled monks behind him. Fear not. We are many. Even if the heavenly king himself were to descend, he could not save this rascal today. With a grandiose shout, Dunan prepared to strike. But the next moment, a multitude of powerful auras surged from all directions. Elderly figures with white hair and beards stepped through the air, encircling Dunan and his companions. Their numbers at least double that of the Buddhist order. Even Elder Yang, who had been watching from the sidelines, changed his attitude, no longer caring about the golden cicada deity, and began to stretch his limbs. Su Ziqiang stepped forward, clearing his ears. Do you think you can outnumber me? I have so many followers that I can't even hear what you're saying. The monks' faces turned pale with fear. They even recognized several legendary figures among these powerful individuals who had once reigned supreme decades ago. Their first reaction was disbelief. These old geezers are still alive. Not only them, but even Su Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that 749 housed so many formidable masters. Moreover, some of these individuals exuded auras that surpassed that of earthly immortals. How could they be here? Had they not ascended? Realizing they were outmatched, all the monks retreated, distancing themselves from Dunan. One monk turned to Su Ziqiang with a sycophantic expression. Director Su, this isn't doing. It's all Dunan's idea, and we have nothing to do with it. Indeed, Director Su, while Dunan may hold the position of the chief host, he does not embody all of us. Director Su, you may eliminate Dunan, but upon doing so, you must ensure that we are not harmed. A chorus of bald heads fervently echoed in agreement, striving to distance themselves from Dunan this moment. Dunan was utterly bewildered, turning to glance at his former comrades. Disbelief etched across his features. How could these slick, duplicitous individuals possess such dark hearts? A bunch of traitors. Before Dunan could utter a word, one bald head chuckled. Grievances have their origin, debts have their master. Director Su, take your time settling matters with Dunan. We have other affairs to attend to, and shall take our leave. Just as the group of bald heads prepared to depart, Su Ziqiang suddenly scoffed. Do you believe that 749 is a place you can come and go as you please? Engage. The moment those words left his mouth, the faces of the bald heads transformed dramatically. Su Ziqiang was determined to eradicate them. Su Yang, standing beside him, offered a faint smile as he began to grasp Su Ziqiang's intentions. You in the West, do you not wish to extend your hand into the mortal realm? Then I shall sever that hand while it is still here. Before him stood the pinnacle of Buddhist martial prowess. Should these individuals perish, the Buddhist order would be rendered nearly impotent. Meanwhile, the heavenly courts of the West would be constrained and unable to descend easily to the mortal realm. Without the Buddhists to do their bidding, their ambitions to meddle in the mortal world would be nothing but a fool's dream. With this thought, Su Yang had already grasped Wang Xiaojie's hand. While Hua Luo, she produced a massive hammer. Just as Su Yang and Hua Luo, she prepared to strike, they were halted by Su Ziqiang. Those old fellows' bones are nearly rusted. Let them stretch their limbs. With that, the two sides clashed, and the Buddhists found themselves utterly defenseless. 3 minutes later, the battle concluded, and the elderly figures, their hair and beards white as snow, exchanged brief farewells with Su Ziqiang before turning to leave. Su Yang, still reeling from shock, muttered, "Master, is our 749 truly this formidable?" Hua Luo, she, equally perplexed, inquired, "When we fought in the EC, why did we not see these seniors take action?" Su Ziqiang smiled gently and explained, "These old fellows have long since retired. They typically refrain from intervening. Today, however, we aim to thoroughly suppress the Buddhist order, to eradicate all their top-tier combatants, which is why I summoned them. I merely underestimated the Buddhist order's strength. With such a motley crew, they are hardly a challenge. It appears that those who were destined to ascend have already done so, no longer lingering in the mortal realm." Upon hearing this, Su Yang was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Is it possible to not ascend and remain in the mortal realm?" Su Ziqiang smiled enigmatically. "Who says that reaching a certain cultivation level necessitates ascension? What is the benefit of ascending to the heavens only to become a mere foot soldier?" Su Yang was astonished. Could it truly be played this way? He had thought that being an earth immortal was the pinnacle of existence, but it seemed he had underestimated the scope of possibilities. No wonder he had sensed that several seniors' power surpassed even that of the peak earth immortals. Su Yang quickly pressed on, "Master, have you reached the level where you can ascend?" "Surely you have. With your status, you cannot possibly be a mere foot soldier upon ascension, right? Do you not wish to become an immortal?" Hearing Su Yang's question, Su Ziqiang shook his head with a smile. "Compared to ascending to the heavens, I would much rather remain with you all. In the grand scheme of things, what is becoming an immortal when measured against family?" Father Su, Hua Luo, she's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Even Su Yang, a grown man, felt a surge of emotion at Su Ziqiang's words, hastily diverting the topic by pointing towards the unconscious Jin Chanzi not far away. "What shall we do with this lad? His golden body seems shattered. Perhaps we should simply end him. In the previous life, Tang Seng's flesh was said to grant immortality, and surely this life would not be different. A roasted Jin Chanzi would surely be a delightful treat." As Su Yang spoke, he approached to finish off Jin Chanzi, but Sun Wukong, witnessing the scene, wore a complex expression. Yet, the next moment his face grew serious as he abruptly gazed towards the sky. "Spare him." Su Yang turned around, realizing it was Sun Wukong who had called out to him, and he felt puzzled. Logically speaking, Sun Wukong would not plead for Jin Chanzi. Would he? Indeed, Sun Wukong was indifferent to whether Jin Chanzi lived or died. But he had to consider Su Yang's safety. The Buddha had already transmitted a warning to him. He was acutely aware of how ruthless the individuals from the West could be as a great Luo golden immortal. Even though he was now aligned with the West, he had to remain vigilant. 749 could kill those from the Buddhist order. But Jin Chanzi was a disciple of the Buddha, a Tai golden immortal. If Su Yang were to truly kill Jin Chanzi, the West would not let him off lightly. Although Sun Wukong would not hesitate to confront the West for the sake of his brother, he understood that Su Yang's strength was still too weak. Against the multitude of Buddhas, he was nothing. Additionally, those from the West were adept at playing dirty. By then, not only would he be unable to protect 749, But he might also fail to safeguard Su Yang at least until Su Yang had fully matured. They could not afford to sever ties with the West. Knowing Su Yang's temperament, he realized that if he directly expressed concern over the West's retaliation, Su Yang would undoubtedly disregard it and insist on killing Jin Shanzi. Thus, Sun Wukong said, "Brother, he is after all my master's disciple. Their bond is one of teacher and student. Moreover, his golden body is in ruins. Whether he can attain enlightenment in this life is now in question. Grant me face and spare his life. Monkey brother, are you worried about my retaliation? Do not fret, as long as I dare to act. I shall bear the consequences." With that, without waiting for Sun Wukong to speak, Su Yang plunged a blade into Jin Shanzi's back. In that instant, as Jin Shanzi was slain, a cold snort echoed from the heavens, but soon fell silent. Witnessing Su Yang's decisive action, Sun Wukong let out a deep sigh, yet quickly broke into laughter. "Brother, you truly remind me of the old me. Rest assured, should anything arise, I shall stand by you." With that, Sun Wukong extended his right hand. Su Yang smiled faintly and reciprocated, their hands clasping tightly. Seeing this, Su Ziqiang smiled slightly. However, he was not overly concerned about the matter. If the Buddha was truly determined to save Jin Shanzi, he would have already taken action despite the pressures from the heavenly courts. Knowing Su Yang's true identity, Su Ziqiang was well aware that the Buddha could not save Jin Shanzi, nor would he dare to act against Su Yang lightly. Just then, Hua Luo, she leaned closer to Su Yang. "I shall bear the burden with you. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side." Hearing such a straightforward confession and gazing into Hua Luo, she's star-like eyes, Su Yang felt his cheeks flush, his heart racing. It was undeniable that when she was not in a rage, she was indeed quite beautiful. Flustered by Hua Luo, she's gaze, Su Yang quickly shifted the topic, asking Sun Wukong, "Monkey brother, is there any use for Jin Shanzi's corpse? Can consuming it grant immortality?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "Jin Shanzi is in the process of reincarnation and recultivation. This body is merely that of a mortal, and with his golden body destroyed, it is practically useless for immortality. That was merely a rumor spread by the West to torment me." Upon hearing this, Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this an early form of entrapment? Monkey brother, how do you know it's a rumor?" When this topic arose, Sun Wukong chuckled. "Back when we passed through the country of Giegie, that monk once said he was tormented, and I found him a physician. The physician performed a circumcision, and well, he ultimately died, living only a little over 50 years. That Su Yang and Su Ziqiang. What the hell? Is that a thing?" Meanwhile, Hua Luo, she was left with a head full of questions, tugging at Su Yang's sleeve. "What does that mean? I don't understand." Su Yang shot her a glance. "You don't need to understand." Hua Luo, she was instantly agitated. "Quickly explain, I'm confused." Truly, there was no way to deal with her. Hua Luo, she seemed ready to explode. Su Yang leaned in to whisper an explanation in her ear. Hua Luo, she's pretty face flushed crimson in an instant, and she delivered a playful punch to Su Yang's shoulder, fuming. "How can you say it so directly?" Su Yang winced in pain. "I told you I wouldn't tell you. But you insisted. Now that I've told you, you're not pleased." Realizing she might have hit a bit too hard, Hua Luo, she softened her tone, rubbing Su Yang's shoulder. "Oh dear, it was a moment of urgency. Let me massage it for you, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I want something good." "All right, whatever you want." Observing this scene, Su Ziqiang and Sun Wukong both wore knowing smiles. Hua Luo, she then turned to Su Ziqiang and Sun Wukong. "Would you like to join us?" The two quickly shook their heads, with Sun Wukong laughing. "Brother, just don't come back tonight. You can trust that I will take care of things at home." As soon as those words were spoken, Hua Luo's face instantly flushed, a blend of shyness and anticipation as she gazed at Su Yang. Meanwhile, Su Yang appeared oblivious to Sun Wukong's insinuations, retorting irritably, "Where would I stay if I don't come back? Sleep on the streets?" Su Ziqiang and Sun Wukong exchanged exasperated glances. This fellow was beyond saving. Since he had made dinner plans with Hua Luo, Su Yang decided against returning home and headed directly to his office. As he passed by his subordinates' offices, he noticed that the clerical staff were all diligently engrossed in their work. Glancing at the clock, he realized there was still an hour left until the end of the workday. Typically, at this hour, everyone would be gathered together, idly chatting away, so he wondered what had caused this unusual flurry of activity. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Didn't come to work today, and yet you're all so busy? What are you working on?" A girl wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a bun raised her head and replied, somewhat annoyed, "Your Highness, it's precisely because you didn't come to work that we're so swamped." The girl's name was Xiao Luoluo. She was neither a cultivator nor a superhuman, but rather a top-tier hacker. She had once extracted a penny from every person's bank account worldwide, illicitly amassing billions. And after being apprehended, she was recruited into the National Security Agency as a special talent, later transferred to the 749 Division. Because of me, Su Yang's brow furrowed deeper as he approached Xiao Luoluo's computer, only to discover the screen filled with videos of him and the Monkey King dancing. "Director, your live streaming video with the Monkey King has gone viral online. Everyone is saying you two are extraordinary. Almost otherworldly, we're currently busy deleting videos to suppress the public opinion, and that onstage transformation was simply outrageous, not to mention the vanishing act. At least try to rein in a bit." Xiao Luoluo commented while operating her computer. Everyone was quite familiar with each other, as Su Yang treated them well, akin to friends, which allowed Xiao Luoluo to express her grievances without hesitation, as Su Yang chuckled. "With all the factions behaving themselves now, if I were to tone it down, wouldn't you all be left with nothing to do?" The others responded with a collective. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Hua Luoshu calling to inform him that she had made a reservation at a restaurant and urged him to come downstairs. "Well then, carry on with your work. I'll be there to offer my moral support tonight once you finish your overtime," he said, giving them a thumbs up before dashing off, leaving behind a chorus of lamentations. Watching Su Yang's retreating figure, Xiao Luoluo bit her lip in frustration, muttering, "You big oaf, don't expect me to help you scale walls again." Hua Luoshu had made reservations at the same restaurant as before, and after their meal, she insisted on going to watch a movie. Just as Su Yang was about to agree, he instinctively felt he had forgotten something important. After pondering for a while, he could not recall what it was, so he resigned himself to accompany Hua Luoshu to the cinema. Halfway through the film, around 8:30 in the evening, while Hua Luoshu was completely absorbed in the movie, Su Yang suddenly had a revelation. He sprang up, wide-eyed, and shouted, "Oh no, it's over!" Startled, Hua Luoshu turned to him in confusion. "What is wrong? Did a mouse bite you?" Clapping his hands together as if struck by a moment of clarity, he exclaimed, "I just remembered. I went to eat hot pot with the Monkey King at noon, and I think I forgot to pay. I got too tipsy and just teleported away." Meanwhile, outside, a weary Li Qingqing trudged to the small courtyard rented by Su Yang. Her eyes ablaze with anger, her tiny fists clenched. "Su Yang, you big oaf, you promised to pick me up after school. You liar." Gritting her teeth, she attempted to push open the courtyard gate, only to find it locked. Prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration, a dark red aura of resentment began to rise from her head. Inside, Sun Wukong was engrossed in a video about starving ghosts flamboyantly showcasing their scraps, when he suddenly sensed a wave of immense resentment. Alert, he scanned the surrounding area with his divine perception, but found nothing amiss. Though puzzled, Sun Wukong dismissed it. After all, with Su Yang having raised so many ghosts, it was possible that one of them had broken through. Outside, Li Qingqing recalled that Su Yang owned a dog, a talking one named Wankai. She called out, "Wankai, are you there? Come open the door for me." After shouting for a while, there was no response. Just as she was squatting in disappointment by the gate, Scarface strutted in with over 20 dogs trailing behind him. In this neighborhood, nearly every household owned dogs. So Scarface, despite being a mutt, had become the local canine authority after a period of trials and tribulations. He enjoyed precedence in mating rights within a 10-mile radius, strutting proudly with a gang of little followers. Initially intimidated by the pack, Li Qingqing's eyes lit up upon spotting Wankai at the forefront. "Wankai, come here and open the door for me," she called. Hearing his name, Scarface instinctively turned to see a little girl standing outside his gate. She appeared to be Su Yang's niece, whom he had brought home just the day before. Just as Scarface was about to waddle over with his tail wagging, he realized that he had a multitude of little subordinates watching him. He needed to maintain his authoritative stature, so he pretended not to hear, standing still. The surrounding dogs were equally puzzled. One husky barked in dog language, which human pup is calling? "Wankai, What a silly name. Noticing Scarface's indifference, Li Qingqing furrowed her brow. Wonkai, why are you just standing there? Come here. This time, the dogs realized the human pup was indeed addressing their boss. Scarface, a stylishly dressed Bichon Frise, asked Scarface, is that little girl at your door calling for you? A golden retriever chimed in. Yeah, Scarface, why does she call you Wonkai? Scarface's doggy face flushed with embarrassment. Having vanquished numerous dog leaders and unified the local gang, his fearsome reputation was well established. If other dogs found out he was called Wonkai, his standing would be compromised. Don't spread nonsense. I am Scarface. There's no way she's calling for me. The golden retriever, still puzzled, inquired, then why is she standing at your door? Do you know her? Scarface snorted dismissively. How could I possibly know her? Just a random person. Li Qingqing, already brimming with frustration, saw Scarface's refusal to acknowledge her, and her temper flared. You little mutt, I'm calling you, and you're ignoring me. With that, she charged at Scarface, swinging her backpack and hitting him squarely on the head, knocking him to the ground. She then mounted him and began to unleash a flurry of blows. All the dogs were left dumbfounded, watching their once mighty leader being subdued by a mere human child. In a frenzy, they scattered in all directions, while Scarface yelped in pain, finally crying out, Stop it! Little master, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Scarface recognized Li Qingqing as Su Yang's niece and dared not retaliate, only begging for mercy. Humph, better hurry and open the door to let me in. Li Qingqing huffed, retracting her fists. Scarface, sniffling and bleeding from a nose, approached the wall, leaping over it to unlock the gate, allowing Li Qingqing entry. She waved her fists, tossing her backpack at Scarface, then stormed upstairs in a huff. Meanwhile, in the Western Divine Realm, King Zeus sipped from his glass of red wine, casting a disdainful glance at Jesus, who stood nearby like a lackey. Indeed, Jesus had fled to Zeus, seeking his protection. Old Jesus, Zeus scoffed, you're a god king, yet you're so cowardly. How can you lead anyone like that? Jesus' expression darkened as he explained, You don't understand. I've really messed up this time, that if I don't run, what will happen when the heavenly court sends someone to deal with me? Upon hearing this, Zeus's disdain deepened. The heavenly court? I don't believe they can truly cover the sky with their hands. Let them send someone here to try. As the words fell, the grand doors swung open, and the Titan goddess Leto burst into the hall, clutching a robust man in a state of utter distress. Upon seeing Zeus, her tears cascaded down like a torrential downpour. My king. Zeus leaped to his feet from his throne, his eyes wide with astonishment, for he recognized the lifeless body in Leto's arms as their son, Apollo, the sun god. He rushed forward, only to find a gaping wound in Apollo's chest, his breath extinguished, his form already cold. Who could have done this? Zeus's eyes blazed with fury, his entire being trembling with rage. Apollo was not only one of the 12 Olympian deities, but also one of Zeus's most cherished sons. How could he not be enraged at the sight of his son's corpse before him? Leto, wiping her tears, spoke of a figure from the Eastern Celestial Court, a being with 3 eyes accompanied by a dog. Zeus was momentarily taken aback. Apollo was a third-tier deity, and for someone to have slain him, they must possess power at least on par with a god king. Had the Celestial Court lost its mind to send someone to confront him without cause? What was truly happening? Had Apollo offended someone from the Celestial Court? Zeus turned to Leto for answers. She shook her head. I know not. My king, the individual attacked us, claiming it was punishment for our sending gods to stir trouble in the Dacia. Zeus was bewildered. Hadn't he been preoccupied in the divine realm, busy creating minor deities? When had he dispatched gods to Dacia? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glared at Jesus, who was nonchalantly munching on a snack. Hadn't Jesus fled to him precisely because he had sent gods to Dacia, fearing retribution from the Celestial Court? Could it be that this scoundrel had caused the chaos, and the Celestial Court mistakenly believed it was Zeus who had orchestrated it, thus sending someone to kill Apollo? Enraged at this notion, Zeus stormed towards Jesus, delivering a swift kick. You scoundrel! Jesus was sent sprawling to the ground, retorting, Zeus, have you lost your mind? I didn't kill your son. Zeus, still fuming, kicked him again. It's you, you fool. You had to provoke the Celestial Court, and now I'm left to bear the consequences. I'll end you. Aware of his culpability, Jesus dared not retaliate, allowing Zeus to vent his frustrations upon him. In the midst of this, Zeus suddenly recalled something and quickly turned to Leto, asking, "Wait, if the assailant is that powerful, overpowering even Apollo, how did you return? Did they allow you to escape?" Leto, dabbing her tears, responded, "It was Artemis who shielded us. When I returned, she was still engaged in battle with them." Thunderstruck, Zeus stood frozen in place. Why on earth didn't Tu mention this sooner? Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and daughter of Zeus and Leto, was a third-tier deity and was even less powerful than Apollo. How could she possibly contend with such an adversary? Time was of the essence. Artemis might already be in peril, without a moment to spare. Zeus dashed out of the grand hall, soaring into the skies. Simultaneously, a commanding voice echoed from above, "Summon all deities to the hall of the king." Once Zeus departed, Leto gently placed Apollo on the ground, caressing his face, and turned to Jesus. "Aren't you skilled in resurrection?" Jesus blinked in surprise. I can't do that, but you were crucified and resurrected after 3 days." Jesus shrugged. "That's just a tale to attract followers." "Do you really believe that?" Just then, the grand doors of the hall of the king were forcefully kicked open, and Leto and Jesus beheld a young lad clad in a simple garment, his hands tucked in his trousers. The boy first surveyed the hall with curiosity, then his gaze lingered on Leto before settling on Jesus. "Hey, are you that fool Zeus?" Neza, speaking in a colloquial manner, elicited a quick response from Jesus, who waved his hands. "Of course not. I'm just passing through." Hastily, Jesus turned to Leto. "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he vanished into the horizon. Neza made no attempt to pursue, instead focusing on Apollo's body. Sensing a trace of Yang Jian's aura from Apollo, it was evident that he had been the one responsible for his demise. Did this mean Yang Jian had completed his mission? Time was of the essence. With that thought, Neza kicked Leto lightly. "Hey, who are you?" "Where's Zeus?" Leto, having endured much, felt the sting of the kick but dared not retaliate. Meekly replying, "I am Leto, the Titan goddess. What business do you have with Zeus?" "Indeed, I have business with him. Tell me where he is." Upon hearing that Neza sought her husband, Leto quickly sealed her lips. Neza, noticing her silence, narrowed his eyes. "Are you not going to tell me?" "Very well." With that, the fiery spear materialized in Neza's hand. "That I've heard tales of the Titan's might. Since you're a Titan goddess, you should be formidable as well. I'll use you as my first target." With that, Neza thrust his fiery spear towards Leto without hesitation. Leto's eyes sharpened as she grasped the spear, coldly stating, "Child, do not overstep your bounds." Golden light erupted from her eyes, her aura soaring as her second-tier deity powers were unleashed. "Who are you calling a child?" Enraged, Neza sprouted 2 additional arms from his back, wielding 2 fiery spears that lunged towards Leto, piercing her through and causing golden blood to spurt forth. With a swift kick, Neza sent the barely conscious Leto sprawling, muttering, "I thought you were formidable. Is this all you have?" Realizing Leto was only as powerful as a golden immortal, Neza felt a wave of guilt wash over him for bullying the weak. The priority was to find Zeus. As Leto's aura began to fade rapidly, Neza mounted his wind-fire wheels and soared out of the hall. However, after scouring the palace, he found no trace of Zeus or any worthy adversary. Only the god's servants, some of whom lacked even the strength of celestials. Neza scoffed at the idea of engaging them. Frustrated at his fruitless search for Zeus, he set the palace ablaze with his samadhi true fire before departing. Time passed, and Zeus finally returned with Artemis's lifeless body. Upon witnessing the palace reduced to ruins, he stood in shock. Who could have done this? Leto. Zeus cast Artemis's body aside and plunged into the debris, frantically searching until he discovered Leto's lifeless form. There was no time for grief. He continued his frantic search. "Hera, where are you?" Hera, like Leto, was his wife, and, as his queen, she should have been within the palace. Given the state of the palace, her fate seemed grim. Just as Zeus was consumed by sorrowful cries, a graceful figure appeared behind him. "My king, what has happened?" Startled by the voice, Zeus whirled around. "Hera, you live." Hera, perplexed by the question, gazed at the ruins in confusion, prompting her to inquire what transpired. Zeus, without reservation, recounted the events. Upon learning that the celestial court had sent an assailant, resulting in the fall of both Apollo and Artemis, Hera was filled with dread. Thankfully, she had discreetly slipped away to rendezvous with her lover while Zeus entertained Jesus. Otherwise, she too might have perished at that moment. Zeus looked at Hera, perplexed. "Were you not in the palace? Where did you go?" Hera, flustered, quickly explained, I want to do my hair." Zeus furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Just as he was about to press further, a figure suddenly soared towards them from the distance. In the next moment, Ares, the god of war, appeared before them. "Father, mother, what on earth is going on?" Upon receiving Zeus's communication, Ares hastened to the scene without delay. Upon discovering that his territory had been invaded, his eyes reddened with fury, for he was a prominent figure in the Greek pantheon. Zeus promptly recounted the events that had transpired. Enraged, Ares smashed a mountain with a single punch, exclaiming, "Father, the heavenly realm has gone too far. We must reclaim our domain. Command me, for I shall lead our forces against them." "Do not speak such nonsense," Zeus admonished, striking Ares on the head. "How could you entertain such thoughts? Do you truly believe we can overcome the heavens?" Ares, clutching his head in confusion, replied, "Are we to simply let this matter rest?" Zeus scoffed. "Who said we would let it go? Was it not Jesus who instigated this? Inform the 12 Olympian factions in Greece to annihilate Jesus' domain." Meanwhile, as the film concluded, Hualuo Shi linked arms with Su Yang while strolling down the street. Initially, Su Yang attempted to resist, but after a few pinches from Hualuo Shi, he resigned himself to the situation. Beneath the dim lighting, Hualuo Shi gazed up at Su Yang's profile, her eyes becoming increasingly dreamy. Ever since she was taken to Su Ziqiang's household in her youth, she had developed feelings for him. However, it seemed that Su Yang did not reciprocate her affections. This thought cast a fleeting shadow of melancholy across her eyes. Noticing Hualuo Shi's gaze upon him, Su Yang turned his head, perplexed. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Hualuo Shi's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly shook her head. "Well, Su Yang, do you like?" Before she could finish her sentence, a distant scream pierced the Su Yang's momentary panic vanished, and he silently sighed in relief that Hualuo Shi had not voiced her question. In the next instant, both of their expressions turned serious as they exchanged a glance and dashed toward the source of the scream. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a fish menaced a woman who sat paralyzed on the ground, snarling, "Hand over your money, or I will end you." As it spoke, electric sparks crackled from its whiskers. The terrified woman exclaimed, "The catfish is speaking. I am an electric eel, not a catfish. Hand over the money." The electric eel monster retorted, rubbing its hands together to summon electricity. Threatening the woman she screamed again. The electric eel monster glanced around nervously, exasperated. "Please stop screaming. What if you attract others? Just give me the money, and I will let you go." It was utterly exasperating. It had not even harmed this woman, yet she continued to scream. The woman hesitated, but "My money was hard-earned." As she spoke, she retrieved her wallet, producing a handful of coins. The electric eel monster snatched the coins from her grasp, counting them to find just over 200. A flicker of compassion crossed its eyes as it returned $10 to her, saying, "Here, it's unsafe at night. Take this money for a taxi." The woman was taken aback. The electric eel monster was surprisingly kind. Just as the electric eel monster turned to leave with the money, a heavy hammer struck its head from behind, followed by Hualuo Shi delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing into the wall. At that moment, Su Yang had already rushed over to assist the woman, asking with concern, "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head. Upon recognizing her, Su Yang was taken aback. "Wait, is that you?" The woman before him was none other than the cake shop owner who had once treated him to free cake. Having encountered a vengeful spirit previously, she now faced a monster. It was as if ordinary humans were destined to encounter extraordinary events in rapid succession. Chu Shui, confused by Su Yang's recognition, asked, "Do you know me?" Hualuo Shi, seeing the two engage in conversation, felt a surge of jealousy and rushed over, slapping Su Yang aside, indignantly stating, "Don't frighten her." Su Yang was bewildered. Did she not realize how frightening she was? Before he could respond, Hualuo, she huffed. Leave comforting the lady to me. You handle that monster. On what grounds? Su Yang retorted, displeased. Hualuo, she raised her head defiantly, declaring on the grounds that I am currently the deputy director. Your direct superior. Are you intending to disobey orders, Director Su? Su Yang, asserting his authority, strode toward the electric eel monster. Upon closer inspection, he was momentarily stunned. What in the world is this? A perverse giant catfish. The electric eel monster shook its hefty head, irritably stating, I am an electric eel. You little brat. I advise you not to meddle. I might just zap you. Oh, then come and zap me, Su Yang challenged. Crossing his arms defiantly, the electric eel monster was taken aback. This fellow was not adhering to the script. He was supposed to appear frightened and flee. I absolutely will not hold back, it declared, slowly advancing towards Su Yang. No problem. Come at me. As soon as the words left Su Yang's mouth, the electric eel monster's whiskers connected, unleashing a surge of electricity toward him. For Su Yang, who wielded lightning magic, this amount of electricity was negligible as the current coursed through him. He merely felt a tingling sensation, utterly invigorating. Observing Su Yang's expression of exhilaration, Hualuo, she grew curious. Is it truly that pleasurable? Of course. Unless you wish to try it yourself, just don't use your true energy to resist, as this creature's electricity isn't particularly strong, he replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Hualuo, she nodded eagerly, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. Given how delightful Su Yang had appeared, she approached the electric eel monster and said, Zap me as well. The electric eel monster, feeling deeply insulted, gritted its teeth and unleashed a violent surge of electricity toward Hualuo Shi. Unaware of the impending shock and without any true energy to resist, she was soon enveloped in the current. Instantly, her hair stood on end as her body trembled from the electric charge. Ah, she shrieked. Lacking the ability to wield lightning magic, the shock was overwhelming, and she exclaimed, Su Yang, you liar, as smoke billowed from her mouth. Finally managing to repel the electricity with her true energy, she glared at Su Yang with resentment, fully aware she had fallen for his trick. Meanwhile, Su Yang, filled with righteous indignation, approached the electric eel monster and kicked it to the ground. You perverse giant catfish dared to assault a leader of 749. This is unforgivable. I now arrest you in the name of 749. Hualuo Shi, I shall avenge you. The electric eel monster was bewildered. Did they not just ask him to zap them? Moreover, they had not claimed to be part of 749. Before it could protest, Su Yang's electrifying hand struck its hefty face. The impact was painfully electrifying. As Su Yang prepared to strike again, the electric eel monster crawled desperately to Hualuo Shi, pleading, You are his superior, right? I wish to file a complaint. He is abusing his power and using excessive force. Before it could finish, Su Yang mounted its back and delivered 2 firm punches to its head. You dare to complain about me in front of me? Watching the electric eel monster scream in agony, Hualuo, she felt a pang of guilt and was about to intervene when the monster accused her. You are heartless for not helping. You wield a hammer like a man. Upon hearing this, Su Yang stepped back in shock, staring at Hualuo Shi in horror. What did that fat catfish just say? In the eyes of Hualuo Shi flickered a blazing fire as she struck the head of the electric eel monster with a heavy hammer point 10 minutes later, after an intense, mixed-gender duo battle. The electric eel monster had subdued, crouching in a corner and sobbing quietly. Lai Fu, upon receiving a call from Su Yang, hurriedly arrived to clean up the mess, using hypnosis to erase Chu Shui's memories. While Lai Fu conversed with Hualuo Shi, Su Yang swiftly carried the electric eel monster away. Damn it, this electric eel monster can discharge electricity. It's practically a natural generator. In this day and age, with electricity prices so exorbitant, ever since I purchased those textile machines, I've been watching the daily bills bleed my heart dry. With this creature, can I save a few thousand on electricity each year? Su Yang couldn't allow Hualuo Shi to take him back to the bureau, just as Hualuo Shi was about to ask Su Yang if he wanted to visit her home. She turned around only to find that he had vanished. Furious, she kicked over a streetlight. This spectacle frightened Lai Fu into flapping his limbs and soaring into the sky, terrified that he would be caught by Hualuashi in her wrath. Meanwhile, Su-yong quickly returned to the courtyard, arriving at the basement. From this day forth, you will diligently serve your sentence here. I entrust the power generation work in my courtyard to you, as Su-yong spoke. He connected the courtyard's wiring to the electric eel monster's whiskers that I in my labor camp. Your meals and lodging are covered, but should you fail to provide power, I will end you. Although the electric eel monster initially felt a pang of disappointment, his eyes instantly brightened upon hearing about food and shelter. Why had he resorted to theft? It was simply because he had no money for meals. Who would have thought such good fortune existed? At that moment, Su-yong suddenly slapped him on the head. Hand it over. The electric eel monster, puzzled, responded. What? The money you stole from that girl, I saw it all. Stop pretending and hand it over. But that money was hard-earned. I was beaten up by you lot for it. Upon hearing this, Su-yong angrily slapped him again. So you're aware that the money is yours? That is stolen property, and it needs to be surrendered. Hurry up and give it to me. Huh. Is that so? The electric eel monster hesitated for a moment before finally pulling out the money, which Su-yong snatched away. Seemingly worried he might be hiding something, Su-yong searched him again and pulled out a few coins, delivering yet another slap. Although it was merely spare change, Su-yong's face lit up with a radiant smile as he counted the money and headed outside. The electric eel monster, who had just moments ago appeared menacing, now stared in disbelief as Su-yong transformed into a money-hungry figure. Had he just been robbed by Su-yong when he stole from that girl? He at least left her 10 yuan, but Su-yong hadn't left him a single cent, even taking the few coins he had fished out of the sewer. Is this how humans behave? As Su-yong counted the money while ascending the stairs, he felt quite pleased. Though it was only a little over 200 yuan, even the smallest fly is still meat, and every coin counts. Had this been before, it would have been equivalent to 2 months of his salary. Upon pushing open the door and turning on the light, he was startled to find an ominous figure sitting on the sofa. What the? Li Qingqing, are you out of your mind? Why are you sitting here in the dark like a ghost? Li Qingqing, about to question Su-yong, was abruptly cut off as he launched into a tirade, leaving her speechless and prompting her to burst into tears. Wah, I'm going to tell my grandpa on you. Boo-hoo. Su-yong, bewildered, hurriedly approached her. What is wrong? How have I offended you? Do you know I walked 10 kilometers to get back today? Boo-hoo. After school, Li Qingqing had waited an hour without seeing Su-yong come to pick her up, so she decided to take a taxi home. However, Su-yong had swapped her money the previous night, leaving her with only a few dozen yuan in the city, where taxi fares are exorbitant and the school is far from Su-yong's courtyard. Her money ran out halfway, forcing her to get out and walk. Su-yong, even more confused, asked, Why did you walk so far? Were you counting your steps on WeChat? At this remark, Li Qingqing completely lost it, lunging at Su-yong and biting him, causing him to yelp in pain. You took me to school so far away and promised to pick me up? Where were you? My dad and mom have abandoned me. Do you not want me either? Hearing this, Su-yong suddenly remembered that he had indeed taken her to school today, but had forgotten to pick her up after class. How could he have forgotten such a thing? I'm such an idiot. Li Qingqing's father had tragically passed away, and her mother was often busy with work, leaving her feeling quite insecure without parental companionship. Realizing this, Su-yong felt a pang of guilt as he hugged Li Qingqing tightly, reassuring her. How could your parents not want you? I sent your mom on a business trip abroad. Your dad is quietly watching over you from a place you can't see. And you? Don't you want me? Li Qingqing looked up at Su-yong with her red eyes. How could that be? Have you forgotten who takes you to the bathroom every New Year to set off firecrackers for your grandpa? At this, Li Qingqing burst into laughter, though she pouted and asked, Then why didn't you come to pick me up? It's all because of Hualuashi. She seduced me, and I was blinded by her beauty, which is why I forgot about you. I in the room. Sun Wukong silently observed this scene, his eyes filled with warmth and a hint of envy. For such familial affection was something he had never experienced. Speaking of Hualuashi, Li Qingqing suddenly perked up, adopting a gossiping demeanor. So, how far have you and Aunt Hua progressed? We haven't even started. Su-yong replied, suddenly adopting a serious expression. What business is it of yours, you little brat? Never mind that. I'm going to take a shower. As Su-yong said this, he tossed Li Qingqing onto the sofa and headed toward the bathroom. Just then, Su-yong's phone left on the sofa suddenly rang, Li Ching picked it up and found it was locked. She tried Su Yang's birthday, but it was wrong, then tried Su Ziqiang's birthday, which was also incorrect. With only one chance left, Li Qingqing entered Hua Luoxi's birthday, and remarkably, the screen unlocked. Humph. All men are big fools, always saying they don't want anyone to. Li Qingqing opened the green chat bubble and discovered a message from Hua Luoxi. Are you home? Today I wanted to ask you, do you like me? Upon reading this message, a slight smile crept onto Li Qingqing's lips as she unhesitatingly replied with I like you. On the other end, after sending that message, Hua Luoxi's face flushed crimson, nervously staring at her phone screen. However, over 20 seconds passed, and Su Yang still hadn't replied. Oh dear, Hua Luoxi, what are you doing? How could you be so forward? Can't you hold back a little? As she thought this, Hua Luoxi intended to retract her message. Just then, 2 words appeared in the chat with Su Yang. I like. Hua Luoxi's pupils dilated, her mouth agape in astonishment. Su Yang liked her. Su Yang liked her. Hooray! I knew it. Hua Luoxi leaped up from her bed, punching the air with excitement, forcing herself to calm down. She typed, so would you like to go out with me? However, then she hesitated, wondering if she was being too forward. Shouldn't this be something the boy brings up? Thus, she deleted all the words she had just typed. At that moment, Su Yang sent a message. So, do you like me? Hua Luoxi was taken aback. What kind of question was that? Hadn't she made her feelings clear enough? Without hesitation, she quickly replied, I like you in front of the screen. Li Qingqing watched as Hua Luoxi responded, a cunning smile spreading across her face as she rushed toward the bathroom with her phone raised as Su Yang, just finishing wrapping a towel around himself and filling the tub with water, heard Li Qingqing shout, Uncle, Uncle, Aunt Hua confessed to you. Su Yang froze, taking the phone and glancing at it, his face darkening instantly. Li Qingqing, what nonsense are you responding to? Hua Luoxi, that is a fierce woman. If I end up with her, I'd be getting beaten every day. Seeing Su Yang about to explode, Li Qingqing grinned mischievously. Come on, Uncle, stop pretending. You like Aunt Hua too, don't you? Su Yang's face flushed. I don't. Stop saying that. Humph. I wonder who uses someone's birthday as a password and then tries to play it cool. Li Qingqing disdainfully snorted, her expression one of contempt towards Su Yang. For a moment, Su Yang found himself at a loss for words. The water is ready. You can take a shower now. I want to be washing up. After uttering these words, Su Yang stormed back to his room in a fit of frustration. Outside the door, Li Qingqing's voice rang out, You don't need to thank me for tonight's matter. When you two get married, remember to set a separate table for me. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Li Qingqing was sleeping soundly when Su Yang shook her awake. Wake up. It's time for school. Oh, let me sleep a little longer. Li Qingqing mumbled, rolling over. Get up. Su Yang tugged at her ear, forcibly rousing her from slumber. Dazed, Li Qingqing sat up in bed and glanced at her electronic watch, realizing it was only 6:30. Our classes start at 7:30. Why are you waking me up so early? With Su Yang's speed, a minute would easily pass, and even for breakfast, waking up at 7 would suffice to make up for not picking you up yesterday. I stayed up all night just to take you to school this morning. Enough chatter, hurry up. Understanding the responsibilities of a guardian, Su Yang had indeed sacrificed his sleep, having spent the night chatting with his friend Monkey. With a sigh of resignation, Li Qingqing glanced at the time again, and her eyes widened in shock. What do you mean it's Saturday? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this, Su Yang faltered in his actions of packing Li Qingqing's bag. No, it's Saturday, he thought, feeling a surge of frustration. However, recalling Li Qingqing's behavior from the previous night, he snapped, So what if it's Saturday? Even if it were the apocalypse, you still have to get up and go to school. Li Qingqing was taken aback, incredulous. Have you lost it? I was trying to help you last night, and this is how you repay me. Get up. I won't. Just as Su Yang and Li Qingqing were bickering, the doorbell rang unexpectedly as Su Yang paused, then walked out to answer the door. Upon opening it, he found a girl with an innocent appearance standing there. It was Chu Shui, the one he had encountered the previous night. Su Yang furrowed his brows in confusion. Could something have gone awry with the hypnosis? How did she find her way here? Does she know about the 200 yuan I took? Feeling guilty, he stammered, What are you doing here? Chu Shui was taken aback by his sudden inquiry, pointing to herself in confusion. You know me? Su Yang felt his mind racing. Chu Shui appeared not to recognize him, which indicated that the hypnosis had worked. So, why had she come to his house? And no, I don't know you. I ask what brings you here. With a sweet smile, Chu Shui replied, my mother made some corn cakes and asked me to bring you some. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Shui, the landlord's daughter. Su Yang was momentarily stunned. What a coincidence! Upon learning of Chu Shui's identity, he became more courteous, taking the plate from her hands. That I'm Su Yang. Thank you so much. Please, come in and sit for a while. As Chu Shui entered, Li Qingqing, now dressed, emerged from her room, her gaze scrutinizing Chu Shui with a hint of wariness. Wow, is this your daughter? Chu Shui exclaimed, surprised. She's really beautiful. Internally puzzled, she wondered how someone as young as Su Yang could have such a grown daughter. Before Su Yang could respond, Li Qingqing declared, that's right. I am his daughter. Su Yang's mouth twitched as he swiftly pulled Li Qingqing back in her room and locked the door. Don't listen to the ramblings of a child. She's my niece, my sister's child. Chu Shui nodded, believing him. After all, if Li Qingqing were truly his daughter, Su Yang would have had to become a father at the tender age of 15 or 16 as she sat on the sofa. She noticed that while the room's layout hadn't changed, there were now numerous talismans adorning the walls. Additionally, a new deity statue, resembling a monkey holding a stick, had appeared on the altar. Curious, Chu Shui asked, Su Yang, are you a Taoist? Su Yang was taken aback. Although he had learned many Taoist arts, he didn't consider himself one, especially since he hadn't registered with any Taoist sect. No, I'm a warrior. He replied solemnly. Chu Shui laughed heartily at this. A warrior sounds great. I usually play as a mage. We should team up sometime. She assumed Su Yang was joking to mask his Taoist identity. After all, what ordinary person would keep so many talismans in their home? By the way, since you're a Taoist, could you tell me how to exorcise ghosts? I've been having nightmares lately and suspect something might be haunting me. Su Yang nearly burst into laughter. With all this talk of ghosts and being robbed by monsters, who wouldn't have nightmares? The hypnosis hadn't erased her memories. It merely buried them deep within her mind. In essence, she still retained that memory, just unable to recall it, which made her nightmares quite normal. Sticking to his professional ethics, Su Yang replied earnestly, there are no ghosts in this world. You must believe in science. I don't believe that. There must be ghosts. Just tell me how to exorcise them, please. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang tossed a children's book, 300 Nursery Rhymes, to Chu Shui. She looked at it in disbelief. Are you serious? This can exorcise ghosts? With a grave expression, Su Yang insisted, of course I'm serious. If you encounter a ghost, just sing nursery rhymes to awaken their inner goodness, and they won't harm you. Chu Shui stared at him in disbelief, but seeing his earnest demeanor made her hesitate. Regardless, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with Su Yang. She had to head back to her shop soon, so after a brief visit, she took her leave. Finally, Su Yang opened the door to let Li Qingqing out. As soon as she emerged, she crossed her arms and squeaked, Hey, big brother, do you prefer girls like her? What nonsense are you spouting? Just eat your cake, Su Yang retorted, shoving a corn cake in her mouth. Today was the last day of Su Yang's holiday, and he was determined to relish this rare moment of leisure. In the afternoon, he either planned to livestream with Monkey or duo rank with Li Qingqing, making the day fulfilling. As night fell, two ghostly figures of the Ghost King realm appeared near the small courtyard. One, a green-haired ghost, hesitantly spoke, Big brother, are we really going to do this? It doesn't seem right. The red-haired ghost shot him an irritated glance. What do you know? With the Black Heart Ghost King defeated, the spirits of Magic City are leaderless. This is the perfect opportunity for us to establish our dominance. He pointed toward the foreboding courtyard. Do you see that place filled with dark energy? I've done my research. The young master of 749 resides there. We've trained for 20 years, waiting for this chance. Now it has arrived. The green-haired ghost glanced at the courtyard and trembled. Just a glance made him feel overwhelmed by the powerful entities that resided within. Big brother, we're not really going to confront the young master, are we? I'm scared. The red-haired ghost smacked him on the head. What is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? If the Blackheart Ghost King couldn't defeat the young master, do you think we stand a chance? Rubbing his head, the green-haired ghost asked. So what is our plan? With a fierce determination, the red-haired ghost declared, although the young master lives there, All the other residents are mere mortals that we can easily find a mortal to kill. Imagine the fame we gain by committing murder right under the young master's nose. In this world, reputation is everything. Once we establish ours, countless minions will flock to us. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the green-haired ghost instantly gleamed with excitement. Brother, does this mean we could replace the black-hearted Ghost King and become the new overlords of the ghost realm in Magic City? The red-haired ghost scoffed with disdain. What is the Magic City ghost realm, anyway? If I am to be a leader, I shall be the chief of the entire national ghost realm. The Magic City is merely the starting point. As long as you follow me, I assure you, brother, I will help you grow strong and achieve greatness. Then let us act swiftly, exclaimed the green-haired ghost, his face alight with eagerness, unable to contain his anticipation. Just then, the red-haired ghost suddenly spotted a woman approaching from a distance. It was none other than Chu Shui, returning home after closing her shop. You see that woman. Her 3 souls are unstable, and her 7 spirits are weak. She must have recently experienced a fright. She is clearly a wretched soul. Let us take advantage of her. With that, the red-haired ghost led the green-haired ghost towards Chu Shui. Stealthily approaching her from behind, Chu Shui felt a chill wash over her and instinctively tightened her coat. Brother, how should we kill her? I've never killed anyone before. Have you? The red-haired ghost replied irritably. For the past 20 years, I've been training with you. When would I have had the time to kill someone? The green-haired ghost, his face contorted in worry, lamented, Then how are we supposed to eliminate her? At that moment, the red-haired ghost had a sudden revelation. I've got it. This woman has been frightened recently, and her yang energy is feeble, that if we scare her, we might just frighten her to death. The green-haired ghost nodded in agreement, and together they burst into sinister laughter directed at Chu Shui. Keek. As Chu Shui walked home, she was suddenly startled by the eerie laughter, causing her to halt in her tracks. Her heart racing in terror as she glanced back. The moment she turned, the flames on her right shoulder extinguished. The red-haired ghost, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight that a person possesses 3 flames, located on both shoulders and atop the head. With all 3 extinguished, the yang energy dissipates. With this thought, the red-haired ghost moved to Chu Shui's left side, resuming his laughter. At this point, Chu Shui was drenched in cold sweat, for when she turned around, there was nothing in sight, yet the laughter continued to echo behind her. In an instant, her legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, utterly immobilized by sheer terror that sent shivers through her entire being. The 2 ghosts found her fear amusing and laughed even more sinisterly. The green-haired ghost even thought to play a trick on Chu Shui, shoving her to the ground before she could rise. He leaned in close, revealing his true form, a face so pallid it was ghastly, and as he smiled, his mouth split wide to his ears. A ghost! Upon witnessing this, Chu Shui screamed, and suddenly, memories long buried in her mind resurfaced, bringing forth a torrent of unpleasant recollections. Cake tasting, a female ghost, bats, a perverse catfish, and the hammer-wielding young lady. In that moment, she realized why she felt an inexplicable familiarity with Su Yang. It was because she had encountered him on more than one occasion. Meanwhile, seeing that he had successfully frightened Chu Shui, the green-haired ghost noted her remaining 2 flames flickering dimly before vanishing entirely. In a panic, Chu Shui fumbled for her phone, hoping to call Su Yang for help, having added him to her contacts that morning. However, her trembling hands caused the phone to slip from her grasp and fall. Before she could pick it up, the red-haired ghost kicked it away. Despair enveloped Chu Shui as she wondered if this was how her life would end. Just then, she recalled Su Yang's word from that morning and the book of nursery rhymes. But could singing nursery rhymes truly ward off ghosts? With no other options, Chu Shui decided to gamble on a desperate hope. Trembling, she began to sing. A little cloud slowly drifts by. Please take a moment to rest and pause for a while. Even at death's door, she still has the audacity to sing. Initially, the red-haired ghost dismissed her, but as Chu Shui's ethereal voice echoed through the stillness of the night, he began to sense something amiss, for reasons unknown. The melody stirred memories of his past, flashing vividly through his mind like a revolving lantern in that instant, The red-haired ghost found himself immobilized, the smile fading from his face. The tide of memories washed over him. His father's death from illness while he was in middle school. His mother laboring on construction sites to earn meager wages. Back then, he had been oblivious to her hardships, spending his days idling with friends at school. The popularity of gangster films had led him to view fighting as commonplace. Then one fateful day, a call from the construction site shattered his world. His mother had slipped and fallen from a height, impaled by a rebar. In those less regulated times, accidents were all too frequent. He dashed from school to the hospital, only to lose her despite efforts to save her. In her final moments, she held his hand, her eyes filled with sorrow, whispering, "Xian Xian, mother cannot be with you anymore. Do not fight anymore. Be a good person." After her passing, he seemed to forget her dying wish. He dropped out of school to join a gang and squandered his mother as compensation in a mere 3 months. Thus, he drifted aimlessly for 5 or 6 years, until one day, desperate and broke, he resorted to stealing someone's BHG. In the chaos of his escape, he was struck dead by a speeding truck. As a child, he had longed to grow up, but upon reaching adulthood, he realized that his childhood had been the happiest time of his life because he had his mother. "Xian Xian, you must be a good person." The echoes of his mother's last words rang incessantly in his mind. "That I deserve to die." The red-haired ghost stared at his hands. "Zhao Haoshuan, what are you doing? You failed to be a good person in life. And now in death, you would become a wicked ghost. How can you face your mother?" The green-haired ghost, oblivious to the red-haired ghost's turmoil, hastily covered his ears. "Stop singing. If you keep this up, my worldview will shift. Brother, this woman seeks to ensnare our minds. We should simply eliminate her," he suggested eagerly. As soon as the green-haired ghost finished speaking, the red-haired ghost smacked him on the head. "Why are you so wicked? Has the girl done anything to you that you wish to kill her? You bad ghost." The green-haired ghost retorted, "Wasn't it you who brought me here to kill someone? You were the one boasting about becoming big and strong. And now you call me a bad ghost. What? Are you a good ghost now? If you're so kind, why not go be the great Buddha of Lesan?" Though he could only voice this complaint inwardly, he dare not speak it aloud in front of the red-haired ghost. "What do you mean? Are we not killing anymore?" The red-haired ghost shot him a glare, snorted, and revealed his true form to Chu Shui. "Miss, your singing is truly beautiful. I apologize for frightening you. We did not mean any harm. Rest assured, we will not hurt you. You may leave." Chu Shui, taken aback by the red-haired ghost's transformation and expecting death, found herself momentarily stunned by his words. What does this mean? They're letting me go. Seeing her in a daze, the red-haired ghost offered a warm smile. "That I have decided. From this day forward, I shall be a good ghost." With that, without waiting for Chu Shui to respond, the red-haired ghost pulled the green-haired ghost along and turned to leave. Chu Shui gazed at their retreating figures, still feeling as if it were all a dream. So, Su Yang had not deceived her. The nursery rhymes truly had the power to ward off ghosts. Meanwhile, as Su Yang had just settled down to sleep, he heard Scarface shouting outside. Upon opening the window, he beheld 2 ghosts speaking awkwardly with Scarface. In an instant, Su Yang teleported to the courtyard entrance. What is going on? At the sight of Su Yang, the red-haired and green-haired ghosts immediately knelt down. The red-haired ghost began to weep uncontrollably. "Your Highness, we are here to confess. We truly deserve to die." Without delay, he recounted their plan to harm a woman, leaving Su Yang in utter shock. "Oh, what you're saying is..." That woman sang a nursery rhyme in a moment of crisis, awakening the goodness within you, leading to your epiphany and decision to turn over a new leaf. The red-haired demon nodded swiftly. Noticing that the green-haired demon was still hesitating, he promptly delivered a slap to the latter. Su Yang, though rendered speechless, understood that since they had surrendered, he had no reason to refuse. He immediately instructed Scar to escort them to the factory in the basement for reformation through labor, while he himself soared in the direction indicated by the red-haired demon. Given that someone had been frightened by them, Su Yang felt compelled to investigate the matter. Should anything untoward occur, he would be able to remedy it in time. Not far along, Su Yang spotted a familiar figure seated on the ground. Was that not Chu Shui? As Su Yang landed, Chu Shui's heart leapt with joy upon seeing him. "Su Yang, you've come to rescue me?" She attempted to rise, but found herself too weak to stand. Su Yang scrutinized her closely. "You are the woman who is frightened by the demon, aren't you?" "Indeed, that's me." The corners of Su Yang's mouth twitched in disbelief. What misfortune had befallen her that such malevolent creatures were drawn to her? He promptly approached and examined Chu Shui thoroughly, discovering that apart from a fire extinguished on her shoulder, her spirit was intact, albeit somewhat weakened. Without hesitation, he infused her with a surge of true energy, solidifying her spirit, and reignited the flame upon her shoulder. Even Su Yang had to marvel at her fortitude. Furthermore, the nursery rhyme he had mentioned was merely a casual jest. Yet she had dared to sing it. "By the way, what song did you sing? How did the demon let you go?" With a proud smile, Chu Shui replied, "It was Treading Waves. Did you not tell me that nursery rhymes could ward off demons?" Su Yang pondered, could a simple song like Treading Waves truly possess such formidable power? Could it genuinely awaken the innate goodness within a person? "Could you sing it again for me?" Chu Shui did not decline and began to sing once more. Her voice now ethereal and melodious, free from fear. In that instant, Su Yang felt transported back to the innocent joys of his childhood. Suddenly, guilt washed over him as he remembered that he had unwittingly borrowed over 200 yuan from her the previous day. Just as he reached into his pocket to return the money, a voice within his mind halted his actions. "Su Yang, what are you doing? How could you contemplate such a thing?" Coming back to his senses, a wave of panic engulfed him. Thank goodness my resolve remained steadfast. Just as he intended to contact the bat to hypnotize Chu Shui, she suddenly spoke softly. "Could we skip the hypnosis this time? I promise I won't tell anyone." Su Yang was taken aback. "What hypnosis? I don't understand what you're talking about." With a scoff, Chu Shui retorted, "Stop pretending. After you devoured so much of my cake last time, you feigned ignorance of me. Are all of you from 749 such actors, displaying such fine skills? You remember now." This left Su Yang bewildered. Since the establishment of 749, the Bat's family had been involved, passing down their legacy through generations, handling all memory-erasing tasks. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a situation. "Of course, I must thank you. Counting this instance, you've saved me 3 times now." Chu Shui said with a smile. Su Yang waved dismissively. "No need for thanks. Just waive my rent." Chu Shui responded, "All right, I'll tell my mother you can stay as long as you like. But can I skip the hypnosis this time?" Su Yang's eyes lit up. He had merely spoken offhandedly, never expecting such a generous offer. Whether or not to hypnotize you could be discussed later. For now, just sign a confidentiality agreement. The next morning, as the holiday concluded, Su Yang entrusted Li Qingqing to Hu Xiaoshuang and others for care, arriving punctually at the bureau. Upon entering the conference room, he found it already filled with attendees, save for one vacant seat beside Hua Luoxi. He strode over and took a seat. Hua Luoxi stole a glance at Su Yang, her cheeks flushing as memories of that night resurfaced. Su Yang felt her gaze and wished to clarify that the message from that night had not originated from him. But after some contemplation, he decided against it. After all, to claim he felt nothing for Hua Luoxi would be disingenuous at that moment. The conference room door swung open, and Su Ziqiang entered, accompanied by a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "I would like to introduce everyone. This is Zhang Xiaofu, an inspector dispatched from the National Security Department. Please welcome him." As soon as Su Ziqiang finished speaking, Yinpa, who had been dozing off behind Su Yang, suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming, "A married woman? Where is the married woman?" His drooling visage sparked uproarious laughter among the crowd, while Zhang Xiaofu's face flushed crimson as he shot a fierce glare at Yinpa. Meanwhile, Huaoshi leaned towards Su Yang and whispered, "The matter of the golden cicadas has not been kept under wraps. This fellow is likely here because of you." Su Yang was startled and looked up to find Zhang Xiaofu staring intently at him. Su Ziqiang, now seated in the main position, announced loudly, "Today, I have 2 matters to address. First, the appointment of Hua Luoxi. The paperwork has been finalized. From today onward, she is officially appointed as the Deputy Director of Bureau 749. Let us give her a round of applause." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the room. Once the noise subsided, Su Ziqiang continued, "The second matter pertains to the distribution of pills, potions, talismans, firearms, and ammunition for this quarter. After the meeting, each department head should proceed to the equipment division to collect them. His gaze swept across the assembly. If there are no further matters, this meeting is adjourned, as everyone began to rise and leave. Su Yang noticed Su Ziqiang preparing to exit and hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. Master, since Luoshi is no longer in the operations department, I would like to request 2 individuals. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofu, who had been ready to leave, perked up his ears. Su Ziqiang regarded Su Yang with a keen eye. Go on. Who do you want? I want Deputy Director Wang Xiaojie, who oversees special abilities, and Xiao Ba from the logistics department. Su Ziqiang had no issues with Wang Xiaojie, but upon hearing Xiao Ba's name, he furrowed his brow. Xiao Ba, is that the octopus creature? You and T have actually? At this, Su Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. Why are you always so inappropriate? My relationship with Xiao Ba is purely platonic. Su Ziqiang shot him a disapproving glance. Enough. Arrow has already told me that after you rescued her, you went to her home and didn't emerge for quite some time. Just file a report and submit it to Deputy Director Liu for approval. However, be mindful of your public image. You wouldn't want her to turn into grilled octopus, would you? As he spoke, Su Ziqiang discreetly glanced at Hua Luoshi as she exited the conference room. Su Yang followed Su Ziqiang's gaze and shivered. Zhang Xiaofu could no longer contain himself. Director Su, how can you engage in office romance? They say you and Deputy Director Hua are a pair, and now there's this Xiao Ba. Just then, Imp approached. Irked, Director Su and Deputy Director Hua are a match made in heaven. Who are you? A mere monster. To object. Zhang Xiaofu's face turned beet red, recalling how Imp had called him a married woman earlier. Who are you? Ignoring him, Imp turned to Su Yang. Director, Hu Mainyang from Qingqiu Mountain has arrived at the reception area, claiming she wishes to lodge a complaint against you. Su Yang was taken aback. Hu Mainyang was lodging a complaint against him? What madness was this? Just as he was preparing to follow Imp to investigate, Zhang Xiaofu suddenly stepped in front of him. Director Su, your subordinate is being so arrogant. Aren't you going to do something about it? Su Yang halted, chuckling coldly as he shoved Zhang Xiaofu aside and strode out of the conference room alongside Imp. Zhang Xiaofu sat on the floor. Disbelief etched on his face. He was an inspector sent from above. How dared Su Yang strike him? Did he not fear receiving a bad review in the report? Just then, Su Ziqiang walked over to Zhang Xiaofu, glanced at him, and shook his head. Inspector Zhang, I must remind you here, getting hit does not count as workplace injury. With that, Su Ziqiang departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, in the reception area, Hu Mainyang sat poised on a sofa, with 2 staff members from 749 before her, diligently taking notes. Ms. Hu, so your implication is that the young master has taken all the little foxes from Qingqiu Mountain to dance in the social scene. Hence you wish to report him, correct? At this, Hu Mainyang's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly waved her hands. Do not misinterpret. I never said I wanted to report the young master. The staff members were equally perplexed. Then what brings you here? What I mean is the Crown Prince has taken away all the little foxes from our Qingqiu Mountain Point. One cannot show favoritism. Thus, I wish for the Crown Prince to take me away as well. I can dance the social shake too. The staff continued to inquire. So, are you intending to lodge a complaint against the Crown Prince for his unfair dealings? Hu Mainyang was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, No, what grievance could the Crown Prince have against you? What grievance could I possibly have against you? Which of your ears heard me utter the words complaint? If the Crown Prince were to hear this, would he not peel my fox skin off? Unbeknownst to Hu Mainyang, the 2 staff members were also brought by Zhang Xiaofu. Su Yang's unauthorized execution of Jin Shanzi had sparked discontent among certain individuals, and they were specifically sent to find fault with Su Yang. Just as Hu Mainyang was about to clarify, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Who dares to accuse this official? Upon seeing Su Yang, Hu Mainyang hurriedly approached and linked her arm with his. Your Highness, this is slander, an absolute slander. How could I dare to complain about you? It is they who are slandering me. As she spoke, she pointed at the 2 staff members responsible for taking notes. Su Yang glanced at the 2 unfamiliar faces, and it was evident they were affiliated with that Zhang Xiaofu character. Having tried to extract words from Hu Mainyang, Su Yang, indifferent, turned to Hu Mainyang and asked, Pray tell, what brings you to my office today? Hu Mainyang chuckled. Ever since the last time the Crown Prince graced me with your presence. I have felt a loosening of my limitations. During this time, I feel I am on the verge of sprouting my eighth tail, so I seek your assistance, Your Highness. That Su Yang looked at Main Yang in surprise. Currently, she was at the Demon Emperor level, with 7 tails, indicating she was about to break through to the Demon Saint level. Seeing that Su Yang remained silent, Main Yang grew anxious and shook his arm. Please. Your Highness, I can't dance the social shake too. As she spoke, she began to sway her head rhythmically. And surprisingly, she captured that essence quite well, having specifically learned from the live broadcasts of Hu Xiaoshuang and her companions. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yang replied, Assisting you is not out of the question, but you must come to serve as my steward. Steward? Main Yang was taken aback, unable to comprehend Su Yang's meaning. Su Yang elaborated. Hu Xiaoshuang must have informed you about the situation at my place. You would be responsible for managing those demons and spirits, overseeing their performance, rewards, penalties, and arrangement for their meals and lodging. There were far too many and too chaotic at Su Yang's abode, and given that he lacked the time to manage them, a general steward was urgently needed, having been the master of Qingqiu Mountain for 3 centuries. This task would be a mere trifle for Main Yang. Instantly, Main Yang's heart soared with joy. This meant she could reside in Su Yang's home. Wouldn't this increase her opportunities for assistance from him? With Su Yang's support, she might even sprout a 9th tail, becoming the legendary demon immortal like her ancestors. Excellent, excellent. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am most experienced in this area, that I even opened an online store recently. And I can help sell those garments you create. Without a moment's hesitation, Main Yang agreed, recognizing that such an opportunity would not come again. Su Yang's eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise. Very well. Let us proceed to my office. I shall assist you in your cultivation. No sooner had Su Yang spoken than Zhang Xiaofu approached from behind. Director Su, where might you be off to? It is still working hours, and here you are, entangled with a demon. Su Yang had overheard the previous exchange with Main Yang, and it was obvious what their intentions were. He would not permit such behavior. Initially overjoyed, Main Yang's spirits dampened upon seeing Zhang Xiaofu block her and the crown prince's path. Furrowing her brow, she thought, who is this person? So irritating. Su Yang shot Zhang Xiaofu a bemused glance. This man was neither a cultivator nor an extraordinary being. Su Yang thought it beneath him to even strike him. Inpio tea that moment. Inpa understood and grinned, swiftly creating a black hole beneath Zhang Xiaofu's feet. Before he could react, Zhang Xiaofu fell into the void. When he reappeared, he found himself in a bar, surrounded by a throng of patrons, as he wondered why so many people were imbibing at such an early hour. He suddenly noticed that they all shared a common trait: crew cuts, round faces, and beards. Some were even clad in tight-fitting clothes. All eyes turned to him, and one bearded man licked his lips in rapture while gazing at his drink. Zhang Xiaofu was so startled that his eyes nearly fell out. Just as he bent down to retrieve his glasses, a jolt ran through him. Wanla, time passed, and after Su Yang successfully assisted Main Yang in her breakthrough in the office. Zhang Xiaofu returned to the bureau, a picture of torment. He angrily pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, old Yang. Su Yang is not human, sob. Little Zhang, please do not cry. What has happened? Did Su Yang bully you? How did he bully you? Tell me, and I shall seek justice for you. Just as Zhang Xiaofu was about to respond, he suddenly recalled his earlier experience, that if he were to divulge it, would he not ruin his own reputation? With that thought, Zhang Xiaofu could only swallow his grievances. It's nothing. He merely slapped me. He certainly did not misrepresent Su Yang. Su Yang had indeed slapped him in the meeting room. Upon hearing this, old Yang on the other end sighed. Little Zhang, why provoke Su Yang? I know this child. He would not strike without cause. You must have offended him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofu's eyes widened. Just a moment ago, you promised to seek justice for me, and now your sympathies have drifted to the Pacific Ocean. Before Zhang Xiaofu could respond, old Yang continued. Little Zhang, do not forget I sent you there to put on a show. Do not go looking for trouble. Have you spoken with Su Yang yet? Hurry and send over the report. With that, old Yang hung up. Zhang Xiaofu was reluctant to confront Su Yang, but he had to fulfill the directive given to him. So he reluctantly knocked on Su Yang's office door. The door opened. revealing a blushing Hu Mainyang who cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofu before striding away. Zhang Xiaofu hesitated, then entered. Director Su. As per higher instructions, I require a conversation with you. Please cooperate. Su Yang nodded. As Su Ziqiang had already briefed him on the matter, he gestured to the nearby sofa, inviting Zhang Xiaofu to sit. Zhang Xiaofu flipped open his notebook and asked, Director Su, why did you kill Jin Shanzi? Su Yang crossed his arms and propped his leg. Since the establishment of 749, it has been composed of practitioners and extraordinary beings from the mortal realm. And 749 has an agreement with the heavenly realms that deities must not interfere in human affairs. They broke the rules first. Killing Jin Shanzi was merely a warning. Zhang Xiaofu was taken aback. He had expected Su Yang to deny it, but not only did Su Yang admit it, he did so with such conviction. Director Su, according to our investigation, your complaints over the past few months number in the hundreds. What do you have to say about this? Do you not think you have been excessively violent? Su Yang pondered for a moment, adopting an innocent demeanor. You are mistaken. I am particularly introverted and have always shied away from violence. Generally, it is those individuals who frighten me. And in a moment of stress, I merely react. As for the complaints, they are merely jealous of my talents and looks, seeking revenge, and I am powerless to stop them. Zhang Xiaofu nearly shouted at Su Yang for being shameless, but he held his tongue, instead letting out a cold scoff. Oh, is that so? He then looked toward the door. Bring him in. As soon as he spoke, the two individuals he had brought in ushered a fierce-looking bald man into the room. However, this bald figure was not human, but rather a ghost. Upon seeing Su Yang, the ghost trembled and instinctively tried to flee, only to be yanked back by Zhang Xiaofu. Bound by celestial ropes, Zhang Xiaofu had no trouble restraining him. Zhang Xiaofu distinctly noticed at the moment the ghost appeared. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang was flustered. He was undoubtedly flustered. Zhang Xiaofu fixed his gaze on Su Yang, a smirk forming in his heart, seemingly forgetting old Yang's earlier warning. He knew that there were individuals dissatisfied with Su Yang, and as long as he could obtain incriminating evidence against him, even if old Yang favored Su Yang, other leaders would surely protect him. And Su Yang would not escape unscathed. Since Su Yang had ruined his reputation, this time he must make him pay a price. Director Su, you are not unfamiliar with this person, are you? This individual is named Zhu Daniu. He was once a solitary cultivator, whose meridians you severed and discarded in the Changbai Mountains, all the while witnessing him perish at the jaws of a wild beast. Subsequently, Zhu Daniu's spirit has wandered the earthly realm, ultimately filing a complaint with our National Security Department. Our investigation reveals that he merely pilfered a few gold bars from a wealthy individual, a transgression not deserving of death, nor of being rendered powerless. Do you have any explanation for this? Upon hearing this, Su Yang approached and kicked Zhu Daniu, exclaiming, You miserable scoundrel, was it merely gold bars you stole? Do you still have the audacity to file a complaint against me? Zhu Daniu, feeling guilty, cast a furtive glance at Su Yang, curling up on the ground like a quail, too intimidated to utter a word. Director Su, please maintain your composure. Zhang Xiaofu's expression grew serious. According to Zhu Daniu's testimony, you assaulted him with an electric baton. You have that baton with you. May I take a look? With a cold snort, Su Yang waved his hand, and an iron rod materialized in his grasp. In an instant, he infused it with lightning, causing it to crackle ominously. Upon seeing the electrified rod, Zhang Xiaofu instinctively swallowed hard, while Zhu Daniu trembled violently, terror evident in his eyes. He could not help but recall how Su Yang had shattered his bandit spirit with 3 strikes, leaving him desiring never to be human again. Zhang Xiaofu quavered. Director Su, could you elaborate on your method of enforcement? Su Yang sheathed the iron rod, lighting a cigarette as he replied, What is there to discuss? An elbow strike opened his airways. The electric baton revived his heartbeat. The first strike targeted his legs to prevent escape. The second struck his mouth to ensure he wouldn't surrender, and the third struck his head to thwart any resistance. Zhang Xiaofu remarked, Merely listening to this is frightening. You claim to fear violence. Is this not an act of violent enforcement? Su Yang took a deep drag from his cigarette, retorting, That's not how it is. I didn't only strike him, I also employed the 3 flames of true fire to scorch him, that I executed the law with warmth, the baton with force, the elbow strike with precision, and my palm with intent. I merely sought to end his life. What crime is that? But he only stole a few gold bars. Su Yang's cold snort turned towards Zhu Dainiu. You wretched cur, tell me, was it merely gold bars you stole? Zhu Dainiu, feeling cornered, raised his head to glance at Su Yang. After a moment's hesitation, he began, 3 months ago, after I ensnared that wealthy family with dark arts, I intended to steal the gold bars and depart. However, upon seeing the wealthy man's 4 or 5-year-old daughter, and recalling an acquaintance who sought to acquire a maiden's blood at a high price, I contemplated targeting the little girl. Just then, the prince arrived and witnessed my actions, promptly beating me severely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofu was taken aback. Zhu Dainiu had not mentioned this in his initial complaint. Su Yang directed a cold gaze at Zhang Xiaofu, stating, I pressed him to reveal the whereabouts of that dark cultivator. Yet he obstinately refused to speak, instead taunting me, which is why I cast him into the Changbai Mountains. I asked there an issue with that. Zhu Dainiu, appearing aggrieved, lamented, I truly intended to confess when I received the first strike. But then you hit my mouth, causing pain and numbness, rendering me speechless. What did you mean by taunting me? Su Yang demanded, glaring. Zhu Dainiu's tears began to flow. Wasn't it because you struck my foot with the second blow? It hurt, so I jumped. I truly did not mean to oppose you. Su Yang remained silent, while Zhang Xiaofu was at a loss for words. Zhu Dainiu wiped his tears and continued, I lodged a complaint because I felt wronged. I intended to confess, hoping for leniency, yet before I could, you ended my life. Can I confess now? Su Yang shook his head. It is too late. That dark cultivator has also been dealt with. Initially, I planned to leave your soul to suffer in the underworld. But since you've been wandering the mortal realm, I shall send you on your way. With that, Su Yang unleashed a thunderbolt, obliterating Zhu Dainiu into nothingness. He then turned to Zhang Xiaofu. Do you have anything further to say? Zhang Xiaofu, shaken, quickly replied, No. It was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. You've wasted my time for so long, and now you call it a misunderstanding. With that, Su Yang seized Zhang Xiaofu and kicked him out of the window like a soccer ball. In midair, Zhang Xiaofu's tears erupted in fright that he had intended to ensnare Su Yang, hoping to uncover evidence of wrongdoing, which would leave Elder Yang speechless, and perhaps even lead to a promotion from other discontented leaders. However, Zhu Dainiu had transformed into a ghost, appearing innocuous, and since he had investigated that the wealthy family had only been enchanted and suffered no further harm, he had initially believed Zhu Dainiu's tale. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Dainiu had deceived him. Regret washed over him. Meanwhile, not far away in a hotel room, a woman in her 40s, weighing 400 pounds, was desperately trying to pull a young man onto the bed. You promised to take me. If you don't do it today, you can't leave. The young man, filled with terror, shouted, Look at the photos you sent me. Fair-skinned, beautiful with a slim waist. Now look at yourself. This isn't just a deceptive photo. It's fraud. Let me go, you crazy woman. Yet, the young man was no match for the woman's strength. In just a few moments, he was thrown onto the bed, just as he was paralyzed with fear. A scream echoed from afar. In the next instant, a figure flew through the window, crashing into the woman and sending her sprawling onto the bed. Zhang Xiaofu, dazed, found himself cushioned by the woman's ample frame. Both parties unharmed. Seizing the opportunity, the young man broke free from the woman's grasp, quickly rising, Thank you, my brother. I owe you one. He clasped his fists in gratitude to Zhang Xiaofu before making a hasty escape. The woman, seeing Zhang Xiaofu's refined demeanor and glasses, just her type, felt a surge of delight. Thank you, nature, for this wild man. Before Zhang Xiaofu could react, the woman lunged at him, pinning him down as if he were livestock. Not again. On the other side, after kicking Zhang Xiaofu out, Su Yang intended to catch a quick nap in his office, but was urged by the hacker Xiao Luoluo to collect the department supplies for the quarter. Upon arriving at the supply room, Qian Duoduo had already prepared the provisions. Director Su, for this quarter, we have 300 primary healing pills, 50 advanced cultivation pills, 200 purple talismans, and array flags. Qian Duoduo reviewed the list with Su Yang before handing it over. If there are no issues, Please sign here. Su Yang readily signed and handed the supplies to Xiao Luoluo for distribution, then began to browse through the equipment room. With newfound wealth, he intended to purchase several protective treasures. However, after perusing the equipment room, he found nothing that caught his eye. Old Qian, what are these shabby items? Bring out the good stuff. Su Yang patted his pockets, exuding an air of extravagance. Bring me a few of those treasures that can withstand a lethal attack. I am not short on money now. Qian Duoduo was taken aback. The prince isn't short on money. This is quite the novelty. Prince, those types of treasures were distributed as rewards to outstanding performers last year. This year, due to poor performance, we haven't acquired many decent treasures, Qian Duoduo explained with a grimace. Despite battling foreign cultivators, the collection of treasures remained limited. Moreover, the treasures possessed by foreigners were not usable by cultivators of the Great Xia. Leading Su Ziqiang to sell them abroad for funding, Su Yang's expression darkened. When he had no money, he wouldn't dare glance at such treasures, and now that he had money, there were no goods available. What a predicament! Seemingly struck by inspiration, Qian Duoduo suggested, I've heard that there's a black market at Hemming Mountain, that if you truly wish to buy treasures of that caliber, you might find some luck there. A black market? Su Yang's eyebrows arched, intrigued. Old Qian, is this black market legal? Qian Duoduo lowered his voice. The circulation of treasures is prohibited among the populace. So, of course, it is illegal. Su Yang's grin widened. If it's illegal, then it's much easier to handle. Now then, old Qian, fetch me a few Chinquan bags. The Chinquan bags, crafted by the supply room, boasted 20 cubic meters of storage space and were valued at 1 million apiece. Qian Duoduo retrieved 5 Chinquan bags from the shelf and handed them to Su Yang. Prince, why do you need so many Chinquan bags? Inquire less about the affairs of society. What for? Naturally, to procure goods. Su Yang shot a glare at Qian Duoduo, promptly settled the payment, and, clutching the Chinquan bag, made his way directly to Crane Ming Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain's outskirts, Su Yang meticulously surveyed the area, and indeed uncovered a secret realm. Subsequently, striding boldly into the black market's hidden domain, in an instant, a bustling marketplace unfolded before his eyes, with the sounds of hawkers echoing all around. Come and see, the pure yang elixir left over from the ancient war. Consume it and reclaim your masculinity. Stockings worn by ghostly maidens, 3,000 for a clearance. If it stinks, it's free. Jiao Long Xiang, essential materials for refining foundation building pills, a bargain at 300,000 per tael. Su Yang was taken aback. How could it be so lively? A glance around revealed at least several hundred people. Among them were various lone cultivators, demonic creatures, and numerous disciples from prestigious sections, gazing at the dazzling array of magical artifacts and elixirs. Su Yang felt somewhat conflicted. Where to begin? That's right, Su Yang resolved to seize the opportunity. If it were to rob ordinary people, guilt and psychological burdens would weigh heavily on him, but the black market was illegal. These merchants were criminals. By robbing them, Su Yang aimed to make them aware of society's perils, prompting them to repent and turn over a new leaf. He was helping them. Just then, at a nearby stall, a group of ethereal young women, veiled and wielding long swords, halted in their tracks. The leader picked up a jade pendant and inquired, Boss, how much for this item? The proprietor, captivated by the gathering of beauties, couldn't help but gaze longer, cheerfully responding, Miss, you possess truly discerning eyes. This is a divine general's protective talisman. The jade pendant contains the spirit of a divine general, capable of withstanding one fatal blow at a critical moment. I see a connection between you and this pendant, so I'll sell it to you for 80 million. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's heart leaped with joy. Was this not precisely what he sought? The young woman hesitated at the price of 80 million, though the pendant could save her life in a critical moment. Its true value was at most 50 to 60 million. 80 million was simply exorbitant. Forget it, I don't want it, she said, preparing to set down the pendant. Unexpectedly, the proprietor's eyes widened. You can't just decide not to take it after touching it. Once you've handled it, the pendant acknowledges you as its owner. If you refuse, who shall I sell it to? The young woman flared up. I didn't even draw blood. How can you claim ownership? I don't care. Once you've touched it, it's yours. Hurry and pay up, unless you wish to default on payment. Have you any idea where you are? As the words fell, 7 or 8 burly men emerged behind the proprietor, each exuding a presence not inferior to that of the nascent soul stage. The group of young women, merely golden core stage cultivators, suddenly turned pale. Truly, this was the black market, deceptively sinister, employing coercive tactics to make tea that moment. A strikingly handsome man, comparable to a venerable reader, approached the stall and pointed at a pile of jade pendants, saying, "Boss, is it true that once I touch it, it's mine?" Of course, the proprietor began to respond, only to see Su Yang touch every pendant on the stall. Then with a grand gesture, he collected them all into his chinkoan bag. The proprietor was left dumbfounded. That was over 40 divine general jade pendants. As Su Yang prepared to leave, the proprietor panicked. "Hey kid, you haven't paid yet." Su Yang paused. "Pay for what?" "For the pendants. Didn't you say that touching them means they're mine?" "But you still need to pay." "Not gonna pay." The proprietor's eyes widened in disbelief at Su Yang's brazen response. "Are you outright robbing me?" Su Yang shrugged. "What else did you think I was doing?" "Damn!" The proprietor slammed his palm on the table. Having mingled in the black market for so long, he had never encountered someone so audacious. "Get him!" At the proprietor's command, 7 or 8 burly men charged at Su Yang. With a sweeping motion, Su Yang unleashed a powerful surge of true energy, instantly shattering the meridians of those nascent soul stage men, sending them flying. The proprietor's heart sank, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. But the next moment, a chilling smile crept onto his face. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the air. "Who dares to cause trouble in my domain? The territory of Jinshan Jinren." In an instant, a fierce wind swept through the black market, toppling everyone but Su Yang, who stood unwavering, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed skyward. Soon, a figure clad in a purple Taoist robe, exuding a hint of ruthlessness, appeared before Su Yang. The proprietor, upon seeing the Taoist, rushed forward as if he had spotted his long-lost father. "Boss, this lad has robbed me of all my goods. You must take charge." Su Yang smiled faintly. "I thought a mere little Dongshu stage stall owner wouldn't dare to play coercive tactics. So it turns out you have this old toad backing you up. What now? Are you the one calling the shots in this black market?" The Taoist's face flushed at the insult, coldly retorting, "Indeed, I founded this black market. Setting aside the facts, you took something without payment. That is against the rules, is it not?" "Rules?" Su Yang scoffed. "My rules are the rules." Grasping an iron rod, Su Yang swung it towards the Taoist. Startled, the Taoist didn't anticipate Su Yang's sudden assault and hurriedly raised his feathered duster to defend. Yet he was still knocked back a step as Su Yang's gaze turned icy. "Bold demon, I can see at a glance that you are not human. Reveal your true form at once." Having learned the art of the fire eye from Sun Wukong, Su Yang discerned that this individual was no Taoist but a toad spirit at the pinnacle of demon cultivation. Moreover, he bore no merit on him, only the weight of karmic debts. Clearly, he had committed numerous misdeeds. As a skilled demon slayer, Su Yang certainly wouldn't treat him kindly. In the next moment, lightning surged into the iron rod, causing it to crackle ominously, sending the toad spirit into a panic. After all, lightning was the bane of all demons and monsters. Even though he had reached the demon immortal realm, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. "Who exactly are you?" Su Yang's lips curled into a smug grin as he struck a pretentious pose. 749. Su Yang. Upon hearing 749, the toad spirit's expression darkened. "That old coot Su Ziqiang broke my leg years ago, shattering my dreams of becoming an immortal. Now, as I earn a little money, you 749s come seeking trouble. Do you think I'm made of clay?" Before the toad spirit could finish, Su Yang struck him hard across the mouth. "Dada, you're going too far. Golden cicada, goo poison," just as the toad spirit opened his mouth to unleash venom. Su Yang struck him again, knocking out several of his teeth. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang's iron rod became a blur, raining down blows upon him. Each strike, imbued with the power of the Five Thunder method, seemed to strike at his very soul, both painful and numbing. Ultimately, the toad spirit could no longer endure. He transformed into a massive toad over 10 meters tall, opening his mouth wide in an attempt to swallow Su Yang. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang rolled right into the belly of the toad spirit. Everyone assumed Su Yang had been consumed by the toad spirit, and the proprietor was particularly elated, hands on hips as he laughed. Ha ha ha. Thought he was so impressive. Huh. If all goes according to plan, he'll soon become my big brother's toad excrement. Huh. However, at the very moment Su Yang entered the toad spirit's belly, flames erupted from his body, true samadhi fire. In an instant, the toad spirit's pupils constricted, as if experiencing immense agony. He clutched his belly and rolled on the ground. Don't burn me. Don't burn me. Grandpa, please come out. Yet Su Yang paid him no heed, instead intensifying the flames. Before long, the toad spirit was engulfed in fire, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. As the flames subsided, Su Yang appeared unscathed before everyone. All were left dumbfounded. How could a formidable demon of the demon immortal realm simply vanish? Those with discerning eyes exclaimed in shock that samadhi true fire is divine fire, let alone a demon of the demon immortal realm. Even heavenly deities would suffer dire consequences if they came into contact with it. It was well known that even the furnace of Taishang Laojun had failed to incinerate the Monkey King. Yet on the journey to seek scriptures, he had nearly perished at the hands of the Red Boy's samadhi true fire, highlighting its terror. In an instant, the gazes directed at Su Yang were filled with profound reverence. The proprietor, seeing that the toad spirit was no match for Su Yang, felt a chill creep up his spine. Suddenly, he swallowed hard, and a moment of inspiration struck him as a figure slid forward, kneeling before Su Yang. Boss, I must report. I expose that I am not the only unscrupulous merchant here. Su Yang smiled slightly and pointed to the heavens, instantly activating the 5 thunder extinguishing formation. Everyone, remain still. Whoever dares to move shall face my wrath. Most present were cultivators who had yet to reach the tribulation stage. Upon witnessing the ominous thunderclouds above, their legs turned to jelly, and they stood frozen in place. Paralyzed by fear, Su Yang then turned his gaze to the stall owner. Go forth and collect all the treasures and elixirs from those unscrupulous merchants. Should anyone dare to hide a single item, I will strike them down, and if you miss even one, I will also end you. The stall owner, terrified, dared not utter a single no and hurriedly rushed to the booth of a rotund man nearby. Upon seeing this, the hefty merchant clutched several treasured artifacts on his stall, exclaiming, "No way! I fought hard to acquire these. You cannot take them." In the next moment, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended, instantly striking the man dead on the spot. The other stall owners, though reluctant, began to surrender their possessions. For what value could these material goods hold against their very lives? The stall owner diligently searched every booth, even seizing the storage treasures from other merchants. Presenting them one by one to Su Yang, as 5 bags of holding filled to the brim, Su Yang's eyes gleamed with delight. He had struck gold. Just then, an elderly man wearing a mask stubbornly refused to relinquish his bag of holding. The stall owner, exasperated, shouted, "Old Deng, do you wish to court death?" In an instant, the old man slapped the stall owner, sending him spinning before collapsing in a faint that Su Yang's attention was immediately drawn to the scene. Was there truly someone unafraid of death? Just as he was about to teach the old man a lesson, he took a closer look and was left speechless. "Master," upon being recognized, Su Ziqiang's face flushed with embarrassment as he removed his mask. He had intended to set up a stall here to earn some extra cash, but never anticipated that this little rascal, Su Yang, would sweep through. Deciding to drop the act, he bellowed, "749 Bureau. Everyone down on your heads." In an instant, all present crouched down, not daring to raise their heads. "Master, what brings you here?" Su Yang inquired, puzzled. "Ahem," Su Ziqiang coughed awkwardly. "As your master, I am of course here to go undercover to capture that toad spirit." "I didn't expect you to handle it all by yourself." "Well done." Su Yang cast a suspicious glance at Su Ziqiang, then his gaze landed on the master's stall, where he found a collection of art books. "What are you selling here?" he asked, picking up one book. Upon seeing the cover, his expression darkened. It bore the title, Su Yang, the Dual Flower Red Rods Watching the Old Traditional Chinese Medicine at Midnight. Suspected of impotence and fighting a dog for food, the young master Su Yang, allegedly bewitched by a fox spirit, descends into evil cultivation. Flipping through the pages, he discovered they were filled with scandalous tales about himself. Glancing at Su Ziqiang's ledger, he noted that over 100 copies had sold in just one morning. Damn it. You come to set up a stall during work hours, and you're selling my dirty laundry? And these scandals are all fabricated by you. Su Yang's eyes turned red with fury that he could tolerate many things, but this was simply intolerable. Su Ziqiang, knowing he was in the wrong, blushed. My dear disciple, keep your voice down with so many people around. I made all this up for artistic effect. Enraged, Su Yang gritted his teeth. No wonder his reputation in the cultivation world was dismal. This old man was behind it all. Why don't you make up stories about yourself? Su Ziqiang replied matter-of-factly. I'm a person of integrity. No one would believe me if I fabricated tales. Unlike you. Just look at you. It's clear you're not a good person. So anything you say would be believed. Su Yang. Noticing Su Yang's eyes were red with anger, Su Ziqiang hastily offered, I've sold over 100 copies at 100 each, making 10,000 in total. How about we split it 70-30, with you getting 3 and I getting 7? Su Yang clenched his fists. I want it all. Su Ziqiang was taken aback. You little rascal. After all my hard work to earn some money to find you a master wife. Is this how you repay me? Wait a minute, Su old dang. Are you truly so shameless? You're looking for a master wife for me. What else? If I find you a wife, I'll be at peace. And then I won't have to beat you anymore. Su Yang. Seeing that Su Yang was still unsatisfied, Su Ziqiang added, You've amassed so many treasures. You've already made a fortune. I'll pretend I didn't see it. The treasures are all yours, and the Bureau won't ask questions that I ask that acceptable. Su Yang snorted coldly. I don't care. At least a 50-50 split. And next time the titles must include hunk. With that, he turned and left. Su Ziqiang watched Su Yang's retreating figure, chuckling to himself. What does it matter if I give you half? Before today, I've already sold over 1,000 copies. He then felt a pang of regret. Why didn't I think to raid the black market? Young people truly have sharper minds. Meanwhile, Su Yang strode towards the woman who had been forcibly sold by the stall owner earlier. Upon seeing Su Yang approach, the young woman felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing with excitement. After all, in the cultivation world, who doesn't revere the strong? Not only was Su Yang powerful, but he was also handsome. Precisely her type, Su Yang stepped before her, offering a slight smile. I apologize for almost forgetting you. Yes, she beheld Su Yang's charming smile. The young woman turned crimson all over and promptly clasped her hands, saying, Thank you, young hero, for saving me. I am Chen Sahan, the eldest disciple of the Qingchang sect. However, before she could finish, Su Yang snatched the jade pendant from her hand. This too belongs to me. He then pocketed the pendant into his bag of holding, leaving Chen Sahan astonished. Was he really here, just for that jade pendant? Chen Sahan paused, suddenly recalling that she still wore a veil, obscuring her true beauty from Su Yang's view. If he were to see her true appearance, he would surely react differently, perhaps even add her to his list of admirers. With that thought, she quickly unveiled herself, adopting her most photogenic pose to capture Su Yang's attention. It must be said, Chen Sahan was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling top-tier celebrities. Coupled with her status as a cultivator, she exuded an ethereal aura that could captivate anyone who gazed upon her. Yet, Su Yang didn't spare her a glance. His focus solely on the bag of holding in his hands, repeating struck gold over and over again, before turning to leave, leaving Chen Sahan in a state of disarray, with the toad spirit dead and the black market thoroughly cleansed. Su Ziqiang decided to drop the pretense. He summoned the 749 personnel to apprehend all the stall owners and announced the establishment of a legitimate market under the jurisdiction of the 749 Bureau. However, none of this concerned Su Yang. A cursory glance revealed he had seized over 100 various artifacts alone, with more than 40 life-saving jade pendants and countless elixirs. Suddenly, a golden light radiated from Su Yang, propelling him directly into the mid-tribulation stage. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Indeed, he had previously been far too kind and naive. From now on, he would be ruthless and audacious. 2 words: make money. With no desire to linger and clean up, Su Yang departed the secret realm, stopping along the way to purchase some delicious food and drink, planning to celebrate with Monkey King. As he reached the courtyard entrance, he spotted a white dog lying there, while Scarface was behind the dog, giving it a back rub in a sycophantic manner. Puzzled, Su-Yang pushed open the courtyard door, only to be immediately locked on by two powerful spiritual senses. Alarmed, he instinctively gripped his iron or OD in the next moment. Monkey King emerged from the house. "Junior brother, you two rascals, don't scare my junior brother." Following this, the two spiritual senses dissipated. Only then did Su-Yang notice that Monkey King was accompanied by two others. One stood at least 2 meters tall, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a face resembling a chiseled sculpture, and a pair of tiger-like eyes that exuded authority, with a single eye on his forehead. The other wore a belly band. Appearing to be a mere youth, hands stuffed into his trousers, chewing on a toothpick, embodying a carefree attitude. Sun Wukong stepped forward, smiling. "Junior brother, allow me to introduce these two. This is Yang Jian, and this is Neza." "Old Yang, little Neza. This is my junior brother, Su-Yang." Astonishment seized Su-Yang as he stood frozen in place. The divine beings Erlang Shun and the great god of the three altars were present. Was that little white dog at the entrance not the celestial hound of the sun god? No wonder the scarred BYD was lingering around like a eunuch. Good heavens, the three notorious figures of the heavenly court had converged. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Yang swiftly produced a pack of cigarettes, addressing Yang Jian and Neza. "Brothers, care for a smoke?" Upon seeing the cigarettes in Su-Yang's hand, both Yang Jian and Neza's eyes sparkled with delight. Such treasures were unattainable even with celestial elixirs in the heavenly court. Just a moment ago, they had sought 2 sticks from Sun Wukong, who had stubbornly refused. Su-Yang personally lit their cigarettes and then retrieved 2 more packs. Tucking them into their pockets with a smile, "I am Su-Yang, your younger brother. I humbly request your guidance from now on. Of course. The brother of that mischievous monkey is my brother, Yang Jian." Neza exclaimed, taking a drag from his cigarette and patting Su-Yang on the shoulder. "You know how to make friends. Don't worry, in this realm, my name will open doors for you. Dear brother, you might not be aware, but Erlang and I descended to exact vengeance for you." Sun Wukong chuckled, revealing the circumstances of Yang Jian's and Neza's descent. Su-Yang was taken aback. He never imagined that news of his slaying of Shaylee had reached the heavenly court. "Thank you, brothers, for avenging my grievances." Yang Jian waved dismissively. "Not all. Those 2 still have to report back to the heavens. But I reside at Guanjinku, so should anyone trouble you again, simply come to me, and I shall deal with them." Neza, visibly frustrated, lamented, "It's a pity we couldn't capture that old Zeus. Otherwise, I would have pierced him with a few transparent holes." Su-Yang smiled slightly, surely, upon hearing Neza's illustrious name. "Zeus fled long before. Ha ha ha. I relish your words. While it is true that Yang Jian resides at Guanjinku, I, Neza, can descend whenever I please. Should you encounter trouble, simply burn a talisman to inform me. Even the Heavenly Father would find my wrath hard to bear." "I appreciate it, brothers." Su-Yang felt elated. The world of martial arts was not merely a realm of violence, but one of human connections. With just a few exchanged words, he had gained the protection of 2 formidable figures. "I brought back some treats from the mortal realm. If you don't mind, would you care to sample some earthly delicacies?" The 3 had no objections. They were weary of the celestial nectar they consumed daily and craved the flavors of the mortal world. Thus, Su-Yang set up a grill in the courtyard, preparing a small barbecue with the ingredients he had just procured, and instructed Xiao Shooting to fetch a case of Maodai. Between men, friendship sometimes flourishes over a shared meal and drink. The 3 deities engaged in merriment, exchanging toasts and laughter. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, they reminisced about their rebellious past against the heavenly court, with Neza quietly listening, envy gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck Su-Yang. "Neza, you were aligned with the heavenly court. Indeed, indeed. It was you who led the charge against me when I caused chaos in the heavenly palace," Sun Wukong retorted. Neza, flustered, interjected, "Have you no conscience? Every time you revolted, I stood by your side. If I hadn't shown mercy, could you have bested me? What did you say? That I couldn't defeat you? Care to test that?" Sun Wukong's eyes widened in challenge. Yang Jian, relishing the unfolding drama, chimed in, "I can attest, Neza never held back. He was in cahoots with the heavenly court." "You speak nonsense." Neza slammed the table, Irritated, is it not your fault? Especially you, monkey. Had you struck down Li Jing back then, I would have gladly joined your cause. You failed to seize his head even when it was delivered to you. Listening to their banter, Su Yang nearly burst into laughter, who knew there were so many hidden stories from their past. Just then, their jovial expressions turned grave, resentment evident in their eyes. With a loud clap, Sun Wukong slammed his hand on the table. That old man Buddha has gone too far. Yang Jian followed suit. The Jade Emperor has crossed the line, and Neza brandished his fiery spear. Li Jing has gone too far. In unison, they shouted, "Revolt!" In the blink of an eye, the three revealed their true forms. Sun Wukong donned his golden armor, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. Yang Jian opened his celestial eye, gripping his three-pointed, double-edged blade, with the celestial hound leaping onto his shoulder. Neza manifested his trinity of arms, standing atop his wind-fire wheels, wrapped in the Montillon silk. Once the battle commences, you two focus all your might on taking down Li Jing. The moment he falls, I shall unleash my full potential. Rest assured, we'll handle it. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian nodded in agreement. Seeing their fervor grow, Su Yang quickly intervened. Brothers, let us not act rashly. Rebellion requires careful planning. I know of your immense powers. But the adversary is numerous. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Wait until you attain that level. Defeating Buddha and the Jade Emperor will be a mere trifle. Despite being great Luo golden immortals, the Jade Emperor alone could suppress them all. Should they revolt now, it would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the trio calmed down that he was right. They were too outnumbered. Especially Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. Both had previously suffered due to their impulsiveness. They had learned patience, but today, having indulged a bit too much, they had vented their pent-up rage. Su, you speak wisely. Monkey, you remain as impetuous as ever. Yang Jian teased Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shot him a glare. You were the loudest just now. Neza hesitated before suggesting, what if we don't revolt, but merely target Li Jing? As they continued their playful banter, the celestial hound suddenly perked up, glancing towards the entrance as the courtyard gate swung open to a foreign man with golden hair and fair skin strode in. Coldly stating, "Who is Su Yang?" "That's me." "And you are?" Su Yang rose to inquire. The foreigner sneered, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ramil, one of the 7 archangels of the level 2 deity, so you are the one who killed Shaylee?" Ramil had been closest to Shaylee, but upon his demise, Jesus had fled, Gabriel was nowhere to be found, and Michael was oblivious to the situation that in his fury, Ramil resolved to confront Su Yang in the Great Xia to avenge Shaylee. Naturally, he held absolute confidence. Though Shaylee had perished in the Great Xia, he was merely a level 1 deity, while Ramil was of a higher caliber. After much inquiry in the Great Xia, aided by Shaylee's lingering aura, he finally located Su Yang. "Indeed, I killed Shaylee." Upon hearing Ramil's name, Su Yang chuckled, once thinking it was someone of significance that wasn't he just an angel wielding the power of thunder. Level 2 deity, so what? He had 3 great Luo golden immortals by his side. He had intended to seek retribution against these angels once he grew stronger, and now, here was one presenting himself. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong looked puzzled. What is a level 2 deity? How formidable is that? Yang Jian replied gravely, from what I understand, a level 2 deity in the West is a significant entity, roughly equivalent to a golden immortal here. Sun Wukong nearly burst into laughter at the mention of golden immortal. He had no idea how many he had defeated during the Heavenly Palace chaos. Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted from Ramil, and 3 pairs of pristine wings unfurled from his back that he soared into the air, looking down on Su Yang with an air of superiority, coldly stating, "Since you have slain Shaylee, are you prepared to meet your end?" Witnessing this, Sun Wukong's curiosity piqued. 6 wings? What kind of bird is this? Yang Jian squinted, shaking his head, and remarked, "I don't know, but he seems poised to strike." The 3, fueled with rage, found a perfect target for their frustrations. Neza immediately jumped in. "This one is mine. No one is allowed to steal it." Yet before he could finish, a staff whizzed through the air, smashing Ramil into smithereens. Sun Wukong calmly tucked away his Rui Jingu Bang and placed a piece of chicken in Neza's bowl. saying, "Enjoy your chicken. Is it over in a blink?" Su Yang was utterly astonished. This the true power of Monkey King's main account, as he watched his outlet for venting frustrations disappear. Nez's anger surged instantly. "What the hell? Monkey head, are you targeting me?" Upon seeing Su Yang eagerly rush over to collect Ramiel's blood, Neza disdainfully remarked, "Yangzi, what on earth are you collecting that for? Isn't it revolting?" Su Yang chuckled, "Brother Jia, you may not know, but this substance can feed my family's drought demon." Yang Jian nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true. After all, it is divine blood, which is highly nourishing for the undead." Before long, Su Yang had nearly finished collecting Ramiel's blood. He turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, "By the way, Monkey King, is there any use for a god's corpse? I still have that corpse of Shaley in my bag." Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before replying, "A god's corpse should be quite beneficial for demons, right? I believe it can also be used for alchemy. I can help you take it to Taishang Laojun to exchange for some elixirs. He would surely be delighted." After all, it had been a long time since a god had fallen, making such alchemical materials quite scarce. Su Yang felt a surge of joy. Was there really such a fortuitous opportunity? He promptly handed over Shaley's corpse to Sun Wukong, that he initially intended to give Ramiel's corpse as well, but it had been shattered. Yang Jian seemed to notice the regret in Su Yang's eyes. With a grand wave of his hand, the fragments of Ramiel instantly ignited, transforming into streams of pure energy. Yang Jian then opened his heavenly eye, absorbing the energy and directed it towards Su Yang, infusing all of it into him. In that moment, Su Yang felt his meridians expand by another fold, and the realm he had just broken through solidified completely. Moreover, that surge of energy remained within his dantian, not entirely absorbed. Yang Jian remarked, "After all, he was a god with the strength of a golden immortal. His power is sufficient to assist you in breaking through to the earth immortal realm. However, you must take your time absorbing it, and do not rush." "Thank you, Brother Yang," Su Yang said, hurriedly retrieving 3 pieces of currency from his bag and handing one to each of the 3. Upon receiving a share, Yang Jian couldn't suppress his joy. It was worth the trouble for you, kid." The 4 of them continued to drink until dawn, and as the sun rose, Yang Jian and Neza prepared to take their leave. Sun Wukong, having been down for several days, also planned to return with them to the gate. Yang Jian smiled and said, "Brother, do visit Guojianku when you have time." "Sure, I'll bring you some currency then." "Ha, that sounds great." Hearing about the currency, Neza became anxious. "Brother, you must not show favoritism. When you ascend, I'll introduce you to a few celestial maidens." Sun Wukong chimed in, "What is so great about celestial maidens? They can't be eaten. You might as well give my brother some celestial peaches." Neza shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "What do you know, you monkey? Not everyone is like you, obsessively devouring peaches after securing the 7 fairies. You're such a hopeless case." Meanwhile, Jesus had returned to his divine realm. During this period, Zeus had been relentlessly pursuing him, leaving him utterly flustered. Especially that Ares, who was like a rabid dog, just days ago. Raphael had nearly been killed by Ares, and thankfully he managed to escape. However, misfortunes do not come singly, as he had just sensed Ramiel's demise, and it was a complete annihilation of his soul. Ramiel was one of his few second-tier deities, and losing such a general was indeed painful. The more Jesus thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed the table and grumbled, "Damn it, I didn't kill Apollo. Why is he chasing me around like this? If he has the guts, he should go battle in the heavenly court." Michael, standing nearby, offered a cup of divine water. "My lord, do calm down. That I believe we could ally with Hades." At this suggestion, Jesus furrowed his brow. "You mean Hades, the lord of the underworld?" "Indeed," Michael nodded. "Recently, the eastern underworld has been launching large-scale invasions of the underworld, and Hades is equally overwhelmed. It is said that only one of the 9 fallen angels, Lucifer, remains." Upon hearing this, Jesus felt even more troubled. The 9 fallen angels were originally his subordinates, and now they had been poached by that Hades. However, Hades was Zeus's brother. Would he really cooperate with us? Jesus frowned, as he had his own conflicts with Hades. Michael smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Hades and Zeus have always been at odds. They fought fiercely over the position of God King. now that we've fallen out with Zeus. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hades would be more than willing to collaborate with us. What Michael didn't mention was that he had been secretly in contact with Hades. Many of the followers of their holy church had begun practicing necromancy. Jesus nodded thoughtfully. Their faction was weak, and having no capable fighters, it seemed that cooperating with Hades was indeed the best choice. Where has Gabriel gone? Has he returned yet? Michael shook his head, admitting he didn't know Gabriel's whereabouts. Just then, the hall doors swung open, and Gabriel strode in, startled upon seeing Jesus. "My Lord, you have returned." Jesus shot him a glare, retorting, "I've been back for ages. Where have you been? Don't you know this is a crucial time for our faction? Do you still resemble an archangel at all?" Upon hearing this, Gabriel pouted, recalling who had fled first during their previous troubles. However, he only dared to think this in his heart, quickly explaining, "I heard that Zeus was coming after us, so I rushed back." "By the way, my lord, where did you go? Your letter mentioned you were in South Africa, but I didn't see you there." Jesus' face flushed with embarrassment, yet he feigned nonchalance. "Oh, well, I didn't actually go to South Africa. I went to see Zeus. Oh, you lied to me about going to South Africa?" Gabriel was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jesus. Well, you old rascal. You even have your guard up against me." Huh. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Hades sat upon his throne, seething with anger. What a coward Zeus is! He'd been bullied to this extent, and instead of confronting the heavenly court, he's chasing after Jesus. Is he out of his mind? These past few times, he had been severely bullied by the Eastern Emperor Fengdu. Not only had 8 of his 9 fallen angels perished, but even his long-accumulated undead army had been entirely consumed by a fellow named Zhong Kuei. The most ridiculous part was that Zhong Kuei had started as a mere 3rd-tier deity, and after devouring his undead, he had directly ascended to the level of a god king. When Hades had gone to rescue Lucifer, he had even been slapped twice by Zhong Kuei. He simply could not comprehend what kind of constitution these Eastern deities possessed. How could they evolve by devouring others? Beside him, Lucifer's expression was equally grim. 4 of his 6 black wings had already been broken. Having roamed the West for so many years, he had never suffered such a severe loss. What about Poseidon? What does he say? If Poseidon can ally with us, we might not be at a disadvantage against the Eastern underworld. Upon hearing this, Hades sighed deeply. Poseidon, that fellow had encountered an Eastern sea goddess during his travels a few years back and had been thoroughly beaten. Since then, he had been in a state of despondency, and there was no hope to rely on him. Just then, the hall doors opened again, and Satan walked in. My Lord, the Eastern underworld has retreated. We suffered heavy casualties. 2 of the heads of the 3-headed hellhound were consumed by that Shui Yu, but thankfully their lives are unharmed. Satan had once been one of Jesus' angels, but had later betrayed him in a bid for supremacy. After being defeated by Jesus, he had sought refuge with Hades. However, his strength and status far surpassed those of Lucifer and the others. Now, although he was under Hades, he had already broken through to the God King realm. During this resistance against the Eastern underworld, Satan had been the frontline commander. Hades sighed. There had been no good news for quite some time, and he had grown accustomed to it. Seeing Hades' dejection, Satan smiled and said, "My lord need not worry. This time I've brought a friend who I believe will pique your interest." With that, Satan gestured towards the door. "Come in." Hades was taken aback and looked towards the entrance, where a blue-skinned monk strode in. "I am Diding, and I have come to see the lord of the underworld." Upon hearing the name of the monk, Hades suddenly stood up with a start. He possessed a certain understanding of the Eastern underworld, and was aware that Ting was the steed of that particular figure from the Buddhist sect. Although this figure held a position in the Eastern underworld, he was not allied with the Emperor of Fengdu. So, it was indeed the divine beast Ting, sent by the Earth's store. Ting smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, my master has dispatched me to discuss a collaboration with the King of Hell. If the king agrees to assist us in eliminating a mortal from the Great Xia, my master shall unlock the gates of the underworld and permit your people to enter. Kill a mere mortal? Is it truly that simple?" Hades regarded Ting with suspicion, and then seemed to recall something. "Are you referring to that Su Yang who killed Jin Shanzi?" Ting nodded in affirmation. "Precisely." Due to various circumstances, we are unable to act ourselves. Hence we beseech the king to lend us his aid. Hades frowned in contemplation. Having been treated so poorly by the underworld, he was naturally filled with resentment and eager to reclaim his dignity. If Di Zong could assist him in opening the gates of the underworld, it would present an opportune moment for a surprise attack. He was confident that with the strength of his realm, a stealthy strike would exact a heavy toll on the underworld, and all it required of him was to eliminate a single insignificant mortal, which seemed a trivial price to pay, even if this mortal possessed some skills. He had many gods at his command who were not merely idle. With this thought in mind, Hades decisively proclaimed, "Very well, I shall grant your request." He then turned to Lucifer and commanded, "Go, summon Dracula for me." Meanwhile, Su Yang, having spent the night drinking with his companions, was utterly exhausted. After attending the morning meeting, he returned to his office and collapsed into a deep slumber. At 5:30 in the afternoon, he awoke promptly. Ready to leave work, as he stepped out of the building, he spotted Zhang Xiaofu, battered and bruised, returning from outside, sobbing as he walked. Su Yang was taken aback. This fellow was still alive? It was worth noting that Su Yang's office was on the 3rd floor, and the previous kick had sent him flying over 100 meters. Any ordinary person would have perished from such a fall. Yet, since he was alive, where had he spent the day and night? Zhang Xiaofu, upon noticing Su Yang, displayed a mixture of sorrow, resentment, and desolation in his eyes, yet he said nothing. However, Su Yang had plenty to say. "Zhang Xiaofu." Su Yang suddenly shouted, startling Zhang Xiaofu into halting his steps. "Your Highness, is there something you need?" Su Yang immediately adopted a serious demeanor, exuding an air of authority as he reprimanded. "Where the hell have you been? I haven't seen you since noon yesterday. And now it's the 2nd day of your absence. You've missed a day and a half of work. Haven't you gone too far?" Zhang Xiaofu stood frozen, astonished at how Su Yang could speak such words with a straight face. Where had he been? He had been crushed by a Tiger-class tank in the hotel for an entire day and night. All this was thanks to Su Yang. How dare he play the victim? Just as Zhang Xiaofu was about to explain, Su Yang let out another loud shout, attracting the attention of all the colleagues leaving work. As the newly appointed inspector, you ought to set a good example for everyone. Yet here you are, neglecting your duties, fishing for 3 days, and drying your net for 2. As Su Yang spoke, he tugged at Zhang Xiaofu's collar to reveal the marks on his neck. Scolding, "You dare to waste your time during work hours. Have you no regard for the trust placed in you by your superiors?" "I did not," Zhang Xiaofu protested, biting his lip in indignation. What wasting time? He was the one being wasted, but Su Yang would not give him a chance to explain, instead pulling over Liu Koshe, who was nearby observing. "Deputy Liu, please adjudicate this matter. This fellow yesterday claimed I should not engage in office romance, only to turn around and waste a whole day and night during work hours." Upon hearing this, the onlookers cast disdainful glances at Zhang Xiaofu. Liu Koshe immediately adopted a stern expression. "Indeed. Xiao Zhang, you have greatly disappointed me. I will report this situation honestly to our superiors." Zhang Xiaofu was on the verge of tears, looking at Su Yang with a pleading gaze. "Brother, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Please, just let it go." Yet Su Yang was not inclined to let him off easily. He produced an iron rod, declaring, "Reporting to the superiors is too much trouble. I might as well do the dirty work myself and clean house." The moment Su Yang finished speaking, Zhang Xiaofu plopped down to his knees. "Your Highness, I was wrong. You and the princess are a perfect match. I should not have opposed you." He realized that Su Yang was genuinely intent on destroying him. After a night of torment, he comprehended that when faced with the choice between his life and his pride, the former was far more precious, since his virtue was already lost. What was the use of maintaining his dignity? Zhang Xiaofu knelt so smoothly that it left Su Yang momentarily speechless, giving in so quickly. "What happened to your previous defiance? Stand tall," Su Yang exclaimed. "Moreover, is this merely about your opposition to my relationship with Hua Luoxi? You sought to ensnare me." Although Su Yang was typically arrogant, he never bullied the weak or sought out trouble. However, should anyone dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate, even if Zhang Xiaofu was sent by superiors. What of it? He had already slain Jin Chanzi. How could Zhang Xiaofu's background possibly rival that of Jin Chanzi? Seeing the murderous intent still flickering in Su Yang's eyes, Zhang Xiaofu recalled the previous rumors. He cautiously approached Su Yang and whispered, "Spare me, and I will give you all my savings." Su Yang scoffed derisively. "What savings could a mere inspector like you possibly have? 75 million. Su Yang's eyes widened in shock. "You little rascal have quite the hidden stash." Zhang Xiaofu trembled as he explained, "I am a second-generation rich kid. All this money is from my father." Su Yang chuckled coldly. "You think you can offend me and walk away unscathed? What if I kill you, and that money becomes mine?" Su Yang had a top-tier hacker, Xiao Luluo, on his side. Extracting the money would be a piece of cake. If all else failed, they could split the spoils later. Zhang Xiaofu stared at Su Yang in disbelief, never imagining he could be so heartless. Before he could react, Su Yang delivered a swift blow to his head. The onlookers scattered in fear, leaving only Su Yang and Zhang Xiaofu, with no witnesses to the scene. As Su Yang retrieved Zhang Xiaofu's bank card, he heard laughter behind him. "Ha ha, striking it rich, striking it rich." In the next moment, the black and white impermanence appeared before Su Yang, accompanied by an elderly woman. None other than Meng Pado. "Is there business to attend to?" White impermanence exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Xiaofu's soul departing, waving his hand to collect it into his sleeve. That Su Xian, black impermanence began, but was interrupted by a reprimand from white impermanence, who struck him on the head. "Show some respect. Call him Su Ge." White impermanence shot black impermanence a glare, then turned to Su Yang with a fawning expression. "Su Ge, my brother and I are here to work for you." Su Yang chuckled at the sight of the two spirits. "Oh, have you refined Shaylee's soul?" White impermanence grinned. "All thanks to you, Su Ge. My brother and I have now achieved the cultivation of golden immortals." Upon hearing this, even Su Yang was taken aback. "Then congratulations are in order for you both. Su Ge, please do not call us brother. Just call me Xiao Bai." White impermanence replied with a laugh. "Do not jest. These are the Emperor's brothers. How could they allow me to call them brothers?" Su Yang thought to himself. He understood their hesitation, but as they were deities, they deserved the respect due to them. "Both of you possess greater abilities than I, and are my seniors. How could a junior like me presume to be familiar? You may continue to call me Xian Di." Both black and white impermanence were taken aback. Yet upon seeing the sincerity in Su Yang's eyes, they felt a sense of gratitude. They had not anticipated that someone with the Emperor's connections would be so unpretentious and approachable. However, as Su Yang extended them courtesy, they did not wish to overstep their bounds. White impermanence pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, let us each discuss our own matter." As he spoke, black and white impermanence clasped their hands together. "We greet you, Su Ge." Su Yang was amused by white impermanence's antics and returned the greeting with a smile. "Greetings to you both." The three burst into hearty laughter. "Ha!" At that moment, Meng approached, clasping her hands together. "I have met Su Xiaoyu." "Oh no, Su boss." Su Yang cast a disdainful glance at Meng Pe, speaking with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, who might this be? Is it not the Meng granny who fled upon seeing me? Who would have thought at your age your legs are still so nimble? What's the matter? Not running away this time?" Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Meng Po's face flushed with embarrassment. Regret washed over her. After all, when the emissaries of death, Heibai Wuchang, did not flee and accompanied Su Yang to the mortal realm, they returned mere days later as golden immortals. She too had lingered at the golden immortal level for several centuries. Had she not run away back then, might she not have advanced further herself? Achieving the status of Tai Golden Immortal would not only significantly increase her earnings, but would also liberate her from the daily toil of peddling joy water. Most crucially, after her escape, she remained undeterred and sought to recoup her losses. She borrowed a substantial sum from the bullhead and horseface, as well as the four great judges, with the hope of investing in a stock that would rise, allowing her not only to profit handsomely, but also to repay her debts to Su Yang. However, that stock plummeted, leaving her in a state of despair. Now, she found herself indebted to Su Yang for 30 million. In addition to a mountain of debts owed in the underworld, it was clear she could no longer stay in the underworld, and if she did not repay Su Yang soon, the heavenly Tao's retribution would soon befall her. Thus, witnessing Heibai Wuchang preparing to work for Su Yang in the mortal realm, she gathered her courage and approached him. Boss Sue, please have mercy. I was momentarily blinded by greed before, did I assure you. I will work diligently from now on. Don't you remember? I once treated you to soup. Su Yang turned his head away, ignoring Meng Po's plea. Beside them, Bai Wuchang quickly interjected, previously, Brother Su did not charge us interest. But that was within the repayment period. You have fled for so long. Naturally, interest must be accounted for. That if you do not show some sincerity, it will be difficult for Brother Su to assist you. Upon hearing this, Meng Po suddenly realized her predicament. However, she was in dire financial straits. How could she pay Su Yang's interest? After a moment's thought, she rubbed her hands together and proposed, Boss Su, how about I teach you a secret technique? It's called soul control technique, which allows you to control souls weaker than yourself and compel them to answer your questions truthfully, ensuring they respond to every inquiry. Su Yang's eyes lit up at this suggestion. This was indeed a valuable skill that would eliminate the need for physical coercion during interrogations. Elated yet feigning indifference, he replied, considering your sincerity, I am in need of a cook and a dishwasher. You may take that position. Meng Po expressed her profound gratitude. For her, as long as she could repay her debts and avoid the punishment of the heavenly Tao, the nature of her work was of little consequence. Meanwhile, within the underground factory of the small courtyard, all the spirits labored tirelessly, their faces etched with despair. One spirit set down his tools, rubbed his face, and lamented, working around the clock. When will this ever end? To fully exploit their potential, Su Yang had not permitted them a moment's respite, forcing them to toil from dawn until dusk without pause. After all, they were spirits. They could endure without food, drink, or rest. As their innate bodies were akin to those of beasts, every minute they rested equated to a loss for Su Yang. Another spirit echoed, when that madman was absent, we could at least take a break. But now, under the watchful eye of that newly awakened fox demon, we can't even afford to slack off. Moreover, they were all demons and spirits. Why should she have authority over them? Indeed, I have long found her intolerable. Just because she is a demon, does she think she can command us? There are so many of us. Do we truly need to fear her? These spirits, proud in their own right, could not afford to lose face and begin clamoring for rebellion. Just then, one spirit approached the red-haired demon, who was diligently sewing clothes. Big shot, you possess the highest cultivation here. Why not lead us in resisting this tyranny? The red-haired demon shot him a disdainful glance, but remained silent. He was there to atone for his sins and had no desire to associate with these unruly spirits. However, the blue-haired demon became intrigued. How about this? When that fox demon comes to inspect again, we launch a surprise attack. I've noticed she has only recently ascended to the level of demon saint. Her foundation is unstable. With our gathering array in place, we can significantly boost our strength. With so many of us, and me as the demon king, we might just succeed. The blue-haired demon's reasoning was sound. Su Yang had indeed set up a gathering array to ensure they possessed ample energy. Within this array, the spirits could harness the strength of demon kings, while the blue-haired demon, as a demon king himself, was nearly on par with a demon emperor. The demon saint was merely one level above a demon emperor, and Humaingyang had only just reached that rank. With so many spirits capable of rivaling demon kings, they had a considerable chance of success in their ambush. The blue-haired demon realized the red-haired demon was far too idealistic, fixated solely on redemption. But what wrong had he committed to deserve such punishment? As a demon king, he would undoubtedly become a formidable ruler upon his release. How could he be reduced to sewing clothes? Contemplating this, the blue-haired demon continued, if we can capture that fox demon and use her body to break the seals on the door, we will be free. At the mention of freedom, the spirit's eyes sparkled. They had endured enough of this servitude. United in purpose, they resolved to fight for their liberty. The red-haired demon regarded the blue-haired demon with a deep stare, ultimately sighing and muttering, "You wretched creature devoid of innocence." He could not comprehend why that song had failed to awaken the blue-haired demon's sense of virtue. Damn, what a natural troublemaker. I, the red-haired demon, shall not associate with you. Before long, the group heard footsteps approaching outside, clearly signaling the return of the fox demon for inspection. All spirits tensed, and under the blue-haired demon's leadership, The strongest among them positioned themselves by the door. They fixated on the entrance, ready to teach Yang a lesson in cruelty. As the footsteps drew nearer, the blue-haired demon sensed something amiss. Why did it sound like two sets of footsteps? Before he could react, the door was kicked open, and all the spirits lunged forward. Yet in the next moment, those who had leapt forward froze mid-air, their faces filled with terror. Standing in the doorway were two figures clad in black and white, one wielding a mournful staff and the other brandishing a soul-binding chain, both grinning wickedly at, "Oh, are we being welcomed by you fine spirits? How mischievous!" The spirits were taken aback upon realizing they had planned to attack Bai Wuchang. The quickest among them dropped to his knees, fervently kowtowing. Every spirit feared these two. While they might dare to confront Yang, they would not even think to defy these two. "Are you the ringleader?" Black Wuchang's gaze landed upon the blue-haired demon. Before their entrance, he had already scanned the factory with his divine sense, easily discerning the blue-haired demon's intentions. Trembling, the blue-haired demon stepped forward and clasped his fists. "I did not realize the esteemed presence of both of you. My sincerest apologies." Yet before he could finish, Black Wuchang swung his mournful staff, sending him hurtling away. The blue-haired demon let out a harrowing scream as he crashed against the wall, desperately shrinking into the corner, his eyes filled with dread as he regarded Black Wuchang. But Black Wuchang had no intention of sparing him, striding forward to seize his hair and raining down blows upon his face with a mournful staff. "So, you're the instigator? And sporting green hair too? How avant-garde!" The blue-haired demon howled in agony, pleading for mercy. The other spirits, witnessing Black Wuchang's assault, were terrified and attempted to flee, only for the door to be slammed shut by Wuchang with a resounding thud. Wuchang seated himself at the door, adopting a look of amusement. In the next moment, Black Wuchang discarded the nearly unconscious blue-haired demon and transformed into a streak of black light, charging out to strike down any spirit he could reach. His mournful staff creating afterimages in its wake. "Oh, you know where this is? Daring to entertain such thoughts. You've truly crossed the line." In no time, the factory was filled with the echoes of anguished screams. However, Black Wuchang was also mindful of his strength, aware that Yang still required these spirits to work. Thus, they were merely beaten to a near-death state, without being killed, after a cacophony of ghostly wails. The multitude of spirits lay sprawled upon the ground. Wuchang stepped forward, placing a foot upon the face of the green-haired ghost, and coldly declared, "From this day forth, my brother and I shall be the overseers of this factory. Should anyone dare to shirk their labor or entertain any nonsensical thoughts, I shall ensure that their existence becomes a living hell."